Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Waddle Wednesday with open phone lines for you. 312-332-3776, our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube and on Twitch. And Cap, let's start this way. You know, we talked yesterday about Deion Sanders, the father of Shedeur Sanders, and in the 9 o'clock hour, I thought we had a really great discussion, the four of us, talking about, you know, Shedeur Sanders being drafted in round number 5, and why was that the case, and what Deion Sanders' role was in Shedeur going to the 5th round, dropping to the 5th round like a rock in the NFL draft. Well, here today, you turn the page on that, and you go and look at a man named John Halliburton. John Halliburton is the father of Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton. And after the win, after the Pacers eliminated the Bucks yesterday, the father of the Pacers star confronted Giannis Antetokounmpo from the Milwaukee Bucks face-to-face, had a towel in his hand with Tyrese's face on it saying, "This is what we effing do. This is what we effing do." And this is right after the game. And then there was a skirmish after the game where there's Pacers and Bucks, they're pushing, and John Halliburton's right there in the middle of it. And so when I saw that, because I was watching the game, that was in the Hood Cave, got a little Cubs, got a little Sox, got the NBA playoffs going on, Cap. And I see this, I go, what is going on? And who is that little guy out there with the Halliburton jersey? Who is that little guy? Oh, it's Tyrese Halliburton's dad. And my thought was, as I sat down and watched this, I go, what the hell is he doing on the floor? Why is he out there? Face-to-face jawing with Giannis Antetokounmpo, but I guess I could say face to navel because he was a small man.
Correct.
Why would he do that? Why?
So he is a fixture at his kids' games. Mm-hmm. Tyrese is one of the best players in the NBA. I still rue the day that Arturis told us he took Patrick Williams over Tyrese Halliburton because I was looking to hit the grand slam homer. Instead, he hit a meat grounder back to the pitcher. The other guy is lining triples off the wall. Look, he was wrong 1,000%. He got caught up in the emotion of the series victory, and he posted on Twitter late last night, "I sincerely apologize to Giannis, the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Pacers organization for my actions following tonight's game. This was not a good reflection on our sport or my son, and I will not make that mistake again." Look, he acted like a jackass, and he would tell you, I acted like a jackass. Okay. It was a bad moment. We move on. You apologized. I don't think it's as big a deal. It's not like there were punches thrown. It just got really heated. Stupid, dumb, immature. Use any adjective you want to describe it. It is what it is. There are other parents that have been Marv Marinovich, remember Todd Marinovich, where he made his wife eat certain foods and not others during pregnancy that he felt would be better for the muscle development of the fetus to make him a quarterback.
Sure.
And then he would never allow him to eat any sugar. He could never eat fast food. He put him in dark rooms and made him balance on a balance beam at like age 2. So he would have this insane balance. Yeah. Well, the kid ended up going off to college as robo-quarterback at USC and became a drug addict.
Sure.
You got to have balance in your life. You do. There are maniacal parents all over the place. I don't put John Halliburton in the same category. I've never heard of him doing anything like what he did. But we got Deion last week in the draft. I mean,
I understand that, but he was not in the draft room saying, you better draft my son or else. My whole point is, Cap, is that these are professional athletes.
Mm-hmm.
This is not some youth game where you can run out there and criticize the refs. And by the way, just fire up your Instagram or TikTok. You can see that at any time where you see some crazed parent come from the bleachers and want to take a swing at the official or take a swing at the coach because you're not treating my son or daughter right.
Yeah, you're right. It's there all the time.
I'm glad you're not dealing with that, by the way, as a youth coach. My God. Imagine that, where you're dealing with that on a regular basis. Like, what's wrong with this coach? Cap, you're wrong. And they go face-to-face with you. At least you're not dealing with that. I just think that it is a big deal.
And we did deal with that in college.
Yeah, but I'm
you
talking
would get
about
the call at the office from a parent going, why is my son not playing?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to tell you, your son sucks.
Well,
he's not good enough. We should never have recruited him.
Yeah.
He can't play at this level. But you take the call and you listen. Well, he's got to be better in practice, and he'll earn the minutes. And all right, have a good day.
That's fine. But you're not dealing with that now.
Right.
Coaching Zetterman's son and some of the other
no,
players
those
on the
parents
team.
were awesome.
See, that's the difference, Cap. I think it's a bigger problem, though, when parents feel entitled to be right there in the heat of action. See, here's the thing. My rule is no family, no friends on the court after a game. Because if that's me there in Indianapolis and I want to go face-to-face with Giannis saying, Doc Rivers sucks, baby. Doc failed again in the first round. What if I did that? Now they got the cuffs on me and I'm face down on the floor. Oh, God, help me. Aiken Law. That's what will happen to me.
312-6 million.
Call Cap 847. Like that'd be the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if that's me, then I'm arrested. What gives him the right to be on the floor, one, but two, right in the face of a superstar? And how's the security in Indianapolis, by the way? How's that? Not very good.
No.
I'm just telling you that that's a problem. And I would just say that I know that people listening right now from coast to coast know exactly what I mean when they have their kid or they have their grandchild and they're playing and then there's this helicopter dad or mom or guardian out there going face-to-face with other players or referees or whatever. It's wrong. Now, here's the class that's Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? Mm-hmm. He says, I'm going to address this one time. And he goes into how you've got to be humble in victory if you're the Pacers and John Halliburton.
One thing I'll say is that I believe like being humble in victory. That's how I am. Now there can be a lot of people out there that are like, no, when you win the game, you got to talk, and it's a green light for you to be disrespectful towards somebody else. I disagree. I've won the championship. They haven't. Okay, and that doesn't say anything. I'm not trying to minimize their effort. When we won the championship, I remember my mom. She was scared to cross. She was like, "Am I allowed to come and hug my son?" Losing the game, emotions run high. Having a fan, which at the moment I thought he was a fan, but then I realized it was Tyrese's son, which I love. Tyrese, I think, is a great competitor. He was his dad, sorry. Coming in the floor and showing me his son a towel with his face. This is what we do. This is what we effing do. This is the F we do. I feel like that's very, very disrespectful. But coming to me and disrespecting me and cursing at me, I think is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
So
he's right.
The thoughts
He
there
is.
from Giannis.
I thought when I heard that, Giannis's class showed through again.
That's right.
And I remember back to the speech when someone said, "You failed." Remember? And he went on a whole long thing. Because we didn't win the championship does not mean we failed. We competed, blah, blah, blah. He and I disagree on that take.
Yes, that's correct.
But the way he handled it, I thought was first class. Like Giannis Antetokounmpo, I would love to have a guy like that playing for me or on my
Absolutely.
favorite team.
He stood there in the lane after the game because, if you watch the end of that game, first of all, Gary Trent Jr. had 12 points in overtime. Then when he had to be able to make a play, the ball went through his legs, out of bounds. There was a turnover. They had two key turnovers late in the game, and Milwaukee ends up losing the series, even though they tried hard, but they fell short. Typical of a Doc Rivers coach team. Nonetheless,
Baby.
it's not. Don't blame Blake, baby. It's not Blake's fault. It's not Blake's fault. Blake is retired. I know, but don't blame Blake. Which he would always say with the Clippers.
Blake.
So that's the whole thing, Cap, is that, if you are Giannis Antetokounmpo, he goes on to tell a story about his dad, his late father. Mm-hmm. Said his dad was always in the back. And Giannis says, hey, we just won the championship. Come on. He goes, no, I'll stay in the back. This is your spotlight. He pushes his son out there. And we don't get enough of that, I don't think, in sports. People listening to the show know what I'm talking about when you have parents or guardians or relatives that try to live vicariously through their kid. You can't do that, Cap. Your day's over. Your prime's over. It's now time for younger people in your life or in your family to shine, not you.
So how do you punish Mr. Halliburton? Do you say, okay, in the next round you cannot attend the first 2 games?
Night in the drunk tank.
I mean, I think that might be fair. You can't say, all right, that's a $50,000 fine, because I don't know if he can afford that. His kid can.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what happens to me if I go onto the floor at an NBA game? I'm kicked out of the arena. I'm banned, and there's a good chance I spend the night in a cell. Do that to John Halliburton.
I believe, I don't know if it was who was the tenant? Monica Seles, who got stabbed, remember?
Yep.
Crazy fan, ran on the court and stabbed her. And then we had some other incident. I don't remember which one. And it's now, at least in this state, it's a felony. Might have been the Legue boys when they ran on the field at U.S. Cellular. I believe that if you run onto a sporting event, competitive stage, it's a felony in this state.
Which is great.
And I agree with it 100%. So what I think would be fair, Mr. Halliburton, you are banned from going to the next round. You could say the whole round. You cannot go to home or away. You're not allowed to go to the game. Period.
Tyrese Halliburton had his thoughts about this as well, as, he was embarrassed because his dad went on the floor. We'll hear from him coming up next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Brewers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy and delicious with Lou Malnati, Chicago's legendary deep dish. From fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, pizza, desserts, Lou's has something for everyone. And now here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, or plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. I have sampled this. It is delicious. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200-plus commercial features and 70-plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Wednesday. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll talk to Tommy coming up at 8:35 right here on ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Yeah, we have runaway parents, sports parents, Kap. We saw this at the Bucks-Pacers game yesterday where John Halliburton goes face-to-face with Giannis Antetokounmpo. And you mentioned that the father of Tyrese Halliburton apologized. Tyrese Halliburton, he said his father was wrong as well.
Yeah, I mean, after we won, I kind of blacked out a little bit. I don't really remember a ton. Then all the guys grabbed me in my head. As far as the incident between Giannis and my pops, I had no idea it happened until I got to the back and was showed the video. Me and my pops have talked about that, and I don't agree with what transpired there from him. I think basketball is basketball, and let's keep it on the court. And I think that he just got excited, saw his son make a game winner, and came on the court. But I think we had a conversation, and I think he just needs to just allow me to just play basketball, stay over there. I'll come to him to celebrate.
Yeah, no more of parents or friends or homies on the floor.
Man, sit your ass down.
Exactly right. None of that anymore. We're done with that. That should be the new rule. The idea that the Pacers, advance in the round and they go to the next level in the NBA playoffs, and the idea that you just run on the floor, no.
We're good. Lamont Battle has a very good tweet. He said he knew who to taunt. Giannis is a nice guy. Can you imagine if he approached Steven Jackson, Jermaine O'Neal, or Ron Artest, the players who were involved in the malice at the Palace?
No question about it.
Would you step to Anthony Edwards that way?
No. Would you step to Charles Barkley in his prime when he threw a guy through a window in Milwaukee? Remember that?
Yes, I do.
He threw him through a front window of a bar.
You know what I think? Ban parents. No more parents in sports. The Little League dad has come to professional sports. It's enough. We got to nip this in the bud. No more parents. Get them out.
What do you do? Just execute him when the kid makes the pros? What are you doing?
That's it. Euthanasia. Your child is made professional athletics. Here's the. Never mind. I'm going to go too far. I'm going to stop myself before I say something going to get me in trouble.
Yep. Good idea. Good decision.
Yeah, listen, you led me down that road. I didn't even have that idea. I was just thinking, you're not allowed in the building.
Right.
You said execute.
So, it could have got much uglier.
Damn. Yes.
But he went after a classy, great player in Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Now, let's do that in a dark alley in Indy. Let's do that now. Not on the floor where everyone can see. Just one-on-one. How do you think that works? Why don't you taunt him right there in a dark alley? Giannis would eat him for lunch like a sardine in a can.
Correct.
He would take care of that shrimp going face-to-face saying, this is how we effing do it. This is how we... Who asked you?
Can you imagine
You
the
didn't play?
late Anthony Mason?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Knocked him on his ass.
Bill Lame Beer would have punched him into next Tuesday.
Yes. So that's the whole thing. So we have another case, Cap, of obnoxious sports dad. Now, there is a difference, Jay Moore, to me in supporting your son or daughter versus
acting like a clown.
Acting like what we saw there from Halliburton.
Right.
So if we played King of the Mountain and I said LeVar Ball as someone who supported his sons to be able to get to the NBA, loud, speaking on their behalf, because pretty much the Ball brothers, pretty much soft-spoken. I mean, LaMelo's an odd bird, but the point is, though, is that Lonzo didn't say much, but you saw LeVar say a lot. So if I play King of the Mountain, I start with LeVar Ball. Can you knock it off? Is there someone else that you could top? If I said most obnoxious sports dad, LeVar Ball. Because I have a list
tough.
here.
That is tough.
Wow. I got a list here. Peter Graff, Steffi Graff's father.
I don't know anything about him.
Yeah. I mean, here's a guy here that was Steffi's manager, and not only tennis, but seemingly all aspects of her life. Managed her money and was convicted for failing to pay $7.3 million in taxes on her earnings.
Damn.
There's that. There's Richard Williams. I saw that movie, the Serena Venus movie.
I never saw that. Was it good?
It was good. I mean, truthful of how supportive Richard was, but to a fault, man. He was pushing those girls to be pros, and we saw them. You saw him on the camera all the time. If you saw them play, he was always there as a supporter.
I think he's in
them.
a separate group, like with Earl Woods. They wasn't all in the video and all on the record.
Right.
They was just supporting.
Come
to Death Row.
If you want to be all up in the video, come to Death Row. That's exactly right. So there's that, Cap. So if I give you LeVar, can you beat that?
Can I beat that?
And King of the Mountain.
Earl Woods.
Jay Moore gave you that.
Mike Agassi, Andre Agassi's dad. I don't know much about him, but what I've read, he was a big problem.
You gave us Marv Marinovich, which is really up there, I would think.
What about remember Jennifer Capriati, the tennis star?
Yeah.
Remember, she had a meltdown, I think parent-induced.
Yes.
Does Archie Manning make the list for telling the Chargers to kick rocks?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Hey, he intervened. Yeah,
he was looking out for his kids, what they thought to be his best interest. He never was a maniac. He was not. No.
Hey, Cap, maniac comes in very different flavors and different shapes and sizes.
Marv Marinovich has to be number one.
Now, Manning is right there next to Eli. You recall this at the draft.
Yeah.
He was asked by Susie Colbert, so are you going to take this Chargers cap? We'll see. We're not sure. I mean, maniacs come in whole different types of ways. I mean, they clearly said, we know that Eli's going one. We're not going to that team. John Elway did the same thing. I'm not going to that team.
Yeah, I don't think that makes them bad parents. I can disagree with the business thing, but you never heard of Archie interfering once they were playing and being a lunatic around there? Yeah, no.
No, but the idea that you're controlling the fate of where your son's going just because you don't like that team, you may not like that coach, all that kind of stuff. Hey, man, it's a blessing to be in the pros, a blessing. And so when you pick and choose, like, I know that he's supposed to be number one pick for this team, but nah, we're just not going to go there.
Yeah,
Come
but
on
the
now.
agent was involved in that too. I mean, yeah, I don't have a problem with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Marv Malone for,
All right.
I saw him on the list. Marv Marinovich has to be the worst I've heard of.
How about Chris Bryant's dad? Is he on that list?
I don't think so. Chris's dad, I think, when things started to turn here, he was not happy with many of us in the media.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
He was a nice enough guy. But Marv Marinovich has to be number one for me. He has to be.
Even over Dion? I think Dion has grown into one of the most obnoxious.
Marv Marinovich, no, he's gone. He passed. Marv Marinovich, he was a professional football player, became a strength and conditioning coach, was a two-way player for USC, and then decided how he was going to tutor his child. And it was insane.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's overwhelming, actually.
Like if I read you all the stuff that this guy did to his kid, insanity.
And that is the ultimate of trying to live vicariously through your son, which was ridiculous. We go to Twitch with an answer to our question about the most obnoxious sports dad.
Ja Morant's dad.
No,
Man.
I thought it's his mom.
No, his dad.
Yeah.
Because his
Dad
mom's
is
the
all
one that
in the
got into it,
videos.
remember, at Foot Locker?
That's him trying to save his mom at Foot Locker because I guess there was an issue. But his dad, though, that skirmish, if I'm not mistaken, was Shannon Sharp there as well at courtside?
I remember that.
I believe that is the case. Shannon Sharp and the dad of Ja Morant.
Yeah, he's all in the video and on the records.
I just don't understand that. And by the way, Ja Morant's dad looks as young as he does, which is amazing. You think he's a really, really young man. He's not. That's something, too.
They call him Usher stunt double.
Yeah, right. That young look of looking like Usher. That's right. So I would say, Shay, if we're going to talk about the most obnoxious sports dads, I start with LeVar Ball, and then I got knocked off the mountain by Marv Marinovich. Are we missing someone? Because I think Halliburton's getting up there.
John Halliburton and Deion Sanders have to be close to the top. They're late additions to the group. They're like that horse at the Derby. Shout out Cap this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Top 5.
With a late run.
Why? Go ahead.
Maybe they can round out the top 5.
Dude, speedy final furlong. I'll tell you that. for Deion and John Halliburton.
So,
I think it's Deion for me because the pressure he put on NFL teams and apparently pressure that his presence put on media types to promote his kid as something his kid wasn't.
yeah, Marv Marinovich, he dictated what she could eat. I think he's way worse than Deion's kid. Way worse.
Wasn't there a thing
than Deion?
Yeah.
Wasn't there a thing with Cecil Fielder too? Didn't he take part of Prince Fielder's signing bonus and blow it on the blackjack table?
I do
That I
not
don't
know
know.
that. I just know that there was a separation between the two.
Yeah, they were estranged.
Yeah.
Marv Marinovich never allowed Todd to eat a Big Mac, Oreo, Ding Dong. When he went to children's birthday parties as a young child, he would have to bring his own cake and ice cream to avoid sugar and refined white flour. That's Danny.
It's you.
Is that kind of me too?
Kind of.
He
Here's
was
the
not
thing.
allowed to eat regular ketchup. He had to have it prepared with honey to not have any sugar. He was not allowed to have any beef that was injected with any hormones. He was only allowed unprocessed dairy products. And as a baby, when he teethed, he would only teethe on frozen kidney and liver. At 1 month, he was already having his hamstring stretched. 1 month.
Ooh.
Push-ups were next. He had to, as a child, as a baby, try to lift a medicine ball onto the kitchen counter. He was put on a balance beam in a completely dark room. He said there was a football in my son's crib from day one. Not a real NFL ball, said the dad. That would be sick. It was just a stuffed ball.
What about LeBron? Got the Lakers to waste a draft pick on his own kid? What? LeBron's got to be on this list now that I'm thinking about it.
I don't know about that.
Come on. He got Pelinka to blow a draft pick on his own kid who can't play.
There's patronage going on in every walk of life. But as a dad, everything we've heard is they've got a beautiful family. He's with his high school sweetheart. Yeah, no, he doesn't belong.
It's a lot of love for that from the Twitch chat, though.
Yes.
A lot of love for LeBron.
About LeBron being a
Being
bad
on that
sports
list,
dad.
yeah, man.
Obnoxious sports dad.
Well,
yeah.
you can be a good father and also be an obnoxious sports dad. I'm not sitting here telling you I think John Halliburton was starving Tyrese Halliburton as a kid and locking him in a closet when he misbehaved. I'm just saying he's a little obnoxious. Getting in Giannis's face and waving a towel and cursing at him. He's probably a fine parent.
I wouldn't even say a little. I mean, he went head-to-head with Giannis.
Face-to-face, like you want to throw down with him.
I think Dion's probably a good father. I also think he's a little obnoxious, and he probably cost his kid some money.
Well, that part of it is true. But when it comes to Bronny, that is the equivalent of what you would have gotten in the second round anyway. Someone that can't play. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776.
Nikola Jokic in the second round, there's 700 of them that can't play at all.
Your phone calls coming up, also still to come. We are going to address this, what we heard in the afternoon yesterday on Waddle and Silvy, the source-off. We'll address that coming up next.
That was so stupid.
Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap and J Hood.
I'm proud of you fellas. You all kept your head on a swivel, and that's what you got to do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight.
Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's Home for Sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Living with joint pain is like playing hurt every single day. You just try to push through, but it never really gets any better. And instead of enjoying things like golf, jogging, or even just getting up and down the stairs without pain, you're constantly managing discomfort. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here to talk to you about my friends at QC Kinetics. Their regenerative treatments are helping people all over Chicago find real relief without surgery, without pain meds, and without downtime. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team use cutting-edge therapies to help your body heal itself. These treatments are already changing lives. Thousands of people have said goodbye to knee, hip, shoulder, and back pain thanks to QC Kinetics. So if joint pain is holding you back, don't just tough it out. See if you're a candidate with a free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. Call them at QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Stop letting pain control your life. QC Kinetics can help.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Progressive knows RV owners like to travel at a nice, relaxing pace. Just like this commercial. They're not rushing to a departure gate at the airport because they depart from their driveway. And they can relax even more knowing they're protected by Progressive. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
It's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the buy 4, get 4 free sale and pay nothing till 2027. The sale ends soon, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
The playoffs are in full swing. You can get in all the action with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer available everywhere else except New York. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
I appreciate your show. I'm an Uber driver, and from 7 to 10 every day, I've got you locked in.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000. 46 degrees, getting up to 60 today. We'll have Shot or No Shot coming up at 8 o'clock. 312-332-3776. Continue the conversation on Twitch. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 when we ask what is and who is the most obnoxious sports dad based on what happened with Tyrese Halliburton's dad and Giannis going face-to-face after the Bucks were eliminated in Indianapolis. Kap, we need to address something. I always tease you all the time that every time that you say something based on something that you heard or rumor and innuendo and that you bring to the show and bring to your platforms, that you get aggregated. Even when it's not even news, it's just something that you heard in passing that you want to pass along to our listeners and viewers. And yesterday we had Jesse Rogers on talking about Kyle Tucker, as you recall.
Yeah, and I had made a statement on my Cubs podcast that I do with Gordon Wittenmeyer, and it was, I did not say the Cubs are close to any extension. I did not say the Cubs are negotiating an extension. What I simply said, well, why don't you play it? This is exactly what I said. Here's what I reported, Jesse, from a pretty good source. I'm hearing that the Cubs have, quote, wrapped their brain around, and does not mean he'll accept it, wrapped their brain around whatever it costs, we're paying it. We want to keep that guy. If we're going to find a guy we would break the bank for, he's the guy.
Yes.
That was it.
Yep.
And I said that on my Cubs recap podcast. Mm-hmm. Again, never did I say the Cubs are negotiating right now and they're close to it. Never said it. Simply said, and it goes back a few months that after they made this trade, they have wrapped their brains around, if he likes it here, he's a guy we would push the envelope. They understand where this negotiation could go, and does not mean he'll accept it. He might say, you know what, guys, I appreciate you offering me whatever the number is, $450 million, whatever it is. I've always wanted to play for the Seattle Mariners, and I'm going to Seattle. He might say that. He might say, I've always wanted to be a Tampa Bay Ray. I'm taking less. He's from there, from Tampa. Mm-hmm. His wife is from Tampa. I don't know what's in his mind. I've never spoken to the guy. But I have spoken to people who are around that situation, and they absolutely 1,000% have wrapped their brain around the fact this is going to cost money, and we need to have a plan. And let's do all we can to make him comfortable, make sure he understands how much we love him, how much we want him to be with us. Again, could that get done in season? Maybe. Right now, he's playing outstanding baseball. He's going to be an all-star if he keeps playing this level. He's going to be an MVP candidate. He's not signing today. They aren't sitting in a room hashing out, oh, well, if he gets another 3 hits, it goes up another 20. None of that's going on, man. They're keeping everything quiet, which is what they should do. And all I said was they understand where it's going, and they're cool with it. That's it. So listening is a skill. So to people out there that think I reported something I never said, I just played for your hoodie did what I said. Period. That's it. Dang. So, again, pay attention and listen, and don't go, oh, my God, he's saying they're getting him. Never said it. Simply said they're cool with where it's going, and they have wrapped their brain around it's going to be really expensive. We need to have a plan how we get this done.
They is Cubs ownership, Jed, everyone is involved.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
But again, you're not reporting that they're close or they're at the table today. And
never did.
Yeah.
Never said a word. Period. simply said since they brought him in and they were in spring training, they're like, okay, that dude's awesome in every facet. On the field, off the field, in the clubhouse, all of it. They love him. They have an idea of where this is going to go, what it's going to take, and they're wrapping their brain around it, and they understand, and they want to be in that deal. That's it. Again, he might tell you, you know what, I really appreciate the $450 million offer, whatever the number is. I've always wanted to play in the Japanese league. I'm going there. I'm being facetious, of course.
Yes, please say you're facetious because they'll get out there in about 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. David Kaplan's reporting he wants to play for the Yomiuri Giants or the Hiroshima Carp. No. I'm simply telling you, they, for months, have been discussing strategy. How do we get this done? He was not looking to sign right now. He wants to experience what a summer is like in Chicago. He's been married since January of 2024. He would like his wife to experience a summer in Chicago. He would like to know, how does the organization handle things? Because when I sign, this is probably where I'm going to play the rest of my career, or certainly a huge chunk of it. I want to know what I'm getting into. So again, please listen to what I say and don't extrapolate it to fit your narratives.
Speaking of that, we go now to Mark Silverman from
Waddle
Silvy. Well, it's right here on the screen.
I didn't hear it. I was doing something yesterday.
Okay, so Silvy and Waddle are talking to Jesse Rogers. Jesse was on was he on the show yesterday? Okay, so
I've been dealing with a little bit of a dental issue. By the way, shout out Black and Abdallah. I did have a dentist appointment.
Okay, you want to get to this? Or
yeah, but
you're doing a lot of sidebars here.
I didn't get to hear Waddle and Silvy at that very juncture.
All right, so Silvy and Jesse have this conversation, and it's about, quote-unquote, the source-off from Jesse's appearance with us yesterday. Listen.
Jesse Rogers has been all over baseball in this town for many, many years. And today, we sort of got different takes, at least this morning on Kap J Hood when Jesse joined the show, about what is going on with Hal Tucker. So there's a bit of a source-off here. So let's bring Jesse Rogers in.
Yes.
Paint the picture of what happened this morning. I tuned in for my usual Kap J Hood fix, as I do every morning, and love those guys. And then I always hear you, and your report became Kap's report.
Yeah, I mean, I just repeated what I said on Baseball Tonight on Sunday because J Hood asked me for some Tucker news, and I kind of was basically just refreshing the news. And it's really that they haven't talked yet, and there's no plans to talk yet. The Cap jumped in and said that, I guess he said this on his recap show, that he heard that the Cubs are getting their heads around paying whatever it costs to keep Tucker. That's the quote, whatever it costs. And it's not a source-off, guys. It's just a difference of how we go about it. He's a talk show host. I'm a reporter. And if you want to peel back the layers here, like if Cap or I took that to Bristol and wanted to make a headline and Cubs, whatever it costs for Tucker, they'd ask me two questions. What does that mean? When he becomes a free agent, the Cubs will match and exceed any offer he gets. And even worse, before he becomes a free agent, Tucker can just write his own check. So I don't know if Cap meant it literally. If he did, then those are the questions like Bristol would ask me, and I'd have to answer those before I could write that story. And if he meant it figuratively, like the Cubs love him, they're going to pay a big amount, well, that's not a shock. We know that they're going to go after him. They will make that big offer. It's whether it's the offer that will keep him here before the Yankees and Phillies and Dodgers and other teams get involved.
So what you're hearing is there's no new news as far as there's been no earth-shattering change of thought with the Cubs as far as how they're going to attack Tucker.
No, I have not heard that.
I want you to address that next on Kap J Hood.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local? Supporting small businesses help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
And you know this, man.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Get money. Get money. It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With you till 10 o'clock, and then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12, Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. Then exciting White Sox baseballs that take on the Milwaukee Brewers. That's at 6 o'clock with a pregame with Jeff Meller right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. If you're just joining us, we're talking about something that was referred to as a source-off on the Waddle and Silvy show yesterday, in which Jesse Rogers made an appearance not only on this show, but also on Waddle and Silvy's show. And it's all about Kyle Tucker. Now, you heard Silvy and Jesse go back and forth about, quote-unquote, the source-off. What do you think of what Jesse and Silvy had to say?
Yeah, again, if you go back to what I originally said on my podcast, I do a Cubs podcast. I think we'll have it here for you. We'll play it. Mm-hmm. I never, ever, ever, ever said they're negotiating and Jesse's wrong. I'm hearing that the Cubs have wrapped their brain around, doesn't mean he'll accept it, wrap their brain around whatever it costs, we're paying it, and they want to keep Tucker. That's what I'm hearing.
I hope so.
That is the extent of what I said.
Damn.
And immediately, it's aggregated everywhere.
Courtesy of the recap on YouTube, youtube.com.
Correct. Immediately, it's being aggregated everywhere, which is fine. Great. That's awesome. I said it again. You heard it. We played it from when we were on with Jesse. I said basically word for word what you just played there. Here's what I reported, Jesse. For a pretty good source, I'm hearing that the Cubs have, quote, wrapped their brain around, it does not mean he'll accept it, wrapped their brain around whatever it costs, we're paying it. We want to keep that guy. If we're going to find a guy we would break the bank for, he's the guy. That's it. Did I say, yeah, they're deep in negotiation and they're going to get this job done? No. I simply said they've wrapped their brain around, that's the guy. We've been around him long enough. That dude checks every box. Run, throw, hit for power, great clubhouse man, defends, does everything. And he has said, I want to play ball. I love it. I'm glad I'm here. I think we got a chance to do some special things. We're off to a really good start. He's having an all-star level season, all of it. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that if they get a deal done, you know when we'll find out? When Jed announces a press conference. He's not talking to anybody. Anybody. He is not going to answer questions about he's not going to do it. And I think I got great respect for how he's handling that. But again, this is a Kyle Tucker decision. So let me make it clear. Tom Ricketts, Jed Hoyer, Carter Hawkins, and everyone in that organization have wrapped their brains around, we want to keep that dude. I know it's going to cost us a fortune. We need to have a plan and how we try and get this done. Then it's on him, Tucker, to accept that. That's it. That is all I reported. Because the reason I said it was because of the hundreds or thousands of tweets I see on a weekly basis. Ricketts will never pay it. He's cheap. He won't do it. They've wrapped their brain around the concept, wow, we're going to a level we never thought we'd go. Contract will be worth probably over 50% of what they paid for the franchise.
Yeah.
They paid $845 million for the franchise, the share of Comcast Sportsnet back in the day, Wrigley Field, the land in Arizona, all of it. The Dominican, everything they own. They paid $845 million.
Sure.
Franchise is worth probably $5 to $6 billion now. And they understand this would be the guy. 28 years old, not 29 till next January. So again, let me just make it clear to everybody out there. Listening is a skill. Listen to what I said. They've wrapped their brain around the concept. That is news. That is news that people need to know. Will they get it done? Only time will tell.
All right. Well, there you have it. So
go ahead, aggregate what I just said now.
Yeah.
That's what I said, and that's what I meant, and that's what I stand by.
So it's not a source off between you and Jesse?
No, Jesse is a reporter, and he's right. If he went to Bristol and said, here's what I'm hearing, they'd be like, well, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. I know that they've had high-level discussions. What's this going to cost? And this wasn't yesterday. This has been months in the making. Okay, that dude is a guy we probably are going to need to break the bank for. Is he the guy? The Cardinals had a guy like that. His name was Albert Pujols. He wanted 10 years. He was 32.
Yeah.
And they went, we'll give you a 5-year deal. We'll pay you a tremendous salary. And he went, no, I want the 10 years. Okay, good. You're an Angel.
Yeah.
And he left. And the Angels regretted that deal.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Tucker's 28. They're going to have the money to pay him. They are cool with that. We'll see what that means.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
That's it. No one puts Cappy in the corner.
And I listen to Waddle Silvy every day. I was at the desk. Yes. What do you want me to tell you? I didn't hear it. Or I would have called in.
Center over the last 2 innings, and Pete powers that one. Deep to right field. It is gone.
Oh, well.
Pete Crow Armstrong swing it. 2-run blast. 6th of the year. He is red hot. Cubs lead 4-0. Ground ball sharply hit into right field for a base hit. Hat rounds third. No throw home. RBI single Kyle Tucker. It's 5-0 Cubs. High in the air, center field. Cruz back at the warning track. It is gone! Seiya says, see ya. Dansby powers one deep to left field. It is gone! 5th dinger of the year for Dansby. Solo shot. 4th homer tonight by the Cubs. It is 8-0 in the 8th.
I think no strikeouts is kind of what you take away from today. I mean, I know we had some home runs, obviously, and that's great. But to go through a game without any strikeouts, that's just means we're having good at bats to me. Heaney was he was throwing a lot of strikes, and we weren't, nothing was happening. But that second time through, we did a fabulous job of kind of 2 through 9 hard contact, good at bats every single time. So put some pressure on him. Anyway, it was a good offensive night.
Craig Counsell and the Cubs beat the brakes off the Pirates yesterday by a score of 9-0. It is true. Download your box score. You won't see a strikeout for any Cub.
First time since 2013.
You won't see any strikeouts for the Pirates pitching either. That's something. You don't get that today. There's so much swing and miss in the game today.
There is. 0 strikeouts by any Cub. First time since 2013.
Which is amazing. The latest in Imanagi had to leave the game. 5 innings, pitched 6 hits, no runs, a walk and 3 strikeouts. Looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, it cramps. And Craig Counsell said after the game he's fine. He's fine. And then I watched the Shota Imanaga interview on Marquee. Mm-hmm. And by the way, Alex Cohen, who fills in for Boog, he's the understudy to Boog Shambi.
He's killing it.
Alex Cohen's really good.
He's killing it.
Really good. Does a really good job. And, I'm a Boog guy. So both guys, I think they have a really good play-by-play men. But they went to the interview with Imanaga and his translator. He said, yeah, I've dealt with this before. We're fine. Everything's good.
So this is like Zambrano with cramps. Just going along 5-6 innings, and all of a sudden, his forearm. Can't move his hands.
Correct.
What happened?
He said he didn't drink enough water. I would add electrolytes if I was you. But remember what Jason Hamill did? Jason Hamill would eat potato chips between innings to get the salt into his body.
Mm-hmm.
And who was the other guy that would drink pickle juice? I don't remember which pitcher it was. There was a major league pitcher.
Yeah.
He would keep a jar of pickle juice in the dugout because he would cramp.
That's crazy.
Everybody's body is built differently, man.
I love Zambrano. It's like, why don't you drink water? He said, I don't like the taste. Zambrano, there is no taste. It's water.
Right.
That's what he would say. Shot or no shot in 2 minutes right here on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200-plus commercial features and 70-plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, it's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll talk to Tommy coming up at 8:35. But now it's time for Shot or No Shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys. On a Wednesday, Waddle Wednesday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. By the way, the pitcher was Scott Kazmir. Electrolyte drink mixed with pickle juice and spicy mustard. And he said it cured his cramps.
Are you suggesting that for me? Maybe I should use that?
You don't get cramps.
Well, you don't know that.
You're a gamer. You just go right through it.
Do you think the spicy mustard is necessary, or do you think the electrolytes took care of it and the spicy mustard was just a quirk?
No, the trainers put it together. He said, the trainers know a lot more than I do, and it worked.
Yes.
Yes. And then Jason Hamill said, I was told, eat potato chips anytime you can to get the salt in your diet so you don't cramp. And he said he would eat bags of chips between innings.
Shay, I would say that the spicy mustard also came with a Frankfurter. It was on the side.
Yeah, mayo in his coffee too, you think? I'm good on the spicy mustard in my drink. I don't think I need that.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Just electrolytes will do it for me.
As you go to Shot or No Shot, could you help me light the prayer circle that I've got going personally?
Oh, wow.
Could you help me?
Yeah, of course.
Can I be in?
You're not interested. It's me. You're not interested. But it is.
Colson Montgomery revitalizes his swing in Arizona.
If it's not Cubs, he's not interested. Especially, but I would say, and by the way, Cap didn't say what was being said out there. Pistons. I have a Pistons ticket to beat the Knicks.
Oh no!
I don't know if this is getting through. I mean, they won yesterday against.
I'll join your prayer circle.
No,
you're my partner.
You're not going against Tom. Tom's a buddy.
But I'm closer to you.
Yeah, but if the Pistons come back and win this series, your friend will be fired. That is just
me?
No,
Cap?
Tom Thibodeau.
That's
where I think Cap's going to have trouble with this. The stakes are too high. Tom Thibodeau will lose his job if the Pistons come back and win this series.
I'm keeping you out of that because you know Tom well. You know Tom better. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I've had a ticket on the Pistons because I was proud to be able to put that out there.
He listens sometimes. He's told me.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if he texted me like in the next 10 minutes? Okay, you're a traitor.
I don't want to do
rooting
that
for his ticket.
I'm not
Tell your idiot producer my job is just fine.
So my purse circle was the Pistons beating the Knicks. Boy, that went down the stretch, by the way. They had two of their key players on the sideline trying to check into the game, and they could not because the Pistons held the ball. Good game for them. But I don't know. I think my ticket is going to be burning here pretty soon.
Yeah, listen, I'll join you. I can root for your ticket. I don't really care who wins the series. I think it's funnier if the Knicks lose. But they are a deeply stupid team that gets away with it because their talent just outshines.
Yeah.
But, man, there have been moments in this series. Karl Anthony Towns, I think it was game 2, didn't touch the basketball in the fourth quarter.
That's correct. I mean,
they just play dumb basketball. And Tibbs going to wear them down. Go play me 42 minutes.
I mean, Brunson and Hart at the end of the game could not get on the floor or score, Cap. So, I mean, that was my prediction before the series started, but I'm very interested in seeing. And I want the Pistons to win just because it's the Knicks. But the second thing is to stick it to the Bulls. There's always a Bulls angle with this. Look at you always hanging around the play-in game, and look at the Pistons from worst to in the playoffs.
And good.
Yes. From undesirable to undeniable in the playoffs.
Because the Bulls refuse to admit they're not good and they're poorly run. They refuse. They're settlers. They are the epitome of what a settler is. We're good. We're playing the play. We're good. The Pistons went, all right, what'd they win? 9 games? 8?
14 last year.
14 last year, but the year before that when they...
Yeah, it was brutal.
Brutal. Not even 10 wins.
And now look at them.
And their owner stepped up. He signed the hot coach, Monty Williams, for $70 million, $78 million. He fired him after 1 year and said, here's your check for $60-some million. Get out.
Yes. That's
so
right.
he's now a high school coach, that guy,
Yep.
Monty Williams, quality human, high school coach. He got $66 million buyout.
Yeah.
Here you go. Get out.
It's the Norling way.
And guess what?
That's right.
They went
See,
from,
it does work.
They went from...
It does. You keep giving examples of it. It's like, you'd never fire that guy. Yes, you will.
Dead
yes,
last.
you will.
2 straight years, made intelligent draft picks, trades, signings. Here they are.
And look at them in the mix.
Competing.
They can knock out the Knicks.
J-Mo, I don't have a sermon ready. I'm sorry. I'll prepare one before game 6 for Hoodie.
I appreciate that. I like to see Detroit advance. Knicks fans lined up at the Garden thinking that they were going to knock it down. No, you lost by 3. Shot or no shot with Shea Norling. Shea?
Dan Wiederer reported yesterday that the Bears missing on running backs throughout the draft wasn't by design. Wiederer said Poles was pushing the gas, working aggressively to trade up in front of New England and get Travion Henderson out of Ohio State. That trade was there until it wasn't, never materialized, and New England wound up getting Travion Henderson 1 pick in front of the Bears. That left the Bears with Kyle Monangai out of Rutgers in the 7th round, and rumors that they will add Nick Chubb. If the running back room ends up as Chubb, Swift, Roschon, and Monangai when camp starts, shot or no shot, Roschon Johnson will be the odd man out.
That is a shot.
That is absolutely a shot.
I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to push Johnson out the door, Cap. I'm just saying that as you upgrade across the board, if you feel like you can get something better at the running back position, and by the way, it has to be solid. I told you yesterday, I still have PTSD on that 3rd and short and 4th and short many times last year where the Bears couldn't get a yard, could not get a half yard because of some strange play call or the lack of execution by the running backs. You got to upgrade that position somehow, Cap. So that is a shot that if Nick Chubb is going to be a Chicago Bear, then Roschon Johnson more than likely will be the odd man out, and Wheeler on the taxi squad.
And they remember we used to have a taxi squad?
Yes.
That was a big deal, Shay. You weren't even a gleam in your mama's eye. They used to have, in the late 70s, early 80s, the Bears would have a taxi squad.
I know my mother listens to this program.
They'd be 5 dudes that begging for an opportunity for $250 a week. They'd be out there getting the crap beaten out.
The taxi squad.
Yeah.
Right. So there you have it, Cap. So I think that is a shot. Shay?
Yesterday, the Cubs escaped disaster. Shota Imanaga left the game with an injury, ended up only being a cramp. Thank God. That didn't stop an extended moment of fear waiting for an injury update. Finally got one, not a big deal. But shot or no shot, this should serve as a reminder to Jed Hoyer, this team must trade for another top-end starter.
That is a shot.
That is, if you're trying to win a World Series, if you're settlers, no. But if they're trying to win a World Series, and I believe that's their stated goal, and Jed told us on opening day, yeah, we've got some dry powder, as they like to call it, in our budget built in to make additions if we're there in July. Right now, as we turn towards May, Today's April 30, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tomorrow's May. They're going to be in first place, A. B, they look really good. If it continues and we get to July, yeah, I think he's going out going, all right, who's up the track that wants to make a trade with me? He's got bullets in the chamber, so to speak, of minor league prospects.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Alcantara and a bunch of dudes on the pitching side. They're not trading Cade Horton. They're just not. Owen Casey, Alcantara, those guys could be part of the deal. Is it Sandy Alcantara that there's the apple of their eye? I don't know. He has not yet pitched consistently as a number one pitcher should. But again, he's what? A year and a half, 2 years removed from Tommy John. Missed all last year. So they're trying to make sure he gets back to that level. That's why he hasn't been traded yet.
Yeah, I believe that's a shot, Shay. But thankfully, when you're trying to figure out what you want to do with your rotation, the offense has come to play. I mean, it's been amazing. Offense from Carson Kelly, the way he played yesterday.
Carson Kelly looks like an all-star.
What?
He's awesome.
I mentioned bottom of the order offense you got from the Cubs here in the month of April, too. I'm like, where is this coming from? So at least you have that. You're riding the crest of good offense while you try to figure out your starting pitching. Tyon Imanaga, Boyd, Ben Brown, Colin Ray. When you say it out loud, it's like, it's just okay. It's like you're just kind of piecemealing it together, but you have to upgrade.
And I heard I think Waddle was saying yesterday, when Cade Horton comes up to the majors, does Ben Brown go to the bullpen? Because that has been rough with Ben Brown as a starter. You talk about inconsistent. I would say that goes on Ben Brown. I would also say, Cap, inconsistency is very generous when discussing Sandy Alcantara right now. He's been awful.
But he had one start, I don't know, a week ago, 10 days ago, where he was really good. Because a friend of mine who was there, he scouted that game. He said, that's the first time in 2 years I've seen him look like he needs to look.
Yeah, against the Reds.
Velocity was
a week
up
ago,
high 90s.
6 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs allowed. Last night against the Dodgers, 2 2/3, 7 hits, 7 runs.
That's why nobody's trading for him yet. That's why the Marlins are holding him, because they can't get the package they want.
Also, against the Phillies 2 weeks ago, 2 innings, 4 hits, 6 runs. Home run allowed, walked 2. He walked 5 last night. His ERA is north of 8.
Right.
He's struggling.
That's why he's not getting traded yet. People are like, well, make him an offer now.
No.
Well, they want the package, rightly so. He's won a Cy Young. And the other teams are like, well, he's not throwing that well.
And also, just say it out loud, Cap. Like, no one's making deals in late April.
They're not, because what does it say to your fan base? And I know last year, Luis Arraez got traded by the Marlins, I believe, to the Padres.
Yes.
That was a one-off. That was a very rare thing. But number one starters, hey, we've got tickets on sale for the next homestand. We just traded our number one starter and our top bullpen guy because the Cubs gave us 2 21-year-olds that we might see in 2 years.
And you're struggling franchise, and you're struggling franchise. You trade your number one. He's got a bobblehead day in June,
right?
And he's already gone.
You also want to be careful not to do what the Orioles did and trade one of your top prospects for Trevor Rogers, who's a gas can, and then you're stuck holding the bag. You don't want to do that.
Right.
Can you sneak in one more?
Yeah, I thought something went a little underreported over the weekend. Talking about NFL draft.
What
Obviously,
did I say?
Monday was a big draft day. It is Cubs related, but the Phillies were in town over the weekend, and Bryce Harper got asked about Kyle Tucker's impending free agency, and Bryce Harper had no problems sharing that the Cubs and Wrigley Field were no doubt his number one destinations when he hit free agency.
That is correct.
The team never even met with him.
That's correct.
Shot or no shot, this story getting out there should only put more pressure on Ricketts to sign Kyle Tucker.
Shot.
And scare Cub fans. And because that's a reality, right? Yes, Cap, you're saying that they will go all in. But you know, Cap, in your heart of hearts, deep in your gullet, that there's going to be other teams that's going to try to outbid the Cubs.
If it gets to free agency, that's why I'm hopeful after, like, All-Star break. All right, we're in first place. I like it here. Let's do this.
Okay, so getting Harper is not as scary as trying to get Ohtani for the money that he wanted. If you're the Cubs, you're not in those sweepstakes. You're not. Sox and Cubs, not in those sweepstakes for Ohtani. But Harper, imagine him at Wrigley Field.
Here's the other underreported thing that you can find it out there. Bryce Harper told one of the reporters of the meetings I took, my favorite meeting was with the White Sox, and the problem there was I had a second meeting with them, and Jerry didn't show. Jerry didn't go to it.
I mean, but he is actually the perfect test case for why owners just need to pony the F up. Because Bryce Harper, when he signed that deal, everybody looked at it and was like, whoa, that is an unbelievable contract. That's a lot of money. You can't pay that to a player. Now he's on a discount.
And he also...
The money only gets larger in sports. Just pay it now.
Go back and read some of the either the transcript or listen to his press conference with the Phillies. He has no opt-outs, none. And he has a no-trade clause. He said, my wife and I are going to build a home here. We want to be part of the community, charitable, the whole deal. Now she just announced they're having their first child, and they are a Philadelphia family. They are. He has a place in Vegas where he grew up as well. But that he said, I'm going to sign, and that's the only place I'm playing.
Jerry would have met the second time with David Eckstein, but he couldn't come up with a second meeting for Bryce Harper.
Yeah, disappointing when I saw that because remember it got leaked that the ribbon board at the atrium at the United Center said, welcome Bryce Harper. Yeah. And somebody screenshotted who was a worker and sent it to me. Dude, did you see this? They had Bryce Harper up there. I'm like, no way. Yes. And then we heard they met with him. Wow. Because I was told that Rick went to Jerry and said, hey, you want to be in on this? What's it going to cost? It's never going to cost that much. That's what it's going to cost. And Jerry said, do it. Let's talk. They met with him. Bryce loved it. His wife wanted to live in Chicago. She loves Chicago. They set up a second meeting, and Jerry did not attend, and that ended it.
Okay. You're going to get aggregated again.
I'm not. That's already out there. That won't aggregate me.
It's already going to be out there, just so you know. You said it. It's going to be out there. We will have Around the NFL and a Waddle Wednesday at 8:35. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's Home for Sports.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's now time to go around the NFL. You're on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Around the NFL is brought to you by Mr. Finance. Yes, build wealth with smarter investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com. Here's Shane Orling. Shane?
All right, it's time to go around the NFC North and the off seasons that these teams have had, why I believe this division is going to be wide open, and it will culminate in a piece of audio from one team that I found rather unbelievable. We'll get to that at the end of this. I want to start, though, Hoodie, with the Minnesota Vikings, who I think did have actually a very nice offseason. They addressed the defensive line, Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave in free agency, addressed interior offensive line with Will Fries, also in free agency. They extended Aaron Jones. They added Jordan Mason at running back, got Donovan Jackson in the first round of the draft as a future tackle. They didn't have many high-round picks. They traded back at one point and acquired some late-round picks where, you know, you take guys who might make the roster, might not. I don't sweat too much over that. The ultimate thing for the Vikings, the biggest question mark, is going to be quarterback play. You've got J.J. McCarthy returning off 2 knee injuries. He hasn't started a game in the NFL yet. It's his second season. And you traded for Sam Howell in the draft, which takes them, I believe, out of the Kirk Cousins running. So there's your quarterback room, J.J. McCarthy and Sam Howell. Does that feel good enough to say that they're a contender in the division?
That is not, because the question was, would Aaron Rodgers follow the path of Brett Favre going from the Jets to the Vikings? And clearly that's not going to be the case. J.J. McCarthy, again, in his first year, Cap, you can't expect the world, even though he does have weapons. But this will be a learning experience for McCarthy, even though he's got Jefferson and Addison and he's got Hockenson as a tight end. It's not automatic that he's going to be great in year one.
When you come back from not one surgery, but 2.
Yeah.
Everyone talked about how intelligent he is, that he would sit in those quarterback meetings last year when he couldn't play. He was on injured reserve. And even Sam Darnold would be like, how did you see that? And they would go through different things. He like, watch the safety here, watch this and watch that, and set this. They said his knowledge is outstanding. That's all well and fine. Is the knee going to hold up? He's never had to take a hit in the National Football League. Let's find out. I was a fan of his in the draft. I wasn't taking him 1-1, but I was a fan of his. I think he's going to be a good player in time. I just don't know about this year.
So we said this about Caleb, about how he's set up to succeed because of how many new weapons he has, a new look offensive line. what you just laid out, Shay, kind of the same thing where McCarthy, look, I don't expect a lot from his arm, but he does have protection on that offensive line. So if nothing else, he has that.
Yeah.
But the rest of it, I don't know what that looks like on the next level. I know what it looked like in college, hand the ball off a lot. What does that look like as far as him making a difference at quarterback? I don't know. Not sure that works in year one.
Right, and they added Will Fries on the line, like I mentioned. Donovan Jackson played some guard at Ohio State. He could also kick out and play tackle when Josh Simmons got hurt. This is a ready-built team. Justin Jefferson is in place. Jordan Addison is in place. The running game was elite last year with Aaron Jones, who was back on an extension, 2-year deal. You brought in Jordan Mason. They didn't get Omarion Hampton, but they helped out their offensive line again. And you just kind of look at it and go, if McCarthy's even serviceable, this team should be good. Division winning good, I don't know. And if McCarthy's bad, well, look, if your quarterback's bad, that kind of spells certainty for you in the NFL.
Bad, exactly, you're not going to be a good team.
Yeah, because of what Shay just said, like it's McCarthy and then Sam Howell. You don't even have a good veteran backup behind him. Then it's Brett Rippon.
Yeah, I'm okay with Sam Howell as a backup. He's more accomplished than Tyson Bagent. I'm not saying Tyson won't be a better player
in time. Of a bitch. How dare you say that about Tyson Bagent?
Sam Howell.
He's 2-2.
Right, but Sam Howell has started. I'm not telling you he's a starting level player. I'm just telling you as a backup, he's a decent backup.
All right, take your headphones off. We're going to battle. Let's go. How dare you say that about Tyson Bagent?
He was a 4,000-yard passer once upon a time, Sam Howell. It only took him 800 pass attempts, but he did get to 4,000 yards.
So that's McCarthy. Will he be able to work well with this team? Again, a good offense.
And I love their coach.
Line.
Love their coach.
Or the other way. All right, what about the next team?
Packers, kind of a weird offseason for me. A lot of margin adds. They added Mecole Hardman and first-round selection Matthew Golden, as well as third-round selection Savion Williams, kid out of TCU, had some real explosive plays in college. Problem, they added 3 wide receivers to a receiver room that was already crowded. With Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson and Jaden Reed, they don't have a true number one. I still don't know if they have a true number one. Is Matthew Golden going to hit the field and be a number one receiver in the NFL? We'll find out quick because that's kind of the way that position works.
Yeah.
They did solidify guard Jordan Banks. But again, the question for this team, is Jordan Love really a franchise quarterback? He's got to bounce back, and the season will go as he does. If he keeps throwing interceptions, the rate that he's thrown interceptions his first couple seasons,
he wasn't healthy last year. He came back quicker than most thought from the knee. Remember, he got sacked, and he was out 2 weeks with the knee. But they said he struggled to move all season long. I would think he's going to come in healthy. I think, as I said to you, pretty good kid. I'm not telling you he's Patrick Mahomes, but he's getting paid like that. He better be good.
I personally don't like, and again, everyone has a different draft philosophy. Maybe it's just the best available, Shay. I think they kind of like the Bears, a little bit too much on the offensive side. You mentioned those wide receivers that they were able to draft early at round 1 and round 3. I think they should have been able to get more on their defensive line, personally, so their depth. I guess it's fine for what they want to do. I'm just saying that it's pretty heavy on the offensive side. You want to help Jordan Love, sure, but what about the other side? I thought it was a little too heavy offensively.
Yeah, I think taking 2 wide receivers was a bit of a head-scratcher when they already have as many as they have. And I'm not saying they're good. And a part of it is Christian Watson insurance because Christian Watson can't stay healthy. But that is a very crowded room now, and you're not going to carry 6 wide receivers or 7 wide receivers that are going to play regularly. So I just wonder who falls onto the cutting room floor. Maybe, Bo Melton's not a big deal. Romeo Doubs isn't a big deal, but it's a lot of investment there. Their defense is good. Xavier McKinney, Kenny Clark, Jair Alexander, they have players. But I agree. I would have invested more in depth on that side of the football.
That's in secondary. All right, one more team.
Yeah, the Lions, who are the favorite to win it. They won it last year, 15-2 season, best year in franchise history, and had a fine offseason. It's all like don't love with them. To me, it was meh. And it was a refusal to go all in. And that was solidified yesterday. I heard Brad Holmes do a radio interview, 97 won the ticket in Detroit, where he was asked about the inability to get an edge rusher to play opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And he said something I couldn't believe.
Well, I have felt like ever since we have acquired Aiden Hutchinson, as great of a player he is, I always felt like the fan base is almost mad. Like, they're mad because we have Aiden Hutchinson. Because now he's so good. Well, why don't you have two of them?
Nobody's asking for another Aiden Hutchinson. They're asking for Aiden Hutchinson to have some help. They're asking him not to have a dead body play opposite at edge rusher. This just reeked of arrogance yesterday, and I think when arrogance takes root, that is usually not a good thing.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was asking for another Aiden Hutchinson. Here's the hope, Tommy, that we've had general managers go wild, right? You got Brandon Beane in Buffalo. You've got Holmes going after the fan base. Hopefully, when we have Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Bears, on tomorrow at 8 a.m., that he doesn't go after Kap and I.
You're the guys that wanted this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely. I'm hoping for that. I hope he absolutely puts a foot in your guys' rear end. Blames you guys for the 15 wins in 3 years? It's your fault, Jonathan.
I mean, GMs have been going wild here. Bean says what he wants to say in Buffalo. Like, wow.
I loved when Brandon Beane went at those guys. Loved it.
Yeah, you guys have been clamoring for me to get some weapons for our new quarterback. Well, here you go. Shut up.
Yeah, Brandon Beane, when he said, I was just listening to you guys while I was on hold off the air, and you guys are upset with the offense, and we did this and that. He said, we led the NFL in scoring. Yeah. And by the way, you're the same two guys that wanted Josh Rosen over Josh Allen.
You know, it's funny.
Loved it.
Carm went through the list early in their show yesterday. Like, they've been to the playoffs, I think, 6 straight years, like with 10-6, 11-5, and then when it went to a 17-game schedule, it was like 11-6, 13-4. Like, I would love to have that issue because you've never been to a Super Bowl and you've never won a Super Bowl. I'd love to bitch and moan about 6 straight seasons going to the postseason.
I've heard certain people, I will let them remain nameless, that when they lost to the Chiefs, he thought Sean McDermott should be fired.
No, I said I would move on. You got Joe Brady in place. It's been consistent for them. They haven't lost because of their quarterback. He ranks number
They
one.
lost in the AFC title game on maybe a bad call. What are you doing?
Wasn't it the divisional round?
Yeah.
I will say that.
Was it the AFC title? No, but it's Cap. It's their defense is always the problem. Josh Allen has played almost perfect football. He ranks at the top of the league with Mahomes.
You're not firing Sean McDermott
all
losing
playoff performance. He's number one all time in playoff touchdown to interception ratio.
I will say this: once you raise the bar, which is what the Bills have done, then I can understand a fan base saying, "Come on now, let's get over the top." And whether you're concerned about them not having enough this or enough that. I'm just saying I want to get to that point and then be a crusty old complainer talking about we can't get somewhere. I want to go 6 straight seasons with a winning record and getting to the postseason.
It was like the Knicks. They could never get by Michael. Yeah. Indiana could never get by Michael.
Yeah, if I was those broadcasters in Buffalo, if Brandon Beane goes back and barks at me, I'd go, hey, what's it like catching that bouquet in the wedding all the time?
I'll tell you.
How's it like being a bridesmaid every year?
This is why I'm talking about the Lions the way that I am, because they are clearly interested in extending their window as long as possible and being good for a long time rather than going all in right now and winning right now. Ask the 49ers how it went, extending their window as long as possible.
Well, the Bean clapback, too, makes sense because, as you guys said, they led the league scoring 37 points per game. So the offense hasn't been the issue most of the time.
Right.
All right, and that is Around the NFL, brought to you by BrandonMrFinance.com. Coming up, we will have a Waddle Wednesday with Tommy. That's coming up next on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
If the amazing regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics provided relief for former pro football player Bobby Carpenter, imagine the potential for your aching joints.
So my knee had been bothering me for a while. I played football for a number of years. I looked at talking to some doctors where I need to potentially have surgery, and I decided hey, let's check out QC Kinetics. I go in there and they look at the knee. Hey, here's the program that we can put you through.
That treatment takes your body's own healing properties and concentrates them at the root of the pain. No surgery or downtime.
The best part was there's no recovery until one day I felt hey, this feels like my old self again. I feel better. It's helped me. It's helped my dad. Hopefully it will help you in the same way. My message to them is do not wait. So you can go out and play golf and do the things that you love and enjoy.
Take it from Bobby Carpenter. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox opened a 6-game homestand Tuesday night with a 7-2 loss to Milwaukee. The Sox got consecutive homers from Andrew Benintendi and Luis Robert Jr. in the first to take the lead, but were stymied the rest of the way by Freddie Peralta and company. Tonight, Shane Smith, who was plucked from the Brewers minor league system in the Rule 5 draft, will start for the Sox at 6:40 p.m. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, uniting the legacy of Chicago's iconic teams, the White Sox and Bulls. This look honors the city's impact on the diamond and the court. See the debut this Friday, May 2nd, as the White Sox welcome in the Astros at 6:40 p.m. Shop the full collection now at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
The playoffs are in full swing. You can get in all the action with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It is a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app as we go to the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Oh, just dandy.
Morning, Tommy. Let me tell you something, Tommy. The running game for the Bears has to change. It's got to change, okay? Because I was telling Kap, I said, I still got this PTSD, man. Mm-hmm. 3rd down, 4th down, couldn't get an inch, couldn't get a yard. That's just BS. I'd love to know what's on the mind of Ben Johnson as far as what he looks at as far as the running game for the future.
Yeah, it's funny because I heard a lot of people talk about the we talked about it a little bit yesterday that the Bears were very interested in Trevion Henderson, which, made you didn't get him because the Patriots were ahead of you. But
that was their guy.
Yeah, he was my guy too, Cap.
Same here. I loved him in that blocking video that Albert Breer tweeted.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm like, get me that dude.
Yeah, that just tells you his want to, and that's a great attribute to have. But I think even more important is put on the tape and watch him just pull away from people once he gets into the open field. So I thought he was the guy that most closely resembled or compared to Jahmyr Gibbs, somebody obviously that Ben Johnson worked with last year, but he was gone. I look at the group now that they have, and I said this after the draft. I wouldn't be shocked if they added a veteran guy. I know J.K. Dobbins is still out there. They put a tag on him, but that doesn't mean you can't sign him. He had a good year last year, got hurt at the end, I believe. Nick Chubb's been rumored to get there. I heard what you said earlier, Jonathan. I don't know if there's an odd man out. I think it's probably Roschon. I just don't know how he fits into this offense and this style. Played hard, but had some concussion issues, and I don't think he's got that quick burst or does some of the things that this offense is going to ask of a running back. So, look, you gave money to DeAndre Swift. Now you're going to have a better line in front of him and a better play caller and game planner. So let's see him earn his money.
Tommy, as you look at their defense, my fine brother in broadcasting and family member Jonathan Hood to my left, a bit triggered that they did not address the defensive line as much as he would like. They did spend $48 million on Dio. They did use a high second-round pick on Shamar Turner. Do you feel they have enough there if they get push up the middle with Billings back that they can make plays in terms of getting the quarterback on the ground?
I share Jonathan's concern. But again, we're looking at this kind of big picture, and yes, the additions that you just recited will make things better. But at the end of the day, I think Shea's the one that I've heard consistently talk about the lack of win rate from their pass rush collectively and how bad it ranks. And I'm not sure that what you've done in the offseason and adding Dennis Allen is going to materially, change that. Hence the reason, guys, why I personally still have not closed the door on a deal with the Bengals to acquire Trey Hendrickson. So I know that Cap, you probably don't want to ride on that bandwagon with me, but
No, it's not that I don't ride on that bandwagon. I don't know how you're going to make it work financially, and I know teams like the Eagles, they find a way. So if there's a way, do it. But I would have thought if the Bengals were going to trade Trey Hendrickson, it would have been for draft capital this year.
Well, the Bengals do things that the Bengals only do. So I'm not so sure what's going on in their building right now.
Mm-hmm.
But knowing Ryan Poles is an aggressive general manager, my hope would be is he still keeps an open line of communication with Duke Tobin in Cincinnati.
That'd be awesome.
Hey, could you tell us a little bit about Ozzie Trapillo? Because I made him a lot more Latin than he should have been, as I call him Trapillo. Hey, this Trapillo, let me tell you.
Yeah.
But Trapillo, as Waddle helped us out with that. Tell us about him, because I see a monster. Boy, if that works, that is amazing size on the offensive line.
Yeah, he's huge. He's 6'8". He's taller than his dad. I played with his dad, Steve. Steve was a fantastic player for us. He's the guy, if you ever see the picture, and this was the year before I got there, this from the Miami game where Doug Flutie throws the Hail Mary to Gerard Phelan. Mm-hmm. When you see Doug is being held up by one of his offensive linemen, that's Steve. That was Ozzie's late father, who passed away, I want to say 20 years ago. But Steve was a fabulous offensive lineman. He was drafted, I think, in the 4th or 5th round by the Saints and played there for 5 or 6 years and then had some injuries. It runs in the family. Now, Steve was not nearly as tall as Ozzie. I think Steve was 6'4", maybe just under 6'5". Ozzie's 6'8". He's played both sides. He has excelled on the right side. But I don't think that, Jonathan, that you draft a kid at whatever number it was. What was it, 66 or 62, or wherever they drafted him, or 56. I don't think you draft someone that high and he's just a swing guy. My hope would be that you find a way to project him as someone who's at least going to compete for a starting spot.
In terms of looking at their wide receiver room, and I know they wanted to, and I believe they would not have taken the kid Luther Burden out of Missouri had Travion Henderson still be on the board one pick later. Do you like what he does, or is he actually a very reasonable facsimile of DJ Moore?
It's funny. I both. I do like him, but you put on the tape and it's basically DJ in a Missouri uniform.
Yeah.
Same size, same kind of player. I have not seen enough tape of Burden. I have to go back and look at him in terms of running all of the routes on the route tree. A lot of the stuff that I saw him do and do very well was screen passes, slot fades, and some deep work posts and 9 routes. But Ben Johnson says he's got the quick twitch that can get him in and out of different routes and everything else. I thought it was really interesting, guys, the comments that Ben Johnson had to, after the draft, that basically, hey, look, there's no depth chart. That everybody you want to play, you're going to have to compete. I don't think that was a shot across the bow at Cole Kmet because they drafted Colston Loveland or DJ Moore because they drafted Luther Burden. I think what he basically said was we're going to use all of these guys, and those of you who rise to the top are going to get more reps than the other guys. And I thought I was talking to some people and say, wow, some of the comments and some of the drafts means that they're looking to move on from Cole Kmet or DJ Moore or that they're putting them on notice. Well, first of all, both of those guys were definitely respected by the team because they were both given handsome contract extensions. So anyone thinking that they may have been disrespected by the drafting of these two other guys, I think those folks would be sorely mistaken. And I don't necessarily, guys, think that they drafted their replacements in the here and now. Maybe those guys ultimately take over the roles next year or the year after of the guys that currently fill it. I think they're just adding guys to the mix, and they're going to want to play with them. I want to see Cole Kmet in a Ben Johnson offense working with Colston Loveland. I told you guys several weeks ago I was more interested in Loveland than I was Warren because I thought he meshed with Cole. He fit with Cole more seamlessly than the other guy. I want to see what Luther Burden can do in a 3 wide receiver set with Rome and DJ Moore. So I think it can be a little bit of both. Ultimately, do these guys take on a bigger role going forward with some of the guys that they'll be sharing the huddle with? Maybe. But right now, I think this was more about adding more assets to the huddle for Ben Johnson to work with.
Jordan Hudson or Yoko Ono? We talk about it next on Kap J Hood.
Good morning to you. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying it, inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy Kap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snowmelt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and it is Derby time, one of my favorite times of the year, and I will be at one of my favorite places, Fat Poor Tap Works in Lincolnwood, to watch the first leg of the Triple Crown this Saturday. It is the greatest 2 minutes in sports, and we'll be glued to the flat screens to watch the Thoroughbreds run. Join me Saturday afternoon for a Derby party. I'm going to join the Fat Poor Tap Works party about 4:30, and we'll enjoy pimento cheese dip, mint juleps, and, of course, the race. So wear your Derby gear, and I will see you at Fat Poor Lincolnwood Saturday at 4:30, and please drink responsibly.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Mother's Day is almost here, and if you've been thinking about all the times your mom went out of her way to make you happy, return the favor with a bouquet from the Books Company. And you can get 25% off your order so you can send some happiness too. Books aren't just any flowers. I mean, they're flowers and they're cut fresh from their best farms. So they're bigger and brighter and they last way longer. Some even grow on the side of a volcano. Can you believe that? Wow, Mom, with a bright, happy bouquet. Or go to Books Flower subscription so she gets fresh blooms. A major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. Pick out your bouquet, deliver date, and it's done. So Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use the promo code CANTY, C-A-N-T-Y, for 25% off. It's Books, BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Many more.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Waddle Wednesday here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tommy, we got to break this thing down with Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson. All right.
Oh, God.
Okay, so we saw her on CBS this morning. That's on the morning show, by the way, on Sunday. That's your age, Kap. That's your age, 60 or over. Get a cup of coffee, watch Charles Kuralt.
I was not watching.
Try to win a ball game.
My coffee is I grab a cup of coffee and find a way to win a baseball game.
But there's Charles Kuralt, or whoever is doing that interview.
Gosh.
And so there it is, Bill Belichick in his Holy Navy sweatshirt, which we've seen before.
What was that?
Well, he always does that. He's been doing it for 20 years.
Okay, wearing the Navy thing, okay, your dad was the coach there and all that. That's cool. The big hole on the side and the front of the shoulder. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing?
That's his brand. And don't tell me he's not playing into it. That is to me, that is intended behavior.
So here's I'm going to draw a line here, Tommy, for the first time ever. Kap, Tommy, I think Bill Belichick's got it good. So good that he's allowing Jordan Hudson to run his life. It must be good. That's all I'm going to say. That fair, Kap? Clearly. Because Bill is a guy that is a control freak to the nth degree.
Yeah.
And now Jordan Hudson has an opportunity to get on his emails and kind of help run the football operation. I think there's a little whippage there.
Yeah, it's either good or, as I think Silvy referenced, he may need a well-being check. Silvy's wondered whether or not the other day that he finds himself in a Russell, or what was who Who was the workout guy?
The guy with the
Simmons.
curly hair, Richard
Yeah,
Simmons.
yeah.
Richard Simmons.
Well, Maggie Kelly said it's elder abuse.
Yeah, like Richard Simmons, I think, there was, alleged that whoever was his handler or someone who helped with him had basically had him under their control. So we're like, blink twice, Bill, if you need help.
Well, and apparently North Carolina people are somewhere between concerned and pissed. Concerned because he's a noted tyrant, and apparently she's calling a lot of the shots, even football shots. Like in the interview, there were football questions that she was cutting him off. And then pissed because you're the head coach at North Carolina. Why are you branded Navy on CBS Sunday morning?
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean,
she also, I think, didn't she posted an email that he sent to people that was not meant for the public about the book and why he was doing it and all the other stuff.
That's correct.
Look, I haven't followed this close enough. I'm not interested in it, to be frank, because it is a little weird to me. I have 3 daughters that are older than his girlfriend.
that's something, man.
Yeah.
This is a football silver alert, I think, for Bill Belichick. I saw
somebody's at the door.
Yeah.
It's one of the daughters, and they're with an older man.
That's
I'd like you to
fine,
meet
but
my
the difference-
boyfriend. He's 73.
The difference between 70 and 24, I'm just speaking for me, would be a little bit difficult to comprehend.
Yes.
Trying to be kind here.
Yes. No, it's a weird conversation. What do you have in common?
That's it, Jonathan. I don't have any idea. I don't have any idea what the two of them can have in common. Maybe she likes sweatshirts with holes in them as well. I don't know.
Well, it becomes convenient when the hole's in his sweatshirt, of course. But nonetheless, it's always that.
Maybe that's what Bill's drawn to. I have no idea.
Well, I think we can see what he's drawn to. I mean, we see
That's
that.
fair.
I mean, I think it's very clear with Jordan Hudson, the Yoko Ono of the UNC program, what's happening here. I'm just saying that Bill's quirky anyway, but to put your full he didn't have trust in Elliott Wolf, but he's got trust in Jordan Hudson. That says a lot, though. So I think that it must be pretty good, Cap. I mean, after all being pent up for 20 years in the office and finally get someone that he really can be a soulmate, now he's just letting loose.
Tommy, there was a quote where she said, I don't understand. I go to spring practice, and all of a sudden, I'm all over the news. And I said, well, I was showing that to my wife. She's like, well, wearing the stiletto thigh-high boots with the mini skirt going on the field
She knew exactly
might
what
not
she
be
was
a
doing.
good look.
Well, she knew what she was doing. Like, that's just, she's, the attention is, look, to each their own, I guess, at the end of the day. As long as nobody's getting hurt here, you go be you go do you, however you want to do you. If I am North Carolina, as Shay's saying, like, if I'm the football program, in fact, if, like, the chancellor wants to talk to Bill and have a meeting that is athletic or football related and she's part of the meeting, that I would, I don't know why that is necessary.
Remember when Bill said the job that he was hoping to hear from an NFL team was the Bears? He wanted to talk to the Bears when they fired Matt Eberflus, and obviously that never happened. Can you imagine what we all would have to deal with? Carm, good kid, you, Sylvie, me, Hoodie, Black Abdallah, every day if Jordan Hudson was ensconced up at Hallis Hall?
I am so thrilled that Ben Johnson is our football coach.
Oh, God. Ryan Poles has to grab his coffee and go, thank God we didn't interview that dude, and he ended up swaying us.
Yeah, it's one of the weirder turns in recent sports history from my perspective. But
holy
I mean, could you imagine the rants I would have on a Monday morning after a Bears loss? Hey, Coach, get off the mermaid and get back in the playbook. You son of a bitch.
Bill Belichick joins us here on Kap J Hood.
312.
Coach, was it you that decided to challenge there, or was that Jordan?
We've just programmed Charlotte radio for the fall.
Oh, no doubt.
By the way, I have the email that she released.
Oh, my God.
I don't think this is fantastic, but it will probably hype the book, which is clearly the ongoing theme here. This is about what I expected from the media. We went through how important it was for me to put I effed up in the book. And, of course, that is the feature of this article, which is mostly about admitting mistakes and talking about a Super Bowl mistake, blah, 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 blah. I will say again, I want this book to be presented as a look at my professional life and how I did my job. ends it by saying, I have at times reluctantly gone along with the title, cover, and language. I am not going to be the conductor of a hype train in the book promotion. I hope we can get on the same page of promoting the book authentically. Thanks, BB. Guarantee you she wrote that.
I have no idea. I got to be honest with you, too. Like, I'm not interested in it. I'm kind of creeped out by all of it.
It is creepy.
It's like some people like to watch train wrecks like that. I don't.
That doesn't end well.
No.
It does not.
You know what? I was more interested in watching Tibbs keep two of his best players on the side of the court during crunch time.
Yes.
I'm like, usually Tibbs has got them out there for 50 minutes. This time he had Brunson and Hart sitting on the sidelines.
Will she join him on the North Carolina coaches shows?
Shay, I would think that's very likely.
Coach, why'd you go for that fourth down? We're not talking about that.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine her chiming in? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the UNC football show with Bill Belichick, brought to you by Bojangles. Coach, how are you? Bojangles chicken, yes.
Brought to you by Cookout.
An 8-piece and a sweet tea.
Brought to you by Chuck E. Cheese, for Christ's sake.
Remember I told you when I was in Jacksonville, Alabama, with the UIC Flames, I told you, Tommy, it's like I went down to the went downstairs, went to the desk and say, ma'am, I was looking for the bottled water. You got any water? Now, honey, but we got sweet tea. And she pulled one out from underneath the desk. I think it was her own. I said, you don't have bottled water here? Nope, but we got sweet tea.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Nothing like the South.
Yeah, I got a sweet tea at 11:30 at night, just what I need to do to put me to sleep.
Tommy, as always,
Have
we appreciate
a great day, kid.
See you, fellas.
There's Tommy Waddle
on the Yingling Highway.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Pick up where we left off talking with Tommy about the running back situation for the Chicago Bears. We have an analyst that agrees with us about the upgrade of the running back position. That's in 2 minutes right here on Kap and J Hood.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200-plus commercial features and 70-plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Che, we've got Jay Moore, and we've got you here on this Waddle Wednesday. Thanks so much for being part of the show. Also, watch our show on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. But before we talk about the Bears, we should mention that there is a move made by the Cubs.
Chris Flexen has been recalled from AAA Iowa. He pitched the entire season with the White Sox last year, and he didn't throw the ball bad. If you go back and look at his analytics, not bad on a team that lost 121 games.
No run support.
He had no run support, not great defense behind him, and so he has to be activated. He has no corresponding move yet, according to Jesse. He has to be activated by tomorrow, or he can opt for free agency. And the Dodgers just put Tyler Glasnow on the injured list. Mm-hmm. Not good. Tyler Glasnow was removed from his start against the Pirates on Sunday. Shoulder discomfort. That's not good. Mm-hmm. So he goes to the IL. They have Yamamoto, Sasaki, Dustin May still healthy. They're hoping to get Tony Gonsolin back. Blake Snell is on with the IL with shoulder inflammation. Kershaw can't pitch until late May. Ohtani has not even been throwing other than fastballs. They are in a world of hurt. So I would think if Chris Flexen got to free agency, he'd have a job in 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, everyone needs pitching.
Everybody.
Yeah, no matter if you're in the top of the world or in the basement, you need pitching. And for Chris Flexen to be part of this Cubs team, he has plenty of run support, including Seiya Suzuki, who leads the Cubs with a .298 batting average. He's got 6 doubles, 2 triples, 7 homers, 12 walks, and 25 RBIs. Ian Happ is 15 for 42. He's got a homer and 6 RBIs in the last 10 games. So it's a hot-hitting Cubs team in the month of April. So at least he'll have some protection there offensively.
That is correct. So we'll see how it goes. He has to, again, be activated by tomorrow. So follow Jesse Rogers on social media, and you will get it, or listen to him right here, and he'll explain those moves the rest of the day with Carmen Jurko, Waddle Silvy, Black Abdal.
I'd like to remind you that we'll hear from the general manager of the Chicago Bears, Ryan Poles. That'll be at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So Thursday, 8 o'clock, where we have our shot or no shot, Ryan Poles should be checking in with us, and we'll get his thoughts about the draft and what the Bears have done so far.
And I think we should play a special edition of Shot or No Shot with Ryan. We do a few questions from Ryan, shot or no shot, blah, blah, blah. That would be great.
How about that, Shay?
I think we'll just interview Ryan Poles.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to play
too.
it then myself.
Shot or no shot, Ryan? You're happy with the draft. I say that's a shot.
Shot or no shot, you were taking Travion Henderson if he was on the board.
Shot. Now, a fascinating one would be if Kelvin Banks fell from 9 and was sitting there at 10. Yeah. Shot or no shot, you would have taken Kelvin Banks over Colston Loveland. That you should ask that, actually.
I'm going to. But I might ask it a different way. I'll have to think about it.
Well, then it's not shot or no shot. It defeats the purpose of the segment.
No, but it's going to be a shot or no shot. Shot or no shot. I'll come up with how I want to ask it, but I think we play, Ryan, every day at 8 o'clock we do shot or no shot. So we're going to ask you some shot or no shot questions in addition to the interview. We've got them for what, an hour?
Well, that's the hope.
Yes.
Well, that's certainly the hope.
Guys, it's 8:55. I've got to go.
Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
Who's this?
Chicago Bears, man.
This is Chicago Bears, man. How you doing?
So good.
So Ryan Poles will be with us. Put that on the poll, please, at ESPN 1000. Should we play Shot or No Shot with Ryan Poles? See how that comes back. Let's see if we get how many Russian bots are in our system right now, Shay, that will say no to that.
It's all that's left on that website, so we'll see.
Let's see what the Russians say. I think that'll be interesting. And since we're talking about the Bears, Cap, so we heard from Albert Breer yesterday, And we heard from Tommy Waddle on a Waddle Wednesday talking about the running back position.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny, we bring up the name Nick Chubb, and now it's in the ether. It's funny how this show works.
Mm-hmm.
You say a name, and all of a sudden it gets into the bloodstream of people on social media.
Right.
As we know.
We're like, Nick Chubb's still out there. Now he's posting, at least the last 2 days. I haven't checked his Instagram this morning.
Mm-hmm.
But he is posting workout videos. 2 days ago, it was him doing the high hurdles at a local high school.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean high hurdles. Those were not like the things we jumped over in high school.
Right.
And then yesterday, 400 and some pounds, and he is doing a clean, like getting it up to his shoulders, drop it down, pick it up again. I'm like, okay, that dude's strong as an ox. And then what did Albert tell us? One of the best culture guys in the National Football League. Like, everyone loves him in their room.
Mm-hmm.
So, is his knee healthy? The foot certainly looked healthy that he broke last year.
Right.
So, let's see.
I think that that's a good name. And, of course, I would like for Nick Chubb, if he's a Bear, I don't think I'll have any problem with him trying to get a yard. I don't think that'll be a problem, Cap, for him to get a yard or an inch. And so that's not a surprise at all. And also, Cap, can you really be surprised that Nick Chubb's that good? I mean, my God, he's a Georgia Bulldog. Sick him. Of course he's good, Cap.
Very good.
Of course he's good. So that would be a change in the right direction for the Chicago Bears. Are we saying that DeAndre Swift is less than? Well, I think that you could always upgrade positions. And remember, Ben Johnson's already coached DeAndre Swift.
That's right. He had him for a year, right?
Yes.
In Detroit. And then they moved him to the Eagles, and they brought in Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery.
See, this is why I push back on the rhetoric out there about how you can just put anybody back there. As long as you got a good offensive line and a good offense, you can get it done. That's not true. What's true is that, yes, an offensive line matters, but also a running back with vision or shift or power, that matters. Every running back does not have the same skill set. That's why when someone just paints with a broad brush on anything, I always push it to the side. You don't paint with a broad brush on anything. We could joke about it, but when someone is definitive in telling you that, running backs, dime a dozen, mere bag of shells. No, you got to have someone that can actually know the position and execute the position the way you want to. Because if anybody could do it, how come we struggled to get a yard in tight spots last year?
Correct. And I was watching an interview. I don't know, Shay, if you saw this or if you saw this, Hoodie, or Jay Moore. Joe Douglas, the recently fired GM of the Jets, was doing an interview. And they said, give us something that you tried to do while you were there. He said, look, we had Aaron, and I wanted to put as many weapons around him. So in the draft in 23, he said, we're sitting at pick 15, and we're taking a guy who we don't think's going till the mid-20s, and we're getting him. He said, and then Brad Holmes grabbed him at 12. Jahmyr Gibbs. He said, that was our guy. That's who we were taking all along. And bam, the Lions outthought him.
Well, that matters. It matters.
Yes.
We said at the time and ridiculed it when we were downstairs, it's like, why do they need two? Why do they need David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs?
What do they call him there? It's not Thunder and Lightning.
Sonic and Knuckles.
Sonic and Knuckles.
It's perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, so that's what I want for the Chicago Bears. Some things that I thought that the Bears should have addressed, maybe they will address moving forward, running back and the defensive line for the Bears as well. By the way, when it comes to the Bears' win totals, we did not get to this yesterday. There's still Bear remnant that we did not get to, you know.
Yes.
There's some stuff, some nuggets that we did not get to.
A few nuggets.
So you said 10 wins for the Bears. You did say
I said 10-7.
Okay. Are you sticking with that all the way through the offseason here? Or do you have
I'm going to just let it play out and ruminate, and then I'll make my determination. I mean, I don't know what the injury is or the additions are. When we get to August and we make our picks, I will lock it in for the season. But right now, yeah.
And then unlock it in November if things don't go well.
Pretty close.
Matt Miller.
Yeah, this is the team won 5 games last year. Obviously, it's a whole new coaching staff. With the NFC North being very wide open right now, I don't think anyone expects Minnesota to have the year that they had last year. This year, the Packers are still, they're okay. Like they're there. The Lions losing both coordinators, probably going to see a bit of a step back from 15 wins last season. I think the NFC North is pretty wide open right now, and maybe it's as open as it's been in quite some time. On paper, this looks like a 9-win team, 9 or 10 wins. And last year, I know we kind of said the same thing, right? It's like, wow, this roster looks good. We forgot about the coaching staff. Completely forgot to evaluate the coaching staff. And did those people know how to use the talent that they were given? So I look at Chicago now, man, that this roster looks really good.
Shay, it's not open yet on ESPN Bet, is it? Or win totals out yet?
Oh, yeah. 8.5, I believe, is the number.
Is it? On ESPN
It is.
Bet?
It's 8.5.
Is everyone saying that, or is that the prevailing theme? Besides ESPN Bet, is there other sites saying the same thing?
I think it's pretty consensus 8.5.
Yeah. Looks like you're going to jump on that.
The 8.5?
Yeah. Because, everything that they've put together, Cap, if it's less than 8.5, somebody's head's going to roll. Several heads should roll.
Look, if you told me they came out and they went 7-10, would I be disappointed? Yes, deeply disappointed. I don't think there's any changes coming.
You can't be 7-10, man.
It's 8.5 and juiced to under.
Juiced to the under.
Yeah,
that's a tough spot. I mean, that's a 10-win roster, is it not?
I think it is. Yeah. But remember last year, we were all way out over our skis. I apologize again. And then Paulie from Palm Beach called in and said, guys, pound the under.
Sure.
He said, I've got all these clients that are pounding the over. I'm going to laugh all the way to the bank. That's exactly what Paulie in Palm Beach said, and he won a lot.
I would imagine so. I would imagine that if you are Paulie from Palm Beach or whomever, and you know the Chicago Bears, more times than not, you can pound the under because of the underachievement.
Right.
So he happened to roll the dice, and he was right again. Just didn't think it would be gross underachievement, though, the way it was, though.
Yeah, he talked about the O-line back then. He was right on the money. He talked about the lack of confidence in Matthew Eberflus as head coach. He was right on that. And all of a sudden, they were 5-2, and I was literally remembering we're going to 5-2 when we win this game over the Commanders. The Bears scored. I'm watching the game on the plane home from Jamaica, and I went, oh, God, we scored. We're going to go to 5-2. I can't wait till that moron Paulie's going to call in. I'm going to be like, take that, Paulie.
Yeah.
And then the Hail Mary happens, and we lose 10 in a row, and I'm like, Paulie won again.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. The Sharp was able to come through again.
Call the show.
Yeah, just amazing.
Crazy.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap J Hood.
We will rock you.
Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's Home for Sports. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
You know, I don't mess around when it comes to trusted service. Neither does Johnny. And when it's time to handle your home's heating and cooling, I recommend you go with Automatic Mechanical Services. Their motto from their CEO and owner, Steve Stachorek, is we make people comfortable. He tells his staff, that's all I want. Every day, let's make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further and they make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair upfront pricing, no gimmicks, clean, courteous technicians who aren't pushing sales, just real solutions. Trust me, Automatic gets it right. Visit Automatic.com. That is Automatic.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Ballpark Pub in Bridgeport to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
All power, zero compromise. Eagle cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit EgoPowerPlus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's EgoPowerPlus.com.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sitting on the porch, that music's on, Jay Moore. You just know that summer's coming. Watching the grass grow, or if it's my neighbor's grass, the dandelions grow. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle and Silvy at 2:30, right into White Sox baseball to take on the Brewers. I'd like to remind you that our Twitch and YouTube streams are brought to you by the Woodward Reserve. More than a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses. Glad to have you in today. By the way, Kap, there was a story, I'm sure you saw this on the news and on your social media platforms, regarding Kevin Warren speaking about the future home for the Chicago Bears and having a disconnect with the Park District.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that. And as I said, I was dealing with a little bit of a dental issue. And I looked at my phone and I'm like, oh, my partner texted me. And it was Kevin Warren's comments, kind of a shot at the Chicago Park District.
You see,
the city.
This is what happens, Kap, when you want to break up with someone. You see, it's like you have a relationship and it's not working out well. You know you want out of the relationship.
How am I getting out of this?
What do I say? Usually in my spot back in the day, it's like, it's me. It's what I'm going through right now personally. It's not you. Like, I don't want you to have this bad juju that I've got going on right now. So we should just, part. And if you're lonely on a Saturday night, give me a call. No, it would just be one of those things.
After 11.
That's please, because I'm busy before that. Nonetheless, Kap, that's the thing, right? It's the breakup. You see it happening from a mile away, right? We knew this would happen because you and I have our beak in the news. We know how it works with the Park District. We knew how this is going to work. A letter on physical condition of Soldier Field. Funny. In the Warren era, we have not heard one complaint about Soldier Field.
Never.
Now, think about this. Now, for years and years before that, that rugby game, that HBCU game, this thing, this concert, that whatever, right? Tearing up Soldier Field. The Park District has been both non-responsive and slow to correct these issues, and the Bears have not been provided an opportunity to participate in the decision-making regarding which capital improvements and routine maintenance are to be performed. From Kevin Warren.
Interesting.
Not happy with Soldier Field. The conditions, he says. That'll be all.
That'll be all.
See what's happening?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look. You know the breakup was happening, Cap. We called this years ago.
I never, nor have you, ever wavered that they were going to Arlington Heights. It was this. Look, they had to use the city against Arlington Heights to get the tax thing. Great, good move. They were never, ever going to be on the lakefront. Never. Mm-hmm. Friends of the Parks is not just some group of elderly men and women that are hanging out playing pinochle. They run the show.
I believe it's pickleball.
It is pickleball now.
They're not that athletic.
So, Cap, today's date is April 30th. Bears don't play. They'll have their family and friends, like in the summer. Mm-hmm. But the rest of it is regular season. But you decide to put this missive out on April 30th.
Correct. Huh. And if you go back a year ago, I'm sure we've got the audio somewhere in the system. Like the day before the draft. You remember this? Mm-hmm. They dropped the renderings for the Soldier Field project.
Correct.
And now a year later, they're taking shots at them.
Non-responsive and slow to correct these issues. And the Bears have not been provided an opportunity to participate in the decision-making regarding which capital improvements and routine maintenance are to be performed.
Because the stadium is a dump. It is. It is a fact. It's a dump. And when Lori Lightfoot said, we can put a dome on Soldier Field, I said on the air, they would put a dome on a dump. It's a dome dump. That's all it is. No, not going to happen. They're going to build a palatial, beautiful spread in Arlington Heights with all the accoutrements so that you and Michelle get in your luxury vehicle. Mm-hmm. You pull into an indoor parking garage that's heated. You leave your coat in the car. You walk out. Michelle, what do you want to eat today? Well, I want to go to that barbecue place. All right, I want to stop here because they've got a new City Connect jersey I want to get. Mm-hmm. Or whatever they call it. Throwback.
Yeah. See?
Oh, by the way, Jonathan, did you want to make a bet down there? I'd like to have the physical ticket. Yeah, they've got a sports book right here.
We had barbecue last time. Let's have Malnati's this year. Oh, sorry. Malnati's will have a spot. I'll call that too on behalf of Malnati's. They'll have a spot in there too. There they are. There's a spot right there.
Let's go.
Best pizza in town.
Let's go get pizza.
A slice, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, the little carton of cookies that you have there.
Yes.
They're always very good.
Could you deliver the chocolate chip skillet cookie to our seats? Yes. What section are you in?
That's where they're going with this, Cap. Because before, it's playing Beauchage. Yeah, there he was, just saying, like, I want to have this look, when ESPN and when Fox or whatever comes to our town, we want to have that look from the lakefront, again, with the big drone footage right to Soldier Field. We love that.
You could actually film that tonight, put it in the archive.
Yes.
And save it.
This is what they wanted. Remember?
We're in Chicago. You're actually in Arlington Heights.
Yeah, that's all right.
Whatever.
It's all right. It's all right. Listen, I understand, Kevin, what you're doing. You're a businessman. I sniffed it out. I'm a Chicagoan. I know how City Hall works. I know how the state works in Springfield. I understand what's going on. Kevin helicopters into the job just like, well, we really love the lakefront and working with friends. You own the land in Arlington Heights, and it's okay. No shame.
Right.
It's not your fault. You own land in Arlington Heights, and you can't get what you want in the city, so that's why you're going to move out there. You will make money hand over fist 24/7, 365 in Paradise. It's fine.
Correct. There'll be concerts. Oh, wow. Did you see who's coming to town? Where are they playing? Oh, the Bears Stadium.
Absolutely. All the big acts will be there.
Hoodie, I'm off Thursday, Friday, first two rounds of the NCAA tournament. I'm going to watch him in Arlington Heights in front of 70,000.
He's not going to work.
First two rounds at Arlington Heights, maybe a Final Four.
Well, you got to earn your way to the Final Four.
And that's something. That'd be something. Be great for the city. City limits, city area. But
First 2 rounds at Ryan Fieldhouse.
Oh, my. I think that this is the beginning of the end. We just want to point this out because, folks, this show's been telling you this for a while. And if you're a Chicagoan with a wink and a nod, you know what's going on. It's all politics. We know what it is.
It is. There is no. What did Pritzker say? There's no appetite to be funding a stadium. Okay. We'll handle our own business in Arlington Heights.
And with the Bears, that's one story. And now on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
All right, White Sox, now you're on the hotline. What are you going to do about your stadium?
The Arlington Heights White Sox.
The dual purpose.
Be like Oakland.
We're going back to the day. The Browns and the old Indians.
I miss that. That'd be a sign that America's healing. You got a running back crossing a third infield. That'd be beautiful.
Wow.
Like the good old days.
See this weirdo on the other side here. see this who we're working with here? There's the healing of America. Just seeing the dirt infield on a football Sunday.
The skin portion, as they like to
It's
call it.
unbelievable. See this guy here? Look at him.
They have how many acres? 326 acres? Yeah, they could build 5 stadiums.
I can already see Marshall Falk galloping across the dirt infield.
We're going to
Kenny
be that.
Stabler
It's
dropping back to
nostalgic.
pass at Oakland Alameda County Coliseum.
I can't believe we lived through that. You could not get 2 stadiums, so you just put the baseball and the football in the same place. That's amazing. And just as the new mayor of Arlington Heights said when he was elected, I want to have the Sox in. I like to know where those talks are going, those speaks. Are those going with Ryan Zorb?
There's no way he's going to Arlington Heights. You're a South Sider. That would break your heart.
It would not.
Really?
It would not. Shouldn't have been in Bridgeport to start with for the new stadium, for the big blue elephant that they put up in 91. Should have been where at Cabrini, as we talked about.
Would they still go by Southsiders if they play in Arlington Heights? It would kill the branding.
That's fine. Wow. It's fine.
The Southsiders play north of the Northsiders.
That's fine.
Yeah, they would be farther north than the Cubs.
Yeah. That's fine. Seriously, Cap. Time's ticking.
It is.
Okay, so where are you gonna live? Where's the Sox going?
Way south side. Nashville, Tennessee.
I'll be there. And I'll visit your family, check in on your family in Nashville. I'll stop in. Wow. Look who's coming to dinner. It's me. It's Hoodie. Let me in.
Give him a free meal. Come on.
Yes. I know how to get there to see the Sox. If the Sox move to Nashville, the Sox move to Indianapolis, I know how to find them. Absolutely. I just want to know what's going on with this new Sox stadium.
Can they get 81,000 fans? The Savannah Bananas did.
Well, that's a whole different kettle of fish there, man. They are selling out everywhere, the Bananas.
Yeah, they were at Clemson. At Clemson Stadium.
They hit the hill.
Crazy.
They did the hill.
81,000 people at a Savannah Bananas game.
You know they kicked an extra point for more scoring in that game? Do you know that? They kicked through the uprights for points.
Crazy.
At the stadium.
Crazy.
The uprights are still up at the baseball game at Clemson. I saw the highlights. It's
you know
amazing.
they're coming to Rate Field this summer.
They're playing the Sox?
Yeah.
Sox
Not against the Sox.
I was going to say, Sox have no chance.
Yeah,
doing
Savannah
backflips
Bananas
off
are
the mound.
minus 260 on the money line.
Brooks Baldwin takes strike 3, and the pitcher backflipped off the mound to throw it.
No, I'm pretty sure. Brooks Boyer, please text me. I'm pretty sure they're playing not the Sox against them, but the Bananas have a game at Rate Field. It'll be the biggest crowd of the season.
Time now for your White Sox update. I'm Len Casper. The Savannah Bananas beat our White Sox 11-2. Christ on a cross. Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
Wow.
DJ leaves in the third
He
inning.
just drops the headphones. I'm just going to go ahead and just leave. Where are you going, DJ?
Poor Meller and Brendan Riley.
Oh, God.
Time for the White Sox update. I'm Len Casper. The Savannah Bananas beat the White Sox 11-2. They had some random guy with a feathered boa on the mound, 6 innings strong, and did 5 backflips and 6 strikeouts. Meanwhile, you had a solo tally from Luis Robert. White Sox will take on the Bananas for a Game 2 of the series.
There it is.
And watch us split.
Jesus.
The Savannah Bananas will be in Chicago at Rate Field August 15 and 16 this summer. The games will be against the Chicago Firefighters, another team that plays banana ball. Fans interested in purchasing tickets should sign up for a lottery because it's expected to be a complete sellout on the team's website.
Secondary market tickets start at $183, where I'm looking right now.
That is unbelievable.
A solo shot from Luis Robert and Gage Workman, also with an RBI single. Sox lost to the Banana. They'll come back again for Game 2 for us to get our ass kicked again. Andrew Vaughn, 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts against a gimmick team, the Savannah Bananas. Here on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network. Meller?
Damn. Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Brewers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Hey, it's Mitch Lyons from Mitch Lyons Wealth. You've heard our ads about how we protect and grow retirements. You may have even thought about calling. With the stock market in absolute turmoil now, what are you waiting for? Contact us today to schedule a 10-minute, no-pressure call. Find out what we do different that has our clients sleeping easy, and so can you. Get a retirement of steel. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
College athletes who played before 2016 will not get a piece of the $2.8 billion settlement between the NCAA and former players over lost NIL money. A federal judge this week threw out a class action lawsuit filed by former Kansas Jayhawks star Mario Chalmers that argued athletes who played in the 90s and early 2000s deserved a piece of the payout too. The NCAA is awaiting court approval on a settlement to pay the damages only to athletes who played between 2016 and the beginning of the name, image, and likeness deal era in 2021. Too much time has passed for the Chalmers group to be eligible, the judge said, shutting down the players' argument that they're still losing money today from use of their images in things like old game highlights. It's a sign that other groups of pre-2016 players behind similar lawsuits won't get anything from the NCAA either. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
The Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. I'd like to remind you, all of our NFL Draft and Bears coverage is brought to you by the Hard Rock Casino in Northern Indiana. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Kap and Shay, I don't know if you have this in front of you as well, but there is one site that already has their Offensive Rookie of the Year odds out. And so Loveland, the tight end for the Bears, and Shedeur Sanders are tied at 25-1. So
wow. Shedeur Sanders is plus 42,000. Bet 100 to win 42 grand that he'll be MVP.
I could. Can I get a wager on who will have more snaps? Because I would lay a mortgage payment that Colston Loveland will have more snaps than Shedeur Sanders.
That is correct. There's
Yes.
no question about that.
Yes.
Ashton Genty and Cam Ward are plus 250. Travis Hunter plus 550. Watch Travis Hunter now. Just watch him now in this spot. He'll be able to flourish if he concentrates on one position.
Where is he?
What is that?
Where is he in the Defensive Rookie of the Year market?
That's a good question. He is a corner, after all. Is he not?
I wonder if he's a top 3 odds getter on both sides of the football.
That's a good question, or a interesting query. I would say that for my money, Travis Hunter is a corner. He's not playing Bo Scheich, as everyone thinks he's going to be Ohtani out there. That's not possible in the NFL.
But what if he has such a great season on both sides of the ball and win both?
Like gadget guy offensively?
Yeah.
But then be a corner? He's a corner to me. To me.
This is crazy. But if Jay Moore is correct and Travis Hunter is so good on both sides of the ball that he could win both Offensive Rookie and Defensive Rookie of the Year, should he not just win MVP?
Well,
probably.
Yeah, I have to hand that to him.
There's no way he could physically hold up for 17 games playing both ways.
I agree. I've said that before.
Yes, that's if. But Josh Allen would like to have a word a second time. And so would Mahomes.
Correct.
Just saying. So as I give you this, Kap, if I just said first, and I know you haven't put any money on it, if I just tell you, Kap, Cam Ward, the number 1 pick, and Ashton Genty, who went to the Raiders, are plus 250. Wouldn't you think the value is at Travis Hunter at plus 550? I think Cam Ward's fine. I think Genty will run the football fine. I just think that Hunter's going to be spectacular.
Who won Rookie of the Year this past year?
Jaden Daniels.
Because Brock Bowers had to be close.
Cam Ward won't be
I
that.
don't think. It's a quarterback award. It is what it is. If Cam Ward's any good, he will win Offensive Rookie of the Year. If he's not, it'll be somebody else.
Okay, who's winning it if he doesn't win it? Well, it's not going to be a quarterback.
Well, I just laid, Kap, over on this side, I just laid out for you a couple of guys.
Yeah, but I'm looking for more odds.
Okay.
Where's Ted McMillan at?
So Ted McMillan's 13-1.
What about Colston Loveland?
Well, that's how we started the segment, if you
Right,
recall.
but what's the number again?
25-1 with Shedeur Sanders. That's how we started this thing. Remember?
Okay, 25-1. What? And did you read the number on Genty? He's 250 plus 250. You said.
You want to rewind this?
let me just.
Wait, what did you say? Plus 250.
Kap, I don't know if you saw this or not, but they have the Offensive Rookie of the Year odds out. And so it's interesting that Ashton Genty and Cam Ward are plus 250.
Both are 250.
Followed by Travis Hunter at plus 550. Kap,
I need more odds.
I'm thinking I'll get there, but I'm going to go back to how I started this. Kap, if Travis Hunter is any good, do you think that Travis Hunter could possibly be Rookie of the Year? I mean, Cam Ward's okay, but Travis Hunter could be really dynamic at plus 550.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, Ted McMillan's 13-1, who doesn't watch film.
I'm going to say no.
Okay. Then we have Omarion Hampton, the other running back that we talked about a lot here in the draft, 15-1.
And where did he go in the draft? Chargers?
Yes.
Chargers got him, and they have a pretty good team.
Harbaugh's going to run him.
He's going to run the ball. They let go of J.K. Dobbins. I think Omarion Hampton is actually a very good play. He's, 15-1?
Yes.
That's probably where I'd put
this is an exercise of people. you got to listen now. Cap listens to nothing I say. I mean, I just laid it out for you.
I just can't keep all the numbers straight.
I just want you to put money on this stuff.
I'm going to put it on O'Marion Hampton.
I would angle Ted McMillan. I would never bet Colston Loveland. Reason being, I don't think he gets enough targets.
Yeah, that's why I'm betting O'Marion Hampton.
Brock Bowers got 150 targets to get to 1,100 yards, and he didn't win it. Granted, there was a good quarterback, but I still don't know that he would have because Malik Neighbors had better receiving numbers. So I just, if you're talking about a team that's kind of barren at the wide receiver position, Carolina,
yes,
has a quarterback with some upside, Bryce Young,
yes,
has an interesting play caller. I kind of like Ted McMillan if I can get 13-1 odds on it. Can I talk you into Ted McMillan getting 140 targets?
No.
Now, if the Giants or the Raiders went to the NFC title game, you think the position to be a little different with the Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Well, the voting is done before when the regular season ends. Playoffs do not matter.
Okay.
So it's what he does in the regular season. I don't think those are going to be great teams. I'm going to bet O'Marion Hampton because he's going to a coach who runs the football.
Yeah.
They got offensive linemen. They got 2 bookend tackles. They're good. Yeah, I'm going O'Marion Hampton. That would be who I would bet.
Here's your problem with Hampton. Will he be better than Genty?
Genty's going to be on a lousy team, in my opinion.
So they'll hand him the football a lot, and he'll run all over it.
It's Carroll, you know.
Like, if I were betting a running back, it would just have to be Genty.
I'm not betting him.
I can't talk. I'm not either because the value's not good enough. But I feel like I'm lighting a ticket on fire betting Hampton because he has to be better than Genty.
He could be.
So Trevion Henderson, Quinshawn Judkins, and Tyler Shuck, 20-1.
Trevion Henderson. Yeah.
And then Matthew Golden is 22-1.
I got to have a guy who goes to a decent to good team.
Matthew Golden.
Trevion Henderson's on a lousy team, the Patriots. Lousy.
Cap, you want to make a deal right now with me? Instead of us betting this with a bookie and trying to get a big payout, you want to have a little fun?
Yeah, sure.
If Ted McMillan wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, you take me to dinner. Mm-hmm. If O'Marion Hampton wins it, I take you to dinner. If someone else wins it, no bet.
Done.
And I put my beak in it and say that Travis Hunter at plus 550 will get there.
That's your pick.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good value.
But he's going to be more of a corner than a receiver, correct?
Not sure.
I'm not sure.
Because what was said was he talked to both coordinators when they draft him. So,
yeah, I don't know.
So the 2 guys at the top are plus 250.
Yeah.
550 on
Hunter.
Travis Hunter. And I'm getting O'Marion Hampton at like 15 to 1.
Yeah.
I'm taking him.
I should add, by the way, that Jackson Dart is along with Colston Loveland and Shedeur Sanders at 25-1. I don't think much of Jackson Dart at all. I do not. I don't think that's going to work. I just don't think he's any good.
Your Giants are thrilled to have him.
I get it.
He also probably won't start because they brought in Russell Wilson.
That's correct.
So, I mean, maybe a year of seasoning helps because Wilson will not last all 17 games.
The advantage you get with Cam Ward is at least he's going to start. And at least it's on a team that does have some pieces in place. Like he'll have Calvin Ridley to throw the football to. But you will get no value betting him. Plus 250 for a year-long bet. You're telling me I'm going to give the book an interest-free loan for the next 9 months on a plus 250 bet? I'm good.
Colston Loveland would have to leave Cole Kmet in the dust for him to even get this award. I mean,
he'd have to basically leave DJ Moore and Roma Dunze in the dust, too.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the top receivers for this Bears team. What'd you say, Jay Moore? What is it?
According to the depth chart, he has a head start.
The depth chart in front of me, yes, has Colston Loveland as TE1.
To win it, I think he would have to lead the Bears in targets. Like, he would have to get north of 150 targets if you want to win this award. Because you can't just leave the players on your team in the dust. You also have to be better than Ted McMillan and Ashton Genty and O'Marion Hampton and all these other guys who are offensive weaponry. Travis Hunter. Like, you have to be the best player on your team and also better than all these other rookies.
By the way, speaking of Shedeur Sanders at 25-1 cap, Shedeur Sanders is top 3 in jersey sales.
That's insane.
Even though he doesn't have a number.
They were blackballing him, though, Hoodie. The league was blackballing their marketing golden goose.
I love the idea, by the way, that you'd be top 3 in jersey sales over the last 7 days when he's got no number. It's like they're buying Sanders 0-0.
brother.
Because he's got, well, there's that.
How does that work? You just is that like reserving a ticket? You buy the jersey, and then when he gets the number and they print the jerseys, they mail them to you. So you'll see that jersey from Fanatics in 4 months.
Right. As soon as he gets a number. All right, I got you down, Cap. Got you down for
Omarion Hampton.
Omarion Hampton.
That's correct.
Running back. You know Harbaugh's going to utilize him. That's for sure.
That is correct.
All right, we've got the Kap and J Hood cut of the day. That's coming up next, right here on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. It's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, is selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200 plus commercial features and 70 plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Kap and J Hood are back.
First-time caller, huge fan of your guys' show.
Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
And now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
God, I wish the stuff that went on off the air could go on. This guy's hilarious.
Put you back into it.
Funniest dude in America, Jonathan Hood. And our Kap and J Hood cut of the day brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse, J-Board. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Can you imagine what we all would have to deal with Carm, good kid, you, Silvy, me, Hoodie, Black Abdallah. Every day, if Jordan Hudson was ensconced up at Hallis Hall.
I'm so thrilled that Ben Johnson is our football coach.
Oh, God. Ryan Poles has to grab his coffee and go, thank God we didn't interview that dude, and he ended up swaying us.
Yeah, it's one of the weirder turns in recent sports history from my perspective. But
holy
I mean, could you imagine the rants I would have on a Monday morning after a Bears loss? Hey, Coach, get off the mermaid and get back in the playbook. You son of a bitch.
Bill Belichick joins us here on Kap J Hood.
312.
Coach, was it you that decided to challenge there, or was that Jordan?
We've just programmed Charlotte radio for the fall.
I got to be honest with you, too. Like, I'm not interested in it. I'm kind of creeped out by all of it.
It is creepy.
It's like some people like to watch train wrecks like that. I don't.
That doesn't end well.
No.
It does not.
No.
Will she join him on the North Carolina coaches shows?
Damn. Shay, I would think that's very likely.
Coach, why'd you go for that fourth down? We're not talking about that.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine her chiming in? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the UNC football show with Bill Belichick, brought to you by Bojangles. Coach, how are you? Bojangles chicken, yes.
Brought to you by Cookout.
An 8-piece and a sweet tea.
Brought to you by Chuck E. Cheese, for Christ's sake.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by our friend David Flom, our friend Matt Moore, and the awesome people at Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
If any Sox fans are wondering.
Any Sox news?
Of course there's Sox news. Of course. From Chris Getz, who spoke yesterday, right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Chris said.
I don't like our team.
No, he said more than that. He was talking about Colson Montgomery, the latest on him.
We're going to get some one-on-one work with him. Outside of kind of the atypical, Charlotte day-to-day, and work on his swing. And we anticipate that to be a fairly short period of time, but felt like it was appropriate. He's on board. There have been plenty of examples in this game of guys that, have stepped out of their respective affiliates and going to work on something. We've done it in the past. We're going to do it with Colson. Josh had experience with Perdomo over in Arizona. I know Mackenzie Gore is another one that felt like it was best for him, best for these players to get into a different environment and work on their swing or their pitch arsenal or mechanics. So we're going to do that with Colson, and we'll kind of take it from there.
Shay, I looked at it the way you looked at it is, oh my God, like Colson Montgomery sent away to the swing doctor in Arizona. The hope is that that's going to work out, but for a Sox fan like me, I poke him in the ribs all the time because it's a shame that the Sox are this bad in this shape at 7-22. But the point is, though, is that it's really about the youth. It's about the future of the team. Colson Montgomery is part of the bright future of the Sox. So.
Well, he should be. He's one of their top two prospects. He has to be. But they've got to figure out how they get this right, because hitting a buck whatever in the minors is just not going to cut it. I do have some breaking news.
Brought to you by Aiken Law.
312-6 million for the great attorney Howard Aiken.
It's on my ball.
Per Adam Schefter, the NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich personally $100,000 for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to the club in advance of the NFL draft. That's what the kid of Jeff Ulbrich cost them by making the prank call to Shedeur Sanders.
That wasn't going to go unchecked, Cap. Someone had to pay for that.
$350K.
Okay? Close your laptop next time, pal. Don't let it be out there for public consumption. That's a lesson.
Imagine being that kid. I remember how mad my dad would get when I cost him $50 when I was growing up. You just cost your father $100,000
right out of his paycheck.
Jeez. We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Our thanks to Shay and Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. Our thanks to you for watching and listening. And tomorrow, it's a Deal Breakers Thursday.
And we'll talk some more football and get you all caught up. Have a great rest of your day.
Ryan Poles at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So long, everybody.
Take that!
From Chicago. George, good morning. How are you? George is gone. He knows. There you go. Crackle.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very fun.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and, of course, on Watch ESPN. My friends on set are back today after some things have been rearranged. Last night was an interesting one for your boy. So left the studio here yesterday after the program, went home for a little bit, and I was like, man, I don't know how good I feel. Was making it down to the Kings game, checked in down at the East Central here downtown, the home away from home, as we like to call it, at 710 Los Angeles.
lovely people, lovely spot, perfect place to crash after covering or attending a game to get up for this program. Love their stuff. But when I got to the game, I said, ooh, I don't know if I really am going to be able to do this. I masked up because I wasn't feeling great, didn't want to be spreading germs. But I said, let me go see my people. Saw my man Arash, saw my man Nick Hamilton at the game. Then I went down to the suite. Everybody was there. Kaplan was there. Morales was there. For those of you who listen to the local station. And you know who else was there? A guy I hadn't seen in a non-work context in a long time. Max Bretos was there, Devin. Just in the cut, in a leather jacket.
Max.
I was like, Max, what are you doing here? Last time I saw him was at the LAFC game that Messi was playing against them in. And that was, I expected to see Max there. He works for that team. But here he's just in the booth. And I don't think a lot of people knew that we knew each other, which is always a funny thing that happens when you see somebody you know in a different context, and the people that are there separately don't know that you know each other. And so they were like, oh, you guys are friends? We're like, yes. In fact, we are. Love Max. You guys know Max.
Used to work with Max on radio. He used to host a weekend program called Max and the Coach with Jonathan Coachman.
Yeah.
Interesting program. Both interesting personalities.
I'm not going to lie. I cannot imagine those two. I don't know Coach like that. I mean, there was some overlap, but I don't know him like that. What was it like?
Well, so Coach would, very, very high energy, obviously.
Yes.
Knows what he wants in terms of the radio show and the staff and everything. And it was. I think it was tongue in cheek, but like if you mess something up on the board, he would make you get down and do 10 push-ups. So
great radio.
I see. I don't know. No, this is like in the break. Like this is what
I know.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. How many times did you end up doing push-ups?
Me, like 10 times probably.
So upper body.
Those are the early days because
Yeah.
I would mess up a bunch. But
chiseled upper body physique.
Honestly, I needed
the coach.
Yeah, I need to thank Coach, and he would like drill sergeant energy a little bit.
Right. Yeah. I mean, a little bit. I would go so far as to say a lot, but yeah, it was good to see Max. The Kings didn't end up pulling it out at all. In fact, they kind of got popped. But, yeah, didn't make it through, went back, basically just went to sleep. So there was a lot that I had to see on the back end. A rare night when I did not get my eyeballs on a ton of things, per se. But there's plenty that happened that we will discuss. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive protects your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, and RV, and could save you money. Visit Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
Now, I'll tell you what we were definitely watching collectively, and by collectively I mean on the chat, was Pacers-Bucks last night. We're going to have to get the boys to men ready for the Bucks because, as we know, when your season ends, well, we have to find a way to say goodbye. Last night, with an 8-0 run, the Pacers eliminated the Bucks in 5 games. 119-118. And Halliburton hit the go-ahead layup pretty much in Giannis's face after the Bucks held a 7-point lead late in the game. I thought they gave their best effort. But it wasn't enough. And now the Bucks, as a franchise, are left with a lot of questions as to who they're going to be going forward and what they're going to look like roster-wise for the next couple games. Entering yesterday, teams in the play-by-play era were 0-1609 in the playoffs when trailing by at least 7 points in the final 40 seconds of the fourth quarter or OT. That's a big number, Devin. Big number.
That's one of those stats where you say it's like, who's tracking this, first of all? Like, who has this tracked? It is astronomical. And I think it's obviously a larger tale of what the Bucks are moving forward. The fact that they lost this game, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
So one of the questions that needs to be answered is basically what happens with Giannis. He's got one more year on his deal. David Dennis Jr. was on this program yesterday saying that he doesn't think he's going to have to fight for a trade. he thinks this is going to be a mutually beneficial situation. The Giannis Bucks era, one of the great eras. We saw a young man come into the league as a flaquito, effectively, grow into one of the best players in the game, and has his championship to boot. The Bucks owe quite a bit to Giannis, who some like to call the Greek freak. Let's hear what he had to say about whether or not he thinks he can win another title in Wisconsin.
Look, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I know how this is going to. Whatever I say, I know how it's going to translate. I don't know, man. I wish I was still playing. I wish I was still competing and going back to Milwaukee. I don't know.
That's understandable. He's not really trying to answer those questions right now. I wasn't trying to be either. But I don't necessarily know that I look at. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. Let me think. I don't feel that Giannis is too big or too good for the Bucks. This is not a situation where I feel like he's sort of outgrown the market or anything like that. I just think sort of franchise to player, it just kind of might be time for the two to do two different things. Does that make sense, Devin?
Yeah, I was just about to say it makes perfect sense because it's a small market team. Giannis was kind of unknown when he came into the league. Obviously, he was drafted high. He developed that team, and he won a championship for that city. So what more do you want from Giannis? I think, obviously, I don't think it would be a rough part in the ways if he did leave. But if you're Giannis, the next goal for you is to try to win another championship because you already did it. So, that's the next goal. If you don't think you can do it in Milwaukee, it might be time for a change of scenery.
Yeah, change of scenery. I mean, changes of scenery are very real. They can benefit you in a lot of ways. Trust me, I know. Giannis said mainly, though, that for his teammates, he felt bad. Especially the ones who got injured.
Obviously, it's not what we wanted to go back to Milwaukee. And what, hurts me the most, I don't care about losing the game and all that. I felt like we owed this game to Dame. That's what I felt. I felt like he came back maybe earlier than what he's supposed to, went down, sacrificed his, body for us. And I felt like as a team, win or lose, home or road, playoff game, no playoff game, the least we can do is show up and win a game for Dame. Obviously, it hurts that we didn't win the game, but it hurts more that we wasn't able to win the game for Dame and go back to Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's pretty tough for Dame doing all that, and they're in NFL terms what we would call cap hell regarding going forward with their roster. But let's be clear about this. What happened with the game wasn't even close to the most important matter of the evening. And we have some new production we're going to debut to discuss the real factor on the court last night.
Sports can inspire greatness.
Did he make the catch? He did! Oh, my goodness.
But they also expose the ridiculous, the reckless, and the downright embarrassing. We're putting the spotlight on the missteps, meltdowns, and the moments that made us all do a double take.
What's that? What's that?
It's time for Crash Test Dummies.
Who you calling a dummy, you big dummy?
On Clinton and Friends.
I like that. That was good.
A lot of alliteration in that.
A lot of alliteration in that one. And, of course, we bring in the Crash Test Dummies song. If you haven't heard this song in a long time, I don't blame you. Now, we're being a little bit lighthearted because this happened to coincide with something. But the truth of the matter is that last night, Tyrese Halliburton's father, after the game, confronted and taunted Giannis Antetokounmpo on the court in an incident that I would argue is one of the ugliest ones we've seen in the NBA this season. Now, we heard Giannis discussing his fate with the team specifically earlier in the program, as in just now. But let's hear what he had to say about the entire situation. Now, quickly before you go, James, I want you guys to take note of simply the diplomacy and grace with which Giannis is actually speaking here. This young man is incredibly smart. Hit it, Steele.
I believe being humble in victory. That's how I am. Now there can be a lot of people out there that are like, no, when you win the game, you got to tag, and it's a green light for you to be disrespectful towards somebody else. I disagree. I've won the championship. They haven't. Okay, and that doesn't say anything. I'm not trying to minimize their effort. But I remember when I won, my mom that she's never missed the games from February 11th or 13th when she came in Milwaukee against the Knicks. She never missed a game. When we won the championship, I remember my mom, she was scared to cross. She was like, am I allowed to come and hug my son? Losing the game, emotions run high, having a fan, which at the moment I thought he was a fan, but then I realized he was Tyrese's son, which I love. Tyrese, I think he's a great competitor. He was his dad, sorry. Coming in the floor and showing me his son a towel with his face. This is what we do. This is what we effing do. This is the F we do. I feel like that's very, very disrespectful. You know, my dad, if you guys go and ask and learn, my dad's not with us no more. My dad used to come in the family room and was the most respectful person ever. You know, when you come from nothing and you've worked your whole life to sell stuff in the street, and your whole life you'll be scared of the police of deporting you and sending you back to your country. You have to protect your kids with all means. You create this mentality of being humble your whole life. So when I see other dads, which don't disrespect me, maybe if my son play basketball, I might be in the court. I might be the one on the court, and like 20 years later you can play this interview and say, Giannis, you're contradicting yourself. But we'll see in 20 years. But I'm talking about right now how I feel. You know, having somebody's dad, which I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for his son, and I'm happy that he's happy for his son. That's how you're supposed to feel. But coming to me and disrespecting me and cursing at me, I think is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Okay? And I'm not the guy that points fingers, because in my neighborhood, snitches get stitches. So I don't want to say something, for him to say, to get fined or anything. But it's not respectful. I talked with him at the end, and I think we're in a good place.
That's a long clip, kiddos. I wanted to play the full expanse of it because I simply thought the thoughtfulness of Giannis was off the charts there. Number one, English is not his first language. His command of the words is honestly impressive enough. What he actually said is another. The fact that he was smart enough to just sort of break down what this means altogether for him, comparing his situation to theirs, I don't know how to say this, but like that was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen Giannis do. Coming from that confrontation to that level of thought to that form of expression, incredible. I don't know how many people would have had the kind of composure to put together that kind of a complete reflection on the situation that quickly. I really don't. We've seen some ugly incidents over the years on courts in the NBA. Giannis handled that about as well as you could, with the thoughtfulness of what we used to call world leaders. Coming up, we're going to get to way more of this. Like, way more. Because this was a problem on a lot of levels for me after that game ended. After I tell you about Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
That makes no sense. Every time I try to think about what happened last night, all I get is your voice on the radio. What do you think it means?
You're a fan?
Yeah.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Spring is here, and it is the best time to replace your windows. Mine never used to open easily or close easy, so I couldn't enjoy the spring weather of Chicago. Right now, call my friends at Window Nation at 866-90NATION, and you'll get 4 windows free when you buy 4. Plus, no payments till 2027. Call now for a free home estimate, 866-90NATION, or go to windownation.com.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in May. Between the 1940 varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon on May 10th, 1914 Baseball World Tour shirt presented by Coca-Cola on May 24th, and Southside legend Charles Comiskey bobblehead presented by United on May 25th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
You bust your hump for 40-plus years, saving for retirement only to risk it all with this crazy stock market. You don't need to risk your retirement anymore. Call my friend Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. They can help you create a retirement of steel that won't get rocked by volatile markets. Retire comfortably, protected, and with the income you need. Schedule a 10-minute call today. Call 888-342-4581. That's 888-342-4581. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
the Death Star? I'd run the Death Star. What's the Death Star? This is the Death Star. You're in the Death Star. I run this star. This is the star. This is the star. I run it. I'm your boss. You're Mr. Stevens. Who is Mr. Stevens? He's head of catering. I'm not head of catering. I am Vader. I can kill catering with a thought. What?
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on a Wednesday. Last night, the Pacers eliminated the Bucks on their home floor. Game 5 of the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. And after the game, an ugly situation unfolded. John Halliburton ran up to Giannis Antetokounmpo. This is after his son had been standing on the press table celebrating with his home crowd after hitting the game-winning shot. Started waving a flag in his face and cussing out Giannis. There was a literal tete-a-tete, which if you don't know means head-to-head confrontation. They had to be separated. It is the lasting image of that game last night, is a towering Giannis over John Halliburton looking him straight in the eyes from a lower position as he is a much smaller man. It was ugly. It was embarrassing. It was inexplicable. And here's what his son, Tyrese, had to say about it.
The emotions of the game just got excited there. But I talked with him. I'll talk with Giannis eventually about it. Just, I don't think that my pops was in the right at all there. And unfortunate, what happened in the end there. But, this series was a lot of war of words, a lot of war of antics, a lot of stuff going back and forth. And that's just part of, this rivalry and what we've built here over the last couple of years. And, it's unfortunate what happened there, but I think it's just competition. And as far as my pops, again, I don't agree with what happened there. We'll have a conversation. Everybody's grown men, and, we'll just go from there.
I'll commend Tyrese for addressing the matter head on and not being flip about it. But I ain't going to go so far as say, oh, yeah, this is a heated rivalry and that's the kind of thing that happens. Absolutely not. Let us not forget, this is the Indiana Pacers. There is no world in which we forget what that franchise has been involved with when it comes to on-court confrontations. Hello, the worst one in the history of the league went down with that franchise. There are multiple documentaries about it. Now, that is an aside in the context of what happened last night. But if I'm the NBA, you're daggone real. There are consequences for this for that squad. Hefty fine, perhaps. But there's no world in which John Halliburton walks into that arena for another playoff game if I'm the Pacers, never mind the NBA. I understand that he apologized. He understands that it was out of pocket. But that cannot happen. 10 out of 10 on the that can't happen scale. The TNT crew got into it last night discussing how this should go.
No, he's not supposed to be on the court.
It don't
he's
matter.
not supposed to be on the court.
Giannis talked to him. Forget all that.
No, he was on the court.
So what?
You think he said something? He probably know who his dad is.
Stop it. Giannis said something.
No, because he's on the court in his face.
So what? Everybody on the court.
You can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
No, you cannot do that.
Giannis said something to him.
So you think his dad was correct? No, his dad was 100% wrong. Giannis is wrong?
Bro, Giannis said something to him.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he not.
Look, right there.
No, his dad is coming up to him. What is his dad doing on the court? His dad is not supposed to be on the court. You can yell as much as you want to. He's an idiot. If you think that's right, you're an idiot too.
Shaq is completely bugging in that scenario. What is he doing on the court is the question one for every single person involved from the Pacers game day ops and et cetera situation. The AAU vibes on this, Devin, were off the charts. I just don't understand how you get to a point where you think that's cool. You out here in Giannis's face? You lucky mans didn't serve up the two-piece with a biscuit on the spot, Jack. Devin, you played AAU ball.
Sure did.
Did you ever see any wacky parent confrontations with referees or other players or your players?
Every tournament.
You know what I'm saying?
It is kind of. I saw it online. I saw, this is AAU parents at his finest. And listen, Tyree summed it up well. Like, heat of the moment, but it's again, especially in the NBA, we've seen fan. Like you brought up Malice at the Palace. We've seen even things on smaller scale where people are just chirping with, I just don't think if you're a fan, you don't have the right to talk to players like that, much less get in their face after a game. It's just it doesn't come with the price of admission.
Not even close. And the level of family embarrassment here is off the charts, dog. But yeah, covering youth sports, you see this a lot. And there's no world in which, again, I'm letting him back into the arena for any more games during the run. That seems to be a reasonable punishment for me. Bro, you don't know how to act at games. You can't even come. Not sit up in the booth or in the box. If you're on a court actively antagonizing opponents after a loss and you are not a member of the team, sorry, buddy. See you next year. Now, what's wild is that, again, Giannis held his composure and then spoke of it afterwards in the manner that he did. I'm not going to be out here acting like a tough guy saying he better than me and this, that, and the third. No, but, you're not thinking about that. You don't wake up in the morning thinking, oh, some wacky dad is going to get in my face after my season ended, and I'm going to have to find a way to speak on it. John Halliburton out here representing a demographic, an element of the youth sports world, and now currently pro sports world that I still just can't stand. It's a huge problem in baseball. It's a big problem in gyms across America. And last night, John Halliburton brought what should have been a fantastic moment in a solid season for the Indiana Pacers back to reality with something that we're used to probably seeing on World Star. Really unfortunate. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch postseason action on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
The ball game is over. The Wolves have taken Game 4. They lead the series 3-1.
Guys always have a belief that they can come back.
Don't be physical, man. Just let them know that we here. You ain't just gonna push us around all night.
Joining us now, ESPN basketball analyst and a guy I like a lot, Tom Crean. He coached Anthony Edwards during the 2019-2020 college basketball season at the University of Georgia. Coach, I'll just ask you off top, when he first got into your building, Anthony Edwards of currently the Minnesota Timberwolves, what was his energy like overall from the young man at that phase of his life?
Oh, his spirit and his enthusiasm were great, but he really worked at his own pace, and that's what had to be changed. He came with a work ethic. There was no doubt about that. But he was so used to being the most talented guy. He was so used to being able to play and get away with the way that he wanted to play, whether it was efficient or not, because he the opportunities. If you were looking at usage rate back in the day, he'd have been setting records for that. So, he had to learn how to have an energy that was consistent for the fundamentals, sometimes the most basic fundamentals of catching the ball aggressively, getting stepped into a shot. It was really good. It was fun because he loved basketball. You could see that right off the bat. He wanted to be in the gym. He was going to be in the gym with whether you wanted him to be or not. So he was always going to be in there. But he just had to learn how to bring a consistent level of energy, which we tapped into. And obviously the first couple of years in Minnesota, they did a great job of continuing to build on what we got started with. But bottom line is, when you love the game and you love to work the way that he does and you pick up things the way that he does, you've got so much opportunity. But it just grew and grew. And he had to learn how to go through a season, right? Like the college season is not even close to the NBA season. And it's hard. I mean, it's really hard to learn that. But he did. He did, and unfortunately, his last game for us was a win, and COVID hit. So we didn't get a chance to play the next day, so it kind of ended abruptly. But he did a lot of things that year to get him in motion for what the first couple of years were going to be like at Minnesota, and then to see what we see now.
How did you establish that trust? Because a lot of times when guys realize they've got a higher ceiling, especially in today's world of, you can go to the next place if it's not working out there. I mean, it was a little different back then, but, just play, coach to player to human. How did you establish that trust to say, hey, look, this is what you're going to need. Believe me.
Well, it takes time. The first 3 weeks were really hard for that because that's where we're not just coming in to hoop. Right? Like, we're coming in to get better, and there's a big difference. I mean, when you're coming in to get better, you've got to be – and I had a pretty good idea of what we were going to have to work on when he got there. Right. But now you got to do it, right? And it's hard. It's really, really hard to get that established. So there was a lot of team things. There was a ton of one-on-one. One thing that I would do, I'd walk into the gym, and if I didn't think that he was – if I didn't like the look, like he was casual – never in a bad mood, I wouldn't say that, but like quiet and casual. I would just take him down on the other end. I might bring another player, bring one of our managers or GAs to rebound, and we would just get him going on his shot, right? And it might be 5 minutes. It might be 8 minutes, never any more than that. We might do some small group shooting. I would mix it up with him just to get him ready to go inside of a practice. So what happens is you just read your people, right? You read them, you start to understand them, but they've got to understand you too. And part of understanding the coach, especially the way I coach, is we're preparing you for where we're at today, but we are definitely trying to get you ready for where you're going. And I think that's why it's worked with having so many guys make it, because we coached with both thoughts in mind. And if we're getting them better, we've got a chance to be successful. But they've got to have tools that they can take with them professionalism-wise and work ethic-wise and fundamental-wise that they can build on when they leave. But we had a lot of conversations at times that no one ever saw. Might be in my office, might be somewhere after practice.
Sure.
Might be sitting down on the floor in the hallway outside the locker room. But just a lot of different ways to just try to get things across to them and build that rapport of listening to him. And one thing that really stuck out right away was just how smart he was. I mean, just how smart and how he saw things and just what was inside that head. And he's so gifted in so many ways. And intelligence, a high level of intelligence, is one of the great areas where he's really gifted. He's so instinctual, but he's got a really high level of intelligence that when he wants to use it, and we're seeing it now, he's at another level.
Tom Crean joins us here on Clinton and Friends, talking about Anthony Edwards, whom he coached at the University of Georgia for that season before he ended up going to the NBA. There's always that point in a guy's career on the court where you watch a play and you say, well, that guy's going to the next level. It happens in football. It happens in basketball all the time. Was there a particular play or a game that you can remember, even if it wasn't necessarily obvious to everybody else, or it was, where you said, yeah, he's definitely going to be special, and that is what proves it?
You know what? There were, but I'll tell you where some of it started was in the weight room. Or when we go out and train outside in the summer near the football building and get in the sand and things like that. And when you saw him attack a bike sprint in the weight room, or saw him do some of the natural balancing things with his strength, or see him attack in the sand pit and how competitive he was in winning sprints and in doing those things and seeing that quickness, like that, to me, it's always more about the athletic upside for improvement than it is maybe the basketball play, right? And so you would see that level of athleticism from him. And then we'd see things on the court. He'd run stretches where he could get really hot. The game was the game when we played Michigan State in Maui. We didn't win the game, but I think we came back from down 20-some inside of that game. He had 38. And it's in a worldwide audience because it's on ESPN. You've got Jay Billis calling the game. You've got every NBA team with numerous general managers in there. And that was probably the game where he really just dominated, and basically most of that comeback, we had 3, sometimes 4 freshmen on the floor. So to me, That was a big one. But we had a practice late in the season. He must have gone off for like 18 straight points. I mean, he was getting them every which way, off defense, off offensive rebounds, off threes, going to the rim. So there were always those little moments that you look back at. But what he could do athletically, naturally, with that competitive spirit that he has, those are the things that I remember probably as much as anything.
That competitive spirit has certainly drawn up to the NBA level, where you saw him most recently really literally pushing LeBron James around. And he talked about sort of the rapport that they had built playing as a member of USA Basketball. I mean, where are you now, Coach, on just what he's grown into as a basketball player, never mind all this talk about being the face of the league?
Well, what it is, it's for me, it's this. Like, he always wanted to win, right? Like, he plays to win. There was no doubt about that. But he also played he wanted to play his way. He wanted to get the shots that he wanted to take. If he wanted to get the step back, he'd already made up his mind he was taking a step back. You know, when we first got him, he kind of lived inside of the slots. And he'd go to the rim, obviously, you know, whenever he wanted to. But he liked to be up in the slot. He had to learn how to use the whole court. And when I say that, like, you're not going to just win the game playing a certain way. You've got to have so many different ways to play it and impact it. And that's what happened. And as he continued to develop his skills and he continued to work on the right things, the right ways, now all of a sudden wanting to win has been replaced by having to win. You know, the winning is at the top of the chain for him, not the performance. He wants to play well. He wants to do the right things. But you can see it right now. He's got 6 turnovers in 4 games. I mean, he's moving the ball at a high rate. The thing that I've been incredibly impressed with is his closeouts defensively. So, like, that's the stuff that I really try to look at a lot. Like, how's he moving? You know, what's his quickness like? What's his awareness like? Defensive rebounding he's doing. He's going to have to even do more of that tonight because the break starts. When he sees that, he's figuring out the defense is even better. He's figuring out the matchups. But that defense right now, the whole team's defense, but his defense right now is at another level. Those are the things that show me that he is absolutely obsessed with winning.
Last thing I'll ask you, and this is just quickly, we got about a minute or so left. You've coached in Indiana. Okay. You know what that place is like from a basketball standpoint. Kind of a weird situation that played out last night. If you don't want to comment on that, that's fine. But what do you think about the Pacers and what they've done this season and what Halliburton's been able to do as a guy leading that team?
Well, they've improved leaps and bounds. And Thomas Bryant, who I coached, is there. I think what he thinks is that communication defensively and the way they were connected defensively really turned that whole team. And Halliburton's gotten better throughout the year. I mean, he really has. I think it was unfortunate last night. I thought Giannis showed incredible restraint and respect to a father as he stood there and listened to that. Obviously, the hard part, and I know all the apologies have been made and all those things, watching it on television, I don't know Tyrese. I know his college coach well, Steve Prohm. But I felt awful for Tyrese because what was one of his most incredible moments, and I don't think he saw what was happening. When it was happening, all of a sudden he had to grasp that. And that was tough to watch because that's and I'm sure his dad feels bad about that, right? Because he took his moment from the son. It doesn't take the win away. But I hope everybody can move on from that. I think Giannis had great comments after, and I think Giannis deserves a lot of credit for the restraint he showed. If people want to compete and combat and go after each other that were in the game, that's one thing. I've done that. That's competitive. That's fine. You cannot have somebody coming off the bench no matter who, or coming off the seats no matter who it is, and that was unfortunate.
Tom Crean, ESPN basketball analyst, legendary basketball coach in my household. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Anytime. Thank you.
No problem. I thought he summed that up well, Devin. Him and I are of like mind on that. Giannis would have been absolutely within his right to rock that dude's world. And he did not do it. And not only did he not do it, he explained why he was simply made of more than that as a man and was not going to let himself get to that position. Wild night in Indiana. Coming up, the NFL draft provided some memorable moments and some memorable sound. We'll get to sound off next, but I think we might have more to say about the basketball. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio.
Edwards, right side three. Splash!
The Timberwolves win 2 straight in Minneapolis and take a 3-1 lead over the Lakers. Can LA survive a must-win Game 5? Coverage begins tonight at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at...
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I picked my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
Living with joint pain is like playing hurt every single day. You just try to push through, but it never really gets any better. And instead of enjoying things like golf, jogging, or even just getting up and down the stairs without pain, you're constantly managing discomfort. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here to talk to you about my friends at QC Kinetics. Their regenerative treatments are helping people all over Chicago find real relief without surgery, without pain meds, and without downtime. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team use cutting-edge therapies to help your body heal itself. These treatments are already changing lives. Thousands of people have said goodbye to knee, hip, shoulder, and back pain thanks to QC Kinetics. So if joint pain is holding you back, don't just tough it out. See if you're a candidate with a free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. Call them at QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Stop letting pain control your life. QC Kinetics can help.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms have officially arrived, uniting the legacy of two iconic Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls. This bold look celebrates the city's influence on both the diamond and the court. Catch the team debuting the uniforms this Friday, May 2nd, as they take on the Astros at 6:40 p.m. Get your tickets now and shop the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Kap and J Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
So, expelled. That's right. What for? I suppose smoking? Drugs or cigarette? Both. Well done. Private. So your mum sent you here in the hope that a little bracing sea air would sort you out? Something like that. Spectacular mistake.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Knew it all along. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Oh, man. Show behind the show. Dashboard Confessional. Absolute banger. Could sing this whole song right now, but I'm not going to do that because we've got things to talk about. Last night in Indianapolis. Maybe next time, exactly. Last night in Indianapolis, what should have been a celebratory moment for Tyrese Halliburton and his Indiana Pacers team turned into an ugly, awkward situation in which John Halliburton, Tyrese's father, confronted Giannis Antetokounmpo on the court. And I don't know what he was thinking. I don't know where he thought he got off. But it is the talk of the country today because it was out of pocket. And the lasting image from that series is going to be Giannis putting his forehead on another man's forehead who had accosted him after a game for reasons we will never understand. Let's quickly hear what Giannis had to say about the entire situation.
You know, having somebody that which I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for his son, and I'm happy that he's happy for his son. That's how you're supposed to feel. But coming to me and disrespecting me and cursing at me, I think is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Okay, and I'm not the guy that points fingers because in my neighborhood, snitches get stitches. So I don't want to say something, for him to say to get fined or anything. But it's not respectful. I talked with him at the end, and I think we're in a good place.
He absolutely should not be in the building for any more playoff games this run. Seems like a reasonable consequence to me, and if I'm the NBA, I probably fine the Pacers as well. Not even joking. Can't happen. Cannot happen. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Josh in South Carolina. Welcome to the show.
My man. Y'all, I tell you, just love the show. I'm going to start off the right way like any fan should. Give you an attaboy, man. I'm loving the success, Clinton.
Appreciate it, man.
Loving it. So proud of you. So I want to highlight two things. Number one, I think that all the hype that we're getting, starting with Barkley, man, I mean, he's so fun to watch, man. He's just so fun to watch. I'm glad you glorified and highlighted what I think is going to be missed a lot, and Giannis's response, and that is how many moments do we all really have on that stage, on that platform, to do it right? I'm talking about grace, I'm talking about true humility. I mean, we react, right, in that culture of NBA, NFL. All we see is this mean, competitive, hurtful, win-win, dog-eat-dog, whatever it takes, win or lose, right? Win or lose. But Giannis, so I'm glad you highlighted that.
Thank you.
That's
Appreciate
what I think we really, sure, slap something on his wrist, consequences, the father, all that. And yes, I do think his son, like the Georgia coach said, was put in a tough place.
Thanks for the phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Gary in Indianapolis. Got about a minute.
Hey, how you doing, Clint?
Pretty good.
Look, man, as a Pacer fan, I'm embarrassed, too. It took away from a great game, a great win. This whole series has been back and forth as far as the talking and the competitiveness goes. And, again, I believe still to this day, you have parents that still live vicariously through their sons. They wish that it was them on the court. I coached baseball for years and years, high school ball and beyond.
Right.
And that was the hardest part of baseball, is dealing with the parents, dealing with what they are. If I had to bench a kid or not play him in a certain batting order or something, the first person you heard from chirping was a parent, So, yeah, I agree with you, Clint. I don't think he belongs in the arena the rest of the playoffs.
Thanks for the phone call. I could talk for literal hours on end about this problem in the baseball world. But it is a generalized youth sports issue in America these days that is clearly filtered up to the NBA. What's sad is that this is a basketball family. Like, Eddie Jones is like their cousin. His dad is a ref. He should absolutely know better. But there's a larger trend of this that we've seen across this nation that makes this unsurprising, even if completely embarrassing. That's kind of the sad part about this whole thing. We've seen it before way too many times in way too many places with people whose names we will never, ever know. Coming up, two teams trying to stave off a...
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can...
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and it is Derby time, one of my favorite times of the year, and I will be at one of my favorite places, Fat Poor Tapworks in Lincolnwood, to watch the first leg of the Triple Crown this Saturday. It is the greatest 2 minutes in sports, and we'll be glued to the flat screens to watch the thoroughbreds run. Join me Saturday afternoon for a Derby party. I'm going to join the Fat Poor Tapworks party about 4:30, and we'll enjoy pimento cheese dip, mint juleps, and, of course, the race. So wear your Derby gear, and I will see you at Fat Poor Lincolnwood, Saturday at 4:30, and please drink responsibly.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, and they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very fast. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Each group.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat. I can lead a nation with a microphone. I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates with a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app. Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN, where you can see my smile right now. Why am I smiling? Well, because yesterday was an interesting day in my mentions. I was on the television program that I appear on regularly, Around the Horn, and I said, after the scenario involving the Falcons defensive coordinator and his breach of security with the NFL, I said the NFL should probably do something about this. You can't just have that happen. A lot of mouth breather bird brains jumped in my mentions after it was aggregated by certain people on the internet and said, I didn't hear you saying anything about prank calls, these other. None of this was ever about the prank calls. It was about the security breach that was traceable back to a singular individual who was an employee of an NFL franchise. You can't do that. And they let them off with an apology I just didn't think was sufficient. And look what's happening now. The NFL have fined the Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 for, quote, failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to the club in advance of the NFL draft, end quote. If you were goofing around in my mentions yesterday with a bunch of false equivalencies and bad faith arguments, you got a lot of gifs of me being on TV because that's how I respond to trolls. That being said, since we'd like to keep things on the fun tip here, can you imagine having to pay off a $100,000 debt to your parents, Devin, with yard work and chores?
Oh, my God. It literally, as soon as I sent this, it sent a shiver down my spine.
You're cutting lawns for 5 entire seasons. You're taking out trashes for the next decade.
You know what's funny is people are already moving the goalposts.
Is that right?
A quick search online is like, oh, well, he makes so much money. This is nothing fine. Are you kidding me? Like, come on.
All I was saying was that from a simple chain of command standpoint, you just can't have teams letting information out like this. It's not even about whether or not a prank call is the factor. Again, it is the breach of security regarding confidential information that is the problem. Seems like the NFL agreed with me. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive is here for all of life's needs with protection for your home, auto, business, and more. From timely repairs to customizable coverages and payment options, we make it easy. See if you can save at Progressive.com.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio.
Edwards, right side three. Splash!
The Timberwolves win 2 straight in Minneapolis and take a 3-1 lead over the Lakers. Can LA survive a must-win Game 5? Coverage begins tonight at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
All right. Last night I rested up because, quite frankly, tonight was a little bit more important in terms of what we do in this industry. The Lakers face elimination in Game 5 against the Minnesota Timberwolves, a content-heavy matchup for this particular program, if I may. I'll be there. We'll be in the building. The Lakers season could end. And if you recall what happened last game, I said on this program, I said on television, LeBron's lost a step, Luka's a defensive liability, and J.J. Redick is a little in over his head from a coaching standpoint. I don't think we'll see another 24 total clock minutes in a row by the same 5 guys again tonight. I would like to believe that that was a lesson learned. Most importantly, though, in Game 4, and obviously due to the fact that, well, they just weren't playing that many minutes, Minnesota's bench outscored the Lakers' bench 25-6. You can't get through an NBA playoff series with a rotation of guys that's like 6.5. You've got to be in the 7 to 8 range. I'm not saying you're playing 12 guys. I'm not out here advocating for Bronny minutes in playoff games. But the way that their rotations have worked has not been suitable to winning. For the Lakers, that is. Teams down 3-1 in best-in-7 series have only overcome the deficit 13 times in 271 attempts. This ain't going to be easy for the Lakers. Let's hear what Kendrick Perkins has to say about that effort.
They can't. They can't. They don't have the personnel, right? And when you think about the size and athleticism that the Minnesota Timberwolves have, the Lakers just don't have enough bodies, right? They don't have that center that could go in there and protect the paint and anchor that defense. When you look at the way Julius Randle, McDaniels, Naz Reid, and Anthony Edwards are attacking the basket, hell, even Dante is getting to the paint. I think right now the Lakers are just asking too much out of a 40-year-old LeBron James, who, by the way, played 46 minutes tonight. Didn't get a blow in the second half, but that's another subject for another time. But I just think right now the Minnesota Timberwolves got full control over this series.
We talked to Tom Crean earlier in the program about Anthony Edwards. He coached him in college. He discussed his development as an athlete, never mind a human being, but also as a competitor. Winning is now the main thing for Ant. Look out. Look out. This Minnesota Timberwolves team is motivated. They are younger. They are healthier. Let's hear what Jovan Buha. By the way, Jovan Buha, sneaky tall. I'm fairly certain he can dunk a basketball. The athletic senior Lakers reporter. Let's hear what he said on game night.
I think there's a real sense of urgency, and one of the funny things that came out of postgame was we asked Dorian Finney-Smith, like, what gives you confidence right now in extending this series and potentially coming back down from 3-1? And he's like, well, we have LeBron, and LeBron's already done it, and that gives us confidence. And, I mean, famously, LeBron James, arguably the most famous playoff comeback of all time, 3-1 down to the Warriors, and that was 9 years ago. LeBron was not 40 years old and not in year 22, but if anyone knows how to make a series comeback, it is LeBron.
So here's what I'm envisioning. You're having practice. You're out there in El Segundo at this facility. Say, guys, we're going to have a meeting to go over the Game 5 game plan. Meet me in the gym in an hour. Meet me in the weight room in an hour. Get into the weight room, and there's just a full choir there singing, LeBron, LeBron, LeBron. That's the game plan, apparently.
You even singing that right now? Probably my phone heard that, and now I'm going to get the algorithm messed up.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. That's the pregame speech. Just play LeBangers the whole time. That's all we got. No, in all seriousness, that's the thing, though. That's like the only thing keeping, the hope in this for Lakers fans, within reason. We got LeBron. Well, okay. Let's hope that works. And I'm not even being flip about this. That's a real, actual thing. But right now, it just doesn't seem like that matchup is going to work for them. It doesn't seem like everybody doing what they do at their best within the context of this particular series and these couple of games is going to lead to a Laker win. If you're a Laker fan, what you're most worried about is that not only did that Game 4 situation regarding all those minutes played not net you a win in that game, but that it's going to affect conditioning in this game too. That's the larger concern at this stage of the game, or rather this stage of the series. Ain't going to be easy. Ain't going to be easy at all. Now, the other game, of course, on the slate is Warriors-Rockets. It's Game 5 in that series, and this has been this has been the most physical of the series in a way that is sort of basketball related, whereas the physicality in Knicks Pistons has been slightly non-basketball related, if that makes any sense, Devin. Like the way that they're actually playing the game on the court in Rockets Dubs has been a fascinating look at what the NBA kind of looks like right now.
100%. And I think, we can talk about that in particular with this series, but also we have a team right now in the Thunder that are waiting for their opponent in the Clippers and Nuggets. Yeah. And it's the age-old rest versus rust debate. A lot of these teams are beating up each other right now. And obviously it's going to, tell its tale in terms of how it affects them moving forward. But I do agree with this. This is a battle in the paint for the most part.
Big-time battle in the paint.
You got Sagoon outside, taking outside shots like we said in the last game. I think the Warriors get this done tonight. I'm going to be honest. I think they advance, but we'll see.
Warriors in Houston. Has Houston worn those unis that I like yet? I can't recall off the top of my mind. The ones that say H-Town, they haven't worn those yet, have they?
I don't think so. That might be the difference, honestly.
Tonight's the night. Gotta happen. If they don't wear those for their entire series, they deserve to lose. That's me being completely irrational about the whole entire situation, but I'm serious. Gotta have those unis tonight. I need those. They're the best-looking ones they got. In all seriousness, though, in all seriousness, though, let's hear what Jay Williams had to say on Get Up about Jimmy Butler and what he's done for the Warriors.
He isn't just a star. He's the best technician teammate in the NBA, right? And when you think about him, it's just not about scoring. He orchestrates winning, and he impacts the game. Think about it. 75 touches last night, no turnovers. 12 free throw attempts, made every single one. In clutch time, he outscored Houston by himself 9-8, and he scored 14 points in the fourth quarter. He does all the small details a technician does because details win you games.
He's one of those guys, Jimmy Butler is, that when you're playing in a game and you're on the court, every time he touches the ball, you just go, this dude again. Because of exactly what Jay was describing. He doesn't make mistakes. Nails the shots. Value added.
Let's talk about the Warriors in terms of, because I think when you look on the other side of the Eastern Conference with the Knicks, they may well advance, but I don't think anyone has any faith in them in terms of being an actual contender to win the NBA championship, let alone be in the NBA championship.
No.
When you look at the Warriors, are they in the same line as that, or are they are actual contenders here?
No, I think the Warriors are different because the Warriors have shown it, and the Warriors just have the playoff medal. It sounds a little basic, but sometimes the most obvious thing is what it is. Well, they can do it. We've seen it happen. We haven't seen this collection of Knicks players do anything. The Warriors, there's proof of concept, as obviously stated by not just their head coach, Steve Kerr, not just Draymond Green locking up Şengün, but Steph Curry. I mean, if we're still just going to say LeBron is the game plan, Steph Curry is very much an option as just being the game plan. You know? They locked up the Rockets at the end of that last game. They probably should have had that. Big night from Van Vliet, all for naught. Şengün had a huge night as well, but couldn't get a shot up on decent feet with Draymond Green in his face. Know what they're doing in crunch time. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, Casa and team. Apologies for the Dylan Dickinsonian yesterday. I'll give dealer's choice. Do you want Giannis or do you want Ant Apex take?
Get to your talk, Dylan. Come on. Say whatever you want.
All right,
the floor is yours.
All right, cool. So the Giannis on Hallie's dad was just gold for all sports parents, including myself. But the title of this is real quick. I submit 6'4" Ant as the apex predator. So history of goons with LeBron, Stevenson, Brooks, poking the bear. But Ant's able to do it authentically and disarm LeBron. He's joking with him in crunch time, making him laugh. He's checking him at half court. He did this with KD and also called him his favorite player. It's not manipulative. It's actually genuine. And it's the highest compliment of respect. And I'm curious, did anybody go at Jordan in this way? You know, when you think of that, like Kobe and him in the All-Star game, maybe GP, maybe Chuck, but Jordan just went at their head. It seems to disarm these guys. So Ant's not Jordan. Jordan was the clear alpha on the Dream Team, not Ant in the Olympics. However, Bird and Magic, Jordan said, there's a new sheriff in town, and Bird said he's right. Ant's taking pictures with Steph and Bron, and the cool thing is it's setting up for him to climb this hill. So KD is a checkoff. He kind of got Joker last year, getting close to Bron and Luka. He might have Steph next. He might have our probable MVP, SGA after that, and he might have Tatum. So either way tonight is going to be really, really fun to watch. My question for you is, can you think of a genuine personality that disarms competitors, either in hoops or in any other sport? I appreciate it, man.
Thanks for the phone call. Yeah, and most of them are in the NBA. I would say Steph is like that, too. He doesn't have to talk trash. Just drains every shot that you don't think is going to go in, and he talks to the crowd about it. He flirts with the crowd, as I like to say. Dylan really, really had to keep it short there. That must have been an exercise in restraint, a Giannis-level exercise in restraint.
You did a good job today.
That was close. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We're talking way more NBA on the other side. And Lakers fans, how we feeling? Where are the nerves? What's the blood pressure level? LeBron. The NBA postseason is what everyone is watching. What to watch for is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I like it, yeah. Do it like
just
that.
like that, baby. That's how I do it. Word up, I rose dolo from state to state.
burned out. You know what I mean? Yeah. I just want to link up with those getting it like I get it. That's all.
Clinton and Friends.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, Joe Q. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to get back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends.
Jay Boogie in North Carolina. Welcome back.
Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's, blessings, health, life, and happiness to everybody on this beautiful day of Monday. But real quick, I must say to you, my brother, you got a bunch of Knicks fans that love this show and be listening to this show. They tell me in Twitter spaces, they tell me on YouTubes and everything. They hit my phone and say, yo, I hear you over there on that show. You got to give us some love in this orange and blue and tell Detroit, yeah, we still outside. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's.
Thanks for the phone call, Jay Boogie. The Bing Bong community is back, Devin.
Bing Bong.
Bing Bong.
Bing Bong. Bing Bong. Bing Bong.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. The show behind the show today, including people from other shows on other networks, it's gotten out of control. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Talking NBA, a lot happening around the leg. Lakers trying to stave off elimination tonight against the Timberwolves. By the way, it was a big day for the word stave yesterday in the chat. Stave is one of those sports words that never gets, you never hear that word outside of a sports context. Never. It's sort of like the verb physical. You never hear somebody like, ooh, somebody got out physicaled at the grocery store. That doesn't happen. You know what I mean? It's only in the sports context.
The best stave moments are when someone is trying to stave off elimination, and then they do, and then you can continue to use stave for the next couple of games. Like the Lakers tonight, right? They're trying to stave off elimination. If they win, it's 3-2, and they're still trying to stave off elimination for the next 2 games.
It does not go away.
But when it gets tied, both teams are trying to stave off elimination.
Now, see, that's where I actually think linguistically it doesn't make sense, because that's just then win or go home. You know what I'm saying? You're only staving if the other team can eliminate you.
All right.
This has been your English lesson.
All right, you're going to bring up linguistics?
Listeners.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
No, it's all good.
I wasn't trying to bust you out. I was just thinking about that in real time. If both teams are staving, it's a different context.
You're galvanizing me right now.
I don't think that was the right word usage in that one.
I don't think so either, but it absolutely made sense. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Brian in Virginia, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I just wanted to say I'm a Lakers fan, been a Lakers fan since Magic, and you made the best points. LeBron has lost a step. He's 40 years old. J.J. Redick is over his head. He's a first-time coach at any level, whether assistant or head coach, and Luka has always been a defensive liability since he's come into the league.
Thanks for the phone call. I believe I heard that somewhere before, Devin, but no, he's right. It's obvious to see is what he's getting at. You don't have to be some monster, basketball head. Ball knowers of America. It's pretty clear what's going on with the Lakers. Doesn't mean they're bums. Just means that what they've got right now at this moment in game, whatever this is, 88 of the season or whatever, 85. I can't do math, but I know ball. Now, this isn't really working against the Timberwolves. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. James in California. Where are you in Cali?
Right now I'm passing USC. Hey, nice. I love the show.
Thank you.
Want to talk about Halliburton's dad. He was 100% wrong. There's always going to be friendly banter and competitive talking games from the fans to the players to, other people involved. But for what he did last night, he was wrong. But that's the same thing as T. Morant and LeVar Ball. You never see this from the Holiday dad, Drew Holiday and the other brothers. He has 3 sons in the league, and you don't see that from him. And as far as the Lakers go, I'm going to say this. You heard it here first. I like J.J. Redick. I think he's good. But he sticks to his original plan to the point, if he doesn't stop, he's going to get like little Brandon Staley. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get it done. I'm going to get it done no matter what happens. Thanks a lot. Love the show.
No problem. Was that a turn signal we had going there in the background that I could hear, Devin? Did you hear that?
It sounded like it, yeah.
Sounded like he was waiting in the turning lane on Figueroa.
You definitely in stop traffic because that was a lot of turn signal.
Look, I don't think you can just be out on JJ at this point. He put together a fantastic regular season. They won 50 games, dog. You know? But again, the thing I was wrong about regarding the Lakers is that their experience as a team playing one team in the playoffs was going to help them in terms of adjustments and the like. It has hurt them against the Timberwolves. What I thought was a strength has turned into a weakness. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mitch in New Jersey. Hey, Mitch.
Good morning, Clint. Good morning, Clint. How you doing? Devin, thanks for taking my call. Good show.
Thank you, buddy.
Hello? Oh,
Mitch,
God.
what you got?
Yeah, well, I tell you, Luka and LeBron better have close to a triple-double. That's the only way they can win this game today. You saw how Luka did last year's playoffs. He was having triple-doubles, getting those assists and rebounds. But they got to construct this team much better. Anybody would have been better than Len or Hayes. I mean, Plumlee would have been a better center. And it definitely had to get some rest. I mean, I'm sure Jay never played a whole half without a breather.
Right.
It's like, what team are you rooting for? It's a bit of a statistic move there, not getting these guys a rest. But I want to see it go 7.
Thanks for the phone call, Mitch. That was a quality Mitch call. Quality Mitch call. Did he say sadistic move in playing them the whole? Did he drop a sadistic bomb?
You're the linguistics guy.
Okay. I see I touched a nerve, but fair enough. I think he said that. That was a good word. Good call, Mitch. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. It's time to go to the kennel. K9, what up?
Oh, what's up, OG?
Chilling. How you doing?
Good, man. I'm going to say this and not try to sound biased because I'm Greek, but this is just one of the reasons why us Greek people look up to Giannis, a.k.a. Yanni, a.k.a. John. That's what that means in English for those that don't know.
Yeah.
Man, he stood his ground. That clown got in his face. He held his own. He kept his respect. And, you know, growing up Greek, we don't have too many idols or people to look up to. You know, we had John Stamos, but he ain't the Greek freak, man, and he just proved it. And then the other thing I wanted to say is I don't think he's going to leave Milwaukee, man. They brought his whole family here, got him citizenship, got his family citizenship. They let his brother sit on the bench even though he's trash. You know, he ain't leaving Milwaukee. And if he does, I'd love to see him on Orlando Magic. But I hope y'all have a good day. I've been going through a lot. Keep me in your thoughts. Love y'all. Yeah.
Thanks, K9. Excellent phone call. Oh, man. Full House theme song. Okay, all right. Listen, that was a thoughtful call from K9. He made a good point. That was a great drop, by the way. He was saying that, look, and I wasn't being funny when I said, you know, Giannis was speaking last night with the kind of gravitas that we used to once reserve for world leaders. Things like that are why people vote for athletes to, like, hold positions. Like, I'm serious. He was that thoughtful and that well-spoken about a matter in which he was literally just involved in a heated athletic battle. It was really impressive. John Stamos.
All right, can we pause for a second because James and I are falling out right now.
I was going to say.
Listen, John Stamos.
Again, show behind the show is incredible today.
John Stamos is a legendary Greek person. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Is he the most legendary Greek person outside of Giannis? Is the next question.
You'd have to.
He might be.
Whatever poll.
He might be.
I mean, he might be. It's a good point. It's an excellent point.
It's just the context of it, like him saying, being Greek, you don't have a lot of people to grow. I mean, we had John Stamos.
That was definitely out of left field. I did not know who he was going to say. Did not have Uncle Jesse right there on the roster. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Joe in Arkansas, what's up?
Man, Uncle Jesse raised us, baby. What y'all got going on up there? How y'all doing this morning?
Pretty good. How are you?
Hey, man, look, I just want to say, man, where is the Pacers liability? Where's the security team, man? And I don't care if it's Halliburton's dad, why was he able to just run out on the court like that? If that had been me, I'd have been in jail right now begging them folks to let me make some bond money. That is crazy. That is unsafe. I don't care about parents, none of that, man. That could have been a bad situation. That could have been avoided. I think the Pacers dropped the ball on that one. Thanks, Clint, man. Y'all have a good one.
No problem. 100% agree. That's why you got to find the Pacers. That's why you have to levy a penalty if you're the NBA against them, too. That cannot happen. And I'm not saying that the people standing right there, as we see in these clips, should have come in and tackled him down right then once he got into it, because that's also an escalation situation. But that can't happen. That can't happen. Indianapolis, you wanted us to talk about you. Now we are, alas. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mardi Gras Bob, welcome back.
What do you got, gentlemen? I got a couple of quick points. First, as the sitting regional accent of the week winner in New Orleans parlance, Antetokounmpo almost put a Seventh Ward bleep whooping on Halliburton's dad. Number two, how come I was threatened with a 7-second delay for using the word Dickinsonian, but this Jamoke Dillon can just say it with wherewithal and freedom? And third, let's not forget Aristotle and Plato for the Greeks. Have a great day.
Mardi Gras Bob, try to jump in the beef, make this a three-man weave. Mardi Gras Bob probably could bust some flows on Freestyle Friday that would have you surprised, Devin.
I know MGB from the past. I believe he could.
The notorious MGB. Now, the reason why you almost got hit with the delay, Bob, is because of what you said earlier. You answered your own question. Because you are the regional accent caller of the week reigning champ, we didn't know where that was going. We weren't really sure what was being said there until you brought it home. We knew what was coming from Dylan, and it was funny. Anyway, that was a great call from Bob. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bill in Indianapolis, how you feeling today?
Feeling great about the Pacers, guys. Complete win last night. With the best outside shooting team in the NBA, and the second unit is really second to none. Looking forward to playing the Cavaliers. It's going to be very, very tough. Cavaliers and Pacers match up pretty well, but there's a lot of talent over in Cleveland, so we'll just have to see what happens. But as far as Halliburton's dad, and I've been listening, and this one guy said how proud he was of Giannis standing his ground. Well, he was talk about being head and shoulders above somebody. Right. That's a huge, huge man. And Halliburton's dad's just kind of like normal size. But what's going to happen is they're going to they might not allow him to come to the game. I've seen this happen before. And unfortunately, there's going to be a couple of ushers that are going to be fired.
Thanks for the phone call. Yeah, that is unfortunate. That's what we don't want. We don't want otherwise upstanding people who enjoy their jobs to lose employment, even if temporarily, because one guy decided he wanted to go, roughshod on their operation. I understand that your usher and your security guards are supposed to, there's a discussion there about duty versus whatever, but, just not the cool position to put anybody in, at all. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Andre in Texas.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What up?
I just want to say this. I'm a lifetime Indiana Pacers fan. I don't condone what Halliburton's dad did, but at the same time, we got to keep that same energy. We can't be having NBA players leaving the bench, going to approach people of media because of something that was said about their son either. So I think we just got to keep that same energy. We don't know what Giannis was saying about Tyrese. So that's kind of it.
Yeah, that's not what we're doing. Keep that same energy is not what I would call rational adult thinking. Keep that same energy means in like scenarios, you do not shift your attitude or philosophy based on who the subjects are. The scenarios you brought up are not like. Halliburton's dad is not in the media. He is not otherwise using a platform for anything, number one. Number two, players coming off the bench, players being on the court and accosting fans who are yelling at them during gameplay, a la a Luka Doncic, is, again, not like to what happened. A fan confronting a player on the court after the game is not an acceptable situation, no matter his relation to any of the people on the court, especially because there was nothing happening. Like, this wasn't, again, some malice at the palace situation that spilled over. Next thing you know, what was the term we used yesterday when we were talking about 100 men versus gorillas? Chaos and fear were spreading. It wasn't that. He just rolled up on dude for no reason, getting in his mug, and continued to jaw at him repeatedly. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. AJ in Virginia, what up?
Hey, man, I just want to see your opinion on if Tyler Burton will get a fine from the NBA, just like the DC's or the Atlanta Falcons DC got a fine for his son's prank call against Shador.
Thanks for the phone call. He didn't get fined for the prank call, dude. How many times do I have to repeat this? He got fined for letting out the number and allowing sensitive information to be released. Is there a correlation between the two? All right, yeah. I'm sure Halliburton probably would pay a fine. To me, that's more on the Pacers, considering that Halliburton's job in that situation is to be playing basketball, and it's the Pacers' job to be protecting players. So it's, again, slightly apples and oranges situation. But, yeah, the accountability has to be there from the NBA for that team, for that situation, because that was ugly. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Donnie in Michigan. Donnie.
How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on here, guys. Yeah, if you ever played sports before, and if you lose a tough game like that, like the Bucks did to the Pacers, it's just super disrespectful to come out and just taunt after the game. You know, that's when you shake hands and say good job. And I was watching Giannis. He was so fired up about this 100 guys versus a gorilla. I want to see one Giannis Antetokounmpo versus one gorilla after last night. I would take him to win. What do you guys think?
Thanks for the phone call. That's the kind of imagery we're not going to do on this program right now. That's not a good look. That's not a good look. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sean in Missouri, last one.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, I love you guys, love the show. But as far as John Stamos and Giannis, there's no comparison. John Stamos, you know, affected 2 to almost 3 generations compared to Giannis. I'll hang up and listen to your thoughts.
Thanks for the phone call. This is a Two Americas situation. I know what Full House is. I didn't watch Full House. That wasn't my show, but I know who John Stamos is. But John Stamos is a TV character. Giannis is like an actual superstar athlete. The question is, how long do you think John Stamos held the crown until Giannis came along, Devin?
Listen, you might be downplaying. You might be downplaying John Stamos.
I might be.
I'm not going to lie to you.
I might be.
You talk about. We talk about longevity in sports. We talk about longevity in life. John Stamos has that.
Do we think Stamos' hair is real?
I don't want to think about that because I don't want to. If it's not, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah,
ruin the.
I think it's real.
Image.
When I woke up this morning, I didn't think that we'd be comparing Giannis and John Stamos, but here we are. The beauty of radio.
Global citizens on this program that we are. I've never seen John Stamos selling sneakers. What has John Stamos been in? He was in something that was not Full House. Was it a TV show?
Wasn't he in
ER, I think? Was he on ER?
ER is not what I'm thinking about.
No.
Was he in Parks and Rec? Is that
That's
no?
not what I'm thinking. He was the center of the show. But it was like one of those deals where it was almost like John Stamos was playing John Stamos, like his actual self in some sort of a sitcom scenario. I could be wrong about that. Shows what I know about John Stamos.
Yeah.
Anyway, coming up, you know where we're going. to the watering hole. It will be an interesting one today, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus. Giannis got sent home. Halliburton's overrated label might have expired. Yikes. Baseball's biggest stars mashing yesterday. Potatoes and tater tots for all. Whoa, one of the best catches ever happened. You have to see.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select a local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
I just picked up my brand new 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports, and I could not be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that truly handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at a fancy restaurant. The Defender makes every trip an adventure for the whole family. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 2025 Defenders ready and waiting for you. Visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
E-Network.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. This show took a left turn into the ether that none of us were expecting, but we're enjoying quite a bit. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Micah in Ohio, you're on the program.
Hey, thanks. I just wanted to offer that John Stamos, while famous to a few generations recently, doesn't hold a candle to Maria Callas, who has global fame as an operatic soprano. And then there's obviously Anthony Quinn, a tremendous Greek movie star. And if you want to dig even deeper, Cleopatra, the Queen of the Nile, was of Greek heritage as well.
Thanks for the phone call. I took that phone call so I could say this one thing. What Devin put up on the board for that call says John Stamos recency bias.
If you think about it, he does make a good point.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mardi Gras Bob brought up Aristotle and Plato. So, come on. We're going to go back into the philosophers era. What are we doing here?
Yeah, relative to Cleopatra, there is a pretty big John Stamos recency bias.
I got a couple of eras. The main one is high definition and standard definition television are pretty much the eras that we're staying in.
Also,
due respect to the operatic community.
I might be putting myself on Front Street, but I don't know who the opera singer is.
Yeah,
and no disrespect, like you said, to the operatic community.
It happens. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Travis in Virginia, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Y'all were trying to remember that Stamos show. He has a Disney TV show where he's a basketball coach in college, and he goes full Bobby Knight and, throws a chair out there and gets kicked out of the NCAA, and he has to go back and coach college or high school girls, and it's like his daughter's on the team, and it's actually a pretty good show, has a few seasons out there, better than the Don't Bother's what is it, Mighty Ducks TV show on Disney.
Right.
But, yeah, they got some good ones on there, and he's actually pretty good on it, too.
Thanks for the phone call. Sports! See how that happened? See how we brought that home? It's time to go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, to see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of the Circle of Life, where we take stock of the day from The Lion King. And yesterday, the jungle was hot. Y'all were trying to get on me. Again, the aggregators took my comments from TV. People are hitting me up going crazy. And I'm not even going to read anybody's tweets today, Devin. I'm just going to lay out what happened yesterday. Here's the deal. If you start tweeting me all sorts of bad faith, false equivalency nonsense, I don't have time for that outside of one single thing. I'm going to clear out my GIF folder for all of the goofy faces I've ever made over the course of being lucky enough to have a television career. Because that's how seriously I'm taking you talking to me like I'm not smart enough to understand the difference between a prank call and a security violation. I got to let out one that was really, really, really special to me, because every time I get to use this GIF, I get excited. Some guy says, Saints, I'm not even going to read his handle because it's so bad. It says, somebody needs to snag your stupid blank off the air. Ain't no way they're paying your dumb blank to speak. You know what GIF I hit him with? Me playing Sidney Dean for Halloween, where I took the hat off, pulled the cash out of the hat, and just started counting it. It's easily my favorite GIF from anything I've ever done at Around the Horn. So that was great. Sometimes you run up, you get done up. But I always appreciate the engagement. And with that, the circle of life is closed. Want to thank Tom Crean, ESPN basketball analyst for joining us on the program. He discussed Anthony Edwards going into tonight's Game 5, Timberwolves against the Lakers. I'll be there. I'll be able to report back on it today. Should be fun. Now I got to go watch a bunch of John Stamos stuff just to figure out what's going on. But yeah, man, I was really impressed with Giannis. That guy could have an elected official future. I'm not even being funny. He spoke quite ambassadorially about that ugly situation last night. He showed the gravitas, and as one caller said, the grace that you need to be a face of a franchise and of a league. Unfortunately, I think that this means the end for Giannis in Milwaukee, though. A fair parting of ways after a championship run and a generational change in what that franchise thought it could be and sort of knew that it was. But you can't see that ever again if you're John Halliburton. Coming up, it's Joe and Q. This has been Clinton and Friends. I want to thank everybody for doing it. And by the way, you know who my favorite Greek of all time is?
I'm glad we cut that off. Carmen and Jurko coming up. Was he going to say Anthony Quinn? Wasn't Anthony Quinn Greek?
He may have been, yes.
He was.
Yeah, he was, yes.
He played
he was the Golden Greek. Yeah, he was the Golden Greek, that's for sure.
He played one in one movie. We are bursting with energy and excitement for today's show. And I mean, I'm coming apart at the seams. I've been chomping at the bit since last night. There's a lot to talk about. And it's rare like that NFL gets bumped off the page, but it is a little bit today.
You're bumping the NFL today?
Dude, there's a lot from the NBA last night that I want to talk about with you.
The league.
A lot. Plus,
okay.
I've got a great baseball stat for you that you're going to love. And we're talking to, a lot of people think is a great baseball manager, Pat Murphy. His Brewers are in town.
Eye on the enemy, kid. We're going to make it a new part of this show as we move forward.
Carmen and York.
Eye on the enemy.
Plus Immaculate Carmen today at 1:15. Carmen and York coming up at noon.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall. No matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
One of the greatest stats of all time, 7,485. The original run of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats set that box office record on Broadway. Now, Cats is being reimagined for a new generation at the Paramount Theater in Aurora. The same beloved songs, but with modern circus flair. You'll see jugglers, contortionists, aerialists, and of course, many, many cats. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats, playing through June 15th. Get your tickets now at ParamountAurora.com. Use code ESPN for additional discount.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's hump day. We got a loaded show. There's a lot to talk about. I'll start by apologizing for my bad joke at the start of the tease. Obviously, I was making a joke about Anthony Quinn's most famous character. So
yes.
I don't want to upset anybody. But, you know.
Yeah, I'm glad you're not going to upset anybody. I don't think you're
It was a
upsetting.
really bad joke, although I cracked myself up.
No, he's a Mexican-American actor. He has played many international roles, Carl.
His most famous role is a Greek.
In Force 10 from Navarone, he played part of the Yugoslav army.
I crack myself up sometimes, really stupid jokes. Obviously, Anthony Quinn wasn't.
My heavens.
Wasn't.
The Greek community is beside itself.
Well, I think the Mexican-American community more than anything.
They're beside themselves, too.
Hey, jerk off. Of course he wasn't. Of course he wasn't Greek.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Whoa,
We can say that.
Are you insane?
I just said that the other day.
Well, yeah, and we were told you can't.
Well, why doesn't anybody tell me that?
I know you.
I'm pretty sure you were on the text.
Read the
No, I
emails.
wasn't.
I'm pretty sure
was
Danny
not.
texted us in the moment on that one.
Absolutely 100% was not.
Carb, though I agree with your description.
100% didn't, because Danny normally
I
tells
got
me.
you.
He's normally
I
like,
got you.
hey, that's a little too far.
I got you. I agree
He
with
didn't tell me that the other
Though
day.
I do agree with the description of yourself there, Carm.
Yeah, because
I would offer that.
Come on, Jesse. Our Mexican-American friends are probably like, dude, come on, you know better than that.
Yeah.
I was making a bad joke. I'm sorry.
Okay, I mean, you're fine. I don't think there was any ill will
No, his
in
most
what you were saying.
His most famous character was a Greek. But
My heaven. Who is the most
I'll
famous
apologize.
Greek?
Kanellis.
No, most Greek actor. Who's the best Greek actor that's ever been out there?
Well, that's got to be what they were just talking about on Clinton and Friends, isn't it? Stamos is Greek, right? It's got to be John Stamos.
I don't know.
And Lou Kanellis, of course. Yeah. Lou's not an actor, but he's a big personality, and he's very Greek, let me tell you.
I mean, Telly Savalas.
Oh, that's a good one.
Telly Savalas. I mean, best Greek actors of all time. I'm thinking Telly Savalas,
that's a good
baby.
One. And Lou's Greek restaurant, Avli, is very good. Like, that's legit Greek.
Man,
like, he went over to Greece and I think he stole the chef from some famous restaurant over there or something.
You guys did say Giannis, right?
Yeah. No, we said actor. We were saying actor.
Oh, actors only? Okay, all
well,
right.
Giannis, hey, here we go, front and center. Nice segue. Let's
Tom
rock
Hanks,
and roll.
Tom Hanks has a Greek background. He's got a Greek background. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, he is named Tom Hanks.
How
about Zach Galifianakis?
That's a good one.
If that doesn't scream Greek to you, I don't know what does. What do you think?
That's a good one.
What do you think? I'm on the page, baby.
The NBA, for the first time in a while here, I feel like coming out of the gates, what a night last night was in the NBA. I mean, really, there's only one.
3 of 4 for the good kid, by the way. I went 3-1 yesterday.
On
the
your
only
picks?
game I lost was the Indiana Pacers. I was minus 8.5 in that game.
Yeah, and
on
they
my
barely
picks,
won.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, the good kid was 3-1. I just want to note that today.
I've got
hot tonight, baby.
I've got thoughts on 3 of the games. 2 of them were fantastic, and in one sense, one was completely epic, and we'll start with that.
I fell asleep during the Jokic game.
Well, by the end, it was in the last 5 minutes or so, I was like, this is it. They
felt
were
like
up 20.
by the end of the first quarter, it felt like that Denver was going to win that game.
I have thoughts on all 3. The only one that was a laugher, and it's funny because, for the first 28 minutes or so, it wasn't a laugher. Orlando was hanging tough. But then it quickly came unraveled and came undone. And what was a close game for, again, I'd say the first 28, 29 minutes turned out to be a complete blow-up. I've got thoughts on the other 3, but I was thinking last night, now that the draft is over, and we've said our piece a lot in the NFL.
As I look at it, it's a 3-point game with 6 minutes left.
That's what I mean. And it turned out to be a 25-point game or something.
Now it's a 1-point game.
It's crazy. Yeah, because the replay's
I
playing
love
on
the
TV
replay
right
up here.
now.
That TV up there is absolutely fantastic.
So I thought to myself last night, now we can transition a little. And now, I mean, how do you not start with the wildness that ensued across the association last night? And I kept, on one of the TVs, I kept on that Bucks Pacer game. As other stuff was going on, right? And it turned out to be a great game. And the Bucks had a chance to close out the Pacers in regulation. They couldn't get it done. They went to overtime. And then it was the Gary Trent Jr. show in overtime, Jurko. Gary Trent Jr. scored 12 points.
12 of the 15, I believe.
In overtime.
Yeah.
And was going to be the hero and extend the series, even though it probably wouldn't have mattered when it was all said and done. Was going to give the Bucks some life, and they would have gone back to Milwaukee for a Game 6. And he was going to be the hero. And I never at any point flipped it off with all the other stuff that was going on. Another game had started. The hockey was getting good. I think at about that time, they were coming down the stretch in the third period in a tie game in Carolina between the Devils and the Canes. That game ended up going to double OT. But I didn't turn it off. I thought, let's just see what could possibly happen here. And craziness happened.
7-point lead. Nembhard with it 3. Good. Still time to go. The steal. 4-point game. There's still life in the building. Halliburton attacking. And the foul. to go. To Green. Trent with it, and he loses it. On a brilliant night, Gary Trent Jr. has it roll off of his fingertips. Here we go. Halliburton. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Halliburton for the lead. 1.3 to go. Pacers by 1. Porter to inbound it. No. Giannis is going to take it now. Here's Gary Trent Jr. Lets it fly. And the Pacers are moving on.
I didn't think a month after that craziness, granted it was a regular season game, but that craziness we saw over at the United Center between the Bulls and the Lakers, I didn't think it'd get topped. And in case you're wondering, going into last night, I know you're wondering, Yerk, NBA teams in the playoffs all time, okay? How long they've been playing, I don't know, 70 years?
That's about right, yeah.
NBA teams in the playoffs, up 7 or more with 40 or fewer seconds left, okay? You got the parameters?
I've got the parameters.
That was the case last night. Up 7, 40 or fewer seconds left in the fourth quarter or overtime of a playoff game in NBA history. Those teams were 1,609 and 0. 1,609 and 0. And somehow, Doc Rivers, Gary Trent Jr., Giannis, and the rest of the Milwaukee Bucks found a way to lose a game that has been, in the history of the league, quite literally impossible to lose.
Impossible to lose.
And Gary Trent Jr. goes from being the hero that's going to extend it back to Milwaukee to, unfortunately, being the GOAT. Not the good GOAT either. 2 turnovers, including a ball that just went through his hands.
Yeah.
Inexplicable. I was stunned. And then Tyrese Halliburton, not once but twice, going by Giannis on the perimeter. Not easy to do. Not once but twice.
But
Halliburton taking over.
Nonetheless, yes.
And winning that game for the Pacers. Jurko and I once saw a playoff game in that building. We saw the Bulls and the Pacers in 2011 play in that building. That building is one of the best buildings in the NBA. It can rock. Small.
Yeah.
It is loud. Mm-hmm. It is electric. Mm-hmm. I like that kind of like, what would you call it? That like neon sort of Jackson Pollock kind of art thing they've got going on with the logo. I don't know if you noticed that on the floor at center court and on the baselines. Looks kind of cool. You know, some people might not like it, but
Jackson Pollock-esque.
Yeah, it's like, just like let's close our eyes and throw a bunch of paint at the Jackson
the artist
Pollock. Yeah.
Known as Jackson Pollock.
Exactly, right. Yeah. That's what it kind of looked like. That building is great.
Yeah, if you've never seen a Jackson Pollock painting, go to the movie The Accountant.
Yes.
And she recognized that as a Pollock.
That's right. Like
and
she thought it was a replica.
Ends up getting it at the end. The painting, Carmen. Yeah. She ends up getting it at the end. I'm talking about a painting.
She thought it was a replica, but it was a real one.
It was the real one. Yeah. So now you know what the floor kind of looks like if you remember that movie.
Could you get what's the movie about in 15 seconds? No, seriously, I've never seen it. I know The Accountant 2 is coming out.
Yeah, it is.
He looks like an assassin, but he's going to do your taxes. I don't get it. Can you explain it to me?
Well, and what's-his-face is obsessed with it. The Celtics coach is obsessed with it.
Not Ime. Come on, Carmen. Joe Mazzulla.
Mazzulla, he's like, because I saw an interview, I think it was part of my take today, about Accountant 2, and he's like, what's wrong with you guys? Why haven't you seen The Accountant?
He's not really an assassin, Chris. Like,
what's the elevator pitch? What is it?
All right. He's a
highly... your taxes.
Go ahead.
I'm ready.
You do it, Yerk.
On the spectrum.
Highly functioning autistic.
Member of the family, military family, whose mother leaves them at a young age and the father has to raise them. Ends up in the military, ends up in prison, where he is then trained by the accountant for the mob.
Right.
Okay? Bad things happen for the guy and the accountant and the mob when he gets out. He revenges him. And now goes about the business of becoming the accountant for bad people.
For drug cartels
for bad
and the mob.
People.
And he's
got a weird sense of what's right and what's wrong.
And he's got kind of like Liam Neeson here, Chris. He's got a particular set of skills from the way he's been trained. So he is a badass.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not really an assassin. It's not a terrible movie.
And he's partnered with another special needs child that they got together as youngsters. They met, and had some sort of kinship
at a special school.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
It's not a terrible movie. I don't want to ruin too much.
I would watch it. Okay, you've said enough that I'll catch up and I'll watch it.
The trailers sort of ruin the first movie a little bit in the sense that now John Barenthal's character is his brother. That's kind of like a reveal.
Good pull on his name,
John Barenthal. Yeah,
great actor.
That's kind of like
he is very good.
So, Chris, like you probably would have figured it out because they've already teased that in Accountant 2, but that's one of the reveals in the original one.
Okay,
and now the two of them are partnered together in the second movie.
All right.
And I don't want to ruin the end either.
Yeah.
Well, I'll watch it.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
It's good.
I love it.
It's a weird
the
familial relationship.
Okay, I'm going to throw my last thought on it. They should have had Jurko market the movie because if Jurko was the one telling me about the movie when it originally came out, I would have watched it.
And
I've not watched it for a long time because I was like,
that in a movie, like in a small Midwestern town in a broken family.
Didn't we play that game for a little while?
Yeah,
we used to play that. Jurko would describe.
No, I wouldn't describe it. We would play the trailer.
Oh yeah,
and then we'd guess the movie off the trailer.
And Jurko was good
the
at
big
it.
voice guy.
Yeah,
in a world.
Yeah. Jurko was always good at that game.
Exactly.
I feel like Ben Affleck waited too. I know he did The Accountant 10 years ago.
I think it was.
Is it 10 years ago? Is it
12 years ago? I think he waited too long to take on this. I'm just gonna shoot a bunch of people.
Like the Liam Neeson role?
Yeah, because if you watch things now,
the Jason Statham role?
Yeah, like he's
the
there's like a Ben Affleck renaissance happening where people were like kind of down on him for a while. They saw the big dragon tattoo on his back and he was a meme for a while with him like with the cigarette and everything.
Sure. Yeah, right.
And then now he's like everyone loves him again.
Everybody. He's back. He's had his renaissance.
His misery opening the door for J-Lo for her to get in the car. You could see the misery on his face.
We went down this bizarre wormhole, or rabbit hole, I guess I should say, excuse me, just because I had said the floor at times looked like a Jackson Pollock painting at Indy. But that building is great. You heard how alive and electric it was. And then the craziness ensued after, somewhat craziness. I mean, obviously, Giannis was able to keep his composure well enough where nothing became physical. That's the big takeaway from last night and the talking point that we'll cover a little bit next. Who was right, who was wrong. The TNT guys last night had a real heated debate. Shaq's kind of out on an island on this one. I feel like, I don't know how anybody could look at that situation, seeing the father, the parent of a player taunting a player on another team, Shaq being like, that's okay, that's part of the game. I'm not so sure it is. He kind of seems to be out on an island on this one. I'd like to debate it with you guys a little bit. We'll play the exchanges from last night. We'll get Jurko's thoughts on it. Again, it could have been maybe uglier than it ended up being. Giannis was able to compose himself well enough, but both Giannis and Halliburton talked about it post-game last night. Tyrese Halliburton, I think, was embarrassed by the entire situation and the way his father acted. We'll kind of play all that and react to it. The games, there was a lot of thrilling stuff to come out of the NBA last night. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us and if you have a thought. We won't totally ignore football, of course. Dan Wiederer posted a story yesterday at the Trib while we were on the air, so I didn't see it. I heard Silvy reference it, and when I got home yesterday, I checked it out. I want to read a couple things from it because it just pertains to how the draft went Thursday and Friday and how the Bears were close to maybe making a couple of trades for a running back and how they never materialized. So we won't totally ignore that. We'll review and revisit it a little bit. Plus some baseball today. The Cubs win again. PCA stays hot. The manager of the Brewers will join us during the 2 o'clock hour. Former Notre Dame guy who knew Jurko's brother very well. He was the coach there when Mirko was at Notre Dame.
Eye on the enemy, we're calling it.
We're calling it Eye on the Enemy.
New name, something I thought of yesterday.
We got a loaded show.
Eye on the Enemy.
We got a loaded show. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Brewers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
What's up, Chicago? It's Adam Abdallah. Bleck and I are hosting a Philly flyaway trip with our friends at Yingling. That's right, we're heading to Philly first week of June, and you can join us. We have 3 bar crawls to take ESPN Chicago fans to Philly with us. We've already done 2. So 2 down, 1 to go. This Sunday is your last chance. I'm hosting a 3rd and final bar crawl in Edison Park on Sunday. It's a Sunday fun day and your last shot to win a spot on this trip. We start at 1 p.m. at Tavern on the Point in Edison Park. We'll responsibly enjoy some ice-cold Yingling and pick a qualifier there. Then we'll head over to Firewater Saloon, watch a little baseball, more Yingling, and another qualifier. That'll be 2 qualifiers at that point. And then we will finish the bar crawl at Edison Park Inn, pick our 3rd qualifier, and then of those 3 qualifiers, we will select our final winner to join us in this flyaway trip to Philly. So make sure you're there, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., Edison Park. We'll start at Tavern on the Point. See you there this Sunday. Enjoy some Yingling responsibly.
Hey, it's Jurko here with Mitch Lyons from Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch, planning for retirement isn't all that different from football, is it? It really comes down to the X's and O's.
You're right, Jurko. We both know from our days in the NFL, doing the basics well, like blocking and tackling, wins games. In retirement, it's protecting your nest egg from the Wall Street roller coaster and creating guaranteed lifetime income so you don't have to sweat retirement.
Right. In retirement, every day is Saturday, so you need protection and a reliable income to enjoy retirement like a champ.
So true, Jurko. If you're nearing or in retirement, the game changes. You can't afford to suffer market losses and take pay cuts.
Kind of like a retirement red zone, huh?
Exactly. We help people create a retirement of steel to protect what they've spent their lifetime saving and generate more income than they thought possible.
Call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. That's 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
White Sox fans still looking for that perfect Mother's Day gift? Join us Sunday, May 11th to celebrate all moms with a special pregame parade around the field before the game at 1:10 p.m. We'll also have mom-approved specials with a photo booth station, kids craft corner, drink specials, and more. Don't miss the chance to gift a heartwarming day at the ballpark and an unforgettable experience on the field. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Mother's Day.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber spores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the 4th quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
So the Pacers win a thriller last night, knock out the Bucks, and the ugliness for the Bucks continues in the postseason. You know, Giannis was injured last year and didn't play. Dame gets injured this year. Giannis's last 10 playoff games, going back to Games 6 and 7 of the Eastern Conference Semis versus Boston in 2022, Yerk. Yeah. His last 10 games, 30, 15, and 6. 30 points per game, 15 rebounds per game. It's actually about 6.5 assists per game, 54% shooting, and the Bucks are 1-9 in those games. Go figure. Unbelievable. And we'll get to Giannis's future and all that coming up, but that's now 3 straight one and done for the Bucks. And they blew a game last night that no team, in a fashion that no team in playoff history has ever blown. And then afterwards, Tyrese Halliburton's dad is on the court with the Pacer flag, sort of taunting, not sort of, I mean like taunting Giannis. And Giannis got up into his grill. It felt like
Giannis was standing still, and Halliburton's father walked up to him, or was walking toward him.
And that's when Giannis did definitely, I would describe it as, get into his face and give him a piece of his mind. Did nothing physical. I don't think ever even sort of hinted that he was going to do anything physical, thank goodness, because that could have been an ugly scene. And he quickly had some Bucks personnel around him to make sure he was calm.
Get in between the two.
Yeah, but it was an ugly a situation there for a few seconds, and this was Giannis talking about it afterwards. Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. Did that? Let me try that again. Oh, it's not playing, Chris. You want to fire it?
Yeah, I mean, after we won, I kind of blacked out a little bit. I don't really remember.
Right, this is Halliburton.
Then all the guys grabbed me in my head. As far as the incident between Giannis and my pops, I had no idea it happened until I got to the back and was showed the video. Me and my pops have talked about that, and I don't agree with what transpired there from him. I think basketball is basketball, and let's keep it on the court. And I think that he just got excited, saw his son make a game winner, and came on the court. But I think we had a conversation, and I think he just needs to just allow me to just play basketball, stay over there. I'll come to him to celebrate.
I mean, that's Tyrese Halliburton. He knew it was inappropriate. His father has since released a statement apologizing as well. This is Giannis.
One thing I'll say is that I believe being humble in victory. That's how I am. Now there can be a lot of people out there that are like, no, when you win the game, you gotta tag, and it's a green light for you to be disrespectful towards somebody else. I disagree. I've won the championship. They haven't. Okay, and that doesn't say anything. I'm not trying to minimize their effort. When we won the championship, I remember my mom, she was scared to cross. She was like, am I allowed to come and hug my son? Losing the game, emotions run high, having a fan, which at the moment I thought he was a fan, but then I realized he was Tyrese's son, which I love. Tyrese, I think he's a great competitor. He was his dad, sorry. Coming in the floor and showing me his son a towel with his face. This is what we do. This is what we effing do. This is the F we do. I feel like that's very, very disrespectful. But coming to me and disrespecting me and cursing at me, I think is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
I'm with Giannis on this one.
Yep.
I thought it was a bad look by Tyrese Halliburton's father, and he has since admitted as much.
Yeah.
Shouldn't happen.
I mean, and everybody gets caught in the emotion of the thing. You get the big victory, you're caught up in the emotion of the thing, too. Sometimes you do a little bit too much. And fortunately, cooler heads prevailed on everybody's side, and nothing silly happened. I don't think anything Halliburton's father did, maybe what he said might have triggered him, but what he did, I don't think was over the top. Except, what's he doing on the court?
I don't know.
Why
he was coming from center court, too. He was sitting on the baseline.
Yes, he was.
And he walked out to center court, and Giannis he was looking towards center court. So, it wasn't as if Giannis went to the baseline to confront the fan.
No, I know. Yeah.
This guy was in the middle of the court.
Yeah.
What other fan would be allowed to just leave the arena that way? You'd be arrested.
You'd be in trouble.
Right? Wouldn't you be taken out if you went to center? The moment the game ended, you walked out to center court to taunt a player?
What's he doing on the court? That's the simplest question. And there's no way in hell, the way they do things now and with security now, that they would be allowed, anybody would be allowed, anybody's father, anybody's dad, anybody's mom, anybody's brothers or sisters. The Jokic's don't have any rights to go on the court after a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So why is he out there? And I think from now on, the Indiana Pacers are going to move on, right?
Yep, they're playing Cleveland now, yeah.
Okay. You, sir, no longer sit on the baseline or the thing. You have to either be in the 40 rows off the floor. You got to be 20 rows off the floor. We're not allowing you to get near the floor anymore because you obviously can't contain yourself. And I'm sure he was celebrating, and his son played well. So, I mean, I get it. But you've got to now keep him in check.
Well, I'll say this. Watch the replay of the final play. After Halliburton scores and the Bucks are trying to collect the ball to inbound it for the 1.4,
right.
Halliburton's dad leaves his seat
and starts guarding a player.
And goes walking towards the stanchion of the basket with his little stupid flag.
The flag.
And he goes to walk out towards the court and then stops and kind of takes a step back, but he is now standing in front of the camera guys. The camera guys sitting along the baseline. He was standing right there next to Giannis while Giannis was inbounding
the ball. They had some confusion on who they wanted to inbound the ball to.
Well, and Pacers security clearly has some confusion on who's allowed to be on the court, too.
Yeah, that's exactly. So clean that up, and it was extremely inappropriate. I think the Halliburton family in the aftermath has handled it as best they possibly could.
Sure.
You heard Tyrese, the father, released a statement apologizing as well. I thought Giannis handled it in a pretty classy way, too. The big question now is what happens to Giannis in the offseason. We kind of hinted at this yesterday, sort of expecting them to get knocked out. I didn't think they were going to get knocked out the way they did. I mean, it sure looked like they were going back to Milwaukee for a Game 6, but now it is 3 straight one and done. You're probably going to play the whole year next year if you're the Bucks without Dame Lillard. What is Giannis's future? This was the Get Up crew specifically talking about it today and starting with a question that Greeny asked of Brian Windhorst, Jurk, about Giannis's future this summer. Oh, these won't play for some reason, Chris. What happened to my soundboard? I don't know. Can you?
It's going to be one of the biggest things that happens in the NBA for the rest of the year. And the thing about this is we'll have a lot of discussion and we'll try to figure that out. But when you start to put together your dream Giannis trades, you have to understand that the Bucks do not control their first-round draft pick for the next 6 years. So they have to approach this a completely different way. Brooklyn. They can't be trying to go over a rebuild situation.
So that means that the places that we will be looking at, we had this conversation on our post-show meeting yesterday.
They need players.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the point is, we were talking about, can he find his way to the Lakers? Can he find his way? You need a team that has stuff to give up for him. He has 2 years left on his contract. So it's all well and good for him to say, I want to be someplace else, but the circumstances have to be right. Milwaukee is putting themselves into, what did you call it the other day? Lottery hell for the foreseeable future if you trade away a
They don't have a lottery. They won't. If they're bad, they'll be in the lottery, but it won't be their picks, as Wendy's saying, which is why I think along with players, they're going to have to find some picks. You got to find teams that are stockpiling picks and put them in your pocket so you can reset this franchise. It's the hardest thing to do in the NBA.
So that's also Alan Hahn on the set, who does a lot of the basketball stuff with Get Up York. He's one of the commentators for the Knicks. That's Wendy and Hahn and Greeny talking about it this morning, and Windhorst making the point they don't control all these pick swaps. They don't control their pick for the next 6 years. I said yesterday they're going to want players. Who on the Bulls would they possibly want? And before we even get into matching the salary and everything else,
right?
Who would Milwaukee want? I think that was Windhorst's point. It's why I brought up Orlando or Oklahoma City.
Anybody with young
Houston
talent.
that's got a lot of it.
And guess what? They would have to want Giannis.
Well, of course. I think most would.
Or Giannis.
I think most would still want Giannis. I mean, I think by anybody's measure, Giannis is still probably one of the 5 best players in the league and probably will be for the next couple of years while he's still in his prime. But what would the Bulls possibly have that would entice Milwaukee, even if he does want to come here? I'm not so sure. Any Bull fan thinking that, he's now 1-9 in his last 10 playoff games. They haven't been beyond the conference semi since they won the title in 21. And in fact, they've been knocked out in the first round each of the last 3 years. He's finally fed up. He's going to leave. And he wants to come to Chicago because the Greek population is big. I don't know. I find that whole thing hard to believe. And I don't know what the Vegas odds makers would put it at right now. I really don't. But I'd lay $1.50 he'll be back in Milwaukee. Let's put it that way.
You'd almost bet 28 other teams have a better chance than the Chicago Bulls do.
I'd bet a lot of them do, and I'd still make the favorite. Maybe I'm crazy. I'd still make the favorite that he's back in Milwaukee next year. I could be very wrong about that. We'll see this summer. It will be one of the biggest NBA storylines of the summer. Unless Giannis, a week from now or, comes out and he's like, I'm not asking for a trade. I don't want to go anywhere. Maybe he'll do that. But if it lingers at all, if he doesn't talk, if he hints at it, that will be the biggest story. Yeah, Durant's going to get traded. But, at this point, Giannis would be the story of the summer, I feel like, in the NBA.
Would it be if Jokic wanted to leave? Would that be?
In fairness, yes.
Okay.
Though, if something weird happens, if they get bounced, and I'll get to that game in a minute. Maybe we'll talk about that game next.
I think we should.
Jokic and Giannis would be the storylines. You're correct about that, Jurko. Yeah. And is there any way either could make their way to Chicago? I don't know how that's possible. Sell me on that, Bulls fans. It's like AK's only plan. I don't know how he would pull that off. 312-332-3776. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko, don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200-plus commercial features and 70-plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and it is Derby time, one of my favorite times of the year, and I will be at one of my favorite places, Fat Poor Tapworks in Lincolnwood, to watch the first leg of the Triple Crown this Saturday. It is the greatest 2 minutes in sports, and we'll be glued to the flat screens to watch the thoroughbreds run. Join me Saturday afternoon for a Derby party. I'm going to join the Fat Poor Tapworks party about 4:30, and we'll enjoy pimento cheese dip, mint juleps, and, of course, the race. So wear your Derby gear, and I will see you at Fat Poor Lincolnwood Saturday at 4:30, and please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Madison, where businesses thrive and futures are built. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime accessibility, a talented workforce, and a supportive community ready to champion local businesses. Madison, home for business, heart for family.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
All excited for Nuggets Clippers, and then the Clippers decided we don't really need to win Game 5 in a 2-2 series, which, of course, as we know, as probabilities go, Game 5 pretty much dictates who wins best of 7 series when they're tied.
It usually
2.
does, Carm, yes.
At least there's a very strong correlation there, right? No sense of urgency from the Clippers at all last night. Kawhi Leonard took 15 shots.
It was quite disappointing.
Fewest number of shots he's taken in the series, or at least I think it tied, actually. I think he only took 15 shots in Game 1. So he only took 15 shots. James Harden was awful. 3 of 9 from the floor. He had almost as many turnovers as he had assists, Yerk. That's never a good thing. And he was terrible.
How was Jamal Murray in this one?
Awesome. And so was Russ.
Came to play?
Yes. I mean, they shot the lights out. They were like at 50%. Danny's guy, Christian Brown, was great. we've said it forever about Harden. Look, I think James Harden's been in the playoffs every year of his career, right? I'm pretty sure that's
I think
true.
so, yeah.
Every year of his career. And there's no doubt that James Harden's been a great player in this league. He's one of the true great scorers this league has probably ever seen. He's been an MVP. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame. But how many times have we said what happens come playoff time to James Harden? You know, there's playoff Jimmy, right?
Yes.
Like, that's a good thing.
That's a good thing, yeah.
James Harden seems to go the other way.
Playoff James, not so good.
I don't know. I just don't get it.
How did Jokic play?
I thought Jokic was fine. Like, he didn't shoot the ball great, but he didn't. I mean, Jokic had a triple-double. Like,
he did have a triple-double, Carmen.
Listen, when your team is cruising and your team has control of the game,
sometimes you don't have to insert yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let everybody have their fun tonight.
And if you saw their game plan in the second half, the Clippers tried guarding Jokic, smalls on the perimeter, and then aggressively double-teaming him. So, and they had the game in control. So what Jokic do? He's like, okay, I'll pass.
I'll dish.
I'll pass.
I'll dish.
I'm fine. Like, so Zubats is going to hang out by the basket and try to disrupt their offense that way, and they're going to hard double me a lot and put some smalls and some athleticism on me on the perimeter. I'll just do this. The guy is a master. He's teaching a master class out there. There's nothing teams can throw at him anymore that he's unprepared for.
I mean, he's your MVP, but that's fine. I mean, he is.
He's the best player in the world.
Yeah.
He is. There's nothing that teams can throw at him that he's not prepared for.
Yeah, he took the third most amount of shots in the game, but he had a bunch of guys with double-digit shots. Had 11, 10, 26. Even Westbrook off the bench within 25 minutes had 15 shots.
Yeah.
So it's when your guys are eating, let him eat.
And he's great. He makes the right play 9 times out of 10.
And if Murray's hitting shots,
yes.
God bless the Denver Nuggets to get everybody involved. He was 17 of 26 from the field.
Yeah.
Feeding the ball. He's hot.
They were the underdog.
Yeah.
At home in Game 5. They were a short dog.
1.5 points.
And they had the game pretty much.
I pounded them.
Wire to wire, right?
I pounded Denver.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good. They pretty much had it. And that I thought it was going to be a thriller, and it turned out to be a dud.
I was 3-1 The only game I lost was the Pacer game.
The Pacer game.
Yeah.
You're hot.
I thought Milwaukee was going to roll over and die. They did not.
The good kids hot.
They had a little fight in them, which is a little bit disappointing for me.
Yeah, but I like the James Harden thing. Is just I flip a coin. I don't know. I never know what's going to happen in a playoff game with James Harden, ever. Flip a coin. Sometimes, Jurko, it might be 38-point effort, and sometimes it might be last night.
Yeah.
3 of 9 with as many turnovers as assists, or almost. And just a lousy, lackluster effort. And Kawhi's got to take more than 15 shots. I don't know what that was out of the Clippers last night. I have no idea. I really don't.
The Nuggets shot 51.5% from
3.
From 3.
Good luck to you.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a complete and total breakdown of your fundamental defense.
56% overall from the field. I mean,
terrible.
That's hard to stop.
Terrible. So that was a dud. And then the Knick game was good. The Pistons, man, don't go gentle.
Oh, yeah.
And so did you see, I don't know if you saw the end of that. You see the mini controversy at the end of that game. They couldn't get Brunson and Hart back into the game. They were at the scorer's table for the last 2.5 minutes. They couldn't stop the game.
There wasn't a break and play and no timeout?
And Tibbs wanted to save his last timeout.
Well, I mean, at some point, you've got to make a choice.
So this is Tibbs afterwards. This is Tibbs postgame.
Tom, when you had Jalen and Josh there on the scores table waiting to check and get in, what was the thought process of not calling a timeout or not getting them back in the game as that lead kind of went up?
Just where we were with our timeouts. Coach's decision.
Your overall thoughts on the officiating today?
It is what it is.
Steph was referencing you were, I think, 1 foul away from the bonus. Is that why you chose not to foul there too, to stop the clock, to get those guys in?
Just coach's decision.
An unhappy Tibbs.
Well, at some point, Tibbs got to tell this guy, hey, bounce the ball off of somebody, get it out of bounds so I can make a substitution. At some point, you pull him over, say, drive the sideline, and knock the damn ball off his knee so I can get these subs in. Or if you see it and you're in, you know they're coming in for you. What are you doing? As a player, you should know that.
That's an interesting take on it, Jurko.
As a
where's
player,
the
I
awareness?
should know.
Like, are you
hammer this SOB so my guys can get back in the game?
And
if you don't know what the pecking order on your team is, then what the hell's wrong with you?
There's some coaching stuff that
And if the
rears
player's
its
not
ugly
doing,
head with Tibbs a lot in the playoffs.
If the player's not doing it, he's saying it's coaching decision.
Yeah.
But you know what? He's seething right there. He's seething. You call the guy over and say, "Go hammer this SOB here with 2 minutes left on the clock."
Yeah, like that's
Come
who's
on
communicating that and what's being communicated and hard to really know. And he
it's
just
never
sort of
about
fell on the sword.
communicating. It's about over communicating.
But it was a bad look.
So I don't mind that he's falling on the sword and he's saying, "I'm going to blame me. It's coaching. I'm going to blame me." If you're a player on that team, you got to have some sort of mental wherewithal of what the hell's happening in the game and what your coach is trying to do on the sideline too.
Because the game,
do you have to be told everything?
The game got away from him when those two were just sitting there at the scores table,
right?
And they couldn't get back in. By the way, Waddle and Silvy talked about this last week. Boy, Tibbs is really clinging to those last few strands of hair. Have you noticed that?
I like Lou Henson, my friend.
Oh, my God.
Like Lou Henson. When it goes, mine's going. But when it starts to go, I might be making a trip over to Turkey, kid.
Yeah,
you never know.
Well, what is Tibbs doing?
Okay, but think about it. He's not going to be a good-looking bald dude. Like if he just goes Mr. Clean.
Okay, that's fair, Adam. But
it's not going to look good.
But then why doesn't he go to Turkey
it's
this
too
summer?
Obvious now.
Is it? Now
it's
it
too
is,
obvious
I guess.
now.
Well, it doesn't matter. In the offseason, you go. Where'd you get the head of hair for? My good friends in Ankara and Constantinople.
I'll tell you this.
Tell Barstool Eddie to hook him up with his guy
That's
over
right.
there. I mean,
I'll tell you, this is what's going to happen, okay? If they end up winning the series and he is still the head coach, he's not a guy that gives a crap about what he looks like.
But then why does it?
If he loses his job and he's back on the desk at ESPN, the first place he's going is to Turkey.
I'm telling you,
who's
it
the
is
guy from Goodfellas?
Maury's wigs.
You should go see Maury in Jersey.
Maury's wigs don't come off.
Put a wig on, jump in the pool.
I mean,
boom. It'll look great.
Yeah, go to Queens.
Yeah,
they
go to
flash the
Maury's.
address.
It's
watch
there.
Goodfellas. Look for the address.
It's still there.
You know, Maury's dead, of course, but go
Poor guy. Cross him off the list.
Go see his next of
I mean, enough people love him still here in the city. He could get a couple billboards.
Yes.
Take down a couple of the 900 Urlacher ones that we have.
Or Sandberg, like Tibbs.
Yeah.
You got to do
Ian
something.
Happ. Didn't Ian Happ have one of those too?
No, does
I thought Ian Happ had one of those
Maybe.
commercials too. Yeah. Yeah, well, billboards. The billboards.
Did Happ do the thing?
I thought he had it. Yeah. Is it only me?
No,
or
you
did
might
I
be
see
right.
it? I saw his face up on there.
You might be right.
On your weirdo hair on 294. My heavens.
You might be right.
Well, I could be knocked
he
out.
definitely
for
does.
6 weeks. Yeah.
Happ definitely does.
I could be knocked out for 6 weeks and I'd be able to pick Urlacher out of a police lineup.
Oh, apparently Deion did too. Deion Sanders did too.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I'm looking on the website here.
There you go.
Waltz
They've got a bunch of people.
Do they?
Yeah, they've got.
That's your store, right, Adam?
Yeah, they've got Zach Johnson too.
Zach Johnson, the golfer.
Yeah.
I think I did know that, actually. Yeah. Walt is in LaGrange. What's up, Walt?
Walt.
I need Jurk's help on this. None of the Illinois OTBs are taking derby bets. They have this ongoing feud or something's going on with Churchill Downs.
That's right.
And they said the only way people in Illinois can bet the derby is either online or in Indiana. And I've got a legal pad full of bets I got to make with the undercard races and everything.
Oh,
so I'm
yeah.
asking Jurk, is there any OTBs in northern Indiana that are fairly close?
There is one in Fort Wayne, Indiana that I am familiar with. He asked me a question.
Fort Wayne?
Fort Wayne, Indiana. There used to be one in Maryville, but there's no longer the one in Maryville.
Is that right?
They shut that place down. Yeah.
Well, boy,
so Fort Wayne, Indiana is your nearest place, or you can get your Twin Spires app. And load in some money and make your wagers that way.
I'd get the app, Walt. Do that. You're gonna have to.
I've got an NYRA app, but I always like to have the ticket.
Who do you like in the Pat Day Stakes?
Well, I don't know about the Pat. They haven't looked at the undercard yet, but I kind of like Sandman. I had him in that. Was it the Oakland?
The Rebel
Oakland Derby.
or the Arkansas?
No,
the
it was
Arkansas
the big
Derby.
one.
Yeah, Arkansas Derby.
Yeah. And I had a horse called Chunk of Gold in the Louisiana Derby that ran ran a nice second for me.
All right, this is going to be like a key for Thursday tomorrow.
All right, Walt. Thanks, Walt.
Walt, listen in on this, too, so you're going to let him go, but that's fine. Publisher ran second to Sandman. I say second. Ran just behind Sandman when he finished first in the Arkansas Derby. Ran second or fourth behind him when he finished third in another one. And Publisher was cut off at the rail by American Promise in, I think, either the Southwest or the Rebel, one of those three races. And Publisher is going to run.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to tell you. Publisher wants to run.
All right.
If we get a fast pace with a couple two-tree horses breaking out for the lead, and all of a sudden you're seeing opening splits of about 23 and 46, that means the closers are going to be running hot and heavy in the Derby, okay? That's what I'm telling you. Publisher is a horse that loves to run late.
Publisher morning line 30-1.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, it's 30-1.
Yeah.
16 horse, right?
Publisher's the 13.
13 horse. I said the 13 horse.
Close enough.
Yeah, there you go.
Jurko says Publisher.
But that's an early Kentucky Derby thought. I haven't released my play yet, but it's an early Derby thought. Publisher. And you were in the newspaper business, Carm. You know what it's like.
Yes, sir. I wasn't ever really in the newspaper.
You sure?
I don't know why I said yes, sir.
Did you ever write an article?
I was not in the...
Did you ever write an article?
The college newspaper.
Publisher.
I was
Publisher.
never in
Love
it.
Publisher.
Yeah, there's a weird...
If you would take journalism and Publisher
I'm going to.
and do an exact the box.
I'm going to.
Why wouldn't you?
Believe me.
I mean, if you're going to be a name guy. Last year, my dog's name is Danny Boy, and guys were betting Mystic Dan and hitting on it, and it paid $42.
Do you want to know why I bet Mystic Dan and hit on it?
Because your nephew's named Dan.
No, because Peggy Kaczynski's brother is named Dan.
There you go, and that's why you bet.
And we were talking the day before about how Peggy... I think you were off the Friday before the Derby, and Peggy was in with me.
I was, because I'm going to be the same place I'm going to be this Friday. West Lafayette playing Coyote Creek.
Oh, you're off Friday?
Yes.
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know Jurko was off
I'm off Friday.
It's on the schedule.
Going to play golf.
So
Carm doesn't look at the
I don't look at the schedule.
I'm just verifying that Jurko took care of his business and he is off on Friday.
So Jurko was off last year, and the Friday before, Peggy hosted.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the field, and
Mystic Dan.
She said, gee, my brother's name is Dan. I said, well, we got to bet Mystic Dan. Yeah. Guess who bet Mystic Dan? I did. Guess who didn't? Peggy.
Peggy didn't bet it. All right.
She's texting me Saturday going, oh, my God, that Mystic Dan horse won?
Yeah.
I said, yes, you didn't bet it?
Carmen bet it.
I bet
all
it.
the media members going to bet journalism?
Yeah, everybody's going to bet
Is
journalism.
Jesse going to bet journalism? Who's Kap going to bet?
That's funny. That's funny. Can we talk about that next?
No.
No.
There is the 20 horse named Propaganda.
Si, senor.
Oh, yes.
Si, senor. Hasta la vista, baby. Oh, that was fabulous. Should we talk about that coming up?
Do you see how quick that was?
Okay.
Do you see how quick that was?
That was pretty
This
good.
is why I get paid the big money.
That was pretty good.
Because that was instantaneous. You needed it, I gave it to you.
All right, it's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, if you've taken my advice, then you know the food scene in Elmwood Park is fantastic. I rave about it all the time. Don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano will tell you himself. Elmwood Park is something special, and it's more than just the great restaurants. It's the people, neighbors who care, families that thrive, and businesses that succeed. And every time I visit, I feel it, and you will too. Mayor Skip always says, we hook you in with a meal, next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. So take it from me and Mayor Skip. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yingling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yingling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager, it's crisp and easy drinking, the Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste, and black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yingling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yingling country.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
There's a source-off going on around these parts.
Going on?
We were trying to figure out, was that an Abdallah? Sylvie was saying it yesterday. I think Abdallah coined that. Did you?
It was
coin
me.
It? Oh, Black coined
but
that.
shout out to those who can't remember that.
Black gets
and
the
I also
credit.
brought the music to the party. The Swords Off music. I'm very upset about this.
What is the source off music?
The saloon music.
Right.
I can't do it. I don't know. I can't sing.
No, it's the old Western. Wah, wah, wah. It's from Good, Bad, and the Ugly. It's from Good, Bad, and the Ugly.
Yes. The Good, Bad, and the Ugly.
Absolutely.
Yes. The showdown music.
Yeah, showdown music. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a great bit.
That's
No credit. No credit.
Is that
it's unbelievable
when they're going around the cemetery?
Well, they play it a lot, but at the
and then the very end,
the
too.
famous end scene, yes, is when they're circling each
the cemetery
other.
looking for the name.
Remember the name on the grave?
Gomez.
No, it's come on, Carmen. It's Ben. It's Ben something, right?
I'm not going to say Ben Dover. It's
there it
not
is.
him. Oh yeah.
Why can't I remember?
Did you ever see the symphony do this song? They got a symphony.
No, I'm sorry. Come on, Carmen. Arch Stanton.
Arch Stanton. Yeah.
Arch Stanton.
You definitely don't have that right.
Blondie.
Arch Stanton.
Boy, that Eli Wallach. What an actor.
Oh, my God.
What an actor that Eli Wallach.
No joke. That movie's great, by the way. I know it's long.
Yeah.
And I don't know how well you'd say it's aged because it's slow at times.
Good
but
luck getting young kids to watch a Western. Are you kidding me?
If you're a movie...
Tyler and Key would be lost in 5 seconds.
Yeah. But if you really...
don't even try with Tyler.
I wouldn't try with Tyler, but I don't think Tyler appreciates movies the way
he
some
doesn't.
young... so like if you consider yourself like a movie buff, if you like cinematography and like sort of groundbreaking movies and... You've never seen it because it's old, and it is long. It's like 3 hours.
I'm pretty sure
It's very
Quentin
good.
Tarantino calls it the best trilogy ever made.
I think he does. The spaghetti western.
And I'll trust Tarantino.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is worth the view someday. It's the best one out of the trilogy, too, if you ask me, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It's quite exceptional. So anyway, we got a source off going. I don't even know if it's a source off. I'm kind of confused, I guess, to what Cap's really saying, because I sort of gave him the benefit of the doubt yesterday. But then because I didn't think Cap was really reporting anything. Cap was just sort of like kind of spitballing.
Throwing some stuff against the wall.
But then this morning on his show with Hoodie, he was saying what I reported and what I'm reporting.
He keeps reporting things then.
So I was like, well, wait, what's the report? That the Cubs will spend whatever it takes to keep Tucker? Really?
I don't know.
He's going out on a limb there. If the Yankees offer Kyle Tucker $700 million, the Cubs are going to come over the top and give him $705?
That's according to his report.
That seems unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely.
Now, if the Cubs offer the most and Kyle Tucker goes somewhere else, there's nothing they can do about that, I guess, and Cap would be right. But if the Yankees offer 7 and the Cubs stop at 6, like what's Cap reporting? He's saying, again, I didn't think it was a report, but then this morning he was saying what I reported. So he is reporting it.
It does seem like he's reporting it.
He's reporting that the Cubs have, quote unquote, wrapped their brains around, whatever that means, the idea that they have to spend whatever it takes to keep Kyle Tucker. That's kind of big news.
This sounds like when my parents were pestering my wife and I to have a kid, and we were like, yeah, we'll think about thinking about it. Like, we'll think about wrapping our heads around the concept of having a child. We're thinking about it. We're not really thinking about it. We're thinking about it.
Does anybody think the Cubs are going to spend $700 million on Kyle Tucker?
I don't believe so.
Maybe it's not 700 either. Maybe it's 6. I mean, that's probably a more realistic number.
625
continues. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're wrapping their heads around it.
I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. Jesse basically said yesterday, well, he's going to join us on Friday on Waddle and Silvy, that it's semantics and that like Cap's a talk show host, and I agree with that.
He is a talk show host.
But he's saying
these
reporting.
Are words.
Yeah, I don't know.
Semantics, words.
Jesse's point was if I went to my editors in Bristol and said, they'd say,
well, wait,
what are you reporting?
Yeah.
And like, how is this sourced? And
it doesn't pass the smell test.
No, it doesn't. What do they say? Pass muster, Yerk?
It doesn't pass mustard. Yeah.
No, I don't think it's
Colonel Mustard.
I think it's mustard.
No, Colonel Mustard in the billiards room.
Yeah, right.
With the candlestick.
Like Clue, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I'm not sure I don't know if we have a source off or what is going on or what Cap's really saying. Is he saying the Cubs are going to spend whatever they have to keep Kyle Tucker? That's kind of what it sounds like.
That sounds like that. That's what it sounds like. I mean, that's what's being reported.
That's pretty newsy, isn't it?
It should be.
That's what he's saying?
It should be.
And then he said he was upset about being aggregated, but he's liking the aggregators that are aggregating him.
So he really likes it.
I don't know. It's very confusing.
He doesn't dislike it.
Is anybody else confused?
Are you sure you got that right? He likes it or he dislikes it?
Guys?
Well, don't bring us into the middle of this.
Tell.
I mean, you want to start up with you and Silvy are going to team up against Cap. I love how Silvy introed Jesse yesterday. A source I trust. Hey, Jesse Rogers is up next.
To answer your question,
that was hilarious.
To answer your question, Carmen, I think we'll be back in 2 short minutes.
All right, we'll be back in 2 short minutes.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200-plus commercial features and 70-plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
I just picked up my brand new 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports, and I could not be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that truly handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at a fancy restaurant. The Defender makes every trip an adventure for the whole family. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 2025 Defenders ready and waiting for you. Visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
You know it's Derby week around these parts because Jurko's now he's breaking down film on the horses, you guys. He's got me watching results. He's got me watching old races.
We watched the Arkansas Derby. We'll take a look at the Rebel just now, the Rebel Stakes. I'm going to take you back to the Southwest, but I just wanted him to see, when you say horses have excuses, that's what it's about. The Sandman's going to be 5-1. The horse that finishes right behind him is going to be 35-1.
Yeah.
Now, you want the one that's eventually going to win, but what happens sometimes is a horse finishes in front. The big one comes, something happens, and now the horse that was finishing second now finishes first, and you're getting paid $68 on the race. So that's all we're talking about.
Well, I'm going to take your advice when I put my bets in later this week.
I didn't say Publisher was my final pick.
No, but I'm saying Publisher will be in some of my wagers.
It should be. In your exotics.
In my exotics.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Owen Almighty will also be in there. I have two very good friends that have sons named Owen.
Owen?
I mean, I got to bet Owen Almighty. Well, I won Tampa Bay, and he paid handsomely.
Owen? I don't know anybody named Owen, ever, except for maybe the former Liverpool player, Michael Owen.
A lot of young boys now. It seemed like 20 years ago it was becoming a popular name.
I got you. Owen.
And Owen Almighty, as a long shot, won Tampa Bay.
Did he?
Oh, yeah, in March. And he's going to go off at 40-1.
And remember, Mystic Dan came out of the Arkansas races last year.
That's right.
Just so you remember that.
And Mystic Dan paid handsomely as a little bit of a longer shot.
Boy, did he ever. I think he paid $44.
I think so.
It's 21-1.
So it's Derby week. Jurko's very excited because he's breaking down
I think
the races.
everybody is. I think the whole world is excited.
In an hour from now.
How you and I have never gotten down there for the Kentucky Derby is an absolute miracle.
I've been on my own. I've never been with the station, like a station event. I have been once to the Derby. I would want to do it the next time I go in a more classy way. Let's put it that way.
You were on the infield.
I was on the infield.
Yeah.
And I can promise you I will
It
never
was offered up to us to do it the way the peasants do it, the Gen Pop.
I wouldn't say the
putting
peasants.
us in the infield. Oh, no.
It's just a mess.
It's okay.
I'm way too old.
Listen, when I couldn't afford things, where was I? I wasn't in the seats. I was in the infield. Okay?
Yeah.
I went to the Indy 500. I couldn't afford anything. I was then a peasant. Guess where I went to? The infield.
The infield, yeah.
Infield. Why? Because it's less expensive to be in the infield.
It was, it was not anything that I would ever do again. I mean, it was fine to experience it once.
Yeah. Having been a peasant.
Yeah, but I will.
Okay?
Yeah. No
Is
chance.
that a safe way for me to say it?
There's no chance. Grandstand only. I guess that's a little snobby, but grandstand only. I think anybody who is a little bit older would be like, no, it's not being a snob. It's being practical. It's like, how much do I love New Orleans in the French Quarter, but I won't go on Bourbon Street for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 20 years old, and,
You're not 20 years old.
I'm not crazy, so.
That's all that matters. You're not 20 years old.
So yeah, I don't think that's being snobby. No. I just, I will never go to that infield again at the Kentucky Derby. But it is I would like to do the event with you at some point because you haven't been yet, right?
I have not. When I was going to go, my dad got sick.
That's right.
I had the tickets all set, had the outfits all picked out, and my dad got sick, so I had to cancel on that.
An hour from now,
that was 2018.
2018. An hour from now, we're going to talk to the manager of the Brewers.
Yeah, I'm
Some
excited.
people think we're being ridiculous.
Throw me a pen. Eye on the enemy, guys.
Because we're doing a bit that only amuses us.
It used to be the managers mattered in baseball. Then all of a sudden they didn't matter.
The Earl Weavers of the world.
Yeah. I mean,
Tony
Dallas
La Russa
Green,
in his prime.
Dallas Green,
Jim Fry,
Jim Leland.
Don
all
Zimmer,
the great,
Jimmy
all
Leland.
the great managers. Yeah, Tommy
Sparky
Lasorda.
Anderson,
How many
Tommy
great
Lasorda.
sound bites did we get out of Tommy Lasorda?
Sure.
Oh, all
Joe
types
Torre.
of fantastic stuff.
Right?
Yes.
I got to say, I'm going to set the record straight here. All right. I was last week. We got Carmen, Jesse and Carmen are conspiring. I said, there's no conspiring. Jesse had asked me about Dave Roberts. I opened it up to you guys. So the text came down the pike yesterday.
Yes, it did.
About 4 o'clock in the afternoon. No, it was after that because he had already gone on Waddle Silvy. Maybe 5 o'clock. It was to me. It was a text message from Jesse Rogers to me and Jurko. And he said,
interesting.
Well, all right, listen. And he said, I could book Pat Murphy for 2 o'clock tomorrow. He's the manager of the Brewers. They're in town playing the Sox. Do you want him? Jurko responded in 7 seconds.
Love him.
Love him.
Love him.
First of all, Jurko never responds to anything that Jesse texts.
I was a little boozed up, too.
At 5?
No better time to start than once you get to where you're at.
He gets off work at 3.
It is happy hour. So within 7 seconds, Jurko's texting back going, love him.
Love him.
And I said, well, if Jurko's excited about it, I would do it. But I said, you better loop Bleck and Abdallah in. I said, because I'm not touching this one. I said,
absolutely.
And Jurko goes, let's do it. All right.
It was 5:20 and 5:21 p.m. So I had an hour and 20 minutes at the local tap. So, I mean, at that
I didn't
point,
get a text till 5:45.
I'm probably 4 or 5 minutes in.
I was like, you
And
better
it was
text
just me.
Abdallah.
He did not loop in Bleck and Abdallah. It was just Abdallah.
Yeah. And at 5:22, Carmen's like, I mean, if Jurko's excited, I say we do it.
Right.
And I said, of course. Carmen then comes back at, hold on, we'll see what the delay was.
What was it?
I'm looking.
I don't think it was that long.
5:27. 5 minutes later, he stewed on it for a little bit. He goes, you better talk to Bleck and Abdallah to make sure this thing is on the up and up.
All right, let's do it this way.
Let's
Yerk,
do it.
Before the manager joins the show.
Yeah.
He's not listening right now.
No, he's not.
What are your questions?
Could have a Brandon
They're
Beane
nonstop.
situation here, Chris.
Yeah, what are your questions here? Carm, don't
coming
answer.
at him.
We know you're ready. You're prepared.
I'm coming with a Gatling gun full of questions.
Yeah, what do you have here for the Brewers manager? What do you have?
How do you do it? How do you do it?
Get up every day.
How do the Milwaukee Brewers continue to find ways to win games?
You see why this is going to be epic?
Yeah.
You don't want to miss this at 2, folks. All right. Jurko's going to say, Pat, how do you do it?
How do you do it, man?
Question number 2. What do you have?
It's simple. Do you think you'll be more will you be more dangerous when you get healthy?
Are they unhealthy right now?
Oh, they've got injuries. They're battling them in. Yeah.
Are
Pitching and
Are
in the
they?
field.
Yeah? You better find out.
Great.
All right, question number 3. What do you have?
This is going to be great.
Is the mound the right height in Milwaukee?
All right,
I hear
that's
that
enough.
it's been heightened.
Do you know, in all honesty, Pat Murphy, who was an incredibly decorated college baseball manager before he got to the pros, he did manage Notre Dame in the late 80s and 90s when Jurko's brother was an All-American at Notre Dame and won a national championship. And when these guys all know Jurko, when Jesse said Jurko's name, he instantly knew, and he knew Mirko.
Yeah.
Because Mirko was on campus.
Right. Yeah.
When he was at Notre Dame. So he was like, remember, Dave Roberts was, I remember Jurko from Green Bay.
Okay,
Pat Murphy was like, yeah, I'll go on with that,
At some
Jurko.
point in my life, I did do something.
It's amazing.
I mean, geez.
I love it.
You guys act like you're shocked by that somebody might know or recognize a very unique name. A very unique
We're
name.
shocked by Jurko's former
geez.
success as a pro athlete. I have something for you right now, Jurko. That sounded weird.
What do you have? I hope it's numbers from my good friend, the accountant.
It is numbers.
Beautiful. I'm ready for them.
Okay. Through a team's first 30 games of a big league season, all right?
Mhm.
There's your qualifier. Here,
Right.
And we're a month in. We're 30 games in, right? Through a team's first 30 games of an MLB season, I am now going to list for you in the history of baseball. You ready?
Yes.
The players that have 5 or more home runs, 15 or more extra base hits, and 10 or more stolen bases. Okay? Got that? 5, 15, and 10. 5 or more home runs, 15 or more extra base hits, 10 or more stolen bases.
In the first
30 games.
Okay.
Here are the players all time to do it. You guys ready?
All time.
Ronald Acuna.
Yes.
Jose Altuve. Barry Bonds. Bobby Bonds. Pappy did it as well. How about that? Cesar Cedeno, who Jurko will remember from when he was a kid.
Of course.
Eric the Red. Eric Davis. Ricky Henderson. Bo Jackson. Brian Roberts. Chris Sabo. Larry Walker. and Ken Williams, and no, not the White Sox Ken Williams, the guy who played in the 20s. Those 12 players have done it. This season added a 13th. Do you know who it is?
Yeah, is it our guy, the new guy from Houston?
It is not Kyle Tucker.
It is not Kyle Tucker. I thought it was.
It is not. I don't think he has 10 stolen bases.
Well, that's a lot of stolen bases. Oh, it's Peter Crow Armstrong.
It is Peter Crow Armstrong.
Thank you, PCA.
PCA is one of 13
on that
players
list
ever.
Yeah.
Acuna, Ricky Henderson, and Larry Walker, 3 of the guys on that list, all did that in their MVP seasons. Ricky's in the Hall of Fame. Larry's in the Hall of Fame. Of course, I'm not saying PCA is going to be the MVP or win or go to the Hall of Fame
No, but
someday.
it's a nice trend.
It's a nice trend is
Good
right.
trend to have.
He is one of 13 players in the history of baseball in his team's first 30 games to accumulate 5 or more home runs, 15 or more extra base hits, and 10 or more stolen bases. And he smoked another home run last night, Jurko, in Pittsburgh. And the Cubs won 9-0. It looks like PCA can play.
4 home runs out of the Cubs yesterday?
I believe it was 4, yes.
I think Suzuki had one.
Suzuki's hammering the ball.
catcher had one.
Carson Kelly had another one.
Kelly had one. I mean, they pounded 9-0.
9-0, and you know what's
They pounded
do you
the
know
ball.
a good stat about last night, too? An extra number? Cubs did something last night that they haven't done since 2013.
They scored in 7 of 9 innings.
No. It's a good thing, but
Yeah.
Cubs did something in a game last night that they haven't done as a team since 2013, a dozen years ago.
Won a game after the pregame meal had pierogies in it.
Nope.
I have no idea. I can guess dumb things all day.
They didn't strike out.
Oh, no strikeouts. Good for them.
0 strikeouts against Pirates pitching.
Good contact.
Yes.
They
and
made good
they hit
contact.
the ball hard all over the park pretty much last night. If you watched any of that game, they did. Cubs are good.
Yeah.
Cubs have the second best odds. You know, at this time of year, not that this matters a whole heck of a lot, Jurk. It just doesn't. I mean, it's, we're getting to May 1st here. 20% of the season has only been played.
Right.
Cubs have the second best odds, according to Baseball Reference, of winning the World Series. They're like 13.9%. You know the only team better right now?
The only team better right now
14%
is the New York Mets.
No, AL team. Detroit.
Detroit?
Tigers are the only team right now that has a slightly better percentage of winning the World Series, according to Baseball Reference.
Did they bench Baez?
Baez has actually played better. He's been playing
Has he?
center, and he's hit. Yeah,
He's been humbled a little bit.
I think he has.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't play him as much, and he's
Right.
playing a little center. They moved him away from short, and but like last time I looked, Baez was doing okay.
I'll take your word for it, Carm.
Baez, again, he hasn't played a lot. They don't play him a lot anymore. 299, 341, 377. He's got a 108 OPS plus. I mean, that is leaps and bounds better than the last couple of years. So, been a little bit better. Cub fans have to feel great about PCA and just the added depth and element to the lineup with him.
And they got PCA from the New York Mets in the Baez deal. They had 49 games out of Baez for the New York Mets, and then he left the next year.
Yes, he did.
So for 49 games, it's a pretty damn good trade.
47 games.
47.
It was all of 47 games that
Yeah.
Baez played with the Mets, and the Cubs got PCA.
There you go.
And it looks like they might have a real hit on
They
their
might have done
hands.
something there.
Like they might have a real hit on their hands.
Was that still the guy before Jed? What is his name? What was
No,
his name?
that was probably
Theo.
Jed,
Theo's
right?
the guy, yeah. Well,
Was
I'm
it?
asking, was it Theo or was it Jed?
That's a good question.
Who do I
That
want to
trade
give
was in
credit to?
2021. Wasn't Theo already gone?
I believe he was.
Yeah, I think that's Jed. I think that's a Jed deal.
Okay.
Jed Carter Hawkins, I think.
Good.
Yeah. That one's one on the
That's a
positive
plus.
side of the
That's
ledger.
a plus on the plus side.
Like, I'm wondering how Cub fans, like, when do you allow yourself to go, okay, the sample's getting bigger, and he was really good late last year, and he's been pretty damn impressive so far this year. Like, when do you start looking at it going, yeah, they got a real player in that deal and an impactful guy. I still love the way the Cubs run the bases, too. I'm telling you, they've got speed, and they're aggressive, and the Cubs are good. I mean, their bullpen might hold them back a little. We'll see. We'll see how they tweak that on the fly, but they're legit good, and that lineup is scary, as predicted and projected. Like, the lineup can hit, and they can really score. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. Immaculate Carm coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's Classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale Friday morning at 9 at gripitandsipittclassic.com.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships is designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust. Drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Game day in Chicago? Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. Wherever you're watching, it's always Sam season. Visit Ballpark Pub in Bridgeport and grab a Sam American Light this baseball season. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We're going to play Immaculate Carmen in a minute, the game that's sweeping the nation, Jurko, every Wednesday. We took a slight detour last week because, of course, Connor did a special edition of McKnight at the Movies for Draft Day.
Draft Day.
That's always funny.
Year in, year out.
Steve's in Lyle. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, Carm, I just wanted to actually double-check a couple things.
Yes, sir.
Only one team ahead of the Cubs for World Series odds?
Yes, one team, yes. Not betting odds. This is the Baseball Reference odds, like who's got the best chance of winning.
I understand that. And where on Baseball Reference are you seeing that? Because I don't see that. I was looking, but I went to Fangraphs, and you must have forgot the Dodgers.
The Dodgers are 5.7% on this list to win the World Series.
All right.
Yeah, Cubs are I'm looking at it right now. If you go to Baseball Reference, click on the Cubs page, Steve, and then it'll say playoff odds, and it'll give theirs. Click on that, and it'll give you the full 30-team rundown. So Tigers, 14.2%. Cubs 13.6, Mets 11.2, Yankees, Mariners, Astros, Padres, Dodgers right now. So, and Fangraphs might be different too. They might all have slight variation, in how they,
Yeah, not slight. The Dodgers are 20% on Fangraphs, and the Cubs.
kidding?
The Cubs are. The Dodgers are 20.2. The Cubs are 3.5. The Mets are 10.
I wonder how they're so different. I don't know, Steve. That's interesting. Thanks for checking in, Steve. I don't know how they could be that different. They have different formulas for how they do their wins above replacement, too. There's F-WAR and B-WAR.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of times, baseball reference, the baseball reference players will tend to have a slightly higher, or like if Mike Trout had 9.6, like his F-WAR is usually a little bit lower. I wonder how they're running those projections, and they're so different. I mean, this is updated today. Look, this is...
Yeah, let me check.
Yeah, this is today on Baseball Reference. I got it here right now. That's wild that it'd be that different. See, they've got Cubs 13.6. They've got the Cubs to make the postseason at 93% right now.
They also have 1 day difference and 7 day.
They do
variations on there to tell you if they've been gaining or if they're losing.
And 30 day. So like the Cubs from their 30 day, they're plus 28.6%.
Right.
Obviously.
And in their 1 day and 7 day, they might have red numbers in there.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. I wonder how they're so different like that. I'm not smart enough to figure out how they do that. Steve in New Jersey. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I just want to get your take on the Chicago White Sox City Connect new uniform. And also I'm going down to AC, so I'm going to put a couple bucks on Publisher today.
Do it.
There
have
you
fun.
go, my friend.
Steve, have fun in AC.
Bet them across the board, be safe.
What do I think? I think Jurko's right. What do I think? What do we all think about the City Connect jerseys? They're okay.
General question?
Yeah,
they're fine. I think the Cubs have got a nice one. I think the Sox have got a nice one. It's an ode to the Bulls, isn't it? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's Jerry wanted to point out that he's ruining two teams.
Okay, two franchises he's found a way to destroy.
It's fine.
After having success in the 90s with the Bulls.
I generally love the Bulls unis, so I don't necessarily mind. I think the Cubs is better, to be honest, this year. I have a thing. I'm a sucker for baseball and baby blue.
The powder blue?
The old Phillies, the old Expos, the Blue Jays when they wear their alternate baby blues.
The Cubs used to have baby blues back when Larry Bittner was here.
In the 70s.
Yeah.
So, and the White Sox did at one point. I'm a sucker for that. I don't know why. I think the Cardinals when I was a kid, with all the red, I think it looks incredibly sharp. I love that.
Yeah.
So I like the Cubs one a little bit better than the Sox one.
I like the one that the Sox have had.
Yeah, it's been very cool.
I like that one. Yeah, that one's good. That one's great.
South side, yeah.
This one doesn't destroy me. I mean, it's fine.
It's okay.
It's red and black. It is what it is. It's a baseball uniform. Trying to get people to buy different jerseys because they've already got the old jerseys.
Go ahead, Chris. No,
it's not for me.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't like it? Okay.
I just, when you have history with a team, you have a lot of options to go back to uniforms used of the past. So, like with the Cubs, they're going to the light blue, but it's not the light. It's like different. It's a blues with different logos and stuff on it. Like, go to the throwback. That's cool. The White Sox have tons of cool old uniforms. Use those. I don't know.
It's just an added,
wearing an NBA jersey on the baseball diamond seems really like a stretch.
I like the red pinstripes.
Oh, that's another from the 70s.
Sox old
Yes.
Bring back the red pinstripes.
Absolutely. Those, the old school Sox and Cubs uniforms are cool.
Those were sharp.
I bring back the shorts with the collars.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Yeah.
It'd be funny for a day.
We're back.
Why not?
I think that was an old Bill Veck.
It was.
Yeah.
It definitely was.
Like, that stuff's cool to me. Trying to have a new uniform. Like, I see a lot of this online, and some of it is just stupid, where it's like, what if the Bears wore Cubs colors on the football field? And then they do up the helmet and stuff. Like, that stuff to me is all lame.
Yeah, I see what you're saying on that.
It all seems like it's AI-generated crap.
I bet you it is.
That's what I mean. Like,
good point. That's a good point. Colin is in Evanston. Sorry. What's up, Colin?
I'd love to see Chris Sale's reaction to going back to the collars and the shorts. But Wrigleyville is absolutely on board with PCA. I was at both Dodgers games last week, Every time he's up to bat, the entire stadium's chanting PCA's name. And I saw this stat last week. I thought of you, Carm. Who do you think is number 4 in the league right now and wins above replacement as of last week? Behind Tatis, Judge, and Corbin Carroll, it's PCA. The guy's an absolute – he's a monster right now.
Wow.
And if he can keep this up, the Cubs are going to be good for a long time.
Yeah, good call, Colin. Thanks. I mean, he's impressive. And I love his attitude. I'm not a Cub fan, but I like PCA.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. I understand why you're a little envious.
And I'm a little envious.
Oh, no. You're a lot envious.
One of the best prospects for my team is getting sent back to Arizona for instructional league.
Oh, boy.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, talk to me in a bit.
Give me a minute. And Stephen Lyle was right. Like, I don't know what the nuance is and how the various sites run their projections. I can't speak to it. But on one site, Baseball Reference, the Cubs have about a 13% chance to win the World Series. And on Fangraphs, they have a 3.5% chance. The Dodgers are still at 20%. Now, that division is so tough and close and competitive. I would have thought that's why Baseball References was lower as they extrapolate out the year and think about playoff seeding and making the playoffs and all that stuff. But Fangraphs still has them at 20%, and there's just the nuance. And I wouldn't have expected it to be that dramatic of a split, from 20% on one site to about 6% on another. All right, let's play Immaculate Carm. Let's do it. Here we go.
Oh, there's the music.
Brought to you by
Get me into it now,
the Village of Elmwood Park, of course, Jurko.
Of course. Who else would it be brought to you by?
Today, you're going to get a $50 gift card to Angelo Caputo's Fresh Market. We were with the Caputo's guys at the draft, Jurko.
Yes, we were.
Robertino, his son Marco.
Yep.
My
hockey player. He played a little hockey. You know that. The son did.
Marco played hockey at St. Viator, yeah. My ma this year,
Hey, Ma.
My mom this year for Easter,
right,
got all the desserts from Caputo's. The pastier, oh my God, the Easter pie, the ricotta pie.
Sure. Delicious.
Forget about it. The schwuyadel, the ricotta pie.
That's for St. Joseph's Day, right? Or is that Zeppeli?
Zeppeli, St. Joseph's.
Zeppeli,
yeah.
I got you.
Schwuyadel's year-round.
Year-round.
Schwuyadel year-round.
For Schwuyadel.
So I love Caputo's.
Yeah.
And they did a bang-up job with the bakery. Absolutely.
Got that right.
So winner today gets a $50 gift card to Angelo Caputo's. Here we go. When you think you know, you'd be the first correct caller at 312.
And it's timely, guys.
332-3776.
It's timely.
It is timely. Let's see how long it takes Jurko today.
All right.
You play along with us.
This could be anything.
It's timely.
It's timely.
And it is an athlete.
Rich Strike. The horse.
Not Rich
Strike.
Well, you know what? I should have made
it.
It
is timely.
I should have.
I was going to go with Rich Strike.
Shame on me. I probably should have done it dirty horse, but I didn't. It's
Don't
an
worry
actual
about it.
human.
Okay.
Number 1 overall. Your first clue is number 1 overall.
Number
you're
one.
like, Carmen, come on. That's so open-ended.
Overall.
But it's timely.
Number 1 overall.
Number 1 overall.
All right. I don't have an answer
Not
for
yet?
you right
You don't
now.
even have a guess? Okay.
No.
Let's see on this one. I have a feeling you're going to venture a guess on this clue.
Okay.
You know the first clue, number 1 overall.
Hey.
Here's your second clue, Jurko. His trophy case houses a Rookie of the Year award and a College World Series MVP award. His trophy case houses a Rookie of the Year award and a College World Series MVP award. Maybe Jurko doesn't have a guess. I thought maybe you were going to have a guess.
I do. I have
You have
one.
a guess, right?
I am ready.
Write it down. No.
In the ballpark, though.
Same sport.
Okay.
I don't know if it's in the ballpark.
Same sport. I think the whole world knew it was baseball, Carm. Thanks. I'm looking for another hint that might lead me in the direction. Number 1 overall.
Yes.
Rookie of the Year and the College World Series MVP.
That's right. Here's your third clue. Quick on the draw now, folks, because this is going to be the
hold on. I got it.
Jurko just got it?
I just got it.
Jurko just got it. He didn't need the third clue. Jurko just got it.
I put my mind together.
Here's your third clue. influencer girlfriend. Girlfriend. And now the phone lines are going to light up.
I love it when she flips around.
Oh, when she does those Viore commercials. Man. Oh, Madon.
Woo, give me a triple layout. Sukahara.
That's Italian for holy cow.
Yeah, that was Japanese for that move. Triple layout Sukahara.
And your fourth and final clue, MLB debut against the Cubs. MLB debut against the Cubs. Jurko got it on the second clue. Well done.
Yeah.
We now go to the phones.
Let's get to the phones.
John in Frankfurt on the south side. John, who is that player?
It is Paul Skeens.
It is Paul Skeens, John.
It is.
Nicely done. Hold on, and the guys will get you your $50 gift card to Angelo Caputo's. And thanks to our friends at the Village of Elmwood Park and the Caputo family, of course.
That's right.
As always. That's probably E1 on the talk show host. I probably should have done a Derby horse. But Paul Skeens starts against the Cubs tomorrow. It was about a year ago this time he made his Major League debut against the Cubs.
Yeah.
So
I'll ask the
I thought
kids.
it was pretty timely.
I'll ask the kids behind the glass, because, Carmen, I think we talked about this the other day. Who are the only two horses to run a sub-2-minute mile in the Kentucky Derby?
I know only because I heard you say
one of them's easy.
One of them's obvious.
One of them's obvious.
Can I answer your question with a question? Why are you asking us? We don't care.
I'm looking at you
guys.
guys
Chris.
because of
because
there's a thirst for knowledge
I'm specific,
and a thirst for trivia back there.
No.
I can see it.
Well, yeah, I do love trivia.
There's a conversation.
So it's probably Secretariat and Man of War or something like that.
You got one of them right.
American Pharaoh.
No,
Not
the other
American
one came in 2001.
You'll never even remember the name.
Don't care.
It's Monarchos.
You're young. Monarchos.
Monarchos.
You guys are really into the horses. I get it.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Yeah, I get it.
Adam, what are you
I get it.
That's what I was
so
going to
those
say.
are fast horses. Fast horses.
This, I don't
fast
understand
horses.
this time of year.
Yeah, it takes over the airwaves.
Conversation
What's not to understand?
about horse racing is
only this week.
Ridiculous.
Just this week.
And I think only like 10 people care.
It's a very niche conversation.
It's less than hockey.
It's more niche than...
It's less than hockey.
Yeah, it's a lot less. I think if you guys
it's less than hockey.
If you guys talked professional bowling, I think you would have more interest.
Do you
There's
make
a
it a
UFC
point,
event
though,
that would get
to
more.
watch it? Do you make it a point to watch it at 6:25?
There's a 0.0 chance that hockey ratings are higher than the Kentucky Derby.
We're not talking. It's one event. If hockey had one singular day that people had to tune into, you could get a rating.
Okay.
It's an event. The Kentucky Derby is an event. I'm not going to argue that it's not an event. I just have no interest in it.
They played on January 1st outdoors would be like an event, right? That would be a one-time event.
But the Kentucky Derby is bigger. The one day is bigger than the rest of the calendar.
I get that also, but I'm saying that one day, the first time they ever did it, they did the outdoor game. That one day could have been bigger, and I just wonder what the ratings for that first time they did the outdoor game would be against the Kentucky Derby.
Jim Gaffigan's got a funny bit about what these guys are saying. Like, what's the obsession with the Triple Crown? It's a pretty funny bit.
I think once they got the Triple Crown after Secretariat, they didn't have one for an extended period of time. Who was it? Justify? Was it somebody else that ended up getting it? American Pharaoh? Whoever it was.
If there's a horse going for it, I don't have a problem with that.
Because it didn't happen since 73. It was always a story.
No, 78, I think, Eric, right? Wasn't it 78?
Oh, Affirmed's Image?
I think, yeah.
Affirmed or Affirmed's Image? Yeah.
Affirmed, yeah.
Seattle Slew?
Yeah.
You know, the point is that because it hadn't happened in such a long time, people were interested in it. I don't think people give a rat's ass about the Triple Crown anymore. I do think they like to know who wins the Kentucky Derby.
Yes.
And if you're going to wager on a horse one time during the year,
the Derby.
It's the Kentucky Derby.
Sure.
Yeah. The only time.
I won't argue with that.
The only time. Yeah. Lunch Rush is coming up next.
Which is why people get interested in it.
Pat Murphy.
Who should I bet on?
Pat Murphy, the manager of the Brewers, will join us at 2. And Jurko's writing down questions.
I got questions.
How many do you have there?
I'm doing research. I got 4 right now.
Got 4.
4 right now.
Can you start the interview? So
I'll do whatever you guys want here.
You bring him in?
You guys, I can bring him in. Absolutely.
Maybe I'll bring him in and segue. Like I'll bring up the Notre Dame thing,
however
and then
he wants to do it, guys.
and then you talk to him.
We'll be fine.
This is going to be great. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple, host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So, yeah, Chicago, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery. For sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark 2025, the Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox opened a 6-game homestand Tuesday night with a 7-2 loss to Milwaukee. The Sox got consecutive homers from Andrew Benintendi and Luis Robert Jr. in the first to take the lead, but were stymied the rest of the way by Freddie Peralta and company. Tonight, Shane Smith, who was plucked from the Brewers minor league system in the Rule 5 draft, will start for the Sox at 6:40 p.m. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, uniting the legacy of Chicago's iconic teams, the White Sox and Bulls. This look honors the city's impact on the diamond and the court. See the debut this Friday, May 2nd, as the White Sox welcome in the Astros at 6:40 p.m. Shop the full collection now at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. April's a great time to spruce up around the house, especially during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. And there's no limit to how much you could save. If you buy a house full of windows, they'll even include a free entry door. Plus, you could get new windows and pay nothing till 2027. Just imagine what you could do with all that extra money. But hurry, the sale ends soon, so don't wait to schedule your estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
We start the lunch rush. I don't know when else I might vent about this for a second. Well, you know what? I'll do it after the lunch rush. I'm not going to take any time.
Yeah, absolutely. After the lunch rush.
I'll do it after that before we talk to Pat Murphy.
You've been truncating this guy's time for weeks now.
Let's do the lunch rush. Go ahead, Adam.
Go
Take
ahead,
it away.
Adam. Give it to us. Fire away.
All right, gentlemen, we'll start in the NFL where we usually do. ESPN.com's Matt Miller put out his list of his 100 favorite draft picks.
I saw this.
He went 1 through 100. That's a lot of draft picks, right?
Oh boy. That's a lot of
the
picks.
The number one favorite draft pick of Matt Miller, Luther Burden for the Chicago Bears. Number one.
Because of value, right? He was his top ranked receiver.
He was his top wide receiver in the class. He's counting Travis Hunter as a two-way player. Says he landed in a great situation with the Bears and new coach Ben Johnson. Burden's yards after the catch ability is terrific, and Johnson's scheme has been elite at creating space for wide receivers. Burden likely starts as a slot receiver with DJ Moore and Rome Odunze flanking him, but he thrived in that alignment at Missouri.
You know who's number 7 on the list, don't you?
I do.
Tell him, Adam.
Colston Loveland.
So 2 of the top 7.
I love Loveland as I had Loveland as my number 1 tight end, and apparently the Bears agreed. They made him the top tight end drafted. His ability in the passing game, he runs routes like a receiver, and has the speed to separate from linebackers and safeties, makes Loveland an easy comparison to Sam Laporta, whom the Bears coach Ben Johnson had a great success with in Detroit.
Yep.
Value, need, and scheme fit all match with this pick.
The only hard thing about this exercise is he's going off of his board relative to where these players actually went, but it's not really factoring in, sort of the needs of the teams on an individual basis. You know what I'm saying? I like those two prospects a whole heck of a lot. I still scratch my head a little bit at what's going on and what they're thinking.
Well, like I said, they addressed the offensive lineman. They got themselves another defensive tackle. They believe their answer is that the kid from Indianapolis, until he proves he can't do it, I've got to believe in something that they've seen.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to prove that either they can or they can't do it. And when they can't do it, then you put them on the tee and you drive them 212 yards down the fairway like it's Titleist.
212?
I'm being realist.
That's awesome.
Being a realist.
212 yards down the fairway. Yeah, so 2 of the top 7. Okay, what else, Adam?
All right, it's time for my favorite daily update. As the Belichick turns.
Oh, there's more now? Is there something else?
There's every day.
Oh,
it's going to be the gift that keeps on giving. So there's 2 things here. Bill Belichick released a statement a couple hours ago about the CBS interview. I agreed to speak with CBS Morning to promote my book, The Art of Winning, Lessons from My Life in Football. Prior to this interview, I clearly communicated with my publicist at Simon & Schuster that any promotional interviews I participated in would agree to focus solely on the contents of this book. Basically, they say that they focused on 8 minutes of a 35-minute interview, where the rest of the 35-minute interview was great, but they chose to focus on this 8 minutes where they had this exchange about how him and Jordan Hudson met. And basically, he's saying that they were told that they weren't going to ask about their relationship, and then they asked about their relationship.
That's why you should never agree to those terms or those stipulations.
He also says that it is a false narrative that Jordan was attempting to control the conversation, which is simply not true.
Don't we have video evidence that she was?
Yeah. She's interrupting. If you're interrupting, you're interrupting.
I'm pretty sure we have video evidence, Bill, that she was.
So you can tell us whatever you want, but let's go to the videotape.
I love that one. I love that. No. She wasn't trying to do that. We saw the video of it, actually.
Yeah, there's video evidence. Also, what we won't have video of is a Hard Knocks UNC. There was a report that Hard Knocks was going to be at North Carolina. It
was
a
special Hard Knocks?
Yeah, it was supposed to be released. They were supposed to announce production February 28th. Is when they were going to announce this is what's going to happen. You're going to see behind the scenes of Bill Belichick in his first couple months at North Carolina. That was quickly nixed because, quote, Jordan Hudson played an instrumental role in stopping the production related to her request to be heavily involved in the project. She wanted an executive producer credit, and she wanted Final Cut. And they both wanted Final Cut from this, is what this is saying. 2 days later, NFL VP of Commercial Operations and Business Affairs, Jessica Body, emailed North Carolina's counsel to say that NFL Films would not proceed with the production of the Belichick project.
NFL and Belichick didn't nix this. They did. NFL did? Because they're
NFL did.
Wow.
Yeah.
She thinks she's Ryan Coogler. She wants Final Cut of the production. My God.
What the heck is going on with this?
She is.
She's getting her 15 minutes, though. That's for sure.
She's getting it.
Also,
maybe more.
They're now looking into, because remember when I told you guys this either last week or a couple weeks ago, that there's this production company that she started, which doesn't actually exist when you look inside the, look for that business.
Right.
Hudson's registered entities in Massachusetts include a multi-platform media project called Chapel Bill LLC. Chapel Bill.
Chapel Bill. Adam, how do you spell her name?
Jordan Hudson. D-O-N.
Jordan with an O.
D-O-N. D-O-n.
Okay, Hudson.
Jordan.
Forgive me. I mean, maybe I should know. Who is she?
She's his girlfriend.
She's
a nobody.
Nobody?
She was a nobody before they met.
A little bit of a mystery where she comes from.
Yes. Jurko is onto something there. Yep.
Yeah.
God.
The more time goes by, the more the people will investigate.
This is something else.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. There's the latest then as the Belichick.
I love it so much. Because,
it's oddly.
It's so interesting to me that one of the most, closed off and, arguably the greatest coach in the history of the NFL, who had notorious press conferences and were on to Cincinnati and all of this stuff, is now turning his life over to someone he met somewhere that we don't know, and it's a little iffy, and is just giving her complete control of his life.
Strange. I wonder what his kids think.
And that's what's going on.
Strange. All right, what else? Adam?
That's insane.
It's. I don't know.
Makes
what
you
else
wonder
to
if
say.
she's got a wipe for little Bill. Maybe he puts the diapers on and the baby powder.
All right.
You never know. I'm just throwing it out there. You never know. I'm not saying it's happening. I just wonder,
I still can't get over that sweatshirt he wore in the interview.
Yeah, I saw the whole. It was a Navy shirt.
It's
right?
an old Navy shirt.
Well,
It's an
yeah,
old
you-
Navy shirt.
You guys saw that North Carolina officials are upset?
Are they?
Because he's wearing a
Because he's
Navy
wearing
shirt.
Navy?
Yeah.
Well, he
Like
can't support the U.S. Navy?
Well, his dad coached there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
But their point is you're the head football coach at North Carolina.
Yeah.
Why are you wearing Navy gear in an interview?
Is it in his
With-
contract
with
that he
a
has to
hole
wear
in
North Carolina gear all the time?
Well,
what
but
if
it is kind of strange.
What if he had a suit on? What if he had a suit on?
Suit's different. You
Yeah,
wear
it's
a
different.
light blue tie.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you got to admit.
Did they know who they were getting in bed with when they got in bed with Bill Belichick? Did they have any idea what they were getting into?
Does Bill know what he's getting in bed with?
Listen, that's a real question.
It's a
real
Cat,
question.
If Big Cat called you again this year to go do the NFL show again,
Yes.
and you showed up wearing a Fox Sports 1, that'd be pretty stupid.
Yeah.
And our bosses would be like, "Hey,
Well, that's competitor.
knucklehead."
That's competitor.
Well, is
Yeah,
Navy?
so is
not,
Navy football.
Navy
Navy's
not a competitor?
Not the U.S. Navy. Was he wearing a Navy football shirt or was he wearing a U.S. Navy
Well, it
thing?
just says
It just said Navy.
It looks like a
God
Navy
forbid
football.
he support one of the 5
No,
branches
stop it.
of our military.
You know that's not what it is.
It's pretty lame. It's pretty lame. And it's got a hole in it.
It did have a hole in it.
It's just...
It was very
it's
holy.
so strange.
Come on, guys. He was out in the back working in the yard before the crew showed up
Did he
for a
know
TV interview.
Did they know? Did he know they were coming to do the interview, or did they put that one on him? Hey, you got to do an interview. When? Now.
Apparently
Come on in.
he knew. They had emails back and forth.
It's good publicity for his book. That's for sure.
Is it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think so.
I'm not going to read the book. Are
No.
you going to read
We're
it?
going to make Yurko read it.
He's not going to read it.
Come on.
Oh, you're going to make me read it?
Come on,
You
just
want
like-
to bet?
Just like
No,
Aaron
you want
Rodgers.
to bet?
Come on.
Go ahead. I want to see you make me do
Read
something
the Aaron
now.
Rodgers book.
What's this
Do
guy
you know
talking
what's
to
going to
me?
be great?
When'd you morph into Silvy? Silvy.
Come on,
You
Yerk.
should go run around the block with your head in the garbage can.
Yerk, come on. Read the book, and
No.
then you know what's going to happen?
Absolutely
When we
not.
get to August, he's going to pick North Carolina to win the
Yeah,
NCAA
that's why I'm not reading it.
championship.
I'm not going to read anything anymore. Just going to go
Come
by
on,
natural
Yerk, read the
instincts.
book. It'll
No.
be awesome.
Nope.
No,
Can't say anything around you guys. You guys are going to make me do it.
party pooper.
No.
All right, what else, Adam?
So apparently more and more draftees are saying that they were prank called.
I saw Abdul Carter.
Abdul
right?
Carter's coming out and saying that he received a prank call as well. Not from the original pranksters, that from the Falcons, Albrecht's kids.
Oh, right.
They're saying
different.
other
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
Yeah, because Tyler Warren also supposedly was prank called as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the other, what's his name? Shiloh Sanders
Shiloh, that's the brother.
is the brother. Said that
Shiloh.
someone called him, is claiming someone called him and said the Texans were drafting
That's
him.
why you can't.
You guys know what the real story is here, though. Shout out to the comeback of the prank phone call.
I guess, yeah. It's coming back.
I mean,
Everybody-
my God, when was the
Yeah.
last time you heard of so many prank phone calls taking place?
This is like the
been a
Jerky
while.
Boys. You know,
Yeah.
people want to film themselves doing it and then put it on social media. I
And
guess.
all they had back in the day was audio tape, right?
We had
So they
audio.
filmed the
That's
movie.
back in the old days, yeah.
Because the first time I heard it was on audio tape.
It was a cassette
Yeah.
tape, of course, and it was great.
The Jerky Boys.
I got something more on that in a second, too. Anything else, Adam?
That's it.
All right, something more on the fine that the NFL levied today against the Falcons and Albrecht, and then something on my baseball team, too, okay? And Pat Murphy will join us at 2. We'll be right back.
Wonderful.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale Friday morning at 9 at gripitandsipittclassic.com.
All right, Chicago, Black and Abdallah here, and it's time to tell you to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here.
You might need an entirely new fridge because after 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois, and we're not just talking about one beer, Chris. They're bringing the whole lineup.
Let's start with the legend. Yuengling Traditional Lager. It's smooth, rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than the North Side South Side rivalry.
You've got the light lager, that famous Yuengling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. The Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. The black and tan. I almost did it.
Black and tan. Come on,
for that perfect mix of dark and light beer and flight. That's why I said if you don't have one of those Midwestern garage fridges, you're going to need to get one.
It's a lot of beer. So next time when you're at the bar grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yuengling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yuengling country.
DJ Yuengling in Sun Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, Joe Q. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Has this crazy stock market made you nervous about your retirement? Give my guy Mitch a call to learn how the clients are protected from market turbulence and have the income they need to enjoy retirement, regardless of what that market does. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335 or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
A couple things, and we'll talk with Brewers skipper Pat Murphy in just a little bit here. Jurko is loaded up on the questions, boys.
It's what I do, guys.
He's come to prepare.
Day.
Now, he's prepared.
Like it's my last show. Like it's my last show. I want to put an all-star performance out because one day it will be my last show.
Of course.
There's no true words have ever been spoken.
Couple things here, Jurko. The news came down late in the day yesterday. It was during Waddle and Silvy. I heard them say it. Colson Montgomery has been sent from AAA back to Arizona for some special instruction.
AAA. He went to AAA.
Oh, he's been AAA all year. He was at AAA all last year, I think.
And now he's going back to Instructional League.
Not even Instructional League, but for like some private one-on-one
time.
Yeah.
Did his confidence get shaken?
I've never heard of this. Now, it's not to say that it's never happened. I poked around and asked a few baseball people.
I know your guys.
They've never, you know most of them, yes.
Yeah, I know your guys.
They've never heard of it either.
Oh, boy.
Ever. Jesse never heard it that he could remember. I've never heard that I could remember. I asked a few people in baseball.
Baseball people.
Never.
Nobody's heard of this.
Ever heard of a player in the middle of a AAA season without being hurt, being sent back to the spring training site for one-on-one work? Now, that's not to say Colson Montgomery can't figure it all out and come up someday and be very good, but I don't think there's any precedent for this. He is slashing 149, 233, 255 in 23 games. His strikeout rate is 42%. You know, it was high last year. It was about 30%. That's high. Doable if you're hitting a bunch of home runs and you're slugging a lot, right, Jurk? But high. It's 42% at AAA. The pitching's better at AA.
Right.
Than it is at AAA. It is 42%. We'll explain that some other time.
He's got a hole in
how
his
could the
bat.
pitching at AAA be better? The pitching at AA. The pitching at AA is better than the pitching.
Those are your real prospects
Those
at
are your real
AA,
prospects.
not at AAA.
Yes. The pitching is better at AA. There's something seriously wrong. And I hope it works. But, yeah, I was stunned by the news. Never heard it. Asked around a little bit. Nobody I talked to. Granted, that's a small handful of people. But these are people that work professionally in baseball. And, no, they don't know of any precedent like this, where a AAA prospect would be, and one of the better prospects in an organization would be sent for private workouts.
Maybe they should go get his vision checked.
I don't know.
Vision checked. I mean, I'd send him in through the paces. I think they do it anyway.
Yeah.
Check the old vision, confidence, have him go see a psychiatrist a little bit.
I don't know.
Losing is a disease.
Yeah. Lastly, before we break, Jeff Ulbrich, the Falcons were fined, I think, $250,000. Ulbrich himself was fined $100,000. Right. I sent the guys a note this morning when we were talking about that story. Like, I'm guessing Ulbrich makes about $2 million a year. Like, he's been in the league a long time. He's a DC. He probably makes about $2 million a year. That's 5%. And I said, we all, you know what you make. I know what I make. If Danny came in and said, "Hey, you said a bad," if Danny came in and said, "Gio did this, and I'm fining you 5%," I know what 5% of my salary is.
I do too.
I wouldn't want to write that check.
You mean when Gio pulled out the plug on the board downstairs?
Right. Exactly, Adam. Yes.
And you thought we were off the air?
Yes. And if I said, and if he said, "I'm fining you 5%," I'd be like, "That's a big nut check I got to write," and I'd be pretty upset. And if I'm Jeff Ulbrich, I'm pretty upset because, you go, oh, these guys make a lot of money. And Ulbrich does. $100,000
a lot of money, Carl.
is a lot of money.
Been fined
for Jeff Ulbrich to pay.
Been fined in the NFL when you get that confidential letter in your locker.
Yeah, that's right.
And you open it up, and then you see wages garnishing.
That's right. Don't forget, Uncle Sam's already taken about 35%, Jurko.
Don't remind me.
And to have to write a check for another 5 because of something your knucklehead college-age son did.
And then the big fella takes more out of there, J.B. Pritzker, the state.
All right. He doesn't live in Illinois.
Well, I just said the big fella's the governor. In the state that we live in, does take state tax out of it. Okay?
If I'm Jeff Ulbrich, I'm pretty upset. I thought you were doing one of your political commentaries. Jurko's got a bunch of great questions for the manager of the Brewers coming up next.
Carm.
You don't want to miss it. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I was reading a story this morning. I can't remember if it was in the Trib or the Sun-Times, actually, or forgive me, and I apologize to whomever penned the article, that the Sox are on pace to, actually win fewer games. It seems impossible, but they are. I think they'll still end up winning more than 41. But
if you look at the way it went last year, they still have a 22-game losing streak later on in the year.
That's true.
That I don't think they're going to find a way to replicate this year.
But
their second half was horrific.
It was horrific. The point of the story was that the vibes are much better and different.
Yes.
And that there are subtle improvements happening.
Thank heavens.
But they're still at 7-22, which is pretty awful. They took an early lead, and then that was it yesterday.
The great thing about the rate is that the food is always good.
Great.
The food is always good.
The vibe is good. The park is good.
The baseball might not be the best out of the home team, but you could always watch the away team.
Well, they have Dog Day, and they have fun stuff.
Elvis Night, halfway to Christmas.
Absolutely.
Or halfway to St. Patrick's Day.
Halfway to St. Patrick's Day. They do that in September. Pat Murphy needs a couple minutes. He is going to join us, though.
Oh, wonderful.
Coming up here.
Wasn't Dog Day yesterday?
It was.
Okay.
Dog Day was yesterday.
Did I see there were 1,200 dogs in the park? I thought I saw that
You might be
last
right,
night.
Chris.
Listen,
shout out to the dogs.
I'm not going to say it.
All right.
Not going to say it.
Are you going to go Charles Barkley here?
It's there.
Are you going to go Charles Barkley, San Antonio?
I could have. But I didn't. I stopped myself.
They're going to eat a lot of churros.
No, I wasn't even going to go to churros. I'd just say just another Tuesday.
All right.
But I didn't. I didn't say that. I thought it, and I said, stop yourself.
Was that an old, Rob Gallus special back in the day, or was that a Brooks special? I can't remember, the Dog Day thing. Whoever thought of that? It is pretty
genius.
genius.
It's been there a while.
Long time.
It's been there a long time.
Might have been one of Brooks's brainchildren.
Man,
because it's a great way when your team stinks.
Yeah.
Like Chris said,
text Brooksy.
You'll sell a lot more tickets when you say bring the dog to the ballpark.
Listen,
because the novelty of it is fun.
Dick Allen Bobblehead Day should be one that gets 45,000 people in the
I don't know about that, but it'll be a popular one.
Yeah, Dick Allen Bobblehead Day.
Yurko's selling it like. Have you guys seen what the Dodgers the last 2 years with these Shohei bobbleheads that people are fighting in the parking lots to get in, and then so last year there was so much of a ruckus around it that the Dodgers came out ahead of time this year for his bobblehead and said, "We have 40,000.
Yes.
Everyone's getting one.
Wow.
Because I think last year they were fighting over it because it was Shohei and his dog.
Yeah,
it was like a little.
It was.
It was like a
Whatever his little lapdog is, you're 100% right.
Luigi. Yeah.
I don't think it's Luigi.
Luigi.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But it's just funny because it's like Jurko's painting the picture that the Dick Allen ones are going to have people fighting in the parking lots to get in for.
All I'm saying is it would
the
be
Shohei
popular.
ones.
to pay homage to the great Dick Allen. That people will come to the ballpark for it.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
when your team can't win, you
Well,
need to think of
there's a
clever,
reason.
creative.
You have to have a reason to go to the park.
Yeah.
And that could be a reason to go to the park.
Weather permitting, the Sox are scheduled to play a day game against the Brewers tomorrow. I'm scheduled to go to the game for the first time this year.
If you want to
see some Sox and Brewers.
If you want to bring young fans in there, nickel beer night.
Well, yeah.
Nickel beer
but
night.
That gets dangerous, though, too, because people can't control
What gets
themselves.
dangerous about it?
People are knuckleheads.
You get a nickel, you're getting a smaller container to put it in, too.
I don't know.
I think I've hit it.
Let's get out to the England guest hotline.
Nickel beer night.
And, Jurko, who was the NL manager of the year last year? Do you know?
I believe it was Pat Murphy.
You believe your assumption is correct, my friend. It was Pat Murphy of your Milwaukee Brewers. He joins Carmen and Jurko now on the Yingling guest hotline on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Pat, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks, guys.
Thanks for jumping on with us. We understand through Jesse Rogers that, and we should have made this connection earlier. I mean, I knew you managed at Notre Dame, but you crossed paths with Jurko's brother Mirko back in the late 80s and early 90s.
No question. Mirko's one of my favorites, 74. Yeah, I'm telling you, one of the best offensive linemen there was. And I'm telling you, Coach Holtz would rave about him. He couldn't pronounce his name half the time, but he would rave about him. And I was lucky enough to be the baseball coach who hung around the football team. And, yeah. I love Mirko.
Yeah, 74 on the charts, number one in your hearts.
Right.
You got all that collegiate experience. You had the years at Notre Dame. You had the years at Arizona State. All that college coaching. Now you're in the big leagues. Now you're the big guy. What's the difference between the two?
Huge difference. Huge. In college, you're brainwashing them. You know what I mean? They just do whatever the hell you say.
Right.
You just tell them what to do, and if they don't do it, you send them out of there. It's much easier. I wasn't a great coach by any stretch of the imagination, but I was I was intense and in their face, and I wasn't always effective. But the difference is that these guys are really good at what they do. They're the best in the world, and you got to find a way to relate to them. And brainwashing isn't the deal. But you also have to be yourself, and I'm still intense, and I'm still, a person who has to tell you what I think. And, so I'm learning my way. I'm still under construction, trying to figure out how to do it. But, it's been a great journey. I feel grateful as hell. But when I think back to people like Mirko, I don't want to just belabor this point. But when I heard that his brother's doing this thing, I'm like, I'm in. Because Mirko was just, what a spirit on a team. I mean, that was the greatest era of Notre Dame football in the modern day. And just the way he handled himself, the way he balanced, being loose and being free, and then the effect it had on the other players.
Yeah, being disciplined in the same breath while still being loose and free and being your own person and your own individual. Yeah,
it was special. Yeah. The guy, offensive lineman, and I use that analogy because of Mirko. Listen to this. We've never met, I don't think, but
I don't think we have.
This is the truth. Here's what I say: coaching is like being an offensive lineman. You just open holes and you hope they run through it, and then you get back in the huddle and you button your chin strap and you go do it again, and you don't get the credit. They're the ones that dance in the end zone and do whatever. You don't get the credit, but you can't look for the credit if you're going to be in this thing. So I've said it to everybody, and I said it in New York at my speech. I said, coaching I'm so grateful. It's the greatest profession in the world, but you're like an offensive lineman. You got to be willing to not get the credit and just keep opening holes and hope they run through it.
That's great.
Well,
I got that from Mirko.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's great. Great story. I like to hear the good things about my little brother back in the day. But you said you brainwashed them when they were in college. Yeah, against St. Louis the other day, you had to put two of your young kids down on the pine for screwing up a little bit, Durbin and Frelick. So how do these pros now respond to a little bit of that?
Those guys are young. They're real young, and they know I love them. That's number one. They know I love them, and they know they're the type of player that I want to be, that I want to have around. But they can't make mistakes, whether they're passive mistakes, which these guys wouldn't make, or over aggressive mistakes, which they made. I don't care. Those mistakes it's not tolerable when you're down 4 and you're getting picked off, or you're missing a cutoff when you know better. And those are the guys that I rely on as the examples of how to play the game. And then they don't do it right, you got to take them out, even if they're big leaguers making millions. I don't really care. You got to do it the right way. You got to play to a certain standard. And everybody needs to be reminded, including all of us. We all need to be reminded, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, the thing that drives us crazy down here, a lot of people down here are Cub fans. You guys are playing the White Sox now. You go home, you end up playing the Chicago Cubs. When you're coming up here, is
let me ask you something about Counsell, Skip. You obviously have this relationship with Craig Counsell going back to Notre Dame. When he calls you and says, "I want you to come coach with me in Milwaukee," take us through what that was like, and maybe even what you learned over the years on the bench from a guy you were once teaching things to.
Right. Brainwashing, yeah.
It goes back to it, doesn't it?
Sure does. Sure does. No kidding. I tell everybody this. Counsell asked me to come with him when he first took the job. I was with the Padres, and they said no.
Okay.
So I didn't get permission right away. So then after that season, I went to the big leagues with the Padres, and then after that season, Count said, it was on my drive home from the last game, he said, "Hey, Murph, come and be my bench coach." And I'm like, I'm there. So then I was going in 2016 to mentor him, kind of like he's never coached before. But to be honest with you, after 8 years, he ended up mentoring me a lot more than I mentored him. He taught me the big leagues, and he taught me things about the big leagues. And we're two totally different people in how we approach it, but I learned so much from him. And again, I brainwashed the heck out of him when he was an 18-year-old. But and he didn't like me very much.
That's
but
great.
We just always stayed in touch. We were just always talking baseball through the years and that type of thing. And I just he's a friend for life. He's like family to me.
The question is always, we expect the Cubs at some point to be able to win this darn division. Last year, you guys lost Corbin Burns. I think Yelich came early in the season, was a little bit banged up.
Got hurt.
And yet you found a way to win 93 games and drive everybody absolutely nuts. You're 15-15 this year. Obviously, the Cubs and you guys are going to compete for this thing down the stretch, maybe Cincinnati. How in the hell is it that you guys keep winning?
Well, I mean, I got to credit the players. Number one, I mean, they play hard. We play hard. We're really not having been playing well lately. This whole season, we've been really dinged up. 11 of our top 18 pitchers, didn't start the season with us, and only a couple of them are back. So we've got a ton of pitching injuries. So we're really digging deep. We don't have a lot of depth there. We're throwing guys out that we're going to be in AAA. And it's hard to win, especially with we've already had 3 West Coast trips or 3 cross-country trips. And, it's one of those deals where the division, the Cubs really, they made some great moves this year. They bolstered their bullpen, and they picked up maybe the best hitter in the game in Tucker. So they did some great things. But we keep winning because we got the right dudes. This game's about people. You can talk about numbers and all that kind of stuff. Our front office is really in tune with capturing depth, but they also have a nice balance of understanding who are ball players and who play the game our way. And it's not like our way, like it's different than any other team's way. It's just a way of like, you've got to overachieve. You got to play in a way that grabs for bases and just takes the game one pitch at a time. And we're not worried about, having the all-stars. We're worried about winning baseball games.
But here's what amazes...
I think the front office does a great job.
Here's what amazes me about that. We're talking to Pat Murphy, because what you just said there, it sounds so simple, but not everybody does it as well as you guys. And I don't know, what the secret sauce is, and maybe most of us outside will never know, but, what David Stearns into Matt Arnold, helped set up and the infrastructure you guys have, it seems simple, Pat, but not everybody does it, and you guys do. And I think I'm always fascinated how do the Guardians or Tampa or you guys, how do you find those advantages in the margins and win with those? It's impressive, quite frankly.
Oh, a lot of it starts from the top, the ownership, and this has become like a family group. You know what I mean? It really has. The ownership understands that, and they let the front office do their job, and front office acquires players that maybe are hungry, need a job, and our game, baseball, it's so fickle. The difference between a line drive and a ground ball is like a very small, very, very small where you hit the ball. It's just all your mindset and kind of where you are in your life in the game, but hunger makes a difference. To be hungry, to feel like an underdog, and to compete with freedom. How many times in your athletic career did you really compete with freedom? Guys get overwhelmed by the emotion. They get overwhelmed by the expectation. We're dealing with that a little bit this year, where the guys, we're expected to win. We're expected to win, even though we got the smallest budget or we got the smallest market in the game. We're still expected to win. Well, that's a good thing that you have those expectations, but you got to be free. You got to say, hey, look, we're just going to go for it, man. We got 1/3 of the budget the Cubs have. 1/3.
Right.
So if you're driving a car in a NASCAR race, I don't know crap about NASCAR, but you're driving, or you're in a horse race and you got a $10,000 claimer, and the other guy's, been a horse that was bred from million dollar
Yeah, it's
horses.
a stakes horse. Yeah.
I heard through the grapevine you actually know quite a bit, or at least when you were a kid, your dad used to take you to the track a lot. Is that true? And you got to pick for the Derby?
Yeah, I don't know much about horses. I just spent a whole lot of time there, and I lost a whole lot of money in my day, and had a whole lot of fun learning the culture and learning about it. But I don't know how to win, and I don't claim to know how to win, but I can probably hold my own. Looking at the racing form, and probably get you close on races, just enough to lose and think you might win someday.
Keep going back. All right, last thing before we let you go. I don't know how much you're on social media, but I bet you maybe some of your guys have been talking about this. Have you heard about the conversation that's raged on social media here the last couple of days? The 100 men versus the silverback. Where are you going? Where's your money?
Well, I mean, it's there's a lot of unanswered questions, but are you letting us know? Is it just surprise us one night, we're in a campground, and then the thing shows up? Or is it 100 men get to devise a plan how to do this?
I'd go with 100 men devising the plan.
Exactly, and it's not even going to be close. It's not even going to be close. They're going to beat a gorilla, or maybe even two gorillas, to be honest with you.
That's the thinker's answer right there. That's pretty good. You got to know the specific parameters. That's not bad. Listen, Skip was...
Another thing is, I will never think about this again. It's the stupidest thing ever.
We won't ask again next time we talk to you, I promise. Thanks for joining us, Pat. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Really a pleasure. God bless you, man.
That's beautiful.
Just thinking about Mirko and his spirit, God, it's what a treasure to have known him.
That's great to hear.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Skip. We'll talk to you later.
You got it.
There's Pat Murphy, the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about the devising the plan thing.
I'm glad you saved me there. I kind of wandered and forgot my question because I set it up with a little too much BS.
It's all good.
So as we now,
I appreciate that.
The third manager now interviewed on Carmen and Jurko. Obviously, Dave Roberts, there's nothing to say there. But Jurko has now told Will Venable that the team is going to suck. And now he has now told Pat Murphy that they are not winning the division.
And he got lost in one of his questions.
And
I got lost in one of the questions.
The question.
That was the question. That was the question.
That was the question.
Carmen saved me.
We all know the Cubs are going to win the division. What?
I was going to ask him, how do they keep winning?
You know why he's special? That's why, ladies and gentlemen.
No,
okay? That's why. He looked at me and he put his hands up.
But that's why radio is a team. This is a team game because Carmen was ready to go.
He was.
Carmen was ready to go.
He was like a trooper.
I was watching Jurko. I happened to just be watching Jurko. I saw the thought leave your mind, and Carmen was ready to go.
I looked at him. I said, and he was there for me.
Isn't it such
a team?
Unbelievable.
It's a team.
That is a team.
Isn't it such a coach's answer to think that he could coach up guys to beat a gorilla?
Yeah, and it is, and I love his hubris on the whole thing. And he's like, if I devise the plan, no problem.
It's such a coach answer.
Boy, dude, I saw a video of those You see the Silverbacks spinning, how fast they move?
Yeah,
and I'm
man.
like,
Yeah.
holy cow.
No chance.
Yeah, they're like hand and knuckle is like a sledgehammer.
I know. And they move so fast and so violently.
Lightning quick.
But, if you devise a plan.
Nope.
So.
Listen,
Sorry,
they caught
Coach.
King Kong, guys.
Sorry,
they
Coach.
caught King Kong.
They did catch King Kong.
They caught King
with
Kong
planes
back in
and
the
tanks.
30s.
It was a movie.
In the 20s, they caught King Kong.
In the 30s. Like 1933, I think, was the original King Kong.
Yeah.
That was awesome. All right. Thanks, Jesse, for hooking us up. We'll see who we're going to talk to next week. Just to get
Eye on the enemy, guys.
Who's in town?
drive like
Eye
a
on the
dollar
enemy.
crazy. That turned out to be great, though. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's Classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale Friday morning at 9 at gripitandSipItClassic.com.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Spring is here, and it is the best time to replace your windows. Mine never used to open easily or close easy, so I couldn't enjoy the spring weather of Chicago. Right now, call my friends at Window Nation at 866-90Nation, and you'll get 4 windows free when you buy 4. Plus, no payments till 2027. Call now for a free home estimate, 866-90Nation, or go to windownation.com.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This Cinco de Mayo turn your celebration up a notch at Twin Peaks. They're pouring out sweet deals on tequila shots, ice-cold cervezas, frosty drafts, and handcrafted cocktails at price points that'll keep the party going all day long. Big flavors, bigger cheers. Cinco lives at Twin Peaks. And check out their new location in Algonquin today.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Jesse Rogers will join us Friday to talk baseball. We thank Jesse for getting us another world-class manager. Jesse is going to be in Rome when they start Conclave. You know we're checking in with Jesse. I mean, the time difference, it's
going to be a little bit difficult.
6 hours, 7 hours?
It'll be either
7 hours ahead?
It'll be 8, 10, or 9, 10.
What is he, going to bed?
Yeah, Rome, Italy.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know if he'll be able to be live. I want him in the Vatican at one point. Like, I want you live
reporting
in St. Peter's Square, setting the scene
at the Basilica.
All right, so in Rome right now, Yerk, it's not. So it's only 7 hours. It's because
7 hours.
It's 9:25.
Yeah, 9:25.
So it's 7 hours.
7 hours.
I want Jesse in St. Peter's.
Yeah,
live outside the Basilica. Jesse Rogers reporting.
Reporting at the Conclave. The fires are stoked. We see no smoke. Right? Fires are stoked. We see no smoke.
Forgive me, Lord. Can you bet on this? Is there like a betting?
Offshore, yeah.
Is there a betting favorite?
They already have.
Is that right, Adam?
Yeah, you can.
The bishop from Ghana is the favorite right now.
The bishop from Ghana is the favorite?
He's like minus 110.
How does that work? Like, I mean, what about like our guy? What about Blaze Supich? Does he ever have a shot at something like that, or is he?
No. I don't think that's not going to happen.
I don't know how that pecking order works.
No, Blaze is there though. He's part
Blaze
of the conclave.
will be there. Sure,
he's part of the conclave.
Did you guys? I think this is going to be an overwhelming no.
But are you going to ask if we're going to have Bob Melvin on because
yes,
the Giants are in town?
We should.
Okay. What about who's the manager of the Royals?
That's Matt Quattraro.
Okay, so I don't know if we'll have time for Jesse.
We don't need Quattraro. We don't have time for Jesse.
Yamal?
Chris, what just happened? Something big happened in the soccer game?
Yamal just bent one from the corner of the box in topside.
Is this Champions League?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Barca is now down 2-1.
Barcelona International.
Okay.
Inter Milan.
Inter Milan and Barcelona.
Take a look, Yerk.
Yeah.
Let me see. I want to see this. Oh, that's pretty. Jeez, these guys are good.
It'd be great to see if I got it now. If I wasn't being blinded by the light.
You know what I was going to ask you guys?
He's got to go to the left foot, too. These defenders that, take away the left foot. He goes left, comes back right, goes back left, and puts it right up in the upper corner. Good for him.
That's pretty. You know what I was going to ask you guys about Conclave and the Pope? I only watched it.
Did you watch the movie?
I did. Did you?
No.
It was actually, believe it or not, it was pretty good.
Was it?
Yeah.
What'd you learn?
About his life, and how different he was than who's the Pope Benedict, right? The predecessor, right?
Yeah, I don't know what it was about. You got to help me. I thought it was about Conclave. Which one?
No.
Pius
it's
IV?
the one about the Argentinian.
Oh, the
Pope
guy that's just
died.
in there. Okay,
and how he ascended to that spot the rocky relationship he had with the previous Pope.
For the first non-European,
I believe he was the first non-European.
Non-European, yeah.
And I only watch it because it's Anthony Hopkins and what's the other actor's name? He's great. David Price, right? Is it Pierce or Price? I think it's Price. David Price.
David Hyde Pierce or
no? It's David Price. Okay. If you saw him, you'd know him right away. Very good.
What other movie was he in?
Oh, geez, Yerk. He's been in a million things. Like he was the guy Al Pacino swindled in Glengarry Glen Ross. If you've seen him in a million things.
I'm sure.
Believe me, he's a good actor. And so I watched it one night, just like up randomly, couldn't fall asleep. And I'd heard it was good. It was called The Two Popes. I'm like, it was actually pretty good. But you learned all about their relationship, just, whenever he ascended to the papacy. Is that what they call it?
The papality.
I think they call it the papacy.
I think they call it the papality. Why not?
I don't think they do.
It's pumpicity.
Before.
No?
No.
Maybe.
Our Twitch and YouTube streams this week are brought to you by our friends at Woodford Reserve.
Yes,
More than
they
a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Delicious.
2 weeks from today, we'll be broadcasting live from the distillery in Versailles.
2 weeks from today also will be the NFL schedule release.
It will be.
The announcement of the announcement of the announcement, which we love.
I also want to announce on this final day of April, my nephew Michael turns 18 today. How about
Happy
that?
birthday to Michael.
18, off to college in the fall.
Soccer player? Is he the
Yes,
soccer player?
he's a soccer player.
Okay.
Yep.
Where's he going?
He's going to Miami of Ohio.
Big shout out to Miami of Ohio out
The Red
there.
Hawks. He wants
I
to be
believe
just
they
like
are.
Wally Zerbiak.
I'm not surprised.
Except smaller and not as good of a basketball player.
Okay.
Other than that, they're exactly the same.
What's he plan on majoring in? Does he
I don't
know
think
yet?
he has any
I
idea
changed three
yet.
times, Carmen.
Yeah?
How about you?
I knew exactly what I was going to do.
How about you guys over there? Anybody switch majors a couple, 4 or 5 times?
No. I think we all knew.
No, not me.
I went from engineering to accounting to education, and currently am residing on 0 degrees.
Abdallah switched schools.
Yeah.
Abdallah did, yeah.
Did he? Went from where to where?
I went from DePaul to
DePaul,
Columbia.
right?
Yeah,
Went to
I dropped
DePaul.
out.
Okay.
I dropped out of DePaul.
He didn't like it. He said, "This is DePaul. Why are they the Blue Demons? That doesn't jive with the man upstairs." He
No,
didn't
I
like
didn't
it.
understand.
Too many
He didn't like it one
humanities.
bit.
You wanted something a little more hands-on.
1,000%. I took
many
Islam and got a
humanities.
C and was like, "This ain't
Yeah.
for me."
What?
Yeah.
Islam got a C. How did that happen?
No. You want to know what happened? I'll tell you what happened.
I mean, I could get a C in Islam. I mean, like, what?
walked in, and it's me and a bunch of brown kids sitting in the back. And the teacher walked in, and she goes, "I know what you all are doing. You all are looking for the easy A."
my God.
So
Maybe
guess
she's
what?
right, yeah.
Here's a different syllabus for you
Oh,
guys.
boy.
And we were like, "What the hell? This isn't fair."
No,
That
it's
seems
not
like
fair at
discrimination, Adam.
Oh, it's brown on brown crime
That's
is what
right.
it
It
was.
seems like
It
discrimination.
didn't seem inclusive there, my friend.
Nope.
Almost like they wanted to separate you from the class.
Coming up next, we got Crosstalk with Waddle and
Jeez.
Silvy. Yurko's got the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
Media member is gonna bet journalism.
Yeah, everybody's going to bet.
Is
journalism.
Jesse gonna bet journalism? Who's Cap gonna bet?
That's funny. That's funny. Should we talk about that next?
Oh, no.
There is the 20-horse named Propaganda.
Si, senor.
Oh, yes.
Si, senor. Hasta la vista, baby. Oh, that was fabulous.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
This spring, Bub City is bringing the heat and the brunch. Get down to Bub City for the brand new brunch menu every weekend. It is delicious. Your favorite classic brunch staples. You like that, Waddle? Plus the new golden fluffy pancake. I haven't had this yet. I've seen the pictures on social media, and it looks fabulous. I got to get in to try the new golden fluffy pancake. I will report back to you.
That's your
Celebrate
new
Mother.
nickname, Fluffy Pancake.
It looks unbelievable, Tommy. I'm telling you. I used to always like go in for the brunch on Sunday. I love the waffle. They did a killer chicken waffle. Now I think I might have to go get the pancake. Celebrate Mother's Day with a brunch you won't forget. Country style, comfort food, mimosas, live music at both the Rosemont and River North locations. And don't miss the Derby Watch Party with Woodford Reserve this Saturday. Mint juleps, big hats, and all the Southern charm you can handle. Reserve your spot now at bub-city.com.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The White Sox opened a 6-game homestand Tuesday night with a 7-2 loss to Milwaukee. The Sox got consecutive homers from Andrew Benintendi and Luis Robert Jr. in the first to take the lead, but were stymied the rest of the way by Freddie Peralta and company. Tonight, Shane Smith, who was plucked from the Brewers minor league system in the Rule 5 draft, will start for the Sox at 6:40 p.m. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, uniting the legacy of Chicago's iconic teams, the White Sox and Bulls. This look honors the city's impact on the diamond and the court. See the debut this Friday, May 2nd, as the White Sox welcome in the Astros at 6:40 p.m. Shop the full collection now at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200 plus commercial features and 70 plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Thank you to Pat Murphy, the reigning NL Manager of the Year, for joining us. We had a great conversation with him. If you missed it, go back, check out the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app or our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko.
Check out the YouTube page, please.
Yeah, because you're going to like the video. Like and subscribe while you're there. Thanks to Black and Abdallah. Thanks for listening and calling and participating in today's show. We'll see you tomorrow. Waddle and Silvy are here now for, well, we're not leaving yet. We're here for Crosstalk. It is brought to you by, my partner. It's brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. Go ahead, Tommy. Tell everybody what is going on.
Get to the finish line. It's only a little bit away.
Tell everybody what was happening in the break, Tommy. Go ahead.
Well, Johnny, as soon as the attention is focused on Johnny, he immediately turns to you and starts making fun of you.
It's amazing.
It's the transitive property of don't mess with me, I'll mess with you.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, what was I supposed to do? I lost my train of thought because I looked at Carmen and those teeth made me fall out of my chair.
Unbelievable.
But those teeth. Then I go, speaking of horse racing.
Unbelievable. It's my fault.
Don't look over here. Look over there. Oh, every time I look at him, I think there's an apple in his mouth.
You see? You see? This is what I got to deal with.
The man who absolutely saved you.
He did.
He threw you
He's my hero.
Preserver
right away. Like he came with a rescue boat.
He's my radio hero.
He is.
But those teeth.
The best. That's why he's special. I tell everybody all the time.
Special Ed is.
Special. Pat Murphy really was very affectionate over Merck.
Yeah.
I mean, Mirko, because they were at Notre Dame together. He remembered him very fondly.
Merck was the more sociable of the two creatures, the Yurkovich creatures. Me and him.
Especially when he was younger, right?
Engaging, too. He was engaging.
Yeah.
He was very, the time I spent with him, he was a character. Yeah. Very engaging individual,
Great personality.
Wait, did you
Good times.
Did you pass him then in your outgoingness as you matured, as you would say?
I think as I gained confidence in the world. You know what I'm saying, Sylvia?
I do.
As I gain confidence in the world, then. But no, he was always, the position he was in with Stryker, I think was the perfect position for him. Because he was like way ahead of it, like in that sales stuff that they need, they have, and they do the follow-up, the communication, the contact. The contact that he would have wasn't superfluous. It wasn't artificial. It was solid. He's in with the bagels for the nurses and the cream cheese, the schmear.
Yeah.
The schmear, whatever they needed, he's in there. The head nurse, if she's not there, he's talking to the other nurses to find out exactly what they need and whatever he's moving. Back then, he was in bedding and stretchers.
Right. I have stretchers, I remember.
And Stryker controlled 90% of the stretcher market. Hillrom controlled 90% of the bedding. So, they're always fighting for each other's, and whoever's going to get the furniture, in that thing, if there's a new place being built, they're kind of going back and forth who's going to get it. When he went to endoscopy and he started selling shoulders, knees, and hips, then it was different. Then it was like getting the doctors in, entertaining the doctors, talking to the doctors, communicating with the doctors, showing them the product, what they could do, what they couldn't do with them.
I would think that was up your alley as well.
Yeah, but not early.
It's
not
amazing
at 22
to think that
or 23.
Jurko was ever like kind of shy.
Yeah,
The way we know him
right.
now, it's crazy.
An introvert, some would say.
Making up for lost time.
Yes, he sure is.
Yeah.
And then some.
Little brother was, he was,
hey, sweet pants,
outgoing,
what can I get you?
engaging.
I mean, really, like.
That's more me. He was smoother than I was.
I'm saying you, yes.
He was smoother than I was. Much smoother.
So funny.
He seemed a bit more worldly than you at a younger age,
I don't know
John.
how either. He did go to Europe before me.
Did he?
He went to Yugoslavia in '79 when my grandfather was dying. Had the cancer. In Croatia, they call it rak. He had the rak.
That's why we don't tell any
there.
grandparent stories around you.
I don't have any, yeah.
That's right. Remember when you told one Carmen he got mad at you?
Selfish bastards. Can you believe
But
it?
those teeth!
He never met his grandparents.
Never met my grandparents.
It's my fault.
That's on Grandparents
Can't
Day.
tell a grandparent
So you're not allowed to talk about
Everybody gets to
grandparents?
celebrate. When I get to be a grandparent, I won't know how to act.
Yes, you will.
Yeah, you will.
No, I wouldn't know.
Of course you
You'll be-
will.
How am I going to
Yes.
know? What am I going to do?
Oh, my God.
You're
I
going to
have
be
no idea.
great as a grandparent.
Never had grandparents give me gifts.
Who do you think?
Nothing.
If you were setting the odds, we were setting the odds for the new pope. If you were setting the odds
for the new pope.
If you were setting the odds on who provides that for you first, Gracie's still young.
I'll be honest, I think Nico and Jake may have already done it. They may have sired some youngsters.
That's not true.
That ain't true.
Yeah.
Your mystery granddad.
In Scandinavia and the subcontinent.
The mystery granddad.
Yeah, in Scandinavia and the subcontinent, the boys may have
fertilized.
Provided.
I try to ask this theory.
Can you see, like
Seeds.
a year
The
from
seeds,
now,
if you will.
he's going to be laying out in his backyard, just doing whatever, smoking a cigar, and here comes these 3 10-year-olds.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Hey, Pappy.
Where you kids been?
Are you saying?
Yeah.
We lived in a fjord in Norway.
A fjord in Norway.
Yeah.
You're
Well, welcome
unbelievable.
aboard, kids.
It'd be a good scam if someone needed something that they could say, hey, by the way, you're a grandparent.
Johnny's looking for grandkids.
You ever see There Will Be Blood? Remember, the guy goes to Daniel Plainview and he tries to tell him, I'm your long lost brother, but Plainview
How'd that
catches
work out?
him. Well, not so good.
Don't go to the
caught him
beach with that guy.
What's that?
Go to the beach with Daniel
Don't
Plainview.
go to the beach with Daniel Plainview if he finds out that you're lying. He caught him in a lie about their hometown. That's when he knew his brother was lying. to him.
Better role for him. That's what's his name, right? Who was also in
Daniel
Gangs of New York.
Day-Lewis.
Was he better in which one?
Boy, oh boy. So There Will Be Blood is an exponentially better movie.
Yes.
And as much as I love
That's
Scorsese.
that's out in the oil
he's an
fields.
oil baron. Yeah. As much as I love Scorsese, Gangs of New York is not a good movie. He's awesome in it.
Yeah.
Daniel
But it's
Day-Lewis
not a
is.
good movie.
Right.
It just isn't. So that's a tough question, Tommy.
But he made
There Will Be Blood is so much better, but he was incredible.
He was so
as Bill
good
the
in
Butcher.
Gangs of New York
was
that he
incredible.
made the movie better.
It did. He had made it tolerable. Without him, that movie is unwatchable.
Yeah.
He's the only, and I love Scorsese, but I'm sorry, that movie's terrible. It's unwatchable without Daniel Day-Lewis.
He was awesome.
The accents are flimsy. She's awful in it.
Cameron Diaz.
Just terrible. It's a train wreck of a movie for a Scorsese movie. But
Leo wasn't even very good.
No, he wasn't. But he makes it palatable. So I might say he was better, like as Bill the Butcher.
Yeah.
It's an amazing performance.
Yes, he's
in a
unbelievable.
lousy movie.
Yeah.
So he's a great actor. Anyway, I won't sidetrack us anymore. movies.
What an actor.
What's up, boys?
But it was brilliant, the question. And
brilliant.
And the right move would have been to just let him.
No, that's not how teams work. That's not how teams work.
You see him? Now you know.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
You know.
He's goofing. He would never do that.
You've been informed, Tommy.
He would never do that.
I can't wait till this guy. The next time we go into an interview when he's working with me and I'm working with him in spring trading, I'm walking out.
Well, you usually do that anyway, just in your chair.
And pretend like I've got...
you mentally walk out of an
interview. Pretend like I've got
interview.
the Hershey squirts going on.
He was so proud of all of his prep, too. He really did work hard. He was getting... He should have... I would argue maybe do it before the show or at last night.
That's not how I work.
But he was prepping during he was getting a lot of questions ready. He
I
had them
had
all written
questions
down.
for Jose Quintana.
Carm, don't question the artist. Don't question the artist.
I was going to say, how's Quintana doing it? With smoke and mirrors? And then give him a chance to go ahead and talk about his player. There's also a kid from Hebron that's pitching tomorrow for Milwaukee against the Chicago White Sox. That one got teed up for me by Viking Scott.
Oh, look at Viking Scott helping you out.
Of course.
No, I'm talking about the question when you were saying you're down here for the Sox. Soon the Cubs are going to be up there, and the thing that drives us crazy, and then you shrug.
Right.
Where were you going?
Is how you keep winning. How do you guys keep winning was the next thing on that. That's the question.
But then you stared at Carmen and you got thrown off.
Because I looked at his beauty, his machismo, his effervescence, and I was lost. I looked at him and just was gone.
The poor guy dove on the grenade. He saw the pin was removed and dove on it.
My guy, he helped me out.
Did.
I saw he was in trouble.
He had
I
a
said,
sixth sense. You could tell Carm doesn't think so, but I was watching Carm as you were asking. Carm could tell something was about to go wrong.
Do a content thing.
You remember
next week and show this.
Yes,
this is it. Jurko's lost here.
Yeah.
He shrugs to Carmen. Carmen's prepared to fire with.
Do you remember a couple of weeks ago they had the earthquake in San Diego? Yeah. What did the mother elephants do?
Oh, did they all
immediately
as soon as the ground started to shake?
They heard it around the little ones.
Yes, that's what Carm did. He heard it around
that's nature.
you.
The circle
that's nature or
right
nurture.
there.
Nature or nurture.
Oh, that's nature. That's nature. Those
that's
animals
what you
know.
did.
I'm telling you.
I saw you move closer to Johnny and actually
You were very
protect
close.
him.
You see the birds bugging out? You know something is amiss.
Oh, yeah.
When the birds are bugging out, there's a problem.
Usually before a storm, you get that too.
Yeah, the nature knows.
Riders on the storm, kid.
All right, I got a couple things for you guys.
Okay.
Be careful. The accountant has been busy at work.
They might have heard this one.
I loved that movie, the first one.
Did you get
the
PCA stat?
Yeah.
I have
You
not
didn't
heard
hear
it. No.
Well, so you know it's PCA now, but I don't even have to quiz you. But PCA is one of 13 players in history in a team's first 30 games to accumulate 5 or more home runs, 15 or more extra base hits, and 10 or more stolen bases. The other guys are Acuna, Altuve, both Bonds, Pappy and Son, Cesar Cedeno, Eric the Red, Eric Davis, Ricky, Bo Jackson, Brian Roberts, Chris Sabo, Larry Walker, and Ken Williams. Not that Ken Williams, the guy from the 20s. Acuna, Ricky, and Larry Walker all did it in their MVP seasons. Nobody's ever done it more than once. Only 13 guys ever have done it in PCA
pretty elite.
on that
Pretty
list.
elite company.
And 3 guys in the last 30 years have done it in seasons in which they went on to win MVP, you guys. I'm not saying he's going to win MVP, but holy cow, PCA.
So what do you think they do? Do you think they move him because he's too productive for 7th? Or do you say he's so comfortable right now, why mess with something hot? Let's just keep him there.
I keep
and
him
the
there
rest
because
of the team is scoring.
Hap actually has a better on-base percentage right now than he does.
I wouldn't mess with that.
Yeah, leave him where he's at.
I wouldn't.
Say's hitting now, too.
Say's hitting it hard.
Yeah. So
he'll get hurt.
Oh, Tommy.
I'm just saying.
And Carson Kelly, I was wondering why Carson Kelly was batting cleanup. I know he's hot, but the dude just keeps on raking.
Hence the reason why in our little contest I guessed
he guessed
that
it
Carson
right.
Kelly would
Yesterday.
be in the cleanup role.
That was impressive.
Made sense.
You went 8 for 8.
You went 8 for 8 until Nicky Lopez.
I got so bought in with Nicky Lopez that I couldn't shake it.
No, it was still pretty good.
Do you agree though that the dude Party does not look like he'd be fast?
John Birdie?
Birdie. I call him Party.
I don't know. I mean, he can fly.
I know.
I agree with that. If you,
I guess, yeah.
I want to do that game. Is show pictures, show somebody's just publicity picture. Is this guy fast or not?
Because if you show me, maybe because we know PCA's picture, I go, he could probably fly.
He could fly.
He can scoot.
That's an interesting.
John
exercise.
Birdie, Probably need a
say no.
sundial to time him to first base. He's probably their second fastest guy on their team.
Oh, it probably is. I mean, he led the league in steals a couple years ago. He can scoot. Now I'm going to give you. I want to do this exercise with you guys. Tell me what you think of this.
I love this one. Player A, player B. I love it.
It's not a player A, player B.
Okay.
It's one player.
And we have to guess who it is?
Yes.
Okay. Is this what sport?
Not only guess
tennis.
Not only guess who it is. Just tell me what you think. Tell you.
Love them.
What did he say?
Goran Ivanisevic.
Vitas Gerulaitis.
I don't even know who that is.
Roscoe Tanner.
He said it was tennis.
You guys just tell me what you
Eli
think.
Nastasi.
The first 7 years of this player's career, okay? The first 7 years. Slash line, 255, 321, 417. 95 OPS plus, 24% strikeout rate, a home run once every 30 at-bats. The last 2+ seasons of this player's career. Slash line of 237, 313, 400. 98 OPS plus, 24% K rate, a home run once every 28 at-bats. What do you think of that, and who might it be?
So it's a 9-year vet.
And they're below average.
Below average. What else jumps out when I read those stats? The
What was
OPS
this?
is
Give me the second part of it again.
90 with the after the slash line?
No, give me the slash. Start at the top.
At the
Start
top.
at the
First 7 years. You want the first
No,
7?
I got that.
Oh, okay. Last 2 years. 237, 313, 400, 98 OPS plus, exact identical K rate, 24%, a home run once every 28 at bats.
So his power has gone down. It was 1 in every 20 to start.
It was 1 every 30.
Oh, 30. He's pretty consistently average. That's what I think. Like he's a.
I think Silvy's dead on ball's accurate.
He's
an average ball player.
He's a guy.
You know who it is? Any guesses?
Dansby Swanson.
Dansby Swanson.
Yeah, offensively, yeah.
Dansby Swanson.
But then
so this isn't a surprise.
But his WAR is much higher because of his defense. When you weight the defense in there,
and his defense is terrific,
and
and
he still
very
hasn't
good.
committed an error, has he?
I don't think he is.
No.
But that is Dansby Swanson, and I know he's hitting $160, and that's not good enough. And you guys talked about it yesterday. That'll probably work itself out at some point.
Catch a heater at some point.
Probably catch a heater at some point. But he's been. I only do that to illustrate that this has basically been Dansby's offensive career.
Here's the only thing I would say is he struggled mightily at the start of his career. Remember, to find his footing.
He did. And he was very young, Silvy. He didn't play much in the minors.
And now he's struggling late. But there was a middle 3 years there, I think, in Atlanta, where he was an 800 OPS guy, good power numbers, and had better average, where you thought maybe he, into his prime, yes. And then you didn't think he would... That's the only. You're giving the full 7 years.
The full 7 years,
and it's weighting. The beginning of his career is really weighting it down.
That's true because he played young. He came out of Vanderbilt and he did not play in the minors much. Dansby did not spend a lot of time in the minor leagues. So you're right. He played early as a young player, but I think the big picture still is that
his last 2 years in Atlanta, he had 27 home runs, 25 home runs. And his OPS was,
like Silvy said, it was probably
809 in 2019. Then it was 760, 776.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, at some point, you need him to hit more than $160.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing.
Good thing you're not relying on him right now.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. When he was in Atlanta, and even now, you guys made the point yesterday, well, they moved him down. And he hit a home run. He responded yesterday. I think he had a walk. He hit a home run. Didn't he hit one of the 4 home runs?
Yeah, he hit a home run, down the left field line.
He doesn't. You should find a spot, and he should remind himself there isn't as much pressure. He's in a good lineup. He can play elite level defense and run the bases well.
And relax.
I am shocked that he has, he's a great defensive shortstop. He hasn't taken his slump at the plate into the field with him. No. Sometimes, guys, when it gets to you, it affects the other parts of your game. And it hasn't. He's been dynamite in the field.
I think him and Hayward are virtually identical. His WAR is higher because he's a shortstop, and Hayward played right field.
Yeah.
But if you look at Hayward's year in St. Louis before he came to the Cubs, I think it was one of his better years.
Yep.
I think he had a couple of good years in Atlanta offensively. Yep. Nothing astronomical.
Just okay.
Yeah, but he never quite lived up to his offensive potential, and you were hoping at the age of 26, you were getting him on the upswing, kind of like how Dansby was. And Dansby is sort of an offensive liability right now, much like Hayward was an offensive liability.
Maybe
He's 31 now, too.
He's
So,
31,
you know.
man. Never gets easier as you get older, that's for sure. He does still play an elite level defense, though, so he's bringing you something. And he's not on base enough, but he is a good base runner. The Cubs have a lot of good base runners.
They put so much stress on an opponent. They are.
They're good to very good right now.
They are.
How great can they be is the question.
And that's a legit question. We can all wonder it. And what will they add to try to fill in some holes? But they're a really good baseball team. They are.
They do a lot of bunting, too. I was going to ask you one of the. I mean, they play a lot of small ball despite their ability.
July
to,
4th. A lot of bunting.
Bunting. Good point.
And opening day.
They've got speed, though, too. They're
so you're not as.
I don't mind. I don't like sacrifice. I don't like giving up outs. You know,
they still do some of that stuff.
Everybody does some. Probably more than they should. But good squeeze play. I love bunting for hits. All good, especially with their speed. I don't like sacrificing because I think it's silly, but different conversation.
Do you see who's in studio with us to start the show?
A famous
DJ. Is he in there right now? Oh, we have a DJ.
Is it DJ Jesse Jeff?
Famous DJ.
Dick Biondi.
It's not Dick Biondi.
I don't think Dick Biondi's with us anymore.
No, not an old school DJ. Someone now is playing the club.
It is not Dustin Johnson.
Is it Dustin Johnson, DJ?
No, is Adam Amin in studio?
We'll take a look.
Where is he?
He's hiding.
Hey, there he is. Amin is in studio. All right.
You know what you need to do, Charlie?
What a handsome fella.
Charlie, Tyler, when he
no bad touching in there.
When we go to a commercial, keep the cameras up because I want the world to see what a hugger this man is.
He's a hugger.
No one gives a better friendship hug than Adam Amin.
Tyler and I both just got two great ones back here.
He does give a good hug.
And he brings
Charlie
you
tried
in.
to hump his leg.
Sometimes he goes cheek to cheek with you.
Well, he's used to the double kiss.
Who else gives great hugs? He does give a good hug. He does.
I think Friedel's a good hugger.
Friedel is a good hugger. I would agree with
that. If you can get his boiler out of the way, yeah.
You should talk.
I never said I was a good hugger.
I swear to
God. The hell are you talking
you should
about?
talk about his boiler.
I didn't say that.
I mean, see?
Jeez, what's your problem?
I'm a round mound of something special.
Hey, you leave the cheeseburger guy alone, all right?
All right, so Amin is in studio. What else is up today, boys?
Absolutely. Hey, the thing that drives us crazy,
including all of us, we all need to be.
Oh, that didn't come out.
Hey, the thing that drives us crazy down here, you know, a lot of people down here are Cub fans. You guys are playing the White Sox now. You go home, you end up playing the Chicago Cubs. You know, when you're coming up here, is
let me ask you something about counsel, Skip.
That was real. I texted
You had a small
Jesse.
stroke.
Jesse was
real.
listening, and he
That was
just
real.
thought his online listener skipped. He didn't think anything of
good.
it.
That's what we could call it.
He just thought the
Let's
audio
call it
I
skipped.
love it when Jurko says, like, yeah, you're down here playing the Sox, and you can go play home, you can play the Cubs.
That's what I mean. And then what the question was then, how do you
The
keep
question
winning?
is, yeah, you got the Cubs, and you did it. 93 wins last year. How the hell do you guys keep winning? And then when it came back, it was Corbin Burns. You were gone.
Greatest.
Your guy Yelich was hurt. How do you guys still keep winning?
I love it. All right.
You're like
Hey,
the
damn
the
you,
Canadian
Carm
guy.
was great. Hey, it happens.
Oh, yeah.
It happens,
I called
boys.
Aaron Andrews Andrew.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Sylvie called him.
We've all been there.
Good
She was
times,
like,
boys.
Andrew.
Listen, I called it a concussed moment. It happens.
Yeah.
I accidentally called. Remember, I
like
called,
what Jesse thought. Oh,
yeah.
It was a skip in the audio.
That's what it was. It was like in the Matrix. That's all it was. Just a skip.
I had a hot dog at the Sox
See?
game when I went and saw them play the Mariners. Smothered in onions.
It's still just a misstatement, though.
It's still my all-time favorite. And Sylvie's reaction.
That wasn't all of a sudden
I almost
the brain
drove off
fart.
the road. I was like, I know Tommy didn't mean
My
to say that.
synapses weren't firing there.
All right.
I was
Why?
actually talking about being with my nephew as well.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
At the
all right.
White Sox game.
So Amin's kicking things off.
Yeah.
the last
And
time I
when
was there.
he just did the Cubs, we're going to talk some NBA. Is Giannis?
What?
Can you grab Giannis? We got to talk about the Halliburton
We
situation.
had good conversation
I-
earlier in the
like,
show
I'm
about
hot
it.
about that.
Yeah, good.
I'm
All right.
hot. And then did you hear Shaq tried to defend him?
He's on an island. I
Yeah.
said it.
Well,
So
why would he-
Shaq's on
I
an
think
island.
Shaq
It's
tries to be on
ridiculous.
an island.
Like contrarian?
And I think he committed to it, and Jurko will tell you. Sometimes he does it.
Sometimes
he
you
couldn't
commit
go
to it,
back.
you can't go back.
I think Shaq knows.
Then you got to
though.
go even heavier.
Yeah, it's
Then you got to go even
That's
heavier.
your playbook.
Yeah,
It's
Jurko's playbook.
You got to commit to the bit. You
That's
gotta
what I
commit
thought.
to
Like,
the
Shaq's-
bit.
he's doing a Jurko. He's like, he's committing to it now. He can't go back, but it's a silly take. I mean, let's face it. All right, boys. Have a great show.
Peace.
We'll see you tomorrow. Waddle and Silvy are next.
Miss you.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Guys, it's Carmen. I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
We hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell them, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
The best mornings
in the morning light
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at ServiceTitan.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring your ass.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Timeout. 2 seconds left. Getty for the win.
Oh, my God. I cannot believe this. Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby. Oh, no. Improbable. Unbelievable.
Impossible.
Magic Getty. Good day, mate. Somewhere in Australia, Sydney, or Melbourne, Paul Hogan and somewhere, Crocodile Dundee.
And is this a sample of Adam Amin's playlist? Is that what you call it?
This was an edit that I did for one of the mixes.
Let's let it breathe.
Live. That's great. That's really fun. You guys do great work in the production room. I hope people tell you that. That's the room that I was in.
Yeah, Charlie Bevins is one of these up and comers. If he hasn't already arrived, he is. He just is in a long line of people who've come through here and continue to kill it.
One of the fun things about doing a hometown game, so this weekend it was the Cubs game. You walk in, Sahadev Sharma's there, so I'm talking to Sahadev. We're catching up with Zach Zaidman. He goes, this was one of my interns. Sahadev was the lead intern when I was here. Black and Abdallah were both here. Danny Parkins was here. I was here. It's a little small little fraternity of our generation.
Annie Constable came from here. Now she's in New York.
Annie and I went to the same high school.
Yeah.
So I've known Annie forever. Wayne Dreys, who was at ESPN, he and I both went to Addison Trail at different times. Like I think that just means I'm getting older. I'm getting to the point where like we've had enough time and time on task to where we've seen each other grow and develop. And it's what I saw 15 years ago, 16 now, 18 years ago when I was an intern. It's what I saw with all of you guys who all kind of came up together, and now this is what it's a very reflective moment. It's like a cool moment. And sitting there, coming back to the 10th floor, which is where I intern. You guys aren't on the first floor right now. You guys are back on, up higher in this building.
Right.
This is
you would stand here. You would stand
on
like
this
somewhere.
side.
Yeah.
You guys were over there.
Right.
Your office was right over there.
Right here, yeah.
The newsroom was where the brown line room is. The production meetings you guys would have was in the red line room. Like
Jude would be presiding over that.
I still hear from Dave once in a while as well. So, and then I had a bunch of my Iowa friends reach out to me because the station I used to work at, which was near the station that you worked at, just celebrated its 40th anniversary. So, like, I know we're jumping into the show, and this is the start of your guys' show, but it's a very reflective, fun,
that's
cool
why we're
moment.
having you.
And it's awesome to be. I love seeing you guys.
If you don't recognize the voice, it's Adam Amin, who is obviously the voice of the Chicago Bulls. He does the NFL on Fox, and he does Major League Baseball on Fox, and now he's also DJing, as you have the last couple of years. Like, Danny didn't know that. Zetterman, I go, well, just take a look at his Instagram page. You show practicing and everything like that.
Do you have any country flair to what you present?
Who asked that is Adam Wainwright.
Okay.
Because Wainwright, as you guys may or may not know, has become like a budding country music artist.
I did not know that.
Played like the Grand Ole Opry,
Really?
and he was on Good Morning America playing a song from his album and this and that, and like he's opened up for like Travis Tritt, and he's been out there with Luke Combs, and like he's a legit like real artist now. So in my mind, I'm like, how could I collaborate with my now Major League Baseball on Fox partner on the music side, not just on the baseball side? So I think that'd be kind of fun.
That's great.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
You're gonna make that work.
I think he's got a heck of a voice. I give him a lot of credit. He's a very easygoing guy. Still doesn't love the Cubs. We have to get him to say nice things about Chicago once in a while. He does love the food here, so that's always good.
He seems like a
great
sweetheart.
guy. He's a really, really kind, easygoing guy. Every ex-teammate you run across of his has nothing but kind words to say. And then you got AJ, who I'll be with not this week, but next week when we got the Cubs game in New York.
I was just going to ask, does he have any musical talents?
No musical talents.
No.
He does want to go to one of our shows if we ever play a show while he's in town. But it's a great little group that we have when we get to playoff time.
I've said this to you in the past. All your work is fabulous. I thoroughly enjoyed you and AJ doing a Major League Baseball playoffs a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I told Sylvia it was my favorite baseball presentation.
That's really sweet of you.
And it still is.
We had a ball, and it's a great time. And when the games are good, we seem better. I think that always helps when the games are good. That's always been kind of.
How do you like? I mean, you're a professional, so you know how to do this, but. Like the cadence and the energy, and it's so different. An NFL game versus an NBA game, and then a Major League Baseball game where you have to let that breathe. And I mean, it can't be easy.
It's like baseball and football are regimented sports because there's an action, space, action, space, action, space. Basketball is a fluid sport. I've never called hockey, but hockey is the same thing. It's a fluid sport. You may have to adjust based on the pace of the game, et cetera. So it's fun to navigate back and forth, right? Like that's part of the fun of it. I also have partners that are truly unique partners, especially when it comes to Stacy. Like there's nobody on the planet, in my opinion, that does the broadcast like he does from his position in the NBA. So that's a different adjustment to make, and hopefully it's a good adjustment. We were talking about this a couple of weeks ago when you guys were nice enough to throw our Giddy call on there. So it's part of the fun of it. It's navigating rhythm and pace, and I think the really, really good ones that we all grew up watching and the ones that we watch now on TV that we really like, the ones that are really good, part of that is a subconscious thing that you may not recognize as a fan on your couch, but they control the rhythm and pace of the broadcast while the rhythm and the pace of the game might be a little bit haywire.
Not a partner, so I'm not asking you for the coolest partner you've had. This is just someone that you met because you get to do what you do. So in all your travels of doing the NFL, of doing Major League Baseball, of being the voice of the Bulls and traveling from city to city, who is one encounter or meeting that you will always remember?
I think Greg Popovich. We were in, and it wasn't for a production meeting or anything. We had a Sunday game in New York City at Madison Square Garden. We were doing Spurs Knicks, PJ Carlissimo and I. And PJ's the ultimate ambassador of the NBA. If you want to have a great meal in whatever NBA city you're in, PJ Carlissimo is the guy because he knows everybody, every maitre d', he knows every service manager, he knows every chef. That's the guy you want to be around. I've never had a bad meal in the 30-some-odd games that PJ and I did together. So we're at I can't even remember what it is. I'll have to text him and ask him. We're on like 56th Street in New York City on a Saturday night before we do a game at Madison Square Garden, and we sit down for dinner, and Popovich is like 2 tables down, and suddenly, and they coach together. Like PJ was his assistant for Team USA. Like they're very, very close. So all of a sudden we get 2 bottles of wine sent over to us, and I think I was like, this is like the coolest thing ever. Like Popovich just bought us 2 bottles of wine. PJ go like, I'll clean it up for what he actually said, but he goes, what is this horse, whatever? Like, he insulted it. I don't think he was being serious. I think that's the relationship that he and Popovich have, and they start kind of like jawing at each other in a playful way from like 2 tables down at this like nice, trattoria in New York City. So he comes over, introduces himself. I had never done a Spurs game at that point, so I was going to meet Popovich the next morning for the first time, and I got to meet him that night. He sat down, and listening to him and PJ talk about players that they had coached, talking about Tim Duncan, just kind of his demeanor and his attitude, and like hearing them talk about players that I had grown up watching and admiring and seeing as some of the greats who have ever played the game. Hearing him talk about this stuff was just kind of an out-of-body experience. It was my first year calling the NBA. So the next day I came in. He's an intimidating guy, but I think that softened any other interaction I had with him for the rest of my career.
Has anybody ever reached out to you and said, hey, Adam, I don't appreciate what you said, or what you said wasn't true? Has anybody scolded you?
Not yet.
You are not a scoldable guy.
I don't think I'm a scolder, but I'd like to think that we're critical. Like, I could easily imagine a Bulls player at one point being like, hey, can you talk to the announcers? They said this or that. That's never happened. So I remember Ian Eagle, who's the voice of the Final Four. He's been the voice of the Brooklyn Nets forever. He was doing a game, and I think Rick Pitino had reached out to him because when Rick was coaching the Celtics, and I think he had called Ian and said, hey, I heard you said X, Y, and Z on the air. And Ian said, that's not what I said. Here's what I said. If I was wrong, please tell me, and I'll go on the air tomorrow and the next game and correct it. But if it was right, or if it's correct, I said what I said. I wasn't trying to be personal about it. And that was the lesson he always tried to teach me was be critical. Yeah. Don't be a jerk about it. Right. You don't have to beat a dead horse. And don't make it personal. As long as, because a lot of the times what happens is family member hears something, a friend hears something. Oftentimes fans, as we're all guilty of doing, we're not always paying full attention to what every word an announcer is saying. I'm sitting on my phone while I'm watching an NBA game, and I go, wait, what is that? What did they just say? I do double takes all the time, so I'm sure things get lost in translation when you play telephone as much as people might. So that happens, and if that ever happens to me, that's the way I would like to approach it. Well, tell me what I said. Yeah. Exactly what I said. If I said something incorrectly, I'll correct it. Here's what the context was for what I said. I think we try to be as fair as possible, and that's I think you bring your personality into the broadcast booth. So if that's the type of person you are, where you want to give the benefit of the doubt, I'm typically, sometimes to a fault, a person who gives the benefit of the doubt. That's how I'm going to be on the air, too. So if that ever happens, I'd like to believe that that's how I would handle it.
You got to be true to yourself. Yeah. So I want to ask you both, and then we could veer off into some of the local stuff. What did you guys make, Adam, I'll start with you, of the ending in Indy yesterday, and then with Halliburton's dad going onto the floor and approaching Giannis and disrespecting him? Giannis was so eloquent in his 3-minute press conference. We'll play that later, but what did you make? Because I'm pretty hot about it.
I think John, Tyrese's dad, handled it very poorly, and then in the aftermath handled it correctly. He apologized. He said that was a mistake. He should not have done what he did. I respect Tyrese Halliburton for saying it right away in the post-game press conference, because easily you could say, well, that's my dad. He could have talked smack about Giannis there. He didn't. I thought he said what he should have said in that moment. And I thought, as you used the right word for Giannis, I thought it was very eloquent the way he talked about it. Hey, if I've won a championship, I know how to be humble in victory. And I also know Tyrese Halliburton and the Bucks have had a back and forth all year, right? Him and Damian Lillard. And Halliburton, I do think, comes from a place of respect. He says he loves Damian Lillard. It's one of his favorite players. He wears the same number as he does and leans into not a villain role, but like he takes pleasure in beating an opposing team. Like I have no issue with that.
Kind of like Ant does that, too.
Ant does, too. And you can't say, well, Anthony Edwards is the face of the league and then turn around at Tyrese Halliburton and say, well, he's not doing it right. I think everybody in the postscript handled it correctly. I think the NBA does need to say, I think for the rest of these playoffs, you just can't come. You just can't come to the arena anymore. Like,
oh, really? So not even in the building?
I would say I do think there needs to be consequences for something like that, especially when you are this like that directly related or that close to the star player for one of the teams that's participating. I think you just have to say, hey, for the rest of the playoffs, however long they go, we can't have you back.
Yeah. Waddle, that's my point. Like, if this was a random fan, and a random fan walked on the court, you are banned from the stadium.
There's no
for life.
shot you're
what
coming
the
back.
Yankees guy took the ball out of the glove. Banned from Yankee Stadium forever. If someone goes after Westbrook or LeBron in the crowd, they get kicked out. This is a guy who knows better, and he's still. Why shouldn't he be banned for life? Forget the playoffs. Like, any average Joe who did what he did would never be allowed back in that arena.
I agree with you on that. But I will also say you're not going to do that to one of your star players in the league. Right. Like if Tyrese Halliburton is one of the 30 most recognizable players in the league, you're not going to ban his father.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Unless it was something deeper beyond, like listen, John Morant's dad has gotten into like near fisticuffs in the back with different players from other teams. That's a different story. I think going head to head with Giannis, who by the way, if that happens in the street, Giannis is winning that fight
self-control?
100 times out of 100. You're not going to do that to a star player's family. So giving that benefit of the doubt and giving that much leeway, I say you're done for these playoffs. Yeah, we'll see you next season. And if you ever do it again, then obviously it's a track record.
Yeah, I'm just reacting. I don't think the NBA is going to be nearly as definitive with the punishment as ever. Totally unacceptable. I would be. I got to say, like, my first response would be I'd be surprised if they banned him from the rest of the playoffs. I would say that they definitely, you're not going to be on the floor. You're not going to be where you are.
I do think these are the conversations that happen, like,
behind
in the back room. And they're
you'll
like,
be
hey,
up in a suite.
We'll put you up in a suite. We'll make
That's
sure
what I'm
cameras
saying. You are no
catch
longer
you.
allowed to be on the floor. I'd be surprised if the league banned. Not saying they shouldn't, but I'd be surprised if the league banned him for the rest of the playoffs.
I think they should. Nothing would shock me at this point. They could ban him for life. I'd go, okay, it makes sense. We've seen that before. They could say we're not going to do anything because, all right, well, it's one of your star players. I guess that's
also,
why.
like, you know this better than anybody, but you have to have a zero tolerance policy because you do grant access to the floor in a way that really doesn't exist in other sports. Like, I'm looking at the videos from last night's Clippers and Nuggets game, and there's probably 150 people who are basically on the floor who have nothing to do with either team or the league. So I can't imagine there's another sport that allows at least minimum
gets
access.
This type of access.
Yeah,
right?
so
you were right.
So you
there.
have to have a zero.
And that's very fair. And actually,
policy.
while we've been talking, I got a text from a great friend of mine who used to work at the United Center, one of our ex-security guards who's in retirement now. And you said at the United Center that never would have happened because you're not allowed onto the floor, especially right after the game.
Right.
Like,
I was surprised they have it surrounded usually.
And I sit courtside, so I see how the security folks at the United Center work. They're very on point.
It tells me, Adam, that the Indiana
I think they had
security
a failure
group,
at that point too, right?
And they have been guilty of allowing him a little more leeway than normal people should be given, despite the fact he is Halliburton's father.
I think these are all discussions that are happening or have happened in the last 12 hours or whatever behind closed doors and saying like, all right, well, what do we do? What's the best for optics? How do we not upset the player and the family? But we also have to keep in mind, like, do we put him in a place where cameras can't see him? Because that's the other thing, too. When Cleveland and Indiana play, those cameras are going to be looking for him if he's in the building anywhere, and they will find him. I know the people that direct those shows. They will find him if he is in the building. So
you know who's the happiest that we're having this conversation? It's probably the conversation that most people are having right now, Doc Rivers.
Oh, sure. Because
Doc's
another first-round exit in the last
couple. I mean, historic,
Classic
isn't
form.
it? That with, under 40 seconds and a 7-point lead? I don't think it's ever happened in the NBA. I think Carm's had the stat.
In a playoff game, it was to be that with that little time, with that much of a margin. It's an inexcusable finish. Yeah. The turnover, and I do feel bad for Gary Trent. I think he's a great player. He's been a thorn in the side of the Bulls on multiple teams, had a great overtime, and that's just a bad turnover. But defense, between the 3 blow-bys that they gave up in those final moments between regulation and overtime, for a team that 4 years ago when they won a title, we were like, this is one of the better defensive teams that we've seen in 5 years.
And it was Giannis that got blown by twice, right?
And Giannis got beat twice. Yeah. So, that's unacceptable for them. And, yeah, Doc Rivers has a lot to answer for, but I agree. Very happy. I think the Cavs are happy that this is the conversation, too, because the number 1 team of the East is like, all right, well, these guys are worried about all this stuff. Yeah. Let's focus on trying to get another sweep.
Adam Amin's in our studio. All right, let me put you on the spot. You may not like this.
Oh, boy.
What is the greater chance of happening in early fall in Chicago 2025 with the Bulls? Giannis is on the Bulls on opening day, or your broadcast is on Xfinity opening day?
I'm going to go with the latter. I would say I think that's a much better shot than Giannis being in a Bulls uniform.
So?
What draft capital are they going to give up to actually bring Giannis to Milwaukee? I do think conversations are having or have taken place, and I'd like to think they'll take place further during the summer. So if you're asking me which one I'm more optimistic about, it's definitely the latter.
It's kind of complicated, too, isn't it, Adam? Because of all their draft picks you could understand this much better than I. None of them are protected. So, not only they would either want players or they would want a bevy of draft picks to rebuild their roster. And who's got that to offer?
It would need to be a 3-team deal, obviously. And it would have to – the thing is, I think most of the league right now feels that they can hold the Bulls hostage because of their lack of draft capital. And they're not the only team. The Bulls aren't the only team that's suffering from that. There are probably a handful of teams in the West and a couple in the East that have to deal with a lack of capital or not enough to make a big-time move that it would require a lot of capital to make the type of move that we're talking about for a player of Giannis's caliber. So while the Bulls aren't the only team, I do think other organizations that have assets like a Giannis, like a high-level player that could be dealt, they're looking at the Bulls and saying, well, we can hold them hostage for something, or they don't even have enough to give us, so if they can't figure out a second portion of the trade with another team, then we're not even going to bother dealing with them. And I think that's what's hamstringing the Bulls right now.
Well, I've always preached buy low. Would you be interested at all in Zion Williamson?
It's hard because of how injuries have affected multiple players the last 2 seasons. So I would be a little gun shy if I were sitting in that room going, well, I would love to have a player that I don't have to put a lot into in terms of money to try to get over here. Or I may not have to give up a whole lot because New Orleans would probably be willing to give him up for relatively low figures or relatively low capital. It's the injury issues that worry me because everybody's tried it. Everybody's tried it. New Orleans has a very incentive-heavy contract for Zion in terms of weight and body fat percentages. And, they've done everything they can to try to keep his weight down. And when he's been slim or when he's been svelte or when he's been healthy and in shape, man, that guy's really, really good. Is it the type of move that I would feel more comfortable with if the Bulls were 1 or 2 or maybe 3 players away from really being a top 4 team in the East? That's a move that I probably wouldn't hesitate as much. But the Williams injuries the last couple of years, when Levine was here, not this past season, but the year before, his injury kind of derailed a lot of things. Lonzo Ball's injury has been the talk of every conversation for this team for the last 4 years now. And I think that's what would make me a little bit gun-shy. That being said, with everything that's going against this roster or everything that's going against this front office right now, why not take a swing is an interesting premise to base your decision-making off of.
The one thing that I kind of, is that kind of stands out to me is from the Bulls, who really did some interesting things in the second half of the season. The fact that they don't play a lick of defense is one of the reasons why I think that they would be a fish out of water in the postseason, because you tell me, the game that I've watched since the playoffs have begun has been an incredibly more attractive and enjoyable watch than what you watch in the regular season, because guys are actually getting into their offensive sets, they're playing defense, and it really kind of It just separated these teams from what I did see from the Bulls, even down the stretch and some of the things they improved on. You think that's a fair evaluation?
Absolutely, that's fair. Possessions go down something like 7 to 11 possessions per game in the postseason. And while they may not sound like a lot, they add up over the course of a 48-minute game. You and I just talked about how crucial 3 defensive trips were in that Pacers-Bucks game the other night because those possessions get that much more magnified game to game to game. We saw it in the play-in tournament. Like Kevin Huerter had a lot of issues with Tyler Hero, and those possessions get chopped down, so they get magnified a little bit more. That doesn't mean Kevin's a bad defender, but he had some struggles that game, and you can't afford those over the course of a series. Do I think the Bulls would have hung with the Cavs? Absolutely not. Right. Maybe they get a game because if you're the 8th seed, you're taking on that speaks more volumes about Cleveland and how good they've been this year than it does about the Bulls necessarily, because you saw what they did with Miami, just swept them out of the building in Game 4. But I think the Bulls would have been competitive for a couple games, but that Cleveland team would have blown you out because they play the style of defense that can negate all the good things that you do on offense. And the Bulls did a lot of good things on offense in the last 20, 25 games.
We saw the Heat actually ratchet up the defense in the play-in.
In the play-in game, they looked a little bit sharper. And again, that's where I really do want to see Billy Donovan get back to the postseason with a roster that he feels more comfortable. I'm disappointed that we weren't calling playoff basketball this past week because I just wanted to see what he would look like second time around in this city with the roster that he feels a little bit more comfortable with, making the type of adjustments that are necessary to find success in the postseason. That's where Spoelstra is really, really good. And even his adjustments and his X and O capability and his tactical nature,
by 55.
They still got beat by 50 plus in a Game 4. So it is a completely different style of basketball. It's the style that I like. Is it probably sustainable for 82 games? No. But I would like to see maybe the league take note of this.
Yes.
You're not going to cut down on three-point shooting. And I don't want to see what we saw 20 years ago when the hand check rules were so stringent that you're seeing games get played into the 80s and 90s. Like, that's not the style of ball that I think any one of us want to see because we do like some of the fast-paced nature and the impressive shot making. There's got to be a balance somewhere. I also think that every 20 years the league starts to shift back and forth, and we can't really see it while we're in the middle of the forest. When you take a step back, now we can say, well, 20 years ago it was like this. 10 years ago it was like this. 5 years from now, we might be saying something completely different about the game that was played in 2025 compared to the game that's going to be played in 2030 because some of those concepts, some of the personnel, that has swung back in the direction of let's play like Cleveland. Let's have 2 bigs out there because that might help us protect the rim a little bit better, and that forces teams into a slower pace of game. We have a slew of shot makers in the college game that are copying the Steph Curry model they saw when they were kids, and now they're getting into the NBA 15 years later, and maybe their ability is really good, but they get used to a new style of play because of how that pendulum has swung back.
It's like, Silvy, you were the first one that said you like the kid from Duke. The big kid as well. Like
Malawach.
Yeah, because he gives you for the Bulls would be a nice
good rim protector.
Kaman Malawach and Derek Queen, I think, are 2 guys, and I would prefer Malawach because of his defensive prowess. I think are 2 guys that where the Bulls will probably draft. Now, listen, maybe lightning strikes and some great things happen, but where they will probably most likely end up being is somewhere between 7 and 11. So Malawach or Queen might be available at that point, and I would really like Malawach just to take pressure off of the center position. I imagine the plan is to trade Vucevic at some and certainly shop him because that's what they wanted to do before, and they still feel like he deserves. I would like to see Nikola Vucevic on a team that's contending because he's a good guy. He's been a pro. I think he's gotten he's eaten a lot, had to swallow a lot of pride through different iterations of this roster. Yeah. He may not have always been the main problem, but often got tagged as a main problem sometimes. That's fair. That can be fair, by the way. I'm not saying that's fair or unfair, but I want to see him have a shot at a legitimate spot for a title contention. Drafting a kid like Malawach would take all pressure off the front office to be like, well, we have to hold on to a veteran presence. You have your center position then for the next 4 years. I think Zach Collins and Jalen Smith are 2 very capable centers in this league, but they're probably better suited against backup bigs on other teams. They perform better against backups. Malawach has already been kind of tested, played for South Sudan, played against the Olympic team in the Olympic run-up and in the tournament itself. So he's got a different kind of experience. I feel like he'd be a great pick if somehow the Bulls can end up landing him, and they desperately, desperately need size and defense and rim protection.
Yeah.
Something. Modest Buzelis cannot be your leading shot blocker. If he's your second leading shot blocker, great. That means you're probably playing defense elsewhere too. He can't be your leading shot blocker.
All right, can you stay one more?
I've got all the time.
I want to talk. I want to talk about what the Bears did in the draft.
Yeah, definitely.
You do the NFL. You follow the Bears. You do their preseason games. You'll have to know all these guys that they drafted. And then I want to talk about the Cubs too. Sure. You just did the Cubs game, and you had one heck of a weekend. I want you to tell us what you did. Adam Amin is in studio with us. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cuts, and when it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want, plus they'll save the details in clip notes for the cuts you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200 plus commercial features and 70 plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, JOEQ. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
It's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Right now you can buy 4 windows and get 4 free. Plus pay nothing till 2027. But hurry, this deal won't last forever. Schedule your free in-home estimate, 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com. Upgrade your home with Window Nation now.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Or what are you doing here with your DJ set?
There were it was 4 decks working all at the same time. And I don't know, I was talking about this in an interview the other day. I grew up watching like Bad Boy Bill and Bobby D and all those B96 guys, and I'm still friends with some of the second iteration of those guys. They would play the same track on 2 different decks, but a half a beat separated from one another. So it's what's called instant doubles. So you have a crossfader on a mixer, so you move from one deck to another for the sound that's coming out. And they're a half beat separated, so it sounds like they're on a half beat delay without actually using like some kind of effect. It's actually physically creating a delay.
In English now.
I'm trying to think about it like for the listening audience, how to describe it rather than just the video audience. But yeah, these are the tricks that you learn when you're kind of like when you do this for.
Can you
20
tell
years.
when you screw up, or
Yes.
is there so much going? Can the average club goer?
2 years ago when I started DJing again, I went to Tao to watch DJ Metro, who's one of the Chicago Bulls DJs and does a phenomenal. He's in the Philippines right now playing clubs in the Philippines.
You
That's
can make
how
a
popular
boatload
it is.
of money doing this.
He does very well, and he's
And they
very good at
recruit
what
him
he
to
does.
go out there?
Absolutely, and he's one of the best in the world. He's Pitbull's DJ. When Pitbull goes out on tour, he does the warm up and he does all the shows there. The first thing he said was, "I'm going to screw up today. You'll notice it. Nobody in here cares. Just move quickly past it," which is a broadcasting thing too. Like if you make a mistake, like either correct it right away and just move on, make a silly joke about it, move on, or sometimes just go, whatever, I'll eat it. So be it. I said I let it slip out. I said Castellanos played a whole, the season he played with the Cubs. He got traded at the deadline, but like just in the midst of doing the game and kind of going back and forth with notes and watching the game, it slips out sometimes. You'll notice 50 things that I might say over the course of a season watching the Bulls that are incorrect or like slightly off or whatever. It's 3.5. You guys know this. You guys are on the radio 4 hours a day. It's 3 hours, 2.5 hours, 4 hours of unscripted chaos. You're just, a lot of this stuff is off your memory. Some of it is off your notes. You're just trying to get it all right. So keeping all of that together, if you make a mistake, either correct it, own it, whatever.
I mean,
move on,
DJing. Can you tell when you make
but that's
it?
what I'm saying. I think
same thing.
You just try to move past it.
Yeah.
All right, I messed up that transition, or that was a train wreck. Let's just move past it and do it again better next time.
It just happens. It happens. Speaking of screwing up, let's get to the Bears. Not that they screwed up this time, but they have the last several years.
History.
It's a good save there.
Yeah. So, what do you make of what they've done this entire offseason? Is like you do Bears games nationally, you'll do Bears games in the preseason. You're a Bears fan.
Sure, grew up as one.
So, what do you think they've done here with the draft, with hiring Ben Johnson, free agency?
I liked it. I think, I like that this has been a process. And at the very least, it feels like it's been on a linear track since Ryan Poles took over, right? It feels like, all right, there's at least a trajectory here. I'm not saying there haven't been misses. Obviously, like you can say Matt Eberflus was a miss if you want to. I wouldn't say that. I think that was the coach you needed to have at that time while you're making a transition from Matt Nagy. I have no problem with the hiring. Didn't work out great. There have been draft picks that haven't worked out. C. Velus Jones, probably one of your bigger misses to have an early round draft pick not come to fruition the way, Velus struggled these last couple of years. But he's had a lot of hits. And for the most part, when you stack up some hits, you have an upward trajectory. And now you're getting into a point where you have to make big moves. Big swings have to be taken. So the head coaching, the biggest draft pick was Ben Johnson, essentially, for this team. You had to get the right coach for what this team needs, for what your potential star, cornerstone of franchise, a quarterback needs. So that's the right move to make first and foremost. I've always had a great relationship with Ben since he's taking over the play calling duties in Detroit. Always walked away impressed with a good conversation. Did start to notice a little bit of a change this past year because he'd gone through the head coaching interview process. So he was a little more thoughtful about certain aspects of the game. And not that he wasn't before, but just you could tell this guy's been through the ringer now a little bit. He started to add some years onto his resume and to, the high level of success he has had in Detroit. So you start to get the sense, all right, well, he's setting himself up to be in this position. He wants to do it right. So he's thoughtful about it, which I respect. And then free agency, you attack the offensive line, which is the biggest thing. I mean, the everything else feels good. Even not having a true second pass rusher behind Montez Sweat just yet, maybe a guy that hasn't emerged yet. You still feel like you have the pieces in place and you have set yourself up to make the right moves. Until you get the offensive line fixed, none of it is going to matter. So to get the guys that they got, I'm a big Jonah Jackson fan. I think the versatility he showed in multiple spots. I love Drew Dahlman. I thought he was one of the better centers. I don't think people realize how good Atlanta's offensive line had been for like 2 or 3 years. They had a championship level offensive line.
Oh, they had Matthews, they had Lindstrom, they had
Caleb McGarry.
Yeah.
Like they had a terrible quarterback,
Right.
like a terrible quarterback situation. And Cousins, while he elevated it, that's not the guy that is going to get you to the promised land. So now you start to see the disintegration of that line because guys want to go get paid. They want to get some security. So Dahlman, I think, is a great pickup. I'm curious to see how some of these picks will work out. The 2 offensive tackles that they picked up, question marks, sure, but you got one in the second round. What was the kid out of BC, if I'm not mistaken?
Trapillo.
Ozzie Trapillo.
I'll get it right one day.
Well, by August, right?
Yeah.
We'll get it right by training camp. We'll be all right. But I like the picks that they made. I think they address certain needs on the offensive line. I still feel like the pass rush is going to be an issue. The premium positions in the NFL are quarterback and pass rusher, right? You feel like you got the quarterback, you got to solve pass rush, and you got to protect the quarterback. So the steps are being taken. I hate that it's another offseason of hype because that's what I'm going to be excited in August. When we come on for whatever the first preseason game is, we're going to be excited, and I'm going to be caught up a little bit in the whirlwind that took place over the course of the spring and summer. But I want it so badly to work out finally, and I'm hoping that these are the right moves to make. And maybe by the end of October, before the trade deadline comes around, maybe you've made a move to get a legit second pass rusher that you're willing to pay for beyond whatever the remainder of their contract
just in general terms, I've got this expectation and optimism that there will be a more professional approach on so many fronts.
I think so.
I think Ben brings a different, feeling. And all we heard last year, Adam, was we're not being held accountable. We weren't coached hard enough. I think all that nonsense goes out the window with this group. Eric Bieniemy is not going to suffer foolishness lightly inside the running back room. Same for Antoine Randall. I don't think Dennis Allen is going to stand for that stuff, and I don't think Ben Johnson is going to stand for that. I guess the question would be is when you go around the NFL and you call different games at different places, and not to point the finger at anyone specifically, did other teams give you a better feel or vibe than when you were preparing for this Bears team that had all of that dysfunction that was going on?
I think it went back a little bit to when Justin Fields was the quarterback. It felt a little bit sloppy at times, even to how he discussed things in a press conference versus how we perceive Caleb Williams a little bit. There still has been a lack of polish at times. And I'm not blaming any one
With
person
the whole
or one.
organization.
It's the whole organization. Yeah. So I think that the feeling of getting somebody like Ben Johnson in does clean things up a little bit. Dennis Allen, for all the struggles he may have had as a head coach, is a hell of a defensive coordinator. That guy really knew how to run a defense, and I thought did it well with some really high-quality players in New Orleans for a good chunk of time. Just some guys, it doesn't work out, whether it's the roster or whatever, or maybe they're not cut out to be the CEO in the NFL. The job of head coach is such that of a CEO, and the really good ones still want to be the play caller, the Andy Reids of the world, the Siriannis of the world, et cetera.
He could be Vic Fangio.
He could. That's fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. The guy just won a Super Bowl, right? Yeah. So like being in your lane is a good thing. I think Matt Eberflus was a little bit of that, like a guy who's probably a really good, solid defensive coordinator and was in Indianapolis. Just maybe the role didn't suit him the way that it would to somebody like Ben Johnson, who I think as time has gone on, I felt, all right, because of his thoughtfulness, what we were just talking about in these meetings, the way he kind of approaches the offensive aspect of the NFL, understanding the modern elements of it while still keeping, I think, what he learned from Dan Campbell, kind of an old school mentality of we have to build from the inside, no block, no rock for the guys on the outside. I think these are all good philosophies to come in with for an offensive team, a team that expects to be really good offensively. And I think there is a little bit more urgency, which leads to people being on their toes a little bit more. And I do think that has helped the organization kind of refocus its energies. I think Ryan Poles probably had a couple of moments where, they felt like they were doing all the right things and there was no stopping them. And then you get a wake-up call. You get a pretty big reality check this past season, in the second half in particular. So the life in this league does that to you. I'd like to chalk it up, like we were just talking about. You can only really evaluate things, 5-10 years down the line. I'd like to believe 5 years from now, we'll look at Ryan Poles and go, man, he was a little in over his head when he first started this job. But, man, he recovered really nicely, huh? They've really done a good job of steering the ship back. I think all the elements are there, both resource-wise and personnel-wise, both front office and roster. I think all the elements are there to try to do this the right way. So don't screw it up. You have a great landing spot for this organization to start moving in the right direction.
Speaking of that, Ryan Poles joins Kap and J Hood tomorrow. What time is that interview tomorrow, guys?
8 a.m.
8 a.m. for Ryan Poles, so don't miss that. When we come back, one more. Is that cool?
Absolutely.
All right, we're holding Adam and me.
No, not at all. I don't need to blink twice or anything.
Yeah,
I'm happy to be with you guys.
So coming up next, I want to ask you if the Cubs have not one but two MVP candidates.
Interesting.
Amin just did the Cubs game over the weekend. He had the best seat in the house 2 days in a row, and they were different seats. So we'll talk about that as well coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale Friday morning at 9 at gripitandsipittclassic.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work. I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out RogersandHollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in May. Between the 1940 varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon on May 10th, 1914 Baseball World Tour shirt presented by Coca-Cola on May 24th, and Southside legend Charles Comiskey bobblehead presented by United on May 25th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
College athletes who played before 2016 will not get a piece of the $2.8 billion settlement between the NCAA and former players over lost NIL money. A federal judge this week threw out a class action lawsuit filed by former Kansas Jayhawks star Mario Chalmers that argued athletes who played in the 90s and early 2000s deserved a piece of the payout too. The NCAA is awaiting court approval on a settlement to pay the damages only to athletes who played between 2016 and the beginning of the name, image, and likeness deal era in 2021. Too much time has passed for the Chalmers group to be eligible, the judge said, shutting down the players' argument that they're still losing money today from use of their images in things like old game highlights. It's a sign that other groups of pre-2016 players behind similar lawsuits won't get anything from the NCAA either. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Everyone needs a guy. I've got a guy for you. It's the guy on 41.com. It's FenceWorks. And I was just talking to my guy, Jake, third generation running the business. It started with Grandpa Stan, and they have the best play sets on the market. Check them out. They will customize the perfect play set for you and your kids. Maybe it's a trampoline you want in the backyard so your kids can get outside off their screens and play, or maybe it's a new basketball hoop like I have so many to choose from. You can check them all out in their beautiful modern Northbrook showroom, and they will head to your property to make sure everything is going to fit your needs. This isn't out of a box and then you're on your own. This is everything will be customized for you. White glove delivery experience. I talked to my guy Jake today. He is the absolute best. Big supporter of the radio station, big Bears fan. So support the people who support us. Go to theguyon41.com. And if you're in the need for fencing, you need a fence for the front of your property, the backyard. Keep your pets safe, your kids safe. It's called FenceWorks for a reason. They have the best custom-built fencing out there. Go to theguyon41.com. Let them know that Silvy sent you.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Schwarber towards the gap, right center field. The Phillies are able to respond. 2-run double, Kyle Schwarber. They respond to the Cubs' 2-run inning with 3 of their own. They're up by 7 here in the 6th.
You got one of the few bad ones from the Cubs this year
rare
on
one,
Fox.
a rare kind of egg laid by the Cubs there.
Yeah, but it's been a great, fun season so far. We'll see where they go. I teased this beforehand. You got to do the game on Fox, and then the next day, what did you do?
I never sat in a suite at Wrigley in my entire life, and I sat in a suite and watched the Sunday night game after they give us a hard card, right? That's one of the great things about being a broadcaster for Major League Baseball. They give you a hard card, which is basically your rights holder media pass. You can walk into any building, any Major League Stadium.
And sit in a suite anytime?
Not in a suite, but like you can go up to the press room. You could sit in the standing room only area. You could walk around the ballpark. If there is an empty seat, you could probably just sit down.
So it's like a golden ticket?
It's like it's not as cool looking as the golden ticket that that you've seen from some ex-players that they all get, but it's one of the best things around. So I got to go up to the press box where I just was, see Boog, because Boog was doing the Sunday night game here on ESPN Radio, see the Sunday night crew, see all the writers, some of the people that I didn't see on Saturday. And, I'm friends with the Phillies guys. Scott Fransky, the radio guy's an excellent job. And just kind of hang out for a bit and then go sit in a suite, which I've never done. You guys know Wayne Randazzo, used to work at ESPN Radio, now the voice of the Angels and Apple TV Plus on the Friday night broadcast he came with. And we were both laughing like, we've sat in Harry Carey's chair. You were just in it yesterday, and neither one of us since the late 80s when we started to go into Wrigley Field have ever sat in a suite to watch a game, and I got to sit in a suite for the very first time.
What are your early thoughts on this Cubs team?
That bottom of the order, if they can keep this going, is going to be really good. Obviously, they need help at third base. I know they want Matt Shaw to get a couple hundred more plate appearances. Maybe, late summer he comes around. But I think the bottom of the order could be really special with PCA and putting pressure on opposing teams. With the way base stealing has kind of come back into vogue the last 3 years with the rule changes, teams like Arizona, Cincinnati, you don't think of them as like major clubs. Arizona went to the World Series a couple of years ago, and Cincinnati's been one of the better offensive teams in baseball under the radar. I know they have De La Cruz, and everybody loves him, but that whole lineup puts pressure on you on a consistent basis, and that's what I'm starting to see from this group. This is what I've seen in the first month from this group, the fact that they get on base at a decent clip, they put pressure on you consistently. I think Swanson's going to come back around. Hap's going to do what he does, is get on base consistently. Tucker is the big bat right now that scares you. I still think they need another big bat to scare you, and whether that's through a trade, whether that's Michael Busch stepping up. I don't think Michael Busch is going to be a 35 home run bat or on pace to be that guy. You still need another big, scary bat in the middle of that lineup, because that's what the Dodgers and the Mets and the Phillies to an extent and the Padres, that's what they all have, and that's the teams. Those are the teams that you should be trying to level off against and compete with. But overall, pretty good to see the tools that this offense, this lineup has.
They're 40-40. They have over 40 home runs and over 40 stolen bases so far this year, and you're
2001 Mariners.
Yeah.
They haven't had a team since a 116-win Mariner team that led the league in runs and stolen bases, and right now that's what the Cubs are doing. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Who's been more valuable for the Cubs so far this year? I know it would seem crazy on the surface. Is it Tucker or is it PCA?
I think it's PCA, because I'm not shocked by Tucker hitting as well as he has. I also think Tucker he may not be long for this club. I just don't know if you're going to, I just think there's going to be better offers out there based on track record, and maybe the Ricketts will surprise us. And if they do, great. That's awesome. I hope they do. I'm not shocked by Kyle Tucker hitting National League pitching well. I am really pleasantly surprised by not just the defense, because I knew he was a plus defender. I don't know if he's going to be this good, where he's eating up the amount of space that he eats up. His range is excellent. His arm is awesome. The adjustments that he made second half last year and in the offseason this year, just where his hands are, the quickness to the bat, and Counsell told us on Saturday too, he's just seen more pitches. He just gets more opportunities, and he's the type of kid that is a cumulative learner and picks stuff up as he goes further and further along in his career. So you'd like to think that when he does slump, he'll adjust quickly. But now that he's getting to this point where he's seeing a lot more consistently, he's getting 3, 4, 5 plate appearances every game. And for a Cubs team that scores a lot of runs, it's usually 4, sometimes 5. He seems like the type of player that you absolutely need as the season goes on, when you are not getting what you need from the top of your lineup, to still get on base and generate runs. Runs created. He's one of the better guys on this team in terms of runs created and runs created plus. His OPS is very, very good. I think he'll be a good power bat going forward. I'm not expecting him to be a 30 home run guy, but I think he's going to be a solid power bat who can get you 20 and more importantly, maybe get you 40 steals. And that's where this team was sadly lacking.
The next piece to his game has to be the walk total's got to go up. Like, he's still really low in the number of walks he has taken. Like, that's the one thing with PCA that you look at and you say, that's an area where he can improve. He's going to scare the hell out of you on the base pass. He's going to play center field as well as anybody in the league. He's got sneaky power like you're talking about. The on-base percentages, then he joins the elite guys.
If you get him up to 38, 39% of the time he's getting on base, and league average is closer to 31%, I think, if I'm not mistaken, last time I checked. So you get to 38, 39% of the time you're getting on base.
Yeah.
1 out of every 3 times you get on base, maybe you're getting a steal. Now suddenly you're looking at a legitimate run creator, and especially if you're going to keep him. I don't know if he's always going to be at the bottom of the order. I like Ian Happ at the top right now. If you're going to leave him at the bottom of the order, somewhere in the 7, 8, 9, that's pretty good to have. He may eventually just force you to move him up to 2 or maybe 5 if he's got the power to be able to do it, or maybe even 6. But I feel like to have him at the bottom of your order, Cubs have been top 5 in OPS from their bottom third of the order all season, or first month of the season. And I think that's really, really important. Lineup length is what kills teams in the postseason. It kills opposing pitching staffs in the playoffs.
Yeah.
The Mets last year, because we did the Mets-Phillies series, I saw where the Mets bottom of the order kept generating long at-bats. The Phillies bottom of the order killed them in the playoffs last year because they just could not generate on-base chances and couldn't generate runs.
Adam Amin spent the last hour with us. Not only is he one of the best voices out there, period, bar none, but he's one of the greatest guys.
I appreciate you guys so much, man.
Yeah, and I'm sure my mom will enjoy this,
Tell Barbara
too.
I said hello. Please give her my best.
She is your biggest fan.
I really do
and
love her.
by far, she is the best of the
Silvermans. Yeah.
She's the best of the Silvermans.
That's right.
Barb is an MVP.
All right. Adam Amin, awesome job as always.
Thank you,
we
guys.
appreciate your time. Coming up next, we'll play you what Giannis had to say, discuss that situation. And Kap also reiterated what he had to say on the Kyle Tucker contract, quote, talks or future talks, as he said. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap.
Put it on the ball.
And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Brewers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Guys, now's the time to call my friends over at Window Nation at 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION. You're opening up your windows more now that the weather is turning. You got to make sure your windows are working the correct way, that they're not leaky, they're not foggy, and they're just easy and good to look at, too. Easy to use, and they look great. It's what you're going to get with Window Nation. Go to windownation.com or call them today at 866-90-NATION. Right now, you buy 4 windows, get 4 free. That's 8 windows for the price of 4. And right now, nothing down and no interest till 2027. 2 full years of no interest payments. That's money right back into your pocket. Get a free in-home estimate from my guy, Alan Favada. He's their sales manager, and he knows his stuff. He's going to educate you every step of the way. So call Window Nation now. Get in the front of the line as spring begins. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text. Your hair would also like to add, this cut rules. And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Kelly in the air, deep left field. Fab back at the warning track, and it is gone. The spring of Carson Kelly continues. Reps in center over the last 2 innings, and Pete powers that one. Deep to right field, it is gone. Pete Crow Armstrong, swing it.
Dansby Swanson has been moved to the 8th spot in the lineup. His numbers, Jesse mentioned him a little bit earlier, in critical and leverage situations have been atrocious this year. Is this the fix for Dansby Swanson, or is there a further step that needs to be taken?
Dansby powers one deep to left field. It is gone. 5th dinger of the year for Dansby.
Oh, Dansby Swanson finally maybe is starting to turn things around, but the story has been Carson Kelly and PCA. Kyle Tucker also had an RBI in there as well. He had a hit, an RBI single, and he walked as well. He continues to do it, but
give Seiya some love too.
Seiya's been awesome. I saw Taylor McGregor tweet something out that said since the end of last year, his OPS is in the mid 900s.
Right now, it's 964 so far this year,
and it's what we've asked for. I mean, when you acquired him from Japan, you were hoping that he can be not a good player, but at least a very good player. Mm-hmm. And right now, he's been very good. He's paying $298, $368, $596. Mm-hmm. He had 3 hits yesterday, a home run, drove in 2. But I tweeted about Carson Kelly and PCA, if you just take yourself to mid-March before they go to Japan to open the season, and if I would have mentioned on this show, one of my predictions, guys, is that between Carson Kelly and PCA, they will combine for 13 home runs and drive in 41 in the first month of the season. You guys would have said,
laughed you out of here.
Stay off the weed, like Stephen A would say.
Get off the weed, brother. If you project that Carson Kelly's going to continue on this torrid pace for the rest of the year, I will tell you to get off the weed. But so far, so good.
I mean, his slugging is as high as a great player's OPS.
Yeah.
His slugging by itself is 891.
Mm-hmm.
891. It's incredible what he's been able to do.
Now, PCA, you're significantly more confident that he can maintain this level of play. But enjoy the Carson Kelly ride as long as it lasts. He may taper off a touch.
Yes.
Don't want to break
He's
any
a backup
hearts
catcher,
here.
yeah.
Right. But if you're going to expect him to lead your team in home runs or lead for the, tied for the lead in home runs or wherever he's at right now, I would say lower your expectations.
I think it was Carson Kelly that they told the story about that a year or two ago. He did decide to turn to to do some mental work with a therapist, which a lot of these athletes have done recently, and it's sort of turned the tide of his career. There was a golfer on Full Swing last year.
Wyndham Clark. It's funny. Charlie just said, "Oh, little Wyndham Clark."
Yeah,
action
Wyndham
there.
Clark. Yeah, and Wyndham Clark broke through last year.
He ended up winning the U.S. Open a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So, it's real. It works. But there's no way you could continue to hit 370 and get on base.
His
and
OPS is 14, 15.
Yeah, he's getting on base over 50% of the time. It's incredible. But
ride the wave, man.
PCA's numbers 284, 325, 543. I think you hit it on the head. Like if PCA, you're probably not going to hit 284. And if you are, fantastic too. But if you really want to become elite, you start at 340. Yeah, I was even going to say you take 340 at a starting point in his first real big year.
I think,
build.
I think, look, when I watch him play too, sometimes I say, listen, you got to take more pitches. You got to get on base because when you get on base, it's basically first to third in a blink of an eye with him. But he's hitting the ball so hard and so well right now that, I wouldn't tell him to be more selective at the moment. I'd tell him to continue to do what you're doing because what you're doing is working. And even when you're hitting it at people, you're hitting it hard. So there will be times for you to up the on-base percentage and the walk total. But right now, I wouldn't tinker with what he's doing.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Kyle Schwarber when he went through it a little bit mentally, where when they put him at leadoff, he sort of changed his approach.
Yeah.
He would see pitches that he would normally swing at, but he felt it was up to him to work the count more, see more pitches, and he's always been pretty selective, and he gets, he'll walk. He'll strike out a ton, but he'll walk. And it's screwed with his mind. And so I totally agree with you where when it's going well,
keep swinging.
Yeah, do what's working for you and don't try and make any major adjustments.
Well, right. And he's got to be, sometimes as an athlete, you just catch a heater and the ball looks like a beach ball coming in, I'm sure, for some of these baseball players when you are dialed in. And you would never want to change your approach when that's what's happening, especially for a young player. So while I tell you the next step for him is to actually up his walk total, you realize he's only walked 6 times so far this year.
It's obvious.
And when you match that with his 28 strikeouts, that's not the strikeout to walk combination, the ratio you're looking for, especially for someone who is as an elite base runner as he is. But in the moment, in the here and now, I wouldn't tell him to adjust anything.
Yeah.
There will be time for that.
Because it looks like he has arrived.
Yeah.
And at least he's going to be really good. We'll just see how special he becomes or how long he'll be able to keep it going. I do want to play you this. So Kap spent 2 segments on this today. I was driving around town, and I heard Kap. I don't know what he was the most mad at. I think that he was the most mad at the aggregators spinning what he had to say into making it sound like news. I don't because he played then what I said, and I didn't accuse him really of anything. I just wanted Jesse to get on and to have his own segment and not to get upstaged, and to give the actual news. But Kap, he actually just basically restated what his quote report is. Now he's not saying it's a report, but he's saying, this is what I'm reporting, which I find humorous. That's the best part of the whole thing with Kyle Tucker's contract.
What was that comment? I'm not.
It's Dick Duran.
I'm on the team, or I'm not. It's not my team.
He says it's not my show. I'm just on the show. Yeah. So Kap said, I'm not reporting this, but yet he started, and I think it's even in here. But this is Kap reiterated again exactly what he is reporting or saying about the Chicago Cubs. And I'm not mad at Kap. What I'm mad at is the people who are telling him these things, because I know it's coming from the Cubs ownership level. So this is Kap today.
So again, let me just make it clear to everybody out there, listening is a skill. Listen to what I said. They've wrapped their brain around the concept. That is news. That is news that people need to know. Will they get it done? Only time will tell.
All right. Well, there you have it. So
go ahead, aggregate what I just said now.
Yeah.
That's what I said, and that's what I meant, and that's what I stand by.
So it's not a source off between you and Jesse.
No, Jesse is a reporter, and he's right. If he went to Bristol and said, here's what I'm hearing, they'd be like, well, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. I know that they've had high-level discussions. What's this going to cost? And this wasn't yesterday. This has been months in the making. Okay, that dude is a guy we probably are going to need to break the bank for. Is he the guy? The Cardinals had a guy like that. His name was Albert Pujols. He wanted 10 years. He was 32.
Yeah.
And they went, we'll give you a 5-year deal. We'll pay you a tremendous salary. And he went, no, I want the 10 years. Okay, good. You're an Angel.
Yeah.
And he left. And the Angels regretted that deal.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Tucker's 28. They're going to have the money to pay him. They are cool with that. We'll see what that means.
So that was Kap. And like the term that he kept using throughout the two segments is, and yesterday too, and on his recap is, that the Cubs are starting to wrap their brains around that they have to decide what it will take to keep Tucker. And they're wrapping their brains around paying him what it would take to keep Kyle Tucker.
That seems quite obvious that, I mean, you're in the baseball business. You don't sell meat. So you just saw what Vladdy Jr. signed for $500 million, right? And this cat's better than Vladdy.
Yes.
Like, I mean, what's the revelation here for them at up on the north side?
And again, I'm not mad at Kap because I know this is spin control coming from, and I don't think it's management. I think it's at the ownership level that they want the dogs off. They want to call off the dogs on everyone yelling at Ricketts, that Ricketts is too cheap, that Ricketts is this. They're trying to calm the masses down by saying, we're wrapping our brain around what it would keep. My issue is when you make a trade for Kyle Tucker and when you're starting to go down that road and discuss it on an ownership and management level, that's when you start wrapping your brain around paying Kyle Tucker. You don't acquire Kyle Tucker and say to yourself, well, we'll get him for a year and just see where it goes. You're giving up a lot for Kyle Tucker. You're giving up one of your top prospects. And prospects are always suspects, and you'll always rather have Kyle Tucker. But if it's only for a year and you don't win anything, and now later, several months after the trade, you're just starting to wrap your head around keeping Kyle Tucker. And here's why I don't believe ownership, who's telling this to Kap and who wants to have everyone call off the dogs on them. Look at the history. And Adam Amin said it perfectly. This all started, there was a change in Cubs philosophy when Theo was there, and it was one reason why Theo got out. They acquired Castellanos from the Detroit Tigers. He could not have been better in a Cubs uniform. He wanted to be here. He signed not a big deal with Cincinnati. The Cubs couldn't offer him that. And that was small potatoes. So the Cubs got Castellanos. He performed with them. They waved goodbye to him. The Cubs signed Yu Darvish. The Cubs then salary dumped Yu Darvish to kick off another rebuild. The Cubs then, this just came out, could have had Bryce Harper. Harper just spoke to The Athletic, and in 2019, he admitted that the team of his choice were the Chicago Cubs. At that time, the Cubs couldn't wrap their brain around paying a guy like Bryce Harper, which is now $300 million. That's cheap. So Castellanos, Yu Darvish salary dump, not wanting to pay Bryce Harper. You had Cody Bellinger here. In order to bring Tucker in, you had to salary dump him. You were not involved in Shohei Ohtani to the end because you tapped out of that, and you weren't even making exploratory calls with Soto. So all I'm telling you is there's a large paper trail here. And while the Cubs ownership may want you to believe that they're wrapping their brain around signing Kyle Tucker, the evidence shows you that it's biblical losses and it's wanting to break even.
Yeah, they want you to believe that it's going to be different this time. Why? And I would ask, why would it be different this time? Why is Kyle Tucker the guy that you finally would relent on and get into the art of big spending? That's what I would ask.
So that's why I'm just skeptical of whether it's a report or not a report. Or
You're skeptical of what the Cubs' interest is in paying
or in
him.
telling somebody this. And I would like, because Kap will be one of the first ones to rip them when they don't sign him. And I'm fully expecting this to unfold. So save this tape come October. I don't want it to happen, but I'm very, very skeptical of this. And I just don't get any sort of report that you're just what you're saying in wrapping your brain around. They're just starting to have these discussions about keeping him. Really? It's May?
That discussion, I think, is an indictment in general of how they've done business.
Yes. Flying by the seat of their, maybe we should start thinking about this. You think? Do you really think you acquired Kyle Tucker for your top prospect, another third baseman, you have a hole at third base, who you acquired in the Morel deal? I don't get it. Danny in Schaumburg, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Danny?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, this isn't news. The news should be we're in negotiations with him right now. I mean,
they're not but that's the thing, Danny. They're not negotiating with him. They're thinking, what he's saying is they're thinking about what it would cost to keep him, so when negotiations do start, they have a ballpark figure they're willing to spend. How the hell is that news?
Right. This is Kenny Williams when they missed out on Manny Machado going, we saw something. I had to put my glasses on because I was so shocked they didn't pick us. And then you find out they were $80 million short. I mean, and Kap to even go to the air with that, that's why I call Kap a Cubs enabler. Because instead of taking these people's feet to the fire, he had Ricketts on the recap, he had Jet on twice on the recap, and then once on the show. He just kind of eases and ways around it instead of being like, you didn't spend any money. All you did was get Kyle Tucker, but then again, you get rid of Bellinger. You're the third largest revenue market in the country. Like, come on, hold these people to the fire, dude. Quit running their water. And I know Kap's mad at me because I call him a Cubs enabler, but that's what he is.
Is this Kap? Do you have a feud going on right now with Kap?
He used to tweet me back all the time, and I think he's a little miffed because I straight up told him, dude, you're a Cubs enabler. You let this crap go on.
This really isn't a story until the Cubs decide that, here's a number we're thinking about.
Yes.
Until then, this is all just theoretical. And
this is the news part of the story is they're thinking about it. Think about that. They're wrapping their brain around what it would take to keep Kyle Tucker.
Again, I would say you're not in the potato chip business. You understand what it. I mean, you're going to tell me up there they don't know, and they didn't know kind of where this ballpark would be. Like, yeah, you know where it's going to be.
The reason why you acquired him
is
because you know he's great.
Yeah,
and so you know a great player, and they're in this fork in the road where they may end up thinking about paying someone a lot of money, but if there's a salary cap negotiated a year later, he's taking up a big chunk of what the salary cap could be.
Look, and again, the Blue Jays, they signed their guy to an extension.
Yeah.
Like they gave Vladdy $500.
He's
not as good. And they gave Vladdy $350 million in a signing bonus.
Yeah.
Wrap your brain around that up there on the north side.
And they're the Blue Jays.
Right.
This is the Chicago Cubs. Ted in Lake Geneva, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ted?
So, guys, this is what it's like to be a Cubs fan, is we're getting to know Kyle Tucker for one reason is because couldn't even get the game to turn on my TV much of the last few years, not that I wanted to. Now we've got, because of the Marquee Network, of course, now we've got a fun team, and we're getting to know Kyle Tucker. And what the fact is this guy's better than any of the guys from the World Series teams. Would you agree with that?
MVP Bryant, I think they're similar. I mean, remember how good Chris Bryant
was the MVP.
Yeah, and he was great.
Very good in the field, too.
Yeah, but this seems, I completely agree. But I guess this seems like it's got a longer runway than Chris Bryant. Unfortunately, he's had his injury situation now in Colorado. But my point is, when all of those guys, we let all of them walk, the outpouring and the outrage out of the fans, when that was, even if that still was probably the right thing to do from a strategy perspective, this should be equal to that, because now you've got a guy that has a long runway of really productive play in front of us.
Yes.
And so I'm just trying to agree with you guys that we got to take this seriously because we've got another guy, and it's time to lock him up. We don't want another Hayward or Dansby Swanson. Let's get the actual guy, capital G guy, on the team.
Right. When you spend, I think it's worse when you spend $180 million on an average to below average hitter. But when you're spending that much money on a great player, that's when you spend. That's when you save that cash. And remember, the Cubs, and it was good fortune by them, and it was good analysis by them, they never extended anybody. They didn't extend Bryant. They didn't extend Baez, thank goodness, because of COVID. They did not extend Rizzo after that initial deal. Nobody got money. So where is that money now that they never spent?
Well, it's in their coffers.
Yes.
Because, again, they were the third in revenue last year and 13th or 12th in payroll. I mean, it's easy math.
Jose and Berwyn, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jose?
Hey, guys. Silvy, you're on fire right now, bro. I love what you're saying. You're speaking exactly what the fans want to say on the radio when we don't have a chance to. Man, you guys are doing a great job. And I can't wait till Tucker holds the Cubs' feet to the fire and has them pay through the freaking nose. Imagine working your butt off all this time and for them just to come out and say, we're thinking about it. I'm like, how is that news? Like you said, this should be negotiation talks. This should have been done before the year even started. I hope Tucker gets so much money that the Cubs get embarrassed. Thanks, Silvy. I'm out.
All right. Thanks, Jose. 312-332-3776.
I would think if you're a Cubs fan, you don't want him to get so much money he embarrasses you. What you want him to sign a deal with your team.
Yes. Yeah. I don't want the Cubs to be embarrassed. I just want them to do business like one of the biggest market teams. Not just any large market. Like this is one of the big behemoths in baseball. Sure, no one's the Dodgers, but they should still be on par with the Mets and the Yankees. There's no reason why.
Have Tucker's people reached out to them?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think he will. Like, if you were in his shoes.
Oh, no, I would. Look, at this point.
You can always circle back to the Cubs.
Sure. I mean, I would, at this point, I would be leaning to, I want to test free agency unless you give me something I can't turn down.
Yeah. All right, 312-332-3776. We'll get to the honest stuff later. We're going to talk some football with Robert Mays and the Bears draft. There's some really good nuggets about the rankings of some of these draft picks, too. Waddle is coming up next in Waddle's World.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Before you can fly, you have to learn to crawl. Yingling is sending Chris and me to Philly for a Northsider series in June, and we have to take some fans with us. Join me, Adam Abdallah, for a pub crawl Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. in Edison Park. At each stop, we'll watch some baseball, responsibly enjoy some Yingling, and register fans to win this Philly flyaway. We'll choose a qualifier at Tavern on the Point first, then we'll head to Firewater Saloon where we'll grab another qualifier, and then end at Edison Park Inn where we'll choose the third qualifier, and then we'll pick the winner from those three finalists. The winner and a guest will fly away to Philly with us. Get complete details at ESPNChicagoContest.com. See you in Edison Park Sunday, and please enjoy responsibly.
Guys, I love my Toyota Sequoia. Drive it every day to and from work. Take the family on great trips and road trips and baseball games on the weekends. And right now, you can get one of your own. Baseball season has started. It means spring is finally here. It's time to swing into the action. Toyota's got a 2025 lineup that is awesome. Leading off the RAV4, it's what I used to drive, a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat. And rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. Toyota is also the official vehicle of the Cubs, who we were just talking about. You can check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or do what I did and visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons AC tune-up, backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today and save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
That time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Is there anything weirder than the Bill Belichick story?
Presently, no.
I mean, scale of 1 to 10, fellas, where's the weirdness? For me, it's a 9-7.
Hello, Instaface.
It's a good 8.7 for me.
Oh, really? It's not even a 9.
Well, I mean, that's tough to, are you talking about in the grand scheme of weirdness or present-day weirdness? Okay, so he's dating a very, very young person who he could be their grandfather. And then he's making said girlfriend basically the gatekeeper of everything he does.
Well, now he's slamming CBS for the quote-unquote false narrative, and he's defending his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, after the interview. Now, we saw clips from it. He was promoting his book, right? Isn't that what the purpose of this was?
Yes, he's promoting the book. And on book tours, they're
not just going to ask you, hey, Bill, what was on page 13?
Yeah, because that's why you buy the book and you read the book.
Well, and is he is he spending his non-public time under a rock and doesn't realize that these are going to be questions that are going to be asked of him?
He said, though, that he explained to CBS if they want to talk personal life, that's not what they're there for. They're there to talk about lessons he's learned in coaching.
Okay, then let's not do the interview because, Coach, I may veer into this avenue and ask you this question because this is what our viewers want to know.
Yes.
CBS did release a statement. They said when we agreed to speak with Mr. Belichick, it was for a wide-ranging interview. There were no preconditions or limitations to this conversation. This was confirmed repeatedly with his publisher before the interview took place and after it was completed. So CBS is standing 10 toes down.
I don't blame him.
So now we're having a little bit of a war of press releases.
Maybe another source off.
And if you're North Carolina, you can't be happy with this. First of all, I agree. I think, Charlie, weren't you saying like I know a lot of people have mentioned it, but wearing the Navy sweatshirt, like you're the head coach of. I know your dad coached there.
Yeah, I mean,
you're supposed to be head to toe in North Carolina.
He wasn't wearing a Duke shirt. And look, it's the Naval Academy. You know, we're America.
I'm paying you $15 million a year. Can you throw on the Tar Heel sweatshirt?
Would it not be odd if Coach K was wearing like an Army shirt? Because isn't that where he played?
That's where
yeah. So like if he was,
I bet you he's done that.
To like an interview though, where he's like being introduced as the coach. Like to me, this is.
By the way,
again,
if you're gonna wear a Navy sweatshirt, can you wear one that doesn't have a hole in it?
No, that's his thing. He either dresses really up, where he's in a suit and tie, or he's wearing shirts that it looks like he just got at,
I get what. Listen, if I'm paying you $15 million to pump North Carolina, at least I'm going to say, Bill, do you think this was the right thing to do?
You're not following your own guidelines, though. I'm not arguing with you that it's weird and everything like this. You always say all the offseason stuff is all well and good, but you're there to win games. And if he steps on the field and UNC wins games, all this is forgotten about he's wearing a Navy shirt.
Absolutely.
Or whatever. But it's a weird story.
But let me ask you a question.
If I'm UNC, I'm not mad yet.
Are you a little bit concerned that my coach, maybe not who is always the king of focus and being, singularly locked in on ball.
You're on to Cincinnati.
Are you a little concerned that maybe?
Yes, concerned. If I was UNC, I'd be concerned with the way this operation is being run right now.
Yeah.
I didn't expect Belichick Industries to look like Vandalay Industries.
That's my point.
I think as a college coach, the expectations in the offseason are different. You're supposed to basically be like a walking mascot for your team and like constantly talking about how great your team. But like now your first season, you're starting off the book. You got all this other relationship stuff. Like,
did you notice his girlfriend was wearing a Naval Academy sweatshirt as well?
I didn't notice that.
Oh, really?
Team Navy. Yes.
Like, you should be walking in with the Ram head. Like, Lee Corso had gear for something like that.
That's what I'm with you. If they go 11-1, then you know what? Obviously, this didn't have any impact. I'm just telling you that at the collegiate level, if I'm North Carolina and I just gave you a big bag of money, I would just say, hey, Bill, any chance you maybe can put on the powder blue?
Even beyond just like the attire stuff, if I'm a huge Carolina donor and I just cut a check, I'm a little sweaty. Like this is not what you sign up for when you get Bill Belichick. You sign up for a guy who's going to be all business and you're not going to hear about anything besides what's going on in the football field. This is not what you sign up for.
Ted Johnson, a linebacker, played with him.
I read that story.
Yeah, Ted's like, you know what? If I'm North Carolina, I think about firing him.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
This is North Carolina. Huh? Like, you're not a football school. You're a basketball school, and your basketball program is floundering right now.
So they need Bill Belichick.
No, they don't. They need the money that's being invested into football right now to go to basketball.
I know,
but if Bill's already said, he said to everyone, I am here to facilitate getting you as players to the NFL. That was his message, wasn't it?
Well, but I think that's a good.
Of course, everyone wins. If you're sending players to the NFL, that means you played well.
Yes.
Look, I'm not telling you it can't work. I'm just saying this is not the start to the Bill Belichick era at Chapel Hill that I was expecting.
Chapel Hill? Did you just coin a new term?
I did, Chapel Hill.
Have they ever referred to themselves as that?
I
Chapel
don't think
Hill?
so, because it is truly heaven on earth if you spend time down there.
Remember how Arkansas's motto used to be 40 minutes of hell? When you come in and you play North Carolina, it's going to turn into Chapel Hill.
Well, it just could be Chapel Hell for them right now. By the way, can I interest you in a Barbra Streisand album?
Oh, yeah. I like Babs.
You Babs?
I mean,
you like
yeah,
Babs?
memories.
The age of
Is she
83.
memories?
I thought she was great in A Star Is Born. In fact, I prefer.
I've never seen that version.
I prefer the original movie to the new movie. Yeah, I think so.
I love Stars Born with Lady Gaga.
Yeah, I love it, and I love it with Babs and Chris Christopherson as well.
So, wait, is she coming out with a new album?
Yeah, she's got a duets album. It's going to be her final album. McCartney, Sting, Dylan. It says
really?
Mariah and Ariana.
Collaboration.
It's a collaborations album, yeah. So
that's
she's got one. I think she's got a song with Tim McGraw, James Taylor. So yeah, maybe this. I don't know when it's coming out, but maybe I'll get this for your birthday. It's coming out next month,
Father's Day.
Yeah, I'll give you a Barbra Streisand album for Father's Day. That and a navy sweater with a hole in it for you.
I think my parents used to love Barbra Streisand and Kenny Rogers. Those were their two. Like we had the albums of them all. Yeah.
Gambler.
The actual album.
Yeah.
The 33.
No Dolly Parton in there.
I'm sure Dolly Parton was in there. It was all those types of acts.
Love it. And by the way, back to Bill Belichick. He says his girlfriend was not trying to control the TV interview. Just so you know. Just want to let you know.
She reportedly stormed out for 30 minutes, right?
So when she said we're not answering that question, that was not her trying to control the interview.
No, come on.
100%.
Yeah.
Do you think this helps?
How old are you, Charlie?
I'm 25.
Okay.
So you're older than her.
I'm older than her.
Oh, boy.
I think she's Jack's age. Isn't Jack 24?
I think so, yeah. Something like that.
Do you think this helps or hurts the relationship? Do you think like he doubles down and he's like, oh, I love this that she's hated too? Two people.
I got to be honest with you. I have no idea any longer.
Or is he thinking, okay, I'm in a little too deep here?
I have no idea. He's like one of the
but
he's one of the
oddest.
I just can't wrap my brain around what's going on with him. Like on most fronts. So
like he's a quirky guy for sure.
To begin with.
But I would have never thought that this would be something he's okay with.
Right.
He's the opposite of the attention, or at least that's how he portrays himself to be. He's I don't want this attention.
If Bill Belichick was looking at current Bill Belichick film, he would not like it.
I don't think he'd sign him.
Like Showers and Bill Belichick, overrated.
It's so good. Like, I'm glad you brought that back, Charlie. That's good to have
There
on
is
rotation.
a rich text of Jurko drops in here.
Oh, can we hear a couple?
Celebrate good times. Come on. I'm a round mound of something special.
Those are the two best.
I like it.
It's when he was young and spry. You could tell he's got a little more pep in his step there, too.
This is a serious story. John Elway's business partner, and he was his former agent as well, has passed away from injuries suffered as he fell off a golf cart that reportedly was being driven by Elway.
It's a terrible story.
Yeah, the Riverside County coroner confirmed that Jeff Spurbeck, that he has passed away. I believe that he was declared dead early this morning at a Palm Springs hospital. According to TMZ, Elway was driving the golf cart when Spurbeck fell off and hit his head on asphalt. Spurbeck had been sitting in the passenger seat, it says. TMZ also reported that he had been on life support following the fall. So wait,
he was in the, because like the original report was that he was standing up in the back.
But now there's TMZ is saying that he had been sitting in the passenger seat. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office is investigating the incident, though TMZ reported there was no indication that Elway was driving negligently when Spurbeck fell after the two men and their spouses had left the party. So
it's tragic.
It's a horrible story. Horrible story. Also, did you see the NFL has fined the Falcons $250,000 and their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, $100,000 for the Shedeur Sanders prank phone call.
Who was defending Ulbrich that he shouldn't have to pay the fine? Was that Danny today in the meeting? Who was the one saying that he didn't like the fine for Ulbrich because what did he do wrong?
So. I don't think anyone was saying that he shouldn't have to pay it, but it was like, it sucks for him because it was something that his kid did.
I think Danny was saying, hey, he shouldn't have to pay this fine because it wasn't him, it was his kid, which led
wasn't
me
even
to
his
say
kid. It was his kid's friend.
Right, but his kid got the number.
I know the kid got the number.
And by the way, speaking of that,
and that's what they're calling it, is breach of security, like confidential information that is only for coaching and executives' eyes were given out to.
It was definitely Danny, because then I was busting his balls because every month I got to go through. We go through security training where part of the pitch is don't ever leave your computer unattended, and if you get up and you're walking away and you're going to be gone for a while, you lock the screen. So guilty, Danny, guilty. By the way, Abdul Carter also has said that he received a prank call during the NFL draft. Can we address this, NFL, for next year so this isn't an issue? This is these young adults' biggest day, and they're having to deal with jackasses calling them on prank phone calls?
How do you expect the NFL to step in? Like,
I don't know. Do something different.
Like, it's ridiculous how everyone's number's out there now.
Give everybody a phone that will only receive the phone number from 32 NFL teams. You can't tell me we can't do this in 2025.
Give them pagers. How long distance can pagers go?
Oh, yeah.
You get paged, and then you know you're going to get a call.
I'm going to give you this phone, and it's only good for these 32 numbers are the only numbers that can dial your phone. So you know if you get a call on the back phone, it's from an NFL coach. And then the only person that could be pranking you is another NFL team.
But then what happens in the Quinshon Judkins situation where he didn't answer the phone?
Well,
they're still going to draft
in the
you.
bathroom.
We're still going to draft you. You just missed the call.
His mom picked up, yeah.
These are made for TV moments, right? For the most part. That's what it's for. And for the teams to put on their social media accounts and everything else. Cooking with grease. I feel bad for some of these kids that I feel great that you're getting drafted, but this sucks. Some jackass is finding joy in pranking you.
I'm with you on that, but I don't think the NFL can do anything about it.
I just told you how to do it. If I'm going to give you a phone, it's only going to respond to 32 numbers.
The draft day phone.
Yes.
Maybe they could be like the Sports Illustrated football phones.
Boom, there you go.
That is only connected to the phones of NFL teams.
Correct.
It's like the bat phone where you pick it up and it rings.
Why in the world does Jeff Ulbrich have Shedeur Sanders' number? He's their defensive coordinator. He's never going to pick up the phone and go, hey, Shedeur, this is defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich from the Falcons. I just want to welcome you to Atlanta. That's not a call the DC's making. So why does he have the number?
That is true. It shouldn't be like some sort of a phone book to every single coach if you're in the NFL.
Yes.
Fax machine. Fax it over, and then you say, hey, I'm going to call you in 5 minutes.
Ronnie, I got a fax here.
Yeah, my printer used to still function as a fax machine, but now my printer doesn't even function as a printer.
Do you know this, that I once faxed Pat and Ron in the booth when I worked for WGN Radio, and I pranked them saying that I was Tom Skilling. They were having a debate about when the hottest time of the day is for the sun. So I went into the WGN Radio newsroom and I wrote out that the sun is at its hottest at 3:15, and I faxed it to the broadcast booth, and Pat read it on the air.
That's acceptable.
Jax Ulbrich before Jax Ulbrich.
Well, but that's in good fun. That's not messing with somebody's.
Yes. I'm not saying that Ron Santo, this is the Baseball Hall of Fame, you have just been elected, and then say, psych, I was just having a little weather humor.
Real quick before we go to break and come back with a Florida or Ohio, do you know what has been considered the most useless phrase to put in an email? Experts from experts. The most useless phrase that one could put in an email is, think of a phrase.
I hope you're well. Because nobody means it.
Close. Just checking in is considered one of the worst phrases to put in an email, and etiquette experts are begging you to stop.
Okay, why?
According to modern-day etiquette, boundaries, and relationship expert Jenny Drezen, you might as well be shouting into the void if you're using that word. This is a vague non-statement that is basically the same as saying, pushing this to the top of your inbox. Just checking in does not accomplish the task it seemingly needs to, which is to force the issue or expedite the to-do item. I think that's a lot to do about nothing, and I'm disappointed in myself that I even read that too.
How about I punch you right in the face, champ?
That's a classic. Jurko's greatest
All right,
hits.
well, that is a nice segue. When we come back, a little something we call Florida or Ohio.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Hey, history had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom, but right now the Wi-Fi boom is what we have, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming booming, gaming booming, video calls booming, even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go, so your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. And now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included all in one plan for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure, Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. It requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees, both are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary after 1 year. Rate increases to $110 a month after 2 years. Regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200 plus commercial features and 70 plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
It's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the buy 4, get 4 free sale and pay nothing till 2027. The sale ends soon, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners save big on tractors, mowers, or RTVs during Alta Equipment's Kubota Orange Day sale in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th. It's from 9 to 3. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange one-day sales event. Again, Tuesday, May 13th. Alta Equipment in Orland Park.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness, exotic animals, dumb criminals, random stabbings, or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Florida or Ohio, narrated by Tyler Aki.
Uber driver wearing retired drug dealer shirt arrested after 24 grams of meth found in his car.
Of course. So it said retired drug dealer on his T-shirt?
Yes.
Nothing like drawing attention to yourself, right?
Well, he was retired. He was over it, but then he showed that he didn't file the paperwork, and he was still active.
Father Time's undefeated.
I just don't think that's throwing off the old copperoos. Is not. I don't think that. You're retired, so we don't have to check your vehicle, especially as you were going 90 through a 25 in a school zone.
Well, so he's an Uber driver, and the passenger, I didn't know you could do this, texted 911.
Ooh.
After their driver mentioned that he had a false bottom aerosol can in the car with meth inside.
Would you
Why
do
would
that?
Was he trying to sell them drugs? Or was he just sharing? Guess what I have. Guess what I have.
That's a dumb drug dealer, too.
Yeah, guess what I got over here.
Why he's retired. Maybe it was a forced retirement.
You know, it's not like, hey, look at this Michael Jordan rookie card I have. No, hey, look at this meth I keep in the bottom of a false shaving cream.
Would you call the cops, though?
Probably not.
Like, if they just said that, you would just kind of laugh.
Would you not call the cops for your own safety?
I would call the cops if I found that he was driving erratically.
Yes. And he told me this, and this is he's unsafe. But if he's just bragging,
how do I know it's meth? He could. I don't know what it is.
Could have been goofing. I think this is the land of retired people, Boca Raton, Florida. Not that he's literally retired, but
I don't think you do that in Boca Raton.
Yeah, I know it's a little highbrow, but you usually go Ohio with meth, don't you?
Yes, meth is the drug of choice in the Buckeye State.
And I am in a slump. I'm going to stick with Florida, though.
Okay, so Uber driver, can I get a name?
Robert Rose.
Oh, Robert Rose. Any
Went
other
to high
details?
School with a Robert Rose.
Did you?
47 years old.
Wow, that's young to be a retired drug dealer. 47
You always get the itch to get back in the game.
Any other details that you can give me without giving away the location?
They found 4 pills, a meth pipe, and a digital scale, some packaging baggies, cash, and 3 cell phones in his car.
I wonder if Ulbricht had the cell phone number.
I'm going to... If it's meth, it's got to be northern Florida.
Well, I thought you just said meth is Ohio.
No, I'm saying if for whatever reason this is a Florida story, if it's meth, it's got to be northern Florida. But I'm not going to go with Florida. I'm still going to go with Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio.
Cuyahoga Falls.
Ohio.
Where is that?
Buckeye State. Up by Cleveland, I think. Okay. I'm not sure.
Charlie, do you have a guess?
Yeah, I'm going to go, like Waddle says, I'm going to trust the hometown kid here. I'm going to say, this is an Ohio story. I'm going to say Pemberville, Ohio. Just drew a name out of a hat. No offense to anybody from Pemberville.
Is that a real place?
Yeah, I just looked up towns in Ohio. That's one of the ones that came up.
It took place on the outskirts of Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah.
Nice lump.
Yes. I'm not cheering for meth being in the Uber.
In the Dayton area.
Yeah, I wanted to win. Yeah, meth is it seems to be the drug of choice in Ohio.
Coke is more Florida?
Yeah, booger sugar.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we talked to Robert Mays. Wait till you hear the endorsement that one of our listeners gave to Robert Mays. I'll read you his scouting report coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale Friday morning at 9 at gripitandsipittclassic.com.
Guys, you've heard me talk about my friends over at Window Nation for a while. I am a proud customer with new windows in the kitchen, in the living room, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room. They have made our house a lot better. They have saved us money on the energy bills, and it's just easier to use. They open and close so smooth, and everything about it makes our home better. It's time for you to call Window Nation as well. You've heard me talk about them. You've been thinking about it. Now what are you waiting for? Get that free in-home estimate. The customer service is second to none. My guy Alan Favada is their sales manager, great Chicago sports fan. Call them today and schedule an appointment at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com. If you don't like what you hear, you move on. But I think you're going to love what you hear. So it's another reason to call them. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. So 8 windows for the price of 4 and no payments till 2027. No down payment, no interest payments. It's a lot more money right back into your pocket to help pay for this project. So call Window Nation today, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, it's Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
The NBA 82 game grind is done, and now the real fun begins. The NBA playoffs are here, and DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered as an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Make it a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FNH. That's code FNH for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Yeah, it was one of Matt Miller's favorite picks in the entire draft. I think Matt Miller had Burden and...
Burden was his favorite pick of the entire draft, right?
His favorite pick.
His favorite pick was the Bears drafting Luther Burden III in the second round with the 39th overall selection.
We continue to talk Bears draft.
Winning the offseason again.
Again. And next Friday... the 9th, we will be broadcasting from Hallis Hall for day one of rookie minicamp. So the broadcast from Hallis Hall will begin for this season. And all of our NFL draft coverage is brought to you by our great friends and partners at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. They're simply awesome. Check them out today, whether it's for a big show, and they have lots of big shows, or if you just want a great night out. They're always going to roll out the red carpet for all of our fans. So check out Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana today. This is what I was talking about. As Robert Mays has been one of our favorite football guys that we've put on over the years.
I don't think it's only, singularly in on football. I think he's one of my favorite guests, regardless of sport.
Okay.
How about that?
And he hosts the Athletic Football Show, their podcast, their great podcast. Fantastic writer. He travels across the country, but he's a Bears fan. He grew up in Barrington. And this is what Jermaine Jones tweeted when he found out that Robert Mays was coming on today. This is a scouting report of one Robert Mays. He said, man, Robert Mays is so damn good talking football, plus he gets you in good with the ladies with his restaurant suggestions. That is what he tweeted me, and I've retweeted that to the world. So attention, everyone. Robert Mays is joining us on the Yingling Guest Hotline. Hello, Robert.
What's up, guys? I'm glad I'm helping Jermaine. I know it's tough out there, so any way I can pitch in, I'm happy to do it.
Do you have a restaurant suggestion for us before we start talking football?
I went to a lot of places I've already been to before last week. We had a lot of our staff in for the live draft show we did from Chicago. We actually did it from the West Loop on nights 1 and 2. And so I took them to Avec and Lula Cafe, which are probably two of the more staple restaurants in the entire city. They've been there for 2 decades each. Avec's in the West Loop. It's a Mediterranean spot. It's great if you've never been. And then Lula Cafe is in Logan, where I live. And to me, it's my favorite brunch spot in the city, but their dinner is also great. And it's like a perfect neighborhood restaurant. It's warm and welcoming, and they do creative stuff, but you can rely on the staples there. So if you've never been to Avec or Lula Cafe and you're Chicagoan, I would check those out immediately.
It's a great endorsement. We just had Chef Dylan, who is the owner and chef of Avec, cook for us. We had a charity event. A charity event. So what he does, he is so generous. He lives in the neighborhood where JD used to live, Jeff Dickerson, who will never be forgotten. And he got to know JD, and he knows everyone in that neighborhood. So now for the Vaughn McClure Jeff Dickerson Foundation, every year they put up a at-home meal that Dylan cooks for like a group of 8 to 10 people, and we just had this like a month ago.
It was fabulous.
His food, Robert, outstanding.
I said this last week after we went. I really do believe that Avec is the most reliable restaurant in Chicago. Again, it's been there for almost 25 years. Every time you go, it's good. And you can get a reservation on short notice. Like a lot of these places that are the hot new spots, like you want to go to like Monteverde or something like that, you got to book it so far out in advance. Avec, I got it a week in advance, and you can set your watch to it. Like it's just such a great spot. And, I love those places that are just staples of the city like that.
That's great. All right. So, what do you think of this draft? Are you giving the Bears draft high marks? Are you in wait and see? Where are you?
I'm kind of in wait and see mode. It was just a little bit surprising. I guess that's what I would say. The Colson Loveland pick, I totally understand how they arrived there. Cole Kmet, it's only has, I think, $3 million in dead money after this year. I don't think he should be preventing you from drafting a guy like Colson Loveland if you think he has a really high ceiling. My comp for Colson Loveland coming into the draft was essentially a souped-up version of Sam Laporta, who I think is a better blocker. It's not surprising that Ben Johnson loves him. The Luther Burden pick, to me, I'm not putting a value judgment on this. Like, it's not good or bad. To me, it was just shocking.
Yeah.
Like, if all the players you could have listed that they would have drafted in the second round of this draft, I probably would have gotten to 20 guys before I would have said Luther Burden's name, just because of how much they've invested at the receiver position, but also just the skill set that he's bringing to the table. I feel like he's best after the catch, and you could say the same thing about DJ Moore. But it seems to me, after talking to people this week about the pick, that they really do believe that the best offenses in the league are driven by what their guys can do after the catch. The Lions were one of those teams, and I was wondering if it was a little bit too redundant with Moore and Luther Burden, but he's such a dynamic athlete, they think they can use both of them. I think you can make an argument that outside of Travis Hunter, he might have the highest ceiling of any receiver in the league if he taps into some of that talent. So it was just surprising, but I don't necessarily think it was a bad pick. And then what they did after that, the Trapio pick, I think it's just an indication of how they're looking at their tackle depth both now and in the future. And Shamar Turner, to me, is exactly the type of piece that they needed to add to the defensive front. So a couple positions I didn't think they'd necessarily get too early, but, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I was surprised by the Burden pick as well. And we were hearing whispers that they were, in fact, interested in Trevion Henderson, who went to, I believe it was pick 38 to the Patriots. Would that have surprised you if they went Henderson, if he was still on the board instead of Burden?
No, not at all. I feel like DeAndre Swift is kind of billed as this pass-catching running back, but there's a reason that they moved on from him when Ben Johnson was in Detroit. I don't think he was quite as reliable as they wanted him to be in the passing game. That's the cool thing about Trevion Henderson is that he's a home run hitter. If you look at the explosive plays that he's bringing to the table, but Chris Ballard said this at his post-draft press conference, and I thought the same thing after watching Henderson. He's one of the better pass-protecting college running backs that I can remember. So the fact that he's got a home run skill set and he's somebody you can rely on in protection in a way you can't with a lot of young backs, I thought he would go even higher than he did. And so to see him last until the second round was honestly a little bit surprising to me. Because if you're building a running back room, you just need specific skill sets. There are very few guys who can do it all for you. And I thought there'd be a team even in the first round that really fell in love with what he's bringing to the table, even if he's a little bit limited as a back.
Do you think at all that like Luther Burden looks a lot like DJ Moore?
Yeah.
And the yak there too.
Plays like.
Do you think this is any indication that while he may be a compliment now, he may eventually be his replacement? Or do you just think the more weapons, the better?
I'm leaning more toward the latter than the former, but I don't know that for a fact. My hope is, and I think their hope is, that all of these guys are sort of interchangeable. Like Ben Johnson has done such a good job of disguising certain formations, making everything look the same, being able to line up your tight end at number 1, your best receiver at number 2, etc. And so I think that's how they're envisioning this, is that with all of the condensed splits that we're going to use within this offense, can our receivers positionally be interchangeable? And can that make it hard for you to get a beat on our offense? So I don't think right now that's my first thought, but there's a chance that Luther Burden is so good and that the financial savings if they moved on from Moore would be so good that is what happens down the road. But right now, I think that they envision being able to use all of them together.
Do you want to make a guess at what their plan is at left tackle? I mean, you draft Ozzie Trapillo, who played some left tackle at BC, but was much more accomplished at right tackle. You have Darnell Wright, who played some left tackle at Tennessee, but was much more accomplished at right tackle, and that's where he's been the last 2 years. When they line up for their first training camp practice, Robert, what do you think that offensive line will look like on the edges?
I've been thinking about it for 5 days, and I truly don't have an answer to you. And the way that I've conceived of it is when they did that, I was like, all right, that means they don't love Amedeji, right, as a potential heir apparent at left tackle. But even if you drafted him in the 3rd round, so if he's your long-term swing tackle, that probably works. The way that I'm reading it right now, I don't know if they'd want to screw around with moving positions for Darnell Wright. My assumption is day one, first 11 on 11, starting offense. Braxton Jones walks out there as the left tackle, but that Trapio has every opportunity to win that job over the course of training camp. That would be my guess.
Well, the problem is
I truly don't know.
They don't think he's going to be ready, and that's why, like, I've been critical, and that's why I just, when they don't have, in my opinion, enough on the edge defensively. And then I think they're hoping a lot with left tackle. They're hoping that Braxton Jones will eventually be healthy. They're hoping that maybe Amagaji could be ready. Maybe Darnell Wright could slide over. Maybe Trapillo could play there. That, to me, isn't a sure shot answer at a really premium position.
I get that. I think if you look at the way the draft fell, a lot of the guys, unless you wanted to draft Connerly 10th overall, there probably wasn't a tackle there after that early run at the position where you'd feel good about who you could draft and slot into that spot. So I think just having competition there and giving yourself various options, both now and in the future, is a completely reasonable way to approach it. So even if Braxton Jones isn't ready, if you think that Trapio can get you there, having 3 guys and just saying, we're just going to give ourselves the best option by the end of camp, I'm okay with them approaching it that way. Because in free agency, your options at left tackle, I can count them on one hand. We're Jalen Moore, Ronnie Stanley, who didn't make it to free agency, or Dan Moore, who signed for $20 million a year with the Titans. It's a really difficult position to address in free agency, and your options in the draft were limited by the time you were picking at 10, and you already have a couple options in the building, so overextending yourself and drafting a guy at 10, I don't mind them waiting a little bit and just saying, we're going to give ourselves multiple avenues to find a starter here.
How about on the line of scrimmage on the other side of the football, and you look at what they did. They obviously added Grady Jarrett. They added a Dangbo. They drafted Shamar Turner, who's more of a tackle than anything else. Can I still sell you on the concept that the Bengals, doing Bengals things, may be willing to trade Trey Hendrickson and the Bears could be interested in him?
Potentially. I mean, I think that I would at least call if you thought that the price was right, if you're Ryan Poles. But at the same time, I think they probably have enough right now. And the reason I'm saying that is Shamar Turner, even though he played defensive tackle at A&M last year, he has a lot of experience on the edge. He actually was an edge player before moving inside last year. And if you look at his measurables, he's only 6'3", but he's long. And so I wonder if they're conceiving of Shamar Turner being a guy that we can maybe play a defensive end on early downs and then slide him inside in pass rush situations, and then that's when you can get Austin Booker on the field. So with Odangbo, Sweat, Turner, and Booker, maybe you have you conceive of it as 3.5 edge players, and then the same thing goes for the interior where you have Dexter, Billings, Grady Jarrett, and Turner being like a 3.5. So that is a rotation. You don't have an ace in that, but I do think that you've spent a lot of resources to make sure that you have a lot of bodies you can throw at the problem.
Robert Mays joining us, the Athletic Football Show. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. And I believe on your pod, Robert, you talked about what makes you feel good with the marriage of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and some of the things you've been hearing. What are those?
I had a conversation with Jared Goff last offseason, just about a lot of different stuff, but I was showing him a bunch of plays where he was moving through progressions really quickly. And we were just talking about the dialogue he has with Ben all the time and just how deep his understanding of the offense is because of that relationship that he had with Ben. And I asked him, I was like, how often do you guys talk? Like, do you have structured time? And he said, we're just talking all day, every day. And I think the way that Ben communicates the intention of the offense to the quarterback, that's a necessary dialogue for your play caller and your quarterback in 2025. And so I think having a coach that's going to be able to bring that to a quarterback, being like, here, this is the play. This is what we're trying to accomplish. This is why you're going to move to 1 to 2 to 3 to your check down. That level of communication, I just don't think we saw that last year. And the other element of it is that I've really talked about this, but Ben, during the combine, met with an assistant coach from the Cardinals because he wanted to talk to them about coaching Kyler and about Kyler's personality and how they reach Kyler and how they get the most out of him. You know, Kyler, number 1 overall pick, star since high school, the same way that Caleb Williams was. And I really appreciate that level of intentionality from somebody in his position to try to make sure he's doing everything he can to figure out how to coach this guy in the correct way. So now we're talking about X's and O's expertise and a real level of thoughtfulness when it comes to connecting with the person. Everything I've heard about Ben Johnson before this offseason, but especially this offseason, when just hearing about how he's going about the job, I've really come to appreciate it because I think it's a really layered approach.
And how would you feel, or how do you feel about how Caleb will accept all of that? You feel good about how Ben is going about trying to bring Caleb along. Do you think he'll be a willing participant? And do you think he will fit the system in a way that will elevate him to a significant place?
I think so, because I think that the system will be tailored to him in the right ways, right? Like, I don't think it'll be a one-for-one copy of what they did in Detroit. But even if it was, I still think that that would be fine. You know, the way that Caleb played last year, he's billed as this kind of wild horse, off-schedule playmaker. He didn't do that stuff last season. Like, he was trying to play from the pocket. And so giving him outlets and giving him answers from the pocket, I think that's the way that he wants to play. So I can assume, and just I would assume that he will accept that because that's the way that he wants to play the position. Other than that, like, again, I think going back to the Kyler thing, Kyler's issue is not that he doesn't want to work. It's that you just have to put it in front of him. You know, there were all those conversations a couple years ago about them putting stipulations in his contract about him watching film. And talking to people there, it's not that he won't watch it. It's that if you leave him to his own devices and it's unstructured, that's not the best way to coach him. And so if you put it in front of him and you say, here are 50 cut-ups I need you to watch before tomorrow, he'll do it. And so just understanding that might be the way to get the most out of Caleb Williams, where it's not, he may not be the self-starter study-wise that some other quarterbacks are, but it's not that he doesn't have the work ethic. There are nuances when it comes to teaching and coaching players from this era, and especially players who have been in the public eye and are wired a certain way because of the way that they've just been brought up in the sport. And so I think trying to tap into that stuff as much as you can is a really good way to approach it.
I expect him to be much better. Where are you, though, on someone who would say, well, now there are no more excuses for Caleb because he's got the coach, he's got all the weapons, he's got a rebuilt offensive line, so you can't make any more excuses? Or are you in the frame of mind that while you're expecting him to be much better and to be a very good quarterback, there are still excuses to be made for a second-year quarterback no matter what?
I think that's the only excuse. It's that he's still young. But in terms of the infrastructure and the support staff, no, there are no more excuses. If you can't get it done with this sort of group, then you probably can't get it done, with the caveat that he's a young player. I just think that he doesn't have to be a fully formed version of what he's eventually going to become this year, but if you don't see significant progress from what he was last year, I think that you can pretty safely get concerned.
Yeah, panic was the word I was thinking about.
I was trying to have a lighter touch on it.
Yeah, no, I get it. Now that we've gotten through free agency and the draft, can you handicap the NFC North for us, Robert?
I don't want to. I mean, it's such a mess. You can make an argument for any of the teams.
Right.
You know, Minnesota, I think that their approach on defense is interesting. We talked about this on our show today. They didn't address the secondary as hard as I thought they would. They've been able to get by at those positions without doing much over the last couple of years. Maybe they can do it again. I still think they have good defensive personnel up front. The offense is the question just because the quarterback is the question. So if they take a step back because J.J. McCarthy, who is, by a lot of accounts a rookie quarterback, that you can't expect a lot out of him, that wouldn't surprise me. If they're more of a 9-ish win team this year than the team they were last year. Detroit, significant turnover on the coaching staff. Ben Johnson did a really good job there. Aaron Glenn did a really good job there. I have a lot of faith in the guys they still have and what they've built, but it's never a guarantee that you're going to be able to keep it rolling when you turn over that many component parts of who you've been. And then Green Bay, I think that they're going to be good again. You can make an argument to me that any of the teams in the division win 7 games and any of the teams in the division win 13 games. I think the Bears I'm still going to have a little bit of hesitation because I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I think it's going to be a bloodbath. I think it's going to be a really, really good division with several really good teams, and I really don't know how I would stack it on May 1st.
Yeah, well, we'll hold your feet to the fire on September 1st. Meantime, if Robert Mays is the president or the chancellor of UNC, are you concerned today?
Yes. How can you not be?
Yeah,
I just think that the entire situation is just not something you thought you were signing up for. And, part of me doesn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. But if you're watching that and you're anybody who is a stakeholder in that football program or in that university, I'm not sure you can be feeling good about what's happening right now.
What was the oddest part of the clip that we saw from CBS? Was it the navy sweatshirt with a hole in it?
Oh, that was not at all.
No.
That's what I would expect him to wear.
Right.
I'm surprised it didn't have more holes in it.
But when you heard his 24-year-old girlfriend say, "We're not talking about that," what was the first thought went through your mind, Robert?
How did this happen? How did we arrive at this point? I said this yesterday. The fact that the internet yesterday was intertwined and interchanging comments on Bill Belichick, the head coach at the University of North Carolina, and his 24-year-old girlfriend, and whether 100 men could beat up a gorilla. That's what the internet was yesterday. It was a real throwback day in an interesting way.
Well, I read your tweet on the air yesterday.
Yeah, it was great. And where are you on the gorilla versus 100 Robert Mazes?
It was funny. I didn't really have a strong view on it, and then I asked my wife yesterday, and she goes, absolutely 100 men could defeat a gorilla. And I was like, I didn't know you'd have such strong opinions about this. And then she was really sticking to it. I still think if it was the right 100 guys,
yes,
and they were committed to the cause, that eventually you could get it done, right? If you just had a wave of UFC fighters or boxers or whoever,
but I
think you could get there.
You don't get to line the team with that though. And once the gorilla rips off somebody's arm and beats the hell out of somebody else with it, I think everyone's turning and running.
That's the pregame study. You know that's going to happen. You're not scouting your opponent.
Fight or flight.
Okay, go ahead.
We haven't approached it this way. I think you guys would be a good pair to ask this. Who's the coach of the gorilla defeating team? If Dan Campbell is the one that's
yes.
I think that's what you need. You need a guy that's going to incite utter. Yeah, that's right. That's right. A guy who's going to really create a lot of buy-in within the building is a necessary component of this.
Yeah, you have to run through.
Come on, Scooter, you got him. Come on, Scooter. Come on, big fella.
You have to run through the wall for Dan Campbell, then expect to be eaten. And then you could have a chance to win.
Yeah, sacrifice.
By the end of last season, the Detroit Lions roster looked like they had been ripped apart by a 500-pound gorilla, and guys were still playing. So he might be the guy.
Yes, for sure. Mays, you're the best. We appreciate it, and thank you for always joining us.
Thanks, Robert.
Anytime, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Robert Mays is awesome. Waddle says not one of our favorite football guests, but one of our favorite guests, period.
He is for me.
Yeah, the Athletic Football Show. Check them out there when you don't get them here. And anything you miss is always on our YouTube page. It's youtube.com/@Waddle and You can watch us live on that page as well on the ESPN Chicago YouTube page. Or you can sign into Twitch. We're broadcast there. You can listen. You can watch all that fun stuff. And our viewing on Twitch and YouTube is brought to you by Woodford Reserve. More than a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses. Aki's A-List coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Brewers.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Guys, Steinhoffel's Memorial Day preview sale starts now. You can save 10% off store-wide. Plus, get amazing deals like mattresses starting at $199. Queen beds priced at only $449 and sofas at $499. Plus, save up to $1,000 on patio furniture. You could also take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, and they're 100% employee-owned, and the only place that Silverman shop for furniture. Jesse shops there, too. So you could shop in-store at one of their 6 Chicagoland locations or online at steinhoffels.com. Shop Steinhoffels today.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Commercial contractors, build for the future with the best business management platform, Service Titan. With 200-plus commercial features and 70-plus integrations, Service Titan helps contractors achieve more. In fact, users see a 16% higher annual growth in revenue and a 21% higher renewal rate. Want to win more business, improve your bottom line, and boost efficiency? Build your legacy on a strong foundation. Build your legacy with Service Titan. Learn more at servicetitan.com/commercial. Results not guaranteed and may vary.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing. All you have to do is visit BrandonMrFinance.com. The website, BrandonMrFinance.com. Now we go to Mr. Aki.
Hello, gentlemen. This was from Brad Biggs in his mailbag today. He got the question, are the Bears in on Nick Chubb or J.K. Dobbins? And this was the popular question among his mailbag. But he was alluding to the fact that he doesn't think that the Bears would be in on someone like Chubb because of his injury history and just the fact that the staff may want to see what they have in the running back room before they really dive into things. He did mention, though, that J.K. Dobbins, because of his age, may be someone that they would be a little bit more in on. If you guys had your choice, Nick Chubb or J.K. Dobbins, who are you bringing into the Bears running back room?
I bring in Dobbins more than likely because of the age. I mean, Nick Chubb both of them have had some severe injuries. I think Dobbins has had a couple of knee injuries and an Achilles, right? Didn't he have an Achilles?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Wow. But I mean, did you see the condition of Nick Chubb's knee the last time 2 years ago?
Yeah, it's very bad.
I think both guys have struggled with injuries, so I'd go with the younger guy.
I think Big Z said, too, that he had heard that the Chubb knee injury from 2023 had to have 2 surgeries on. And then he broke his foot at the end of last year. But not only is Dobbins younger, isn't he more of a share the backfield type of guy where when he's been in Baltimore, when he's been in L.A., he's had success when they're splitting the carries with him.
Yeah, he had over 900 yards, I believe, rushing this year in just 13 games. Just younger and fewer injuries. Again, I don't think either one of them is going to, set the world on fire, but I think that I think you need another running back.
Are there any rumors about Breece Hall still?
So he was asked about that as well, and basically Biggs' take on it was that I don't think that it makes a lot of sense to do this, especially now that we're on the other side of the draft. We may see it heat up at a certain point.
I would not trade for him.
I'm with you because
I'm not giving up currency.
Well, it's currency and then also money as well. And I don't think that would be the wisest move for the Bears at this point.
No, I wouldn't do that.
There was something that Biggs wrote, too, that was interesting to me, is that this front office still wants to see Roschon through. I don't know where that's going, but they still believe that he's got to get a fair shake.
It's interesting because I feel like the guy they drafted, Kyle Monangai, is kind of like Roschon.
Except he's had more carries at Rutgers than Roschon had at Texas.
He was a far more productive player. Now, with production also comes tread on the tires.
Yeah, but he's still young.
He's like 24, I want to say. So he's
he's a smaller player, isn't he?
I want to say like 5'9",
210. Yeah. What's Roschon? Roschon's bigger than that, isn't he?
Roschon's pretty tall, I believe, because he used to be a quarterback. So I think he's like 6 foot or 6'1".
Roschon is listed at
6 foot.
6 foot 225.
But it's more of that physical bruiser.
The guy that I'm interested in seeing is the kid Ian Wheeler. Because I thought that, in his limited action, he showed a little wiggle. So
coming off ACL a year later.
Yes. I mean, no guarantee, obviously. But I'm interested to see what he's, maybe what he has.
They liked him enough to keep him around even after the injury.
Yeah.
So
is he the one when he cried or no?
Yeah, so
Ryan, or then did he cry during?
Did Poles cry?
Yeah, that was the safety,
that
right?
was the safety.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what his name was.
Adrian
Colbert.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think they ended up bringing him back at a certain point.
Yeah, they did at the end of last year. He was the bike rider.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cubs stuff here. We will see Matthew Boyd on the mound tonight for the Cubs, and he has been fantastic in the early going of his Cubs career. But this team is not where it's at right now without some of the surprising elements of the roster, a lot of which were brought in the offseason, whether it's Matthew Boyd, Carson Kelly, the emergence and consistency of PCA. But to you guys, what has been the biggest surprise player-wise out of the Cubs so far this year?
It's not close. It's Carson Kelly. Yeah. Carson Kelly is hitting fourth for you, and he's got the OPS, I think, of like 1.4 something.
1.415.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, now to this point, I would concur with that. I don't think that when we get to the halfway point, we're still going to be there. I don't. I think there will be some regression, obviously. There are so many good things to look at. I think Michael Bush's play, and I don't think it's a huge surprise. You kind of got some hints last year, didn't you, that he's a good player?
Yeah, he's a good player.
I mean, I don't think he's going to start racking up all-star appearances. But if you don't have to worry about it comes down to now not having to worry about spots. He's solid at first base, and he's been more than acceptable at the dish.
They were talking about it a little last night, too, about how, he's really transformed himself defensively. There was a play, he made a nice pick on a one-hopper to him, and then also a nice pick on a throw. And I think his emergence defensively has been huge because at the beginning of last year, he was kind of a butcher over at first.
Yes.
Now I think he's like one of the better defensive first basemen that we see.
Yeah, Colin Ray is another guy who's been I know he's been a council guy where he's been a spot starter, reliever, but he's done a good job when they've needed him and they've needed some innings. I'm trying to think, Dansby Swanson is still a surprise on the bad side. I thought that he would at least bounce back to be average, and he is well below average. Maybe moving him down to 8th and his home run last night later in the game will be a sign of better things to come, and he'll heat up, but he can't be that bad.
I would say, too, Elvis has delivered after we kind of panicked a little bit, and then you tried to say, hey, simmer down now. You were right.
Tyler held steady.
Yeah. I mean, he's been really good.
One more guy, too, if we're throwing names around, he's not going to get the same accolades as all the guys that we've mentioned so far, but John Birdie's been a real solid player for this team.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've needed it.
Yeah.
And I don't think this is a surprise. He was one of my more important players when I had that top 10 list, is Porter Hodge. We saw it at the end of last year, and Porter Hodge, other than that one hiccup, has been great.
Yeah, I 100% agree with there.
Listen, Nico's been good.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's
been
pretty much everyone other than Dansby at the dish has been pretty damn good.
And even Dansby has 5 home runs.
Yeah.
And Dansby's been by far your best fielder.
Yes.
Too. So at the most important defensive spot.
It's been a fun start to the season.
Yes, I've enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yeah.
Some reinforcements that may be on the way for the Cubs as well. So Matt Shaw, we know, was sent down. He today picked up his 4th straight multi-hit game. So he's starting to find his bat. And then Cade Horton, who is coming off his longest start of the season last night. He was great. 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, and also had 5 strikeouts in that game too. Who do you think we see back with the Major League club first? Horton, who I think Jesse kind of timelined him at early June, maybe even June 3rd.
That's who I'm going with.
Or Matt Shaw.
I'm going with that because I think they want to be sure this time. They don't want to play the yo-yo game with Shaw. The next time they bring him up, they want him, I think, up to stay. I mean, you always want him up to stay, but I don't think it's going to do you any good to recalibrate, bring him up, have him fail, send him back down. You want to give him a solid, I think, didn't someone say, I think it was Adam Amin who said a couple hundred bats down there? You want to see him have a good first half, and then maybe in the second half you bring him back. But I think out of necessity, they really need a stud in that rotation, and hopefully Horton could step in.
Yeah, I can buy that.
You know who else is doing well down there is Ballesteros.
He just hit another home run today, too.
Did he?
Yeah.
What is it? No, it's Moises Ballesteros.
That was Sevy.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't he have a 20-some game hit streak going on?
I remember seeing it at 18. I'm not sure if it got to 20, but yeah, I mean, he's been, and I think Council addressed it before the game too, and basically said, listen, there's a lot of guys that we have that are playing very well in AAA right now, but we don't have spots.
Right.
And he's right. There are no spots for a guy like Moises Ballesteros, and who knows how it's going to translate at the next level.
Go get another picture.
You got just an embarrassment of riches.
But that's what you kind of wish. You kind of wish you had more pitchers down there that were playing this well.
You could trade some of these guys for pitchers.
Yes.
You could. You certainly could. Real quick, I know we'll get to the Tyrese Halliburton's dad versus Giannis debacle from last night in a second, but I want to get to the on-the-court stuff from last night. Giannis was eliminated once again, and the Pacers did it in pretty embarrassing fashion, 4-1, and especially with how Game 5 ended. Waddle, I thought you put it perfectly. The biggest winner is Doc Rivers, because we're not talking about how Doc Rivers collapsed once again. But the biggest offseason story now.
The biggest winner is the coach whose team
of the losing
completely flopped.
Because the conversation isn't about their ineptitude at the end of the game. It's about how the Pacers' top player's dad responded.
But now we've got what will likely be the biggest offseason story in the NBA is, will Giannis try to force his way out? I ask you guys, when we get to the start of the NBA season, if you had to place a bet between Milwaukee or the field, where is Giannis playing?
I'd put all the money on the field. I'd feel pretty good about the field. That it's just it's got to end for the Bucks too. The Bucks aren't doing anything, and Giannis wants out, and I just think they're going to say thank you, and I don't think this is going to be a long.
Does he definitely want out? For sure, 100% he wants out.
He was asked yesterday. He's like, I'm not going to do this any way I answer. He's so eloquent. Any way I answer is going to be taken and run with, so I'm just not going to answer. But I think the majority of people believe he will be on another team next year.
I'm going to take the other side of it and say Milwaukee. I think it's going to be hard to deal him because what is Milwaukee's going to have to get what in return?
It's going to be a king's ransom. They're going to look at the Rudy Gobert trade and say, if you think you're coming even close to that.
And who's going to do that?
Pat Riley. Pat Riley needs the star down there.
What do they have to give?
Tyler Hero is definitely in that deal.
I don't know what their pick situation is, but they're always finding a way.
Yeah.
They always find a way.
I'm not saying that they're not going to try. I'm just, at the end of the day.
Have the Knicks and Nets been mentioned too?
I heard someone say the Nets. Listen, OKC, they've got picks for days.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
All right, coming up next, Giannis at the podium yesterday. If you missed what happened last night, we will describe it for you. And it involved a father of one of the star players and Giannis. And wait till you hear his response. It was fantastic. We'll play it next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less, and with convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the spring sunshine while you wait. So download the app and get ready for spring with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
One of the greatest stats of all time, 7,485. The original run of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats set that box office record on Broadway. Now, Cats is being reimagined for a new generation at the Paramount Theater in Aurora. The same beloved songs, but with modern circus flair. You'll see jugglers, contortionists, aerialists, and of course, many, many cats. Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats, playing through June 15th. Get your tickets now at ParamountAurora.com. Use code ESPN for additional discount.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, Joe Q. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This Cinco de Mayo, turn your celebration up a notch at Twin Peaks. We were just there, and it's awesome. They're pouring sweet deals on tequila shots, ice-cold cervezas, frosty drafts, and handcrafted cocktails at price points that will keep the party going all day long. Big flavors, bigger cheers. Cinco lives here at Twin Peaks. Check out their new location in Algonquin today.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, last night, the Bucks blew their game in epic fashion. And Indy won on their home court. The lead was 7. Is that what it was? With 30-some seconds left?
40 seconds left.
And at the end of the game, as Tyrese Halliburton, after he hit the game-winning shot, Tyrese Halliburton's dad came on the court and was taunting Giannis. And then after that, like, Giannis saw him again and went, like, nose to nose with him. But he kept his composure where another person probably would have pushed him or done something like that. So Giannis was very taken aback by this whole thing, and he had just been eliminated. It may be his last game with the Bucks. So think of all this stuff going through your head. And then you get Halliburton and his dad taunting him, not Tyrese, but Halliburton's dad taunting him. And this is what Giannis said at the podium. Now, this is 3 minutes. It will go by quickly because all of it is spectacular. And just listen on how calm Giannis is and how eloquent he is.
Nothing. This is the last time I'm going to say. I won't talk a lot. We lost the game. It doesn't really matter. One thing I'll say is that I believe like being humble in victory. That's how I am. Now there can be a lot of people out there that are like, no, when you win the game, you gotta talk and it's a green light for you to be disrespectful towards somebody else. I disagree. I've won the championship. They haven't. Okay, and that doesn't say anything. I'm not trying to minimize their effort, but I remember when I won, my mom that she's never missed the games from February 11th or 13th when she came in Milwaukee against the Knicks. She never missed the game. When we won the championship, I remember my mom, she was scared to cross. She was like, am I allowed to come and hug my son? I see, except now my brother does media. For this year, he wants to come back and play. But like, except in that, you've never seen my family like see courtside. See, this is not something that we do. We don't. I try to keep my family away from the game. But losing the game, emotions run high. Having a fan, which at the moment I thought he was a fan, but then I realized it was Tyrese's son, which I love. Tyrese, I think, is a great competitor. He was his dad, sorry. Coming in the floor and showing me his son a towel with his face. This is what we do. This is what we effing do. This the F we do. This. I feel like that's very, very disrespectful. You know, my dad, if you guys go and ask and learn, my dad's not with us no more. My dad used to come in the family room and was the most respectful person ever. You know, when you come from nothing and you've worked your whole life to sell stuff in the street, and your whole life you'll be scared of the police of deporting you and sending you back to your country. You have to protect your kids with all means. You create this mentality of being humble your whole life, to not kind of disrespect anybody, not make the tension high, the emotions high, so anybody can snitch on you, say something bad about you. So when he came here, I remember I was like, Dad, why are you so humble? Why are you going to the family room? You don't even say a word. You sit in the back. Why are you like that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry. That's how I grew up. That's what I had around. So when I see other dads, which don't disrespect me, maybe if my son play basketball, I might be in the court. I might be the one on the court, and like 20 years later, you can play this interview and say, Giannis, you're contradicting yourself. But we'll see in 20 years. But I'm talking about right now how I feel. You know, having somebody's dad, which I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for his son, and I'm happy that he's happy for his son. That's how you're supposed to feel. But coming to me and disrespecting me and cursing at me, I think is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Okay? And I'm not the guy that points fingers, because in my neighborhood, snitches get stitches. So I don't want to say something, for him to say, to get fined or anything. But it's not respectful. I talked with him at the end, and I think we're in a good place.
It was outstanding. And the composure that he had at the podium, the composure that he had on the court. There was a topic yesterday that we talked about that Clinton Yates threw out there, where they were talking about Steph Curry. Is Steph Curry the most universally beloved athlete going right now? If he is, Giannis is a close second. I don't know many people who don't like Giannis, and that's just another great example of why you love Giannis.
Well, first of all, he's a fabulous player, and second of all, he's a tremendous person. And look, he's got to be frustrated in that moment as well, for obvious reasons. He averaged, 33 points, 16 rebounds, and 7 assists in this series. He was the only guy really delivering anything, and then to have it all fall apart and then have to have what happened happen, handled it with tremendous amount of class, for sure.
This portion of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffel's 6 Chicagoland locations, including the newest in Orland Park. Before we go to the Sox game, this was Tyrese Halliburton. I thought he did a good job, too, of not really protecting his dad, who I don't think you can protect after he did what he did.
Yeah, I mean, after we won, I kind of blacked out a little bit. I don't really remember a ton. Then all the guys grabbed me in my head. As far as the incident between Giannis and my pops, I had no idea it happened until I got to the back and was showed the video. Me and my pops have talked about that, and I don't agree with what transpired there from him. I think basketball is basketball, and let's keep it on the court. And I think that he just got excited, saw his son make a game winner, and came on the court. But I think we had a conversation, and I think he just needs to just allow me to just play basketball, stay over there. I'll come to him to celebrate.
There was Tyrese Halliburton.
I liked what I heard from him.
Yeah,
solid move by him.
Now I said earlier, I believe, and Adam Amin said that he thought he should be suspended or not allowed into the arena the rest of the playoffs. I'm good with that, because I said any fan who would have done that, any Joe Blow fan, if a Pacer fan ran on the court and taunted Giannis like he did, he would have been banned from that arena for life.
Yeah.
Any fan that interferes, what makes him special? Just because he's a player's dad? He's a fan.
No, I agree with you, but I don't believe that the NBA will ban him for the remainder of the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think you'll see him in a suite somewhere.
And I agree with you. Well, I don't know about the rest of the playoffs. We'll see what Adam Silver does. I would be disappointed because another fan would have been suspended for life from the arena, just like the Yankees fan and some of these other fans who run on the field during a baseball game. All right, good stuff today. Speaking of baseball, we've got White Sox baseball coming up next. Thanks to Adam Amin, who joined us in studio, and, of course, Robert Mays, who not only brings the heat when it comes to the Bears and the NFL, but also another good – yeah, he gave you a dinner and a breakfast spot. That's good stuff. Thanks to Charlie and Tyler. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a fantastic Wednesday night.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself.